Kid Lin Chen, your inheritance is over? Feeling the extraordinary pressure on Lin Chen, Long Kuan was overjoyed and flew to Lin Chen's side. It's you? You have angered Shenwei and destroyed the blessing ceremony. You haven't left yet, and you still dare to covet the inheritance of the saints of my soul family? The entire Soul family's War Emperor's expression changed. What audacity! A mere second battle Emperor realm not only dares to shout about the true God, but also dares to go deep into the realm of their Soul family and sneak into the sacred monument of the town. The inheritance of the saints of your Soul family? Do you bastards? This is the sacred monument of the town that fell to the sages who defended Kyushu with flesh and blood. You people who are shit for false gods are not qualified to humiliate me in Kyushu. Heroes. Lin Chen was furious and cursed, making many senior elders of the Soul family look ashen. Just as he was about to take Lin Chen down with a wave of his hand. Boom. The sun-moon-like aura bloomed from Lin Chen's body, and the terrifying calamity of the heavens turned into a hurricane that swept the entire mountain range. Azura Jiuhuang transformation, first transformation, second transformation, third transformation, seventh transformation. Water calamity. Transformation. Boom. The airwave explosions where energy fluctuated like a turbulent wave. Lin Chen's breath, from the second stage to the third stage, broke through the early, middle, and late stages of the third stage. When the final water robbery battle body was completely detonated, Lin Chen was temporarily promoted to the initial stage of the fourth level of the Emperor of War. This is Lin Chen's first time performing the seventh transformation. Even if it is a huge burden on his body, he can only take out this trump card. Brush. 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 The divine light fell, and the sky descended into a clone. The four avatars flowed with the blue light of the ultimate moment and the extreme return to Yuan, each occupying one side, standing proudly beside Lin Chen. The phantom clone in the early stage of the third stage can match the early stage of the fifth stage, and in the early stage of the fourth stage, after the element attribute value and pure strength skyrocketed, the combat power of each of the four clones is directly chasing the sixth stage battle emperor. Lin Chen's avatar came in an instant, and many powerful souls in the Soul family had solemn expressions. They had already experienced the strength of this son's avatar. Not to mention that it is now several grades stronger than before. The host starts to rule the world, consumes 100,000 talent points, and starts to accumulate energy, 0 points. Lin Chen, whose killing intent is so high, has opened up the talent of ruler of the world. Long Kuan, kill. Lin Chen shouted coldly, and the 5 men and 1 dragon launched an offensive fiercely, desperate to stop them. Delay for a moment, an elder soul burial can arrive. The 2 soul elders of the late 6th stage drank in awe. War is imminent. 8 desolate fingers. Type 79 moon broken Xinghe. Dark thunder breaking. Arrows. Lin Chen swung down the battle spear, the tip of the spear was cut off, and the moon radiated across the sky. The clone pointed out an 8-color energy finger on the front of the clone, and the dark light arrow can break the sky, directly taking the opponent's 2 strongest 6-layer late-stage battle emperors. Long Kuan fought against 8 quadruple emperors alone, and its speed and defense made it still have an absolute advantage in a battle of 8. And Lin Chen's 2 phantom clones rushed into the 7 fifth-layer war emperors, 3 of which were previously injured by Long Quan. These 2 clones are domineering in swordsmanship, and their swords are sharp. And they have really started to kill and kill. Because one of these 2 clones uses the phantom clone of Minjiuishan. Qingdao, inheriting the experience of the swordsmanly Chongqing of the Saint of Swords, Lin Chen's clone swordsmanship is even better than the main body's spear skills of. Except for the speed without the purple phoenix wings, the strength of this clone is the closest to the main body. In the Battle of the Kings, the mountains collapsed and fractured, countless mountain peaks were swept away by the aftermath of the attack, turned into powder, and the ley lines continued to crack. It's not that easy to kill my soul family. The gray-robed elder in the mid-6th layer who repelled Long Quan at first sneered in his heart, and when he was about to attack Lin Chen's body, a dragon roar broke the sky. Sigh. The blue afterimage flashed by without warning, carrying the pure power and sharp dragon breath of severing the galaxy. Take the head of the old man. In gray. The gray-clothed elder was horrified and could not resist. The space where this sword light appeared had no breath at all, as if it appeared out of thin air. He stretched out his hands high, and tore them off like a fist turned into a dragon's claws. 10 claw marks slammed into the blue sword light. Bang! The sky-splitting explosion resounded through the sky, and the blue sword light was mad and unparalleled, and it slashed an arm alive. At the broken arm, a dozen orbs of suspended attribute light were also dropped. His right arm was chopped off, and the gray-robed old man was knocked back and flew for more than 10 miles before he stabilized. His expression was painful and shocked. My day. When did my brother become so strong? No. It seems that it is not. Only the bloodline of Xian Qinglong and Zihuang. Long Quan on the side was stunned, and even briefly stopped the battle. The 4 wings are rolling, 1 purple and 1 blue, the vast dragon body flowing with azure light looks unparalleled. It is Lin Chen's Dragon Emperor. Its current strength uses the blue dragon's shadow repellent, and even the late 6th stage battle emperor can't see its traces. Purple phoenix wings, azure dragon body, ing dragon tail? What kind of dragon is this? The gray-clothed old man took a deep breath. Only the 7th rank intermediate dragon clan could cut off his arm by leaping through a sneak attack? Tian Yuing Hai. The dragon's sovereign roared furiously in the sky, and saw that all the lakes, rivers, and oceans in half of the mountain range rushed into the sky. Even the water-type aura in the air seemed to have received a call, and all of them rotated into a tide of spiritual energy, and turned into a vortex to gather on the top of the Dragon Emperor's head. A pair of natural water-based dragon scale armor spreads all over the Dragon Emperor's body, and its Yinglong wings become 7 points larger. Tianyue Yinghai, the super magical power of Tianyuing dragon bloodline, can control the energy of heaven, earth and water to fight. The current Dragon Emperor can even fight with one of the late 6th level battle emperors. Even if he is not victorious, he is still undefeated. The Dragon Emperor, who was blessed by the water system energy, was awe-inspiring. He swung the dragon's tail upright, shining a blue divine light on the dragon's tail. The sharp breath of the water-based dragon breath made every battle emperor present moved. Blue dragon sword. 10,000 years, profound light blade. The dragon tail swung angrily, and the explosion fell vertically. The dragon claws are torn horizontally, and the light blades dance. The 2 great magic powers made the old man in gray, who was retreating, look terrified. On the other side, an even more frightening scene was staged. Mirror bright moon mirror of attack. Minji Yuishan swept the sword in one sweep, and the swordsmanship was as graceful as a mirror of soft water. The sword light, which turned into a snowflake, slashed to two 5-layered war emperors in a flash. Golden meteor cracking demon leg. Qingyun hand. When the two 5-layer war emperors burst out with a full-strength blow, the sword light that was as transparent as a snowflake water mirror flashed a ray of light, and their attack was bounced off to the other side in an instant. It was as if a ray of sunlight shone on a mirror and was refracted to another place in an instant, and the attack missed the target at all. This kind of strange situation is the first time the two have seen in their lives, and they have no chance to react at all. Sigh. The knife light, which is as beautiful as the dance of water mirrors, cuts across the cross and cuts in the middle. The body of the two battle emperors and their defensive treasures were cut in half with one knife. There is no chance of self-destruction. Kill the two kings with one sword. And yes, the 5-layer war emperor. The attribute light ball scattered, and a light screen popped up. Killing the 5th-layer midterm battle emperor, the talent of King's Landing. To accumulate energy, 39,400 points. The two emperors fell, and the group of emperors present were shocked and their scalps were numb. Even though Lin Chen used the secret technique, he only temporarily stepped into the early stage of the 4th level, and he actually killed two mid-level 5th-level Soul Family battle emperors in an instant? At least this must be the combat power that can only be possessed in the later stage of the 6th layer. In fact, only Lin Chen knew that this kind of result couldn't be more normal. Because this is the famous Jing Mingyue of the Saint of Swords. Violet rank high-grade combat skills throughout the Kyushu continent. There are only a handful of exercises that can surpass this combat skills. Not to mention being cast out by Lin Chen with the ultimate moment and the two major attack runes, coupled with his pure power and the strongest water robbery combat body. That kind of power does not even leave the opponent with the opportunity to self-destruct. Boom. The majestic 3 beams of light streak across the sky, turning into a streamer of fingers and hitting the phantom clone directly. It was an angry blow from the other 3 wounded 5-layer war emperors. Mirror bright moon mirror of guarding. The sword technique danced wildly, and the transparent blue sword shadows were densely covered, like a mirror covering the clone. When the 3 streamer fingers touched it, it was like shooting a light on the mirror surface. Not only did the light not shatter the mirror surface, but it bounced back to the 3 war emperors with a faster momentum. From soft to firm, it only changes in one breath. What? When the expressions of the 3 suddenly changed, before they had time to back away, they were pierced and exploded by the finger pointing in the face. There was also a pervasive water robbery fighting energy in that finger light. And when it rushed into their bodies, all their internal organs were chopped into pieces. Sigh. Boom. Tear. Flesh torn apart, blood vomited in shock. The 3 of them died without resting their eyes. The 3 5th-layer war emperors were destroyed, and they were killed by their own rebounding combat skills? What kind of combat skill is this? The 2 late 6th-level elders who were delayed by Lin Chen's main body, and the 2 clones all looked sideways in horror. This combat technique is so profound that in their soul home, there is no other cultivation technique that can compare to it. The knife is like water, the knife is like a moon, the knife is like a mirror. This is the Sword Saint, Li Chongqing's famous stunt mirror. Moon? This son has inherited the strongest unique skills of the Sword Saint in such a short period of time. The two took a deep breath. They realized more and more that Lin Chen's potential was against the sky, which was enough to threaten the foundation of the Soul family. Boom! The sword light was blazing like a rainbow, piercing through the heart of a fifth layer early stage, and Lin Chen's other clone was not willing to follow, killing a fifth layer war emperor. At this time, the Soul family has fallen to 6 fifth layer battle emperors. The remaining 2 were frightened and terrified, not knowing whether to fight or retreat. Consuming 18,300 talent points to activate the ultimate return, the clone returns to its prime state. Mirror Moon consumes a lot, and with Lin Chen's current background, the full state can only be used up to 2 times before the fighting spirit is exhausted. Damn, this emperor is fighting with you. Go to hell. The 2 5-layer war emperors rushed towards Lin Chen without fear of death. The emperor's body burned, and the source of war energy released fluctuations that destroyed the world. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. They were going to blow themselves up? For the true God in his heart, even if he has cultivated to the 5th level of the battle emperor, he dares to sacrifice his life at any time. Mirror Moon, Moon of Speed. Brush. The moonlight flashes and then disappears. It seems that there is a moment between heaven and earth. It is illuminated by the moonlight, and it seems to die in an instant. The corpses were separated, and the 2 soul elders who were about to explode themselves were dying, and the attribute light balls were scattered all over the sky. Dead. The 2 5-layer war emperors were killed by clones without even having time to self-destruct. His understanding and control of Jing Mingyue have reached such a level? The 2 soul elders were trembling, and they finally realized what a limit attack speed is. Lin Chen's 2 clones and the main body are stubbornly fighting against these 2 late stage 6, almost in a life-for-life style of play. After a series of fights, for hundreds of rounds, the 2 were furious, and they played their trump cards one after another. Lin Chen's body was repulsed and injured, and the 2 clones fell once each, and were once again activated by the phantom rune to appear and reborn. The opponent's 3 6th-layer war emperors were all delayed by Lin Chen and Qing Long. Long Kuan and the 2 clones joined forces to almost instantly kill 8 4th-layer war emperors. The attribute light balls flew all over the sky, and all were taken away by the clones. Obtain 175 ignition energy, 8955 Heavenly Dao value, 11,000 talent points. 9550 rune energy, 28999 battle chi essence, 18,000 chi and blood energy, 89. Spiritual power. Host opens 13 amethyst treasure chests and gets 100,000 talent points. 100,000 Heavenly Dao value, 50,000 rune energy, 15 rune evolution stones, 1 talent combination box. Given that there are enough rune evolution stones for the host, the system has automatically upgraded level 5 penetrating runes, consuming 20 rune evolution stones. Level 5 penetration rune, it can penetrate 25% of the attack power, and is suitable for attacks in all areas of the host. The king has fallen. Apart from the strongest 3 6th-layer war emperors, 15 war emperors, whose cultivation base is not lower than the mid-4th layer, are all first class players, and they did not walk out of the hands of Lin Chen and Long Kuan for a quarter of an hour. Just when Lin Chen's 3rd and 4th clones were about to fall again, the light of the sword that curved like a moon flashed by. The Tsingyi War Emperor Han Mao stood upside down. It is the Mirror Moon. The moon of speed with the ultimate attack speed. Boom. The 8-color energy fingers and the dark thunder-breaking arrow cooperated seamlessly, and before the moon of speed was cut out, they suddenly exploded towards the Xingyi Battle Emperor. Being attacked on 3 sides, he raised his hands high and pushed, and his fighting spirit surged like a mad scorpion, condensed into 4 huge gates of red training, and rolled out. Bang! Darkness surged, and when the frenzy of 8-colored prehistoric energy rolled into the sky, a flash of sword light slashed through the giant red training gate and slashed diagonally to the right shoulder of the Xingyi Battle Emperor. The knife is as bright as the moon, extremely fast. He didn't have time to react at all, so he subconsciously activated the defensive treasure. Sigh. Click. The knife light split the soft-armored Xingyi of the 7th rank intermediate and low-level products, and the power was reduced by more than half. The right arm was cut off, and the round and smooth section made the Xingyi War Emperor's pupils shrink. Didn't he barely guard it? Why is the power of this knife still so strong? The most bizarre thing is that on the smooth-cut surface of the War Emperor's bones, all the light has been lost, and it has no life and withered. Cultivating to the 6th-layer Battle Emperor level, even if the arm is broken, as long as the arm is kept intact, and it is recovered before the vitality is completely lost, with the help of high-level medicinal pills and self-combat energy, there is a very high chance that the arm can be recovered. However, this knife completely cut off this possibility. The broken wound and the vitality of the arm have disappeared, as if it was sucked dry. Level 5 penetrating runes, really amazing. When Lin Chen admired in his heart, a strong and vigorous vitality merged into his limbs, and the system light screen popped up. The fatal bloodthirsty talent is successfully activated, consuming 4,800 talent points, and has obtained 28% of the blood-sucking treatment from the damage. The deadly bloodthirsty talent was used by Lin Chen for the first time, from causing substantial damage to the enemy to blood-sucking Lin Chen. The effect is extremely strong and immediate. Lin Chen's residual injuries in the late stage of the 6th-level solo battle were instantly recovered by half. Lin Chen's body quickly retreated, and he continued to let the clone activate the ultimate moment and extreme return to kill the 15 battle queens, and Lin Chen had another wave of attribute values. At this time, the 4 avatars joined forces, 2-on-1, and blocked the 2 late-stage 6 layers from the front. With the addition of the Knife Emperor clone, the battle became extremely fierce and white-hot. And Long Kuan went to assist Qing Long, and the 2 dragons fought 1 emperor. It was only a matter of time before the 6th layer mid-game emperor, with a broken arm, was defeated. System: if I want to register the combination talent, just register the ultimate moment and rule the world. Lin Chen issued an order, and he opened the second talent combo box from the treasure chest that had been dropped earlier. This means that he can experience the new function of the system, talent combination skills. Registration failed. The ultimate moment is not suitable for combo skills. Please choose another talent from the host. Lin Chen frowned, and said tentatively, then, lethal bloodthirsty talent? Can. That's simply deadly bloodthirsty plus superdimensional teleportation. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. Right now, what he needs most is not combat power, but the ability to escape. If he can trigger combo skills, he can instead use ultradimensional teleportation twice? Successful registration of talent combination skills, deadly bloodthirsty. Superdimensional teleportation. Triggering conditions: when the lethal bloodthirsty talent is successfully activated, there is a 30% chance to trigger it as a combination skill, which can unconditionally launch an ultra-dimensional teleportation. The teleportation can choose to teleport back to the marked space position or teleport to the bloodthirsty talent. The target of the attack. Lin Chen was shocked. This is a little different from what he imagined. How can I only teleport by myself after triggering the combo? Wouldn't it be impossible to take Long Kuan away? The lethal bloodthirsty talent can only be activated by hurting the enemy. If I can't even break the enemy's defense, then I don't have the conditions to trigger the talent. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, it seemed that he could only fight quickly. Even if the clone is delayed for time now, as long as the opponent's 6th layer War Emperor does not die, he will definitely be able to entangle Lin Chen and Long Kuan in the process of escaping. Get rid of this mid-level 6 first. Lin Chen's eyes were full of fierceness, and the wood spirit essence continued to recover from his injuries, and the purple phoenix wings slapped, turning into a beam of light and swept away. The Dragon Emperor cooperated with Lin Chen. Seeing that he was preparing to attack, he released the Xianqing Dragon Domain and used the dragon power to delay and interfere with the opponent's actions. A swipe of azure blue sword light slashed horizontally, forcing the gray-robed old man to go all out. His palm turned into a ghost-headed cane, and it shook the void, and the huge black fog skull made a crunching sound, hitting the azure blue dragon sword head-on. Tear. Long Kuan showed his astonishing speed, and with a counterclaw tore it off. 5 dragon marks shot out, like a slashing blade. Sigh. Boom. At the moment when the 2 dragons united and smashed the black fog skeleton, the old man in grey robe bleeds from the corners of his mouth, and the void retreats hundreds of steps. Hunin, be careful. A cold shout came, and when the grey-robed old man realized that it was not good, the spear slashed the sky, slashed vertically, and the moonlight turned into a ray, falling straight down. Type 79 Moon broken Xinghe. Solin, who was too late to prepare defensive measures, urged his fighting spirit to slap back and resist the shot. Boom. The palm print exploded, the moonlight flashed, and Lin Chen was unstoppable. With one move, 76 style, 1000 soul break, one shot turned into 1,000 spears, and the shadow of the spear was destroyed like a storm. A large number of robbery and air gun shadows attacked, and it was impossible to retreat. When fighting with the air, some gun shadows penetrated Sol Yin's body, and blood rushed. Deadly Bloodthirsty is successfully activated, consuming talent points. Deadly Bloodthirsty launched successfully. The Deadly Bloodthirsty has been successfully launched many times. Lin Chen's injuries are almost back to normal, but Han Yin's injuries have been accumulating non-stop. Feeling that Lin Chen's injury recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, Sol Yin's pupil shrank. This is a very scary thing. Think about it, if the opponent hurts you in the battle, your life force will be turned into his recovery energy. Successfully triggering the talent combo, the host can use, combine, ultra-dimensional teleportation at any time. After successfully launching the Deadly Bloodthirsty talent many times, Lin Chen finally triggered the combo. This sun is already against the sky, and with Shuanglong next to me, I am no longer an opponent. Since this is the case, then I will dedicate myself to the true God. The grey-robed old man suddenly burst out with extremely fast speed, and his whole body was violently detonated, and he was a high-level war emperor who was about to explode himself. He violently spread out his fighting spirit, like 10,000 demonic hands, protruding from hell, and finally turned into a chain of infinite fighting spirit and blasted away. He wanted to block Lin Chen's actions and ensure that his self-destruction could completely spread to Lin Chen. Brush. The magic hand chain was completely empty, and the gray-robed old man was stagnant. What's the secret trick? Disappear without warning? Sigh. Poof. The sound of flesh and blood tearing and the sound of running through the body sounded. Lin Chen appeared behind the gray-robed old man like a ghost, and the 5-Dragon Dynasty Emperor Spear had penetrated his body and fell on the spot. Even the self-destruction has not unfolded, and he will die. Before dying, the gray-robed old man still couldn't figure out what was going on. Although Lin Chen's movement speed is fast, he still can't disappear without warning in front of the 6th-layer Battle Emperor. Even when he used his body technique, the 4-layered Battle Emperor could detect the fluctuation of his battle aura, but he couldn't avoid his attack. The host used combined superdimensional teleportation successfully kill the target, the 6th-level mid-game Emperor. Accumulated energy 180,000 points. I didn't expect that the combination skill triggered by this deadly bloodthirsty hit can be used in battle with superdimensional, and the concept of teleportation has truly been realized. Lin Chen was excited. If he fought normally, he would at least have to cooperate with Long Kuan and Qing Long to fight for more than 100 rounds to win the gray-robed old man, and he might pay a certain price for the opponent's dying counterattack. But when the space marker of ultradimensional teleportation is fixed on the opponent to achieve teleport, the effect is 10 times stronger than a sneak attack. The real elusive, one-shot instant kill. This combination of talents is so powerful that only 2 talents are combined. So how about 3 or 4 in the future? Lin Chen can't imagine it. However, although the talent combination skills are strong, the premise of triggering teleport is an opponent that Lin Chen can break the defense. After taking away the attribute light ball and the amethyst treasure chest that the gray-robed old man rolled down, Long Kuan swept it. It's time, let's run away. Let your clone cover us. Long Kuan showed a worried look for the first time, but Lin Chen waved his hand and smiled. No, Brother Kuan, take my clone and leave first. After that, a phantom clone withdrew from the battle, and the Knife Emperor clone fought against the Tsingy Battle Emperor alone. A look of excitement flashed across Lin Chen's eyes. He wants to kill these 2 late-stage 6-layer war emperors. Give the soul family a complete annihilation. Seeing Lin Chen's confident appearance, and that his brother never said he wanted to leave, Long Kuan was not a mother-in-law, he just said, be careful of everything, and then evacuated with his avatar. The speed of the clone and the speed of Long Kuan are quite terrifying, and 2 breaths flashed to the other side of the mountain range. That kid and Qing Long ran away. No, it seems to be just a clone. The main body has purple phoenix wings, and it seems that it has not left. When the corners of their eyes swept away, Lin Chen smiled casually. The late 6-layer war emperor, not an ordinary person. With Lin Chen's strength, to destroy both of them at the same time, he can't fight the war of attrition alone. Must have a strong enough blow. Even if Lin Chen sacrificed the 9 tribulation star, it is completely unknown. If it is one, he may be able to kill it head-on. But when the 2 late-stage 6 layers join forces, the early-stage 7 stage cannot kill them in one move. However, Lin Chen has a trick at this moment, which can surpass the moment of the 7th Battle Emperor. Purple rank talent, rule the world. At this time, the talent of Journey to the World has accumulated 180,000 energy. Compared with the last time it was launched in Danzhou, it only accumulated less than 30,000 energy. This time it is 6 times higher. In this next move, even the War Emperor in the early stage of the 7th layer will have to die. In Lin Chen's eyes, there is an extremely strong confidence and domineering. The host has activated the talent of King's Landing, 182,000 energy conversion points, which will increase the host's next attack. At this moment, the Knife Emperor clone technique was used, and while avoiding the opponent's attack, he threw his palm, and Minjiuishan Qingdao quickly slashed towards Lin Chen's body. Choke. Lin Chen held the knife in his body, and his body let out a roar of the knife and turned into a roar of dragons. The battle chi life wheel in its body turns the rolling 9 robbery battle chi one after another into the water tribulation battle chi, which is injected into the blade. The azure light reflects the whole sky. At the moment when the main body holds the knife, the attack of the clone suddenly changes, and the figure retreats. Play a level 5 slow rune containing 120,000 runic power each. The 2 gray-white talismans exploded into the void, and the fighting spirit and the space they were in became slow and solidified. It is as strong as 240,000 points of rune energy to activate the 5-level slow rune, and it can only seal the 2 6-layer late-stage War Emperors for less than a breath. But that's enough. Mirror Moon of Speed. Lin Chen held the knife and slashed horizontally, and the Tianqing knife, that turned the azure blue glow, slashed across the whole body, and a swipe of moonlight flashing with azure light flashed and disappeared in an instant. This knife ruled the world. This knife, from the prosperity of civilization to its fall, is only between the knife and the moon. It seems that there is a moment between heaven and earth illuminated by the moonlight. But no one can see this scene, because the moonlight is very fast. Sigh. The space crystal wall is cracked with filament-like fine cracks, which seem inconspicuous, but they crack open the extremely fast and deep vacuum area. The eyes of the 2 soul elders of the late 6th stage were gradually dimmed. The battle energy and life wheel in their bodies were chopped to shreds. When the corpses were separated, they were turned into dust, and they disappeared. Finally, a large number of attribute light balls were exploded to suspend the void. This knife has increased its power by 235 times. When he launched King's Landing for the first time, Lin Chen's attack increased thousands of times in power. But at that time, Lin Chen was only at the 6th level of Yuan Zuanjing. The cultivation of Yuan Zuan realm increased by 1,000 times the combat power, and the 4th-layered cultivation of the Battle Emperor realm increased by 235 times. The strength of the increase in the talent of Junior Landing the World depends on the host's cultivation. If the energy accumulated during the first activation is placed on Lin Chen, who is currently in the Battle Emperor realm, the power can only be increased by about 30 or 40 times at most. 235 times the power rune and ultimate moment, that's 244 times. And comes with a 25% penetration feature. Not to mention the late 6th stage, even 2 early 7th stage and mid 7th stage battle emperors would have to die. As for the late 7th stage and the 8th stage of the War Emperor, it is unknown. Lin Chen hurriedly lifted the 7th level transformation, the sense of weakness in his body surfaced layer by layer, and his cultivation returned to the 2nd level late stage. Lin Chen immediately swallowed a pre-refined 7th order medicinal pill. Void transformation Dragon Yuandan, and issued an order while quickly removing the weak state. System, I want to strengthen the life growth talent to the highest level. Consumes 350,000 talent points, blue level talent, life growth is enhanced to 200%, which is the highest. The weak state brought about by the 7th transformation of Shura is extremely serious, and it has reached a level that cannot be recovered by the wood spirit essence, and can only rely on the self-healing ability brought by the medicinal pill and the talent itself. Between the medicinal power of refining the medicinal pills with the heart method, the system pops up a light screen. Congratulations to the host for instantly killing 2 6-layer late-stage battle emperors, triggering a special reward mechanism and obtaining an orange crystal treasure chest. Boom! In the direction of the fallen 2 soul elders, an orange beam of light immediately bloomed. It was an attribute beam of light that only Lin Chen could see coming. The 4th orange crystal treasure chest. In the past, orange crystal treasure chests were extremely difficult to obtain. But Lin Chen's experience can only be described in 2 words against the sky. His 2nd level battle emperor's cultivation level dares to hit the extreme eastern region of Shenzhou, facing the top powerhouses of the pseudo-god family. Lin Chen escaped from the dead every time. The stronger the opponent's level, the higher the probability of exploding top-quality attributes and top-quality treasure chests. The probability of triggering the special reward mechanism also increases. Lin Chen couldn't contain his ecstasy, and his clone grabbed the treasure chest for him. Godslayer talent? Or the shards of life and death talent? No matter which one it is, it's safe to lose. Open the orange crystal treasure chest, and the host obtains the quasi-orange talent fragment, life and death, 3/3, which has been automatically fused and placed in the talent column. The strongest heads-up talent, start. Lin Chen, add another trump card. Desperate life and death plus God killer talent, and calling on a group of strong men to subvert the battle situation in Lingzhou will no longer be a delusion. Lin Chen was excited and his blood was boiling. At the same time as the clone swept the attribute light ball, his purple golden eyes could also see that the top powerhouses of the Soul family had begun to return to the Soul family area, and there were no less than 3 battle emperors alone. Get 15,000 points of heaven, 290 points of thunder energy, 360 points of gold energy, 18,000 points of talent, 350 points of wind attribute value, 14,000 points of rune energy, 150 points of spiritual power, 12,500 points of spiritual energy, 120. Click on the blank property. Open 9 amethyst treasure chests, get 150,000 talent points, 100,000 rune energy, 250,000 Heavenly Dao points, 1,000 blank attribute points. Countless attribute light balls were absorbed into the body, and Lin Chen's cultivation was getting closer and closer to the limit of the triple battle emperor. After taking away all the attribute light balls, Lin Chen did not flee for his life immediately. He first put away the 3 clones and the Dragon Emperor into his body, used the blue dragon shadow repelling to eliminate all his aura, and then erased any traces that might be traced, and then swept into the depths of the mountain range. He finally chose an extremely old lake in the mountains, more than 20,000 feet deep, and plunged into it. Lin Chen sank to the bottom of the lake and continued to maintain the blue dragon's shadow, like a reef at the bottom of the lake. Moreover, there is an extremely rich water system energy in the lake, which can be controlled by Lin Chen's Tianyuing high magical power to form a stream of water to cover up his existence and become his most perfect cover. It was as if Lin Chen's whole person had completely disappeared from this world. And Lin Chen, who seemed to be transformed into a reef at the bottom of the lake, concentrated on recovering the injury and the weak state in his body. And his spiritual consciousness sneaked into the first phantom clone that evacuated with Long Kuan. Evacuating with a clone is no accident, but a deliberate arrangement by Lin Chen. A quarter of an hour after Lin Chen dived into the lake, the mountain gorge of the number 47 town boundary sacred monument cracked open, and 3 strong figures emerged, which were 3 7-layer battle emperors. They looked around, their eyes narrowed, murderous awe. Dead, the whole army was wiped out. Except for the strong man who guarded the altar of my soul family's true God, all the war emperors sent over were killed. Unexpectedly, this son can solve the battle in such a fast time. They can't even delay the time. If it is true as the intelligence says, he has the strength to kill the 6th-layer battle emperor in seconds. No matter how strong he is, we have to chase him. His aura disappeared out of thin air at the battle site, and we split up. Once found, delay time and inform each other. The elders are also on their way, and they meet the 8th level cultivation base. Supreme Elder, he will surely die. The 3 7th-layer battle emperors broke through the void and escaped into the cracks in the space, each chasing in one direction. Time has passed, and it has been 3 days and 3 nights since Lin Chen took away the inheritance of the sacred monument of the town. On the 3rd day, the top powerhouses of the Soul family returned to the headquarters, and then quickly attacked, extending all the way to various areas of Shenzhou, and directly launched a carpet search. Lin Chen's importance to the Soul family has completely reached the realm of immortality. Throughout the ages, no one dared to anger Shen Wei, let alone the most powerful Soul family among all the pseudo-god families that belong to the hidden forces. Curse the true God, break the sacred mountain, and provoke the power of the gods. These various actions are things that people in the world dare not even think about, but they are displayed on him time and time again. This person will be the #1 enemy of his soul family in terms of all aspects of temperament, potential, and combat power. Therefore, with the exception of a very small number of the ancestors of the Soul family who went out to perform missions, basically all the top powerhouses were dispatched. There is only one purpose, to kill Lin Chen. Sky Tower, somewhere in the secret room of the main city. The champion of the Peak Pill Association, the champion of refining medicine. Breaking the sacred mountain, scolding false gods, and still being able to retreat unharmed, this child is probably the last hope of Kyushu. The figure in black robe sat on the chair, flipping through the information in his hand, and was amazed. Pagoda Master, do you want to help this son? This son is no less than the arrogance of the holy world. The graceful figure next to her bowed her body and asked for advice. The Tower Master of the Sky Tower. People like this are even more terrifying than the alchemy giants in Danzhou and the ancient mathematicians in Mingzhou. Call it the most mysterious existence in Kyushu. There are only a handful of people in the entire Kyushu who can see it. No, now is not the time for us to intervene. The Sky Pagoda has been based here from ancient times to the present. It is the last symbol of civilization in the Kyushu continent. It's okay to give a little bit of information. The pagoda owner suddenly smiled and put down the jade slip in his hand. You Go on and tell the news about him to the inheritors we know who have obtained the sacred monument of the town. They will definitely get along well with him. After all, this is Kyushu, the only person who dares to provoke false gods since ancient times. Yes, Inger understands. The beauty nodded, and then the tower owner's tone suddenly became solemn. I asked you to investigate the origin of that person. Did you find any information? Talking about that person, her graceful figure trembled. Her voice was a little frightened and trembling. No. No, the people we sent out are all dead. The Lung Xiao of the 9-layer battle emperor is also dead? The tower owner tapped the table with his fingertips. Yes, and it was killed instantly, and no information was sent back. The secret room was silent, the two did not talk, only the frequency of the tower master's beating on the table gradually increased. Lin Chen, you have really provoked an extremely terrifying figure. For Kyushu. I don't know if it is an enemy or a friend. It really is a combination of misfortune and good fortune. He has brought a figure who can threaten Kyushu. The announcement goes on, don't investigate that person again, so as not to cause death. Yes. Qianying nodded and nodded. She picked up a roll of space jade and handed it to the tower owner. Pagoda Master, this jade slip is from the sect of the Holy World. There is a messenger from the Holy World, and it is about to come to Kyushu. The tower master's eyes froze. Holy Realm, are you going to save Kyushu? Or is it because of that mysterious man? When the pagoda master tore open the jade slip, the spiritual information inside poured out, and after a while, he sneered. Heh. The Holy Realm, I can't think of it for Lin Chen. But he didn't ask about the life and death situation and situation in Kyushu at all. These bullshit messengers have nothing to do with my sky tower. One crushed the jade slip, and the tower owner sneered. During the 3 days, Lin Chen was not idle. Under the lake, Lin Chen opened the system bar. Tiandao Pickup System version 5.0. Host, Lin Chen. Cultivation base, late stage of the second stage of the Battle Emperor realm. Intermediate Battle Chi Essence, 62.33 million points. Ultimate Strength, 3.1 million. Dragon Power. Intermediate Blood Energy, 59.12 million points. Intermediate Mental Power, 31,450 points, the early stage of Tongtian realm. Intermediate Cultivation Technique Essence, 1.68 million points. Intermediate Rune Energy, 3.12 million points. Heavenly Dao Value, 3.46 million points. Talent Points, 3.35 million points. Intermediate Element Energy, Fire 54660 points, Earth 49870 points, Wood 47558 points, Gold 51225 points, Water 119358 points. Lightning 53350 points, Wind 53280 points, Light 41500 points, Dark 43030 points. Exercise Status Bar, Open or Not, Bloodline Status Bar, Open or Not. Passive Talents, Blue Rank, Steel Bone 100%, Blue Rank, Life Increase 200%. Blue Rank, Divine Power 75%, Blue Rank, Emperor Destroyer. Active Talents, Blue Rank, Omen of Stealing, Blue Rank, Ultradimensional. Teleportation, Blue Rank, Deadly Bloodthirsty Fragment, 2/3, Purple Rank. Ultimate Moment, Purple Rank, Ultimate Return, Purple Rank, Rank, Kings. Landing, Cooldown, 26 days, Orange Rank 1 time, God Killer, including 1/3 of the fragments, Quasi-Orange Rank, Life and Death. Trait runes, slowness 5, penetration 5, charge 5, phantom 5. Hold the blank attribute, 3,940 points, can be converted into any attribute. Value at will. Treasures in possession. Now that the attribute value is sufficient, I can try the fusion function. Again. Let's see if I can create a talent combo box. Lin Chen excitedly turned on the fusion function. Lin Chen, who had tasted the sweetness of the talent combo last time, could not wait to have 2 more combo boxes now. System, I'm going to use 100,000 rune energy points, 100,000 Tian Dao points, and 100,000 talent points. Fusion. Boom ding. The fusion is completed, and the host obtains, level 1 rune, war element. Rune. Can consume rune energy to quickly replenish the host's fighting spirit. Cooldown, 30 days. Lin Chen's mouth twitched wildly. What kind of spicy chicken rune is this? There is also a cooldown to restore the fighting spirit? Compared with the talent of extreme returning yuan, it is many grades worse. Breakdown. Disassemble the war element rune and obtain 80,000 points of intermediate rune energy. Lin Chen, come again. This time it's 200,000 rune energy, 200,000 Heavenly Dao value, and 200,000 talent points. Boom. Ding. Consumes 50,000 Heavenly Dao points, the fusion is completed, and the host obtains the passive talent of Qing rank, double cultivation acacia. When interacting with a woman, the host will receive feedback from the fighting spirit, which can help increase her cultivation, and the degree of feedback will depend on the cultivation of the woman. Lin Chen's mouth twitched. Come on. Why is this talent combo box so hard to come up with? And what does this come out of? Double cultivation of acacia? Isn't this asking him to find all kinds of girls for double cultivation? It just doesn't make sense. System, what do you mean? You look down on me, Lin, for having such talent. I'm Lin Chen, the most handsome in history, with an excellent personality, respecting the old and loving the young, and carrying forward traditional culture. Are you looking for a girl to have a relationship and still use the beast of a girl to cultivate? How could I do such a depraved and maddening thing? Who are you looking down on? So, the angry first brother Lin indignantly accepted the talent of double cultivation acacia. System. Then, Lin Chen continued seriously. System, come again. Continue the fusion. Those 3 attribute values are still 200,000 points each. Boom. Ding. Consumes 50,000 Heavenly Dao points, the fusion is completed, and the host obtains passive green level talent. Breakdown. There was another wave of decomposition. Lin Chen gritted his teeth. Damn. Adding extra attributes instead created low-level talents. The randomness of this fusion function is ridiculous. And if he goes on like this, his attribute value is not enough for him to merge several times. This time, in addition to the 3 200,000 point attributes just now, I'll add another 200,000 points of exercise essence. Then I'll combine all the exercises I have on hand. Consumes 90,000 Heavenly Dao points, merges 79 types of low-level purple level exercises, 3 types of intermediate level purple level exercises, 4 types of purple level heart techniques, 400,000 points of soul essence of intermediate level exercises, and 200,000 intermediate level rune energy. Currently held by the host. 200,000 points, Tian Dao value, and 200,000 talent points. Boom. Ding. The fusion is completed, and the purple level high-level low-grade combat skill is obtained, 3-inch tribulation. The power of Cun calamity that can be mobilized to condense is hidden in the meridians, and once activated, the power of an inch calamity can be revealed. This time, Lin Chen actually integrated a new combat technique. Moreover, this combat skill is as high as the advanced purple level. The advanced defensive combat skills of the purple rank are still very few. Throughout the countless historical accumulations of Kyushu, if you want to create a combat skill of this level, unless you are a genius of the sky and specialize in the field of martial arts, you must at least be in the holy realm. Above, there may be no more than 20 kinds of advanced purple level defensive combat skills that exist today. What a powerful combat skill! First cultivate the power of calamity, and then integrate it into the limbs and meridians. As long as you encounter danger, once activated, you can immediately defend against deadly attacks, which is equivalent to preparing the best in advance. Strong defense. After reading the description of 3-inch tribulation carefully, Lin Chen was shocked. The reason why many powerhouses lost their lives was often that after being unable to take on the opponent's attack, it was too late to prepare their strongest defense, so they could only temporarily mobilize the battle chi defense and rely on defensive treasures to resist. This 3-inch robbery is a means of condensing defense in advance, and it is hidden in the body. Once in danger, you can activate your strongest defense with just your thoughts, and even if you encounter a sneak attack, you can instantly protect yourself with the best defense. As expected of a high-level purple level exercise, I am astonished by the profound understanding. However, this is not my goal. Lin Chen accepted the scroll first, and then activated the fusion function. Again, I'm still in danger right now. Talent points and rune energy are both essential attributes for using life-saving cards. This last fusion, if I can't get the talent combo box, I can only give up. This time, Lin Chen's fusion attributes are still 200,000 points of intermediate level martial arts essence, 200,000 points of intermediate level rune energy, 200,000 points of Tian Dao value, and 200,000 points of talent. Boom. Ding. Successful fusion, the host gets. Lin Chen held his breath, this is the last chance. The host gets the orange level talent, God Killer talent fragment, 2/3. My day. Lin Chen exploded with excitement. This is really inadvertently inserting willows and willows. The long-awaited talent combo box can't come, give him a Godslayer talent fragment? This time, a total of 5 times were merged, and a total of 900,000 points of rune energy, Tian Dao value, and talent points were consumed, plus 400,000 martial arts essence. The first 3 attribute values have instantly changed back to more than 2 million points, and fusion is to bet on burning attributes. Lin Chen didn't learn 3-inch tribulation for the first time, because this is not the inheritance of the exercises. If you have to learn it from scratch, it will take at least 10 years for ordinary strong people to get a first glimpse of the door. As for Lin Chen, it takes more than 6 days to consume the essence of the exercises, and the essence of the exercises that Lin Chen has at hand may not be enough. Transferring his spiritual thoughts to his avatar, Lin Chen opened his eyes. After a while. Very good, this is the best result. Brother Long Kuan and his clone have successfully run away, completely withdrew from the Soul family area, and have already begun to escape into the boundary between the wild state and the divine state. During this period of time, he has continued to launch the extreme return to fill the avatar's fighting spirit and keep it in the best condition. In the direction of the extreme eastern region of the soul family, at the end, is the barren state, a vast and infinite continent where countless beast races gather. The area of the barren state is the largest in Kyushu, with a total area close to the two major states, and countless beast races inhabit the barren state. As long as you escape into the barren state, you will basically be out of the soul family's control. Many powerful beast races can make the soul family's search difficult. Long Kuan owns the bloodline of the true flame purple phoenix, keeps flying at an extremely fast speed, and maintains the state of activating the power of the bloodline. After escaping for 3 days, the top powerhouse of the soul family just returned, and then pursue the search again, even if it is 8 layers. It was too late for the Emperor of War to take action. The most important thing is that Lin Chen's avatar can use the golden eye twins, and he can find out the crisis and the location of the opponent one step ahead of others, and can predict in advance. With this purple gold pupil, Lin Chen's avatar has successfully covered Long Kuan retreat. This is the result that Lin Chen most wants to see, because he wants to use his clone to display his superdimensional teleportation talent. Ultradimensional teleportation can only fix 2 spatial positions. After Lin Chen erased the spatial coordinates of the Sky Tower, there is only one left. And that is in the abyss near the sacred monument of town boundary, number 47. Therefore, he needs new spatial coordinates, and as long as the clone arrives, he can point out new coordinates. If Long Kuan is caught up by the Soul Clan powerhouse, he can also let the clone immediately fix the coordinates near him, return to Long Kuan with the talent of superdimensional teleportation, and escape together. However, in this case, Lin Chen could not implement the next plan. And Long Kuan's successful escape is the best result. Because next, Lin Chen's goal is Soul Family Headquarters. Brother Chen, I want to go straight to the headquarters of the Soul Family and copy the fucking old. These guys who used to be dogs for false gods. Slaughter as much as they can. In Lin Chen's eyes, the ruthlessness of being barefooted and not afraid of wearing shoes is revealed. Is he going to do the opposite? At a time when everyone thought he was running away, who would have thought that he would dare to kill at the Soul Family headquarters? At this time, the Soul Home is an empty city. The strong people come out and all leave, leaving a group of old and young disabled at home. For these people, Lin Chen, a 10-good young man, has a very good way of respecting the old and loving the young. The weak state and injuries were fully recovered. Lin Chen launched the GoldenEye twins and jumped out of the lake after confirming that there was no strong top powerhouse around and in the Soul Family headquarters. He continued to maintain the blue dragon's shadow, and the whole person was like a transparent ray of wind, blowing towards the headquarters of the Soul Family. The headquarters of the Soul Family is hidden in the Yunqing Valley. It is said that this place was once established by the Yunsan in the history of Kyushu, and was later occupied by the confidants cultivated by the false gods. The mist filled the air. Lin Chen was hiding in the void and flying, approaching the Yunqing Valley, as if entering the endless sea of clouds. When he released his fighting spirit and spiritual power to investigate, it was like a mud cow entering the sea, and there was no movement at all. As expected of the headquarters of the Soul Family, it is somewhat mysterious. Even the spiritual power cannot penetrate. It is indeed a good place. Lin Chen shook his head and laughed. There is a huge amount of aura and mist in Yunxing Valley, forming a natural protection area. It is the best choice to arrange the headquarters of the Soul family here. With a swipe of the palm of his hand, Lin Chen urged the Golden Eye twins. And 2 secret passages extended out of the endlessly surging sea of clouds. Lin Chen continued to urge the Golden Eye twins to see through the situation. In the secret passage, one secret path leads to the main hall of the Soul family, and the other secret path leads to the secret halls of the major attics in the rear hall of the Soul family. What is very mysterious is that the 2 secret paths are shaking and shaking, changing all the time. Lin Chen clearly saw that in the many attics and secret halls, there are pearly spiritual essences shining, and there are countless treasures hidden in them. This is all the background of the Soul family since its establishment. Hit the Soul home headquarters. If this were put on the outside, ordinary people would not even dare to think about it. Even the people of the Soul family know the headquarters family is very few. Basically only the elders of the War Emperor and the descendants of the false gods are likely to know about this place. Not to mention what kind of powerful existence exists in this mysterious headquarters. Hey, young master, this time, I'm going to shave off the special old bottom. They don't even have a single hair left. Lin Chen, who activated the 9 tribulation eyes again, confirmed that there was no other danger in the sea of clouds, maintained the state of Blue Dragon's shadow repellent, eliminated the breath of the whole body. Like a transparent ray of wind, jumped into the second bridge of the sea of clouds. Swept all the way, and directly chose the secret road of Yunqiao, leading to the apse. It is estimated that no one in the Soul family would have thought this young War Emperor who destroyed the true God's blessing ceremony, not only did not escape, but directly sneaked into the rear of the Soul family with a backhand wave and took away the inheritance of the saints of the town's holy monument. What's even more terrifying is he is not withdrawn from the inheritance of the saint. Want to go to the Soul home headquarters alone? Lin Chen's move is not only crazy, if outsiders know about it, he will simply lose his ambition. The Emperor of War too went straight to the headquarters of the Soul family? No storyteller dares to brag like that. At the end of the cloud bridge of the secret road, there are 3 mountain tops lined up. On the top of the mountain, there are 2 attics side by side. And on the top of the mountain, in the middle, stands a hall with countless chains. And above the 3 peaks, all are actually beautiful female sculptures. Moreover, their delicate bodies are naked and have no vitality. These are the women who are admired in Kyushu. Damn, how many people has this shit fake got harmed? Lin Chen's eyes were burning with anger, and when he thought that Ning Qingxian would become like this in the future, he raised his hand and slammed a fist. His fist turned into a dragon. Sigh. Bang. Lin Chen blasted all the way, smashing all these female sculptures, not a single one. After these women were tortured to death, they were left in the world with the most desperate attitude, and their naked bodies were placed here like works of art, which is a complete trampling and insult to their lives. Huh? Who dares to break into my Soul family's secret pavilion? With a cold drink, 3 Soul elders, from the late stage of the 5th stage, flashed out of the secret pavilion. Lin Chen released his clones, and the 5-stage transformation was superimposed at the ultimate moment, temporarily advancing to the late stage of the 3rd stage. The lackeys of the false gods should all be damned. With a gun in hand, Lin Chen's fighting spirit is soaring. The purple phoenix wings flapped behind him, and Lin Chen turned into a purple flame of moonlight. What? The 3 of them were shocked. What kind of triple war emperor is this? The speed is so terrifying. Lin Chen formed an encirclement with the 3 clones in an instant, and in cooperation with Qinglong's Swanking Glangjiu, in only 10 rounds, he smashed 3 5th-layer late-stage battle emperors to scum. After the 5-layer transformation was lifted, Lin Chen took away the attribute light ball without turning his head, and went straight into the secret pavilion. Between the attics, Lin Chen smashed the door of the first secret room with 1 foot, and colorful rays of light came into view. This secret room has a wide range, and various crystal cabinets are submerged and erected on the wall. In these crystal cabinets, there are countless rare and exotic minerals and high-end weapons. The lowest level is also the top-level existence of the 6th order, most of which are fighting spirits and high-level ores above the 7th order. Receive. Lin Chen activated the nailing ring, and a burst of silver light flickered, but he failed to collect it. From the solid space crystal wall, space ripples appeared. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, and he punched him violently. Boom! Boom! The ground shook, the secret room swayed, and the fist wind that penetrated the earth veins bombarded the crystal cabinet, but there was no trace of it being broken. There is a space barrier, at least the space barrier set by the 7th or even 8th Battle Emperor. It's really tough. If there is no specific method for the Soul family to open it, it is difficult to break through the hard bomb. Lin Chen frowned. Now he doesn't have time to break all these space barriers and take them one by one. It is estimated that I will only be able to break through the space barrier of 1 or 2 crystal counters by bombarding it with all my strength. There are still 3 secret pavilions. When do I have to hit it? Or should I only hit the most precious ones and run away after grabbing them? When Lin Chen was thinking about the idea quickly, just when Lin Chen was about to evacuate and search for the most advanced secret room to capture the treasure, a thought in his heart suddenly exploded like a thunder. Grass. I'm really too handsome, so handsome I become stupid. Why didn't I think of this trick? With a flash, Lin Chen came to the first crystal counter, which contained a quasi-7th order weapon. Lin Chen placed his palm on the space barrier of the crystal cabinet, and activated the decomposition function in a single thought. Consume 170 Heavenly Dao points, decompose the quasi-tier 7 battle weapon Tianlan Yunhai, and obtain 70 water energy points, 300 talent points. Sure enough, the decomposition function of the system, as long as you are in close contact, you can ignore the space enchantment decomposition target. Lin Chen was shocked. Mom, it's so cool. Disc fuck. Lin, someone, is going to do it today until the Soul family's vitality is severely damaged. 1 step to the stomach. Not only do you have to chop the sacred mountain, destroy the ceremony, but also turn over the old bottom of your family and scrape the ground cleanly. And then reverse the first 10 Soul family hall. Just to get the Soul family not a hair left. System, from now on, decompose the whole process for me. Don't stop. If my fingers touch anything, even if it's an ant, I have to decompose a few attribute values for Lao Tzu. Crap. I'm going to get the fuck. All of the Soul family have kidney deficiency. Lin Chen slapped his hands violently, touching all the way. Every time his palm touched a crystal cabinet, the internal weapons and high-level ores were decomposed into attribute light balls and incorporated into his body. Attribute values skyrocketed. The whole process is hurricane, and it can't stop at all. Regardless of whether you have a 10,000-year-old heritage or a 100,000-year-old background, all of them have to become someone's attribute. Value today. The decomposition function of the system cannot be used on intelligent beings. Nor can it be used on things that have masters. However, all the items placed in these secret pavilions are the inventory and collections that the Soul Clan looted from various forces. They are used to reward and stimulate the development of the Soul Clan. All are unowned things. Decomposition, unimpeded. There are 4 floors in this attic, and Lin Chen decomposed all the way to the 4th floor. Above the 4th floor, there are all treasures and weapons of the 7th order intermediate and lower ranks, and there are even a small number of 7th order advanced weapons. In addition, there are even the legendary 7th order top-level ores that are hard to find for thousands of years. However, there are only weapons above the top level of the 7th rank. The existence of this rank is rare in Kyushu, and even if the Soul family has it, it is held by individual core characters and ancestors. Moreover, the space enchantment here is more powerful. The space barriers here are all carefully set by the Battle Emperor above the 8th level, and it is difficult for Lin Chen to break it in a short time. What's even more terrifying is that Lin Chen urged Zijintong to find out that in some crystal cabinets, there is a jade slip of war spirit, which was made by the 9-layer War Emperor. If it is forcibly broken open, it will cause a battle gas explosion. The battle gas attack of the 9-layer War Emperor may damage more than half of the weapons and top-level ores inside. Even if it is stolen, it will be of little value. It's really cruel. If it's stolen, I'd rather destroy it than leave it to others. It's a pity that whether the space barrier is destroyed is the key to triggering the battle spirit jade slip. I, Lin, don't need to touch the space barrier at all. The palm rested on the surface of a crystal cabinet with a 7th order top ore, and the decomposition function was activated. Consume 3540 Heavenly Dao points, decompose the 7th order top or water, and fire mysterious essence, and obtain 1500 Heavenly Dao points, 1000 water element energy, 1200 ignition element energy, 1150 gold element energy, and 39850 battle chi essence. The 7th order top ore, once decomposed, allows Lin Chen to obtain extremely rich attribute values. There are 3 types of intermediate element attribute values, which can reach 1000 points. This is too cool, ha ha ha. Happy. Decomposition. Decomposition. Decompose it. All for me. It doesn't matter if you can't get these high-level weapons, Lin Chen decomposes them all and turns them into his own attribute values. When Lin Chen disassembled the last 7th order high-grade weapon, the selfless sword, the system popped up a light screen. Congratulations to the host who has entered the early stage of the 3-level Battle Emperor cultivation realm. Apologize to brother swordsman. Battle Emperor, triple cultivation base. The remains of more than 400 war emperors were decomposed from Li Chongqing's sacred monument. After successive battles against the Soul family emperors, the entire secret pavilion of the Soul family was decomposed, and only then did he step into the 3rd level of cultivation. Boom! Lin Chen smashed the wall with one punch and swept towards the 2nd secret pavilion. One person's decomposition efficiency is too low. The system, turn on automatic decomposition and apply to all clones. The moment the order was issued, the 3 clones guarded outside immediately poured into the other 3 secret pavilions. The system has synchronized all the phantom clones of the host and fully opened the decomposition function. The second secret pavilion is a collection of medicinal materials, medicinal herbs, and countless treasures of heaven and earth. Lin Chen's avatar ran all the way, his palm touched the cabinet, swept everything, and broke down all the way to the end. The attribute value can't stop soaring. The third secret pavilion is a collection of exercises and spiritual methods. From the low-level and low-level cultivation techniques of the purple level, to the top-level intermediate-level combat skills of the purple level, and even complete mental techniques, and 2 high-level low-grade combat skills of the purple order. Where someone Lin and his avatar have been, that is, they go to the kiln alone, and leave no one behind. All broken down. The fourth secret pavilion is the alchemy fingerprints and the high-level ferocious beast nuclear collection. The alchemy handprint, the lowest, is also the green level intermediate, the highest. There is a roll of purple level low-level superb. The alchemy fingerprints above the middle level of the purple rank are extremely precious, and even the pseudo-god family has no background. In the Sky Tower, it is an astronomical amount of sky coins. Each volume of alchemy handprints is rich in high-quality spiritual energy. Attribute light balls, because to record a roll of alchemy handprints, it takes a long time to use a lot of mental power to engrave records. Lin Chen's avatar is decomposed frantically all the way, not a single volume is left. The Soul Family collection has hundreds of volumes of alchemy handprints, and each volume is high quality when they are sold, but Lin Chen can't take a single volume. The first time he saw it, he felt a little pity. However, he is ruthless. Since you can't take it away in the form of an attribute light ball. In addition to the alchemy fingerprints, the fourth secret pavilion also houses a large number of vicious beast cores above the sixth order top. These ferocious beast cores are all high-quality products, 15-20 pieces below the 7th rank, and 315 pieces above the 7th rank. Just talking about the beast core, it is equivalent to more than 300 war emperors. Lin Chen, still break it all down. No hair left. Congratulations to the host, you have entered the middle stage of the 3-layer war emperor. The secret treasures of the 4 secret pavilions are all decomposed, and the massive attribute value harvested is simply unprecedented. Even Lin Chen's terrifyingly strong cultivation base has been firmly promoted to the 3rd level midterm cultivation base. Break 2 realms in a row. This time, it took about 2 million Heavenly Dao points just to decompose many exotic treasures. If it wasn't for the decomposition, treasure itself and its own Heavenly Dao attribute value, Lin Chen had returned nearly 1 million points, otherwise there would be more than 100,000 points left. Boom. Roar. Long Xiao shook the sky, and the fight outside the secret pavilion was in full swing. Damn, what kind of dragon is this one? When did it sneak in? What's the matter? Someone has invaded our soul's warehouse backup. At this time, all the elders have gone out. Damn it, even if there is an old ancestor in charge, it will not be the turn of a 7th order intermediate dragon clan to be presumptuous in our soul family. Not good. Its dragon sword is about to come over again, ah. The screams and mourning resounded through the edge of the cloud bridge, the momentum of the battle went straight to the sky, and the ground shook. The elders who have already started to have the soul family come one after another. However, most of these elders are below the 5th layer war emperor, even if a dozen or so in groups, they have to be blocked or even massacred by the dragon emperor. Has it been discovered, but the top powerhouses haven't returned yet? I, Lin, have already emptied this place, and there is only one secret hall left. No. One can break through the encirclement if the 7th layer battle emperor is out. Lin Chen is urging the 5th layer transformation again. This time, the clone cultivation level breaks through the 4th layer early stage. The 3 clones immediately flashed out to support the Dragon Emperor, constantly resisting the surging Soul Clan powerhouse. It's him? The kid who ruined the blessing ceremony of the great true god of my soul family. Damn, how did he get in? The natural mist outside doesn't have the special way to enter my soul house, but even the 7th layer war emperor can get lost in it. Despise Shenwei. This son is despising my soul family's Shenwei. We must implicate hundreds of clans, abolish his cultivation, and let him kneel in front of the monument for 10,000 years to atone for his sins. When they saw Lin Chen's avatar, all the Soul Clan war emperors seemed to have gone crazy with chicken blood, and rushed towards his avatar at a high speed. The true God faith that they admired in their hearts was tainted by this son, even if they sacrificed their lives for this. The Cloud Bridge battle, the sky is falling apart. But no matter how they attacked, a corpse of the Emperor of War was blocked by Lin Chen's 3 clones, and the Dragon Emperor like a chicken. The elders of the Soul family were furious, even hysterical. In the past, when any supreme elder of the Soul family was in charge, how could it be possible for this son to be presumptuous? But unfortunately, the ancestors of their Soul family with the 9th level cultivation have all recently left Shenzhou because of the tasks sent by the great true God, and even the few supreme elders with the 8th level cultivation have also died because of the wrath of the true God. Searching for the whereabouts of this child with all my strength. Unexpectedly, this kid didn't run away at all. I don't even know what kind of weird method he used, but he dared to sneak into their soul home headquarters. But he still sneaked into the most important, forbidden warehouse. And Lin Chen himself rushed into the ancient temple on the top of the middle mountain. He could vaguely feel that in the ancient temple, there are some powerful auras and the light of attribute light balls. Brush. The purple phoenix wings fluttered and flashed into the ancient hall. The hall was 1,000 feet high, and the chains formed by the spiritual energy spar around maintained a simple and vicissitudes of life altar. At this moment, Lin Chen's pupils shrank. What appeared in front of him was a heart-like turquoise spar. No, it should be said, an aquamarine heart? The green heart is beating with green veins all over its body, as if it has life. Behind the emerald green heart is a steel that is full of energy, and even engraved with 3 simple and vigorous characters, Fengshen tablet. And that heart, the energy chain wrapped around the surface, connects the entire altar one after another, and its energy core goes straight to the ground. Grass. Fuck. When Lin Chen probed with the golden-eyed twins, he was so angry that he couldn't help but curse. This heart is absorbing the energy of the subterranean core of Shenzhou. The spirit crystals circulated in the Kyushu continent are trading currencies. And spirit crystals are derived from spirit crystal or veins. If the core energy of the continent is absorbed, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth will become increasingly thin, and the output of spirit crystals will continue to decrease. This emerald green heart, every time it beats, is absorbing a massive amount of Earth's core spiritual energy. It's the ghost of that false god. Could it be that this is what the sages of the Holy Realm said to use the Kyushu continent to heal? Lin Chen gritted his teeth, and suddenly, his eyes narrowed, and inside this Emerald green heart, he discovered the light of the attribute light ball. However, because the aura was too strong, he couldn't see the approximate type of the attribute light ball inside. The energy contained in this emerald green heart is too terrifying. Even if Lin Chen can forcibly take part of it for refining, he will not have the time to absorb it. When Lin Chen turned to look at the stone tablet that was so arrogant, there was a very disdainful arc on the corner of his mouth. Function card, a good function card, draw the energy of Shenzhou mainland to heal your wounds, invade Shenzhou after your injury recovers, and call yourself function on the spot? Lin Chen laughed in anger. He spun the tip of the spear in his hand, and swung the 5-color dragon spear violently. There's no need for such a shit-like place to exist. I'll make you a god, and after today, you'll be almost as good as a fucking dog. Lin Chen's eyes were full of fierceness, and the 5-colored dragon spear slashed into the sky, and with a single move, the 79-style moon breaking the heavenly river, slammed into the top of the hall. Boom! Boom! Lin Chen fired 5 shots in a row, and the entire hall was split open by him. All the Soul Clan war emperors who were still fighting at the Cloud Bridge were taken aback for a moment. Hey! Isn't that the forbidden altar? That kid actually sneaked in there? No, Mortals, you can't blaspheme the power of the gods. That's where the will of the gods resides. Many old souls screamed and shouted hysterically. I saw that the hall, which was split in two, collapsed. When the altar was revealed, the emerald green heart also appeared in front of everyone. In front of the god seal. Behind the green heart, Lin Chen stood on an energy chain. He held the gun in one hand, with his left leg in front and his right leg in the back, forming an upright line, with his toes touching his heels. The young man was smiling, with white teeth and lips. His posture was extremely elegant, dignified, handsome and unrestrained, wearing snow-white gloves, and gently wiping his 5-color dragon spear. Like the most professional pool player wiping his cue, like a teenager in first love stroking his lover's arm. Very light and gentle. Afterwards, he raised his hips and tucked his waist in a very standard action. He held the gun body with his right hand, and placed the front part of the gun body between his thumb and index fingers in his left hand. I have a gift for the people of Kyushu. The teenager laughed. His smile is very handsome, very pure, and even a little coquettish. Boom! Dragon Force explosion. He's out of the rod. Lin Chen stabbed the green heart with a shot. At this moment, all the Soul Family battle emperors were stunned in place, with despair in the corners of their twitching mouths and sluggish eyes. The tip of the gun slammed through the green heart, sputtering out endless energy fluctuations. Boom! The earth's veins vibrated and the valleys roared, as if billions of volcanoes erupted, as if thousands of giant dragons were flying, condensing in an instant eruption. The emerald green heart violently exploded with infinite energy, and a beam of light erupted from the center of the heart, rushing straight into the sky. This beam of light shook the void, rushing out of the sea of clouds, out of the Soul Family headquarters, out of the extreme eastern region of Shenzhou, and directly to the starry sky in the center of Shenzhou. Boom! The beam of light exploded, and the earth-shattering sound was like a hurricane crossing the border, sweeping from the sky and crashing down from under the starry sky. At the moment when the beam of light exploded, countless dazzling emerald green rays of light fell like a small flower, like a lotus flower gradually blooming, scattered to every part of the entire Shenzhou. Like thousands of meteors blooming from the middle of the starry sky, at the Moment of the explosion, more than half of the trillions of people in China witnessed this scene. The emerald green light is beautiful and scattered to every part of the mainland of China. These green energies nourish the land of China and take care of the territory of China. Some people are on the verge of death, and after being illuminated by the emerald green light, they are filled with vitality and come back to life. Some people stop at the bottleneck for thousands of years, the green light flashes, and they break through the cultivation base in situ. Some people are highly poisoned, and the toxin subsides when the green light shines. These were the accumulations of spiritual energy that belonged to China's own continent. Now, in the most splendid and dazzling way, it has been returned to all the citizens of Shenzhou. The residual green light in the sky slowly condenses to form a large character of energy. Looking down on life and death is my attitude towards life. If I don't accept it, it's my performance art. Lin Chen. It's not over yet. It's time to let everyone in the Kyushu continent know who is the most handsome man. Lin Chen was overflowing with rage, and while bursting with laughter, he stabbed 7 shots in a row like lightning, and slammed into the sky in the form of 7 green beams of light in different directions. This time, the beam of light spanned the sky and sprayed the direction of the 7 states. For the last step, let's give everyone in Lingzhou a welcome gift. Lin Chen held the guns in both hands, swept them sharply, and slammed the gun on the emerald green heart. Boom! The most dazzling and blazing aquamarine beam of light rushed to the sky, and quickly swept to the direction of Lingzhou. Boom! 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 The emerald green glow continued to explode in the sky of the Kyushu continent, and countless energy poured out in every big state, and the majestic energy aftertaste formed a series of large characters. In the high sky of Mingzhou, countless hidden world powerhouses and ancient mathematicians cast their gazes with interest or shock, staring at the high altitude energy characters. In the sky and the ground, I am the only handsome guy. Lin Chen. In the starry sky of the blood state, the green energy dilutes the bloody slaughter. This continent that has been slaughtering and chaotic has ushered in a brief period of peace. Countless creatures have stopped fighting because they are nourished by the scattered energy glow. When they looked up at the starry sky and urged their fighting spirit to wait and see, the big characters of energy appeared. I bloom in the killing, like a flower at dawn. Lin Chen. Yunzhou is high in the sky, the sea of clouds is surging, but it is pierced by the emerald green light, which turns into aurora, and finally explodes the clouds, and the majestic energy rain flowers adorn every piece of land on the continent. The top casting giants, the casting business groups, and the top battle royale killers all looked up. The emerald green glowing energy characters reflect half of the continent's sky. He is so handsome that the sky is boundless, and I am the peak of pretending to be the peak. The arrogant handsome, waiting for you to beat him. Lin Chen. Ningzhou, the quiet and lifeless island high in the sky, a beam of green energy suddenly passed through, alarming many strong people who were still exploring in the secret realm. Especially in the void somewhere in Mingzhou, a ferocious, extremely powerful existence suddenly opened his eyes. When the blue-green energy beam exploded, the energy tide scattered in the land of the underworld, illuminating those dark areas, showing a few energy characters. The core energy is also suitable for setting off fireworks. Lin Chen. God fucking set off fireworks. This sentence makes the false gods from outside Kyushu numb their scalps and grit their teeth. In Tianzhou, the most peaceful state, the major sects are still busy teaching their own talents. At this moment, a bunch of green aurora pierced the sky and fell straight into the sky of Tianshu Academy in Tianzhou, blooming in the whole Tianzhou, attracting countless young Tianjiao men and women to look up at the sky. They couldn't help but shine. It is not only the major sects in Tianzhou who look up at the stars, but also an academy located in Lingyun Mountain in Tianzhou. This place is the branch of Tianga Academy in Tianzhou. A group of young handsome men and women in the branch looked up at the dazzling emerald green aurora in the sky, and the cunning and agile girl in red couldn't help but exclaim, "It's so beautiful, what is this?" The girl in red is Lin from class 66. I haven't seen her for more than a year, and she has lost a bit of her youthfulness, and her enchanting charm has become more of a disaster for the country and the people, but the ancient spirits and monsters carved in her bones have not changed. What a strong energy, it seems to be about to explode. Yun Manqing, who was wearing a soft long dress beside Lin, said worriedly, like a princess from a neighboring country, looking at the city. Tianzhou has always been peaceful, how can it usher in such a huge energy fluctuation? The glamorous and beautiful cheeks reveal a bit of doubt, and the beauty and temperament of the beauty are all otherworldly, such as quietly hiding in the bright moon above the snow-capped mountains, with a touching glance, and hope for emotional chaos. It can be seen from a distance, but cannot be approached. Many of Tianzhou's favored sons know that there is only one person in their hearts for these beauties with the best temperament and beauty in the world. That is, he once created a legend against the sky, the one who killed 2 emperors, the only orange honor student in the history of Tianga Academy, Lin Chen from Lingzhou. Bang! The green aurora exploded, and the powerful energy fluctuations alarmed countless powerhouses in Tianzhou. More than 50 battle emperors broke through in an instant and looked at the current situation in shock. That splendid emerald green light is like a dazzling sky when it illuminates the earth. It nourishes countless creatures. This is the nuclear energy that belongs to Dazhou. Some old monster-level war emperors lost their voices in shock. If you want to extract this level of energy, at least the 8th and 9th battle emperors will do. And one alone is not enough. How could such precious energy fly towards them in Tianzhou? When an even more surprising scene emerged, the people of Tianzhou were stunned in place. After the afterglow of the emerald green light dissipated, a few large characters of energy remained. My practice relies on picking it up. Lin Chen. All my exercises rely on picking up? Everyone in class 66 was startled. Afterwards, everyone's expressions were filled with ecstasy and excitement. And Yun Manqing even covered it with her jade hands, crying with joy. Can't go wrong. Use Earth's core energy as fireworks. In the entire Kyushu continent, only one person can do such a thing. That is their class leader of class 66, Lin Chen. The boys in class 66 shouted in ecstasy, and shouted in excitement. The girls hugged and cheered, their pretty faces flushed and their hearts throbbing. The squad leader is awesome. Ha ha ha. My God. This is too exciting, isn't Brother Lin Chen in Shenzhou? Could it be that this light came from Shenzhou? Only what we can't think of, there's nothing the squad leader can't do. Squad leader Lin Chen is the most handsome in the world. The single-player king is the most handsome in the world. We've got a traitor. Hit him. Danzhou, as always, the crowd is full of people and it is very lively. A green aurora traversed, and the explosion of the heavens and the earth shook. The sky, and the green energy frenzy surged above Xingdan City in Danzhou, alarming countless powerhouses. Those who have been hidden for a long time, the masters of alchemy, the powerhouses lurking in the dark, and those who have participated have turned to the high sky of Xingdan City. Within the energy tide, there are several energy characters faintly lifted into the air. Kyushu pretends to force someone to be the peak, and when he sees Lin, he finally becomes empty. Lin Chen. Lin Chen. This name is too dazzling for Danzhou. Now, he has made people in Danzhou and Kyushu know him in a way that is even more dazzling and bizarre, and even people can't even think of it. Lin Chen. This is destined to be a day that will go down in history. This name shines on the entire Kyushu. Lingzhou Starry Sky, the war emperors of the two camps are in the battle, and when a green beam of light is blazing, it suddenly explodes. So shocked that the war emperors from all walks of life retreated. When the light shines down, the aftermath of the energy is connected into a large character of energy. I'll be back. Lin Chen. The vice president of the floating void smiled slightly. Well, our entire Lingzhou is waiting for you. Solholm headquarters, secret pavilion altar. Someone Lin wiped the gun in his hand and was refreshed. This was probably the coolest and most enjoyable game of billiards he had ever played. The most handsome man will play the most hanging billiards. The strongest energy has to put off the most dazzling fireworks. The coolest teenager will continue the craziest legend. Chapter 607, Heaven gave birth to me, Li Chongqing, and the way of the sword is as bright as the moon. The Sky Tower, inside the void secret room. The mysterious tower master who saw the head and the tail of the dragon suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were sharp, one eye penetrated the void, and he stared at the Solholm area. This essence of energy deep in the core of the ley line comes from the soul family? Could it be that? The tower master's figure flashed, and he instantly escaped from the sky tower. Somewhere on a small space plane, above a sacred mountain, a sharp scream sounded. Ah! Damn it, who is it? My sacred heart, who is it? Which bastard moved the energy sacred heart of this seat? In the darkness, a small and thin figure appeared faintly, with a murderous aura. His eyes are like ghost fires in the dark night, igniting faintly. His eyes seemed to penetrate the void and see through to the mainland of China. When he turned his eyes to the headquarters of the Soul Clan, when the conferred God card was located, the short figure shook his shoulders, his breath shattered the sacred mountain, and the plane exploded. It's that human kid, Lin Chen? It's you again, it's you again. This seat has been in the holy world for countless years. Which round will get you such a ruthless child who dares to destroy the sacred heart of this seat, and I will destroy you today. The low roar like a beast shattered the entire space plane, and the short figure stepped on it, and the figure seemed to be moving around. In the starry sky outside Kyushu, several figures with auras in different stars or different spaces opened their eyes one after another, casting shocking and suspicious gazes. Strange, why did the old man leave? Didn't I wait for the agreement to launch a general attack after 200,000 years? Why did he take the lead? The situation is not right, the old man's family is in trouble. Sigh. Boom boom boom. The space was cracked, and a divine light that contained endless heavenly might shuttled from outside the starry sky to the sky of Shenzhou. The world of Shenzhou fell into chaos, as if the wrath of the sky was brewing. Many people in the world were trembling, and many believers of false gods in the extreme eastern region fell to their knees, because this power was exactly The same as the breath that descended on the true God mountain that day. It was their great true God who was angry. It's over, the wrath of the true God is about to come to China. It's all you. Lin Chen, how can you anger Shenwei? It's the great true God who bestowed everything on the Kyushu continent. Those who despise the true God creator deserve to die. I am willing to sacrifice my life to pray for the wrath of the true God to kill him. In the dimly lit Far East region, countless false God believers fell to their knees. The pseudo-god of the Soul family wants to forcibly come to Shenzhou. Even at the cost of increasing injuries, we must kill Lin Chen at all costs. At this moment, several auras lurking in the depths of the continent of Kyushu quietly awakened: Mingzhou, Xuezhou, Huangzhou, Mingzhou, Lingzhou. Its perception has locked Shenzhou. OM. The 47 town boundary sacred monuments in the border area of the Soul family suddenly throbbed, and thousands of beams of light bloomed from the vicinity of the town boundary holy monument. In the beam of light, there was a figure in a blue shirt, with his hands behind his back, his long hair in a shawl, elegant and unrestrained. There is no scabbard around his waist, but he is sharp. When he stood proudly in the heaven and earth, his will spread like waves, and ripples spread throughout the entire Kyushu continent. At this moment, all the swordsmen in the Kyushu mainland, surpassing the Tiangang realm, whether it is the Knife Sovereign or the Knife Emperor, all the sabers on their bodies chanted and worshipped in the direction of Shenzhou, making a loud dragon cry. This is a sign of surrender to the Tao of the sword. Countless swordsmen cast their shocking and fanatical gazes in the direction of Shenzhou. On the continent of Kyushu, there are 100 saints from ancient times. 3 sword saints, and only 1 sword saint, Li Chongxing. Stronger than the Tower Master of the Sky, he was shocked on the spot. Knife Saint Li Chongxing's senior spiritual will is about to be shot. In front of the sacred monument in the town boundary, the man in the blue shirt stretched out his hand towards the sky. Mingyue, borrow a knife. The dimly lit Shenzhou suddenly emitted a bright moonlight, illuminating the dim Shenzhou. Thousands of seas tumbling, with a radius of 1 million miles, hundreds of millions of water system energies revolve like a galaxy of energy, and converge in the hands of Li Chongxing. He uses the regionalization blade and the sky as the front. The sea is the handle, and the moonlight is the knife. The man in blue slashed with a knife in one hand, slashing out. Mirror Moon Edict. This knife, the moon shines on China. The light of the knife is like the moon of water, bright and transparent. The sword chi flashed for thousands of miles, and it shot up to the sky. The small figure burst out with a hoarse roar. Damn Li Chongxing! You have to stand in this Shenzhou even to death. He suddenly grabbed a palm from the starry sky, twisting the azure aura of life and death between his 5 fingers, and the giant winged phantom that covered the sky above the Soul House spread out, as if a star fell into the world, shaking the continental plate, suddenly rushed to that peerless knife. Sigh. Tear. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no turmoil in 10 directions, only a bright moon illuminated the darkness, easily tore apart the giant winged phantom, and split open the entire sky. Hey! Li Chongxing, Li Chongxing! I hate it. When this sage enters Kyushu, he will definitely chew the bones of your Kyushu swordsmen and drink the blood of Kyushu swordsmen. The dark little figure screamed shrilly, turning into a beam of light and escaping into the void. On the horizon, a space crack like an abyss opened. The left side of the crack is the sun, and the right side is the bright moon. It seems to have subverted the universe. At this noon, there is a vision of the sun and the moon being on the same level. The brilliance of the moonlight overshadows the brilliance of the blazing sun. Countless Daofeng's sharp breaths rose from the land of Shenzhou, which was the fluctuation of the swordsman's fighting spirit to break through the shackles. Countless swordsmen fell to their knees. Tears filled my eyes. Boom. 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 There are also 13 Warqi rainbow lights standing like the sky, straight into the sky. How could a half-emperor step into the War Emperor realm? Senior Li Chongqing, it really is a bright moon in the way of the sword in Kyushu. The tower owner of the sky tower in the distance set off a storm in his heart. All the swordsmen who have witnessed this sword have made breakthroughs in different fields, and 13 half-step battle emperors have simultaneously broken through the realm of the Knife King. The verve, power, and truth of the sword of this sword have split the 13 sword emperors of Shenzhou. The endless pseudo-god believers stared at this scene in a daze. The great true god was actually forced back by this sword. The man in green shirt put his hands behind his back. Lang Ran laughed. Ha ha ha. Heaven gave birth to me, Li Chongqing, and the way of the sword is as bright as the moon. The laughter faded away, the man in the blue shirt disappeared, and the light of the sacred monument in the town was dimmed again, and it was about to disappear into the heaven and earth. Inside the altar of Soul Family headquarters, all the Soul Family battle emperors who rushed here to support them all froze in place. They witnessed with their own eyes that the emerald green heart was stabbed by Lin Chen with a few shots. When the emerald heart died, the tall conferred god card appeared. At this time, the conferred god card has already lost its pretentious divine power, and only a fierce killing spear is left. Before the conferred god card, the young man was wearing a silver robe, holding a 5-color dragon spear, and the smile on the corner of his mouth did not hide his arrogant overbearing. On the conferred god card behind him, there are only a series of vigorous and simple characters left. Lin Chen is engraved on the tablet of the gods, and if I have Lin Chen, there will be no gods. At this moment, the history of Kyushu opens a new era. Taking back the GoldenEye twins, Lin Chen's heart was surging, and he had infinite respect in his heart. Senior Li Chongqing is worthy of being the only sword saint in the ancient times of my Kyushu. Then, Lin Chen turned to look at the cracked green heart. At this time, the energy was lost, the energy chain was broken, and the core energy of the continent had returned to the ground. It is not that simple to extract it. Again. Lin Chen smashed the cracked green heart with one shot. The orange beam of light suddenly bloomed, and 2 treasure chests inlaid with orange spar suspended into the void. Lin Chen opened his mouth and froze in place. It's a fucking big deal. Inside this green heart, the light of Nizang's attribute light ball turned out to be an orange crystal treasure chest. And 2? This wave of entering the headquarters of the Soul family really made a lot of money. Lin Chen felt ecstasy in his heart, whether it was destroying the pseudo-sacred heart that extracted the energy of the mainland's core, or copying the old bottom of the Soul family, and these 2 orange crystal treasure chests. They were all great gains. Open the orange crystal treasure chest to obtain one-time orange level talent, God Killer Fragment, April 3rd. Open the orange crystal treasure chest and get 1 talent combo box. Godslayer Fragment. Talent combo box. The treasures from the orange crystal treasure chest have never disappointed Lin Chen. 2 moves to kill the gods are talented. Now I can activate the Godslayer twice, and there is 1 move to kill the life and death. That's enough. Now I have enough strength to fight back to Lingzhou. In Lin Chen's eyes, a domineering killing intent bloomed. Perhaps after entering the Sky Pagoda for a period of time with his own savings, the height of growth will be stronger, but the worry about Lingzhou and Bai Ruoyan can no longer tolerate Lin Chen's heart to wait any longer. Bloody sky, imperial bones everywhere. The battle emperors that the Soul family came to support, now there are only 2 mid-level battle emperors left. Lin Chen, Lingzhou. You are courting death. An angry thunder-like cold drink resounded through the sky, the star robes blue, and a middle-aged man with sword eyebrows and star eyes stepped into the air, and he was actually the Sword Emperor in the middle stage of the 7th level of the Soul family. He is the elder who left the Soul home area to search for Lin Chen's figure. And the position is the nearest 7th layer War Emperor. He has a warehouse in charge of the forbidden area of the Soul family. After the accident in the Soul family secret pavilion, he will return as soon as possible. The moment he turned back to the Soul home, he was shocked and angry. He really did not expect that this child has not left. Destroying the sacred mountain, taking away the inheritance of the sacred monument, and all the powerhouses of the Soul family agree that this son's goal is for the sacred monument. When he wants to pursue and kill him, he can. Still stageth sound east and west? When he saw the words Lin Chen engraved on the Fengshen card and the cracked green heart, the Sword Sovereign Elder was completely furious. The Sword Emperor in the middle stage of the 7th layer might be close to the Battle Emperor in the late 7th layer. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. Even though the cultivation base has soared and the attribute value has skyrocketed, facing this kind of opponent who is chasing the late 7th stage, even if Lin Chen takes out all his avatars to fight head-on, it is still very reluctant. Besides, he has no reason to stay here any longer. Choke. The unsheathed sword roared like a dragon, and the Soul family sword Emperor drew his sword. 6 changes ultimate moment. The cultivation base was like a broken bamboo and temporarily advanced to the middle stage of the 4th level. Lin Chen put away his gun, and the battle aura in his body and the origin of the 9 tribulations quickly diminished. Qi Xiao sword. The sword edge swung swiftly, the sword Qi slashed vertically, turned into a rolling red sky and slashed down, reflecting the entire sea of clouds in the headquarters of the Soul family, like the sunset before dusk. The Soul dog, try this. Lin Chen drank abruptly, the 9-colored light in his palm shone like stars. The 2 attacking runes were activated, and Lin Chen threw them out. The 9 tribulation star is like an extremely small meteor, smashing into the 100,000-foot red sky rainbow light across the sky. Feeling the destructive fluctuations of the remaining 2 elders of the 6th layer Battle Emperor quickly retreated as if they had seen a ghost. The clone covered the retreat of the Dragon Emperor, and above the forbidden area of the Soul family, the scarlet sky suddenly burst into bloom. Sigh. Boom. Qi Xia Hongmeng was smashed into the face by the 9 robbery stars like a meteor falling into the sky, and finally turned into countless broken beams. And the expression of the Sword Emperor of the Soul family changed. What kind of stunt is this? Such terrifying combat skills are unheard of. Not to mention it was cast from the hands of a young man who didn't even have a 5-layered War Emperor. The 9 tribulation star collided with the Sword Emperor of the Soul family. And when it erupted violently, a 9-color beam of light was scattered. The 9-color beam of light swallowed the sea of clouds, and the mist dissipated. The beam of light continued to expand, and the energy wave that destroyed all living beings was spinning in the center. Even Lin Chen himself did not dare to get too close. compared to the last time he cast 9 tribulation stars, the 9 element. Attribute values were only over 20,000 points. As for today's Lin Chen, all element attributes have exceeded the 90,000 mark. Except 4 light and dark, which are 70,000. The water system has reached an incredible 140,000 points. This value, coupled with Lin Chen's soaring cultivation base and level 5 penetrating rune, is several times more powerful than before. When the 9-color beam of light dissipated, an embarrassed figure withdrew from it, covered in blood, shocking. The Sword Emperor's right arm was missing, the sword tool was damaged, the left abdomen was vacant with a fist-sized wound, and there were several sapphire-colored imperial bones on his body, almost half a foot in the state of the gate of hell. You have such strength at a young age. If you were promoted to the 8th and 9th levels, wouldn't it be invincible in the Battle Emperor's realm? The Soul Sword Emperor was angry and shocked. Tear. The moonlight purple flames rolled over, and a fist wind smashed his Tianling. Cover. The only arm used by the Sword Emperor of the Soul family, with a backhand palm, shoots out 5 sword chi. Bang. Boom. The fists collided, and a mushroom cloud of energy exploded in the sky. Lin Chen's arm cracked several bloodstains, and the corners of his mouth bleed. Even if the opponent is seriously injured, the cultivation in the middle stage of the 7th level is still a huge gap in front of Lin Chen. However, his goal has been achieved. Consumes 4950 talent points, the omen of theft has been successfully used and has been stolen from the target creature, 5,000 points of intermediate gold. Energy. The Qinglong turned into a streak of light and was incorporated into Lin Chen's body. Several clones unfolded their movements and took away the attribute light ball dropped by the Soul Family Sword Emperor. Increase 5,000 points of gold energy in one breath. It's worth it. It's time to go. Ultra-dimensional teleportation. Just when the Sword Emperor of the Soul family was about to fight Lin Chen to the end, a bright light flashed from the top of Lin Chen's head and shone down, and he disappeared in an instant. What? The Soul family Sword Emperor was stunned in place, and when he released his battle aura to probe the surroundings, he didn't have any aura at all. The same is true for the 2 6-layer War Emperors who survived by chance. Their faces are stunned. Damn, this kid ran away again. Look. Maybe he's still nearby. The Soul family Sword Emperor growled lowly. A day later, 7 figures stood in front of the Fengshen tablet. Seeing the emerald green heart that burst into a pile of fragments, the Supreme Elders of many Soul Clan fell into a strange silence. Especially the sentence on the tablet of Fengshen, with me, Lin Chen, there is no God. The eyes of the Supreme Elders of the Soul family were split open. But no one dared to move. No matter how furious the senior members of the Soul Clan were, they never dared to touch the conferred God card. Because it was left by the great, true God of their soul family. They are not qualified to touch it all. The order goes on, starting from today, the whole family must not retreat. And call on the War Emperor of the branch to pursue and kill Lin Chen in Lingzhou, and never die. The leader of a late 8th level Soul Clan elder shook his head, and the Spirit clan that has been silent for tens of thousands of years in the dark of China is about to be born. This is a vast and vast world, looking at it with the naked eye, as far as the eye can see, it seems that there is no end. There are tens of thousands of Zhang giant mountains rising into the sky. Towering ancient trees covering an area of hundreds of acres standing in the heaven and earth, the lifespan of hundreds of thousands of years, the vast River that spans like a galaxy. The head of the red one is soaring in the sky, and there is a hidden fire in the beast's pupil. In the ancient and dilapidated valley, the skeletons of some vicious beasts still flow with monstrous aura even after their death, and the air in all directions forms ripples and twists. Near the river, the 100-jung giant beast exuded majestic energy, and blood lowered its head and drank water, alerting its surroundings from time to time. Here, it is full of primitive and wild atmosphere. This place is a wasteland. The continent of Kyushu is the largest and most extensive, and belongs to the territory of endless beasts. And a towering giant tree standing nearby, faintly flowing with the fierce aura of the strong, was shocked that the high-level fierce beasts in a radius of 10,000 miles did not dare to approach it rashly. Roar. The sound waves are like waves, shattering the 8 wastelands. Thousands of miles around, monstrous winds were rolled up, the earth veins were broken, the space crystal walls were destroyed, and countless creatures were destroyed. And some low-level vicious beasts were smashed into powder. I didn't expect that this series of high-intensity battles and escapes actually allowed Lao Tzu to get through the 600,000th dragon vein. He was promoted to the category of 7th-order high-level beasts. The roar of the urn was filled with joy. Inside the ancient tree, a blue dragon lying cross-legged to this point showed a vast dragon body. Even if it was reduced in size, its aura was still fierce. Long Kuan, who was escaping for his life. When Long Kuan turned to look at Lin Chen, who was sitting cross-legged, the ecstasy in his heart was suddenly reduced by half. Compared to himself, this human race boy who inherited the inheritance of his previous Shura master is the real god-defying. Back then, when I first met him, he was only at 9th level Yuan Zuanjing realm. He followed him all the way from the inside of the sky pagoda. Long Kuan saw his progress in his eyes, and it would not be an exaggeration to call it unprecedented. Today, even the 6th Battle Emperor has to fall when he encounters him. Below the 7th Battle Emperor, he is almost invincible. What a terrifying kid. According to his growth trend, I am afraid that in 10 years, he will be invincible under the Holy Realm. Long Kuan was amazed in his heart. Compared to such a legend, his progress is really insignificant. At this time, Lin Chen was silent in the system. Tiandao Pickup System version 5.0. Host, Lin Chen. Cultivation Base, Battle Emperor Realm, Triple Mid-Intermediate Battle Chi. Essence, 108.93 million points. Ultimate Strength, 3.95 million. Dragon Power, Blessed by Divine Powers, 4.99 million. Intermediate Chi and Blood Energy, 95.6 million points. Intermediate Spiritual Power, 40,500 points, early stage of Tong Tian Realm. Intermediate Cultivation Technique Essence, 5.69 million points. Intermediate Rune Energy, 9.66 million points. Heavenly Dao Value, 5.96 million points. Talent Points, 8.55 million points. Intermediate Element Energy, Fire 94660 points, Earth 88870 points, Wood 86458 points, Gold 101225 points, Water 153358 points. Lightning 98850 points, Wind 89280 points, Light 71,860 points, Dark 79,030 points. Exercise Status Bar, Open or Not, Bloodline Status Bar, Open or Not. Passive Talents, Green Rank, Reinforced Iron Bone 100%, Blue Rank, Double. Cultivation Acacia, Blue Rank, Life Increase 200%, blue rank, divine power. 75%, blue rank, Emperor Destroyer. Active talents, blue rank, Omen of Stealing, blue rank, ultradimensional. Teleportation, blue rank, Deadly Bloodthirst, purple rank, Ultimate Moment. Purple rank, Ultimate Return, purple rank, King of the World, cooldown, 23 days, orange rank 1 time, Godkiller times 2, 1/3 of the fragments, quasi. Orange rank, Life and Death. Characteristic rune, slowness level 5, penetration level 5, charge level 5. Phantom level 5, talent combination, skill, Deadly Bloodthirst Ultra. Dimensional teleportation. Hold the blank attribute, 9,540 points, can be converted into any attribute. Value at will. Treasures in possession. The attribute value harvested this time cannot be described as terrifying. Lin Chen, who has dismantled the soul of the soul family, has a rune energy approaching 10 million points. Talent points exceeded 8 million points. System, I want to use the third talent combo box. In Lin Chen's heart, a trace of excitement emerged. The third talent, just register, King to the World. Registration is successful, the talent combination skills are, Deadly Bloodthirsty Ultradimensional Teleportation, King's Landing. If a combo is triggered, it does not share the cooldown and can be used immediately. Originally, Lin Chen planned to register his talent for life and death. But this talent is completely life-threatening. Combat life, the source of battle energy, vitality, and spiritual power, only by killing the target can these consumption be returned, and the talent state will be released. For this talent, it is too dangerous. He hasn't used it yet, and the ghost knows what consequences it will bring. He hastily registered it, or he will be an eunuch if it is not fun. Although Lin Chen has the ability to decide whether to continue to use the first talent in the trigger combo. But he did not dare to rashly use life and death. Registering this talent is equivalent to locking the third combo box. Instead, it is better to register the safest and most practical journey to the world. If you ignore the cooldown, it means that King's Landing, which could only be used once a month before, can now be used unconditionally as long as the talent combo is triggered. Lin Chen is more confident. Damn, in the group battles in the future, someone from Talon will be the first to rush to the front. With the combined skills of King's Landing, the talent is in hand, and it is right to fight to the death. It's a pity you can't register a one-time talent, or you can register the God Killer, and I, Lin Chen Lang, will just let me go to the end of the Kyushu continent. Lin Chen sighed, the God Killer talent really made him love and hate it. System, strengthen the talent of divine power to 100%. Consumes 400,000 talent points to strengthen the talent of the gods, 100%. Boom. A force blessed the body. Lin Chen's pure power was originally 3.95 million dragon power, and the blessing of 75% of the gods was 4.99 million. And now it rushed to 5.05 million dragon power in one breath. Blank attributes, transformed into spiritual power. This time, all the 9,540 blank attributes that Lin Chen obtained through decomposition were converted into intermediate mental power, and the mental attribute broke through 50,000 points. It's time to set off. This time back to Lingzhou, we will face all the ancient families. No matter how high the rune energy attribute value is, it will be lacking. We will not activate the fusion function for the time being. Lin Chen suddenly opened his eyes, a shock of lightning flashed. Today's strength is not what it used to be, but in terms of heads up, they can Still only fight against the Battle Emperor in the early stage of the 7th level. But in the face of the late 7th stage of the Battle Emperor, he still had to use the level 5 slow rune or 9 robbery stars to compete, so his rune energy could not be used indiscriminately. Boy, are you done? Long Kuan raised his head and asked. Lin Chen withdrew the sharpness between his brows. He smiled and said, no problem, let's go, we will leave for Danzhou. Set off for Danzhou. The last step to return to Lingzhou, call someone. Who is awesome to call who? In the past 7 days, the entire barren state has been in chaos. The major ferocious beast families were shocked to send out the 7th Order ferocious beast to investigate the news, but the result was gone forever. Or be beaten to pieces. I don't know when. There is a legend circulating in the barren state. There is a young clan and 2 blue dragons, where no grass grows, not even a root hair is left. This person and 2 dragons even looted the warehouses of many fierce beast families and the medicine garden, specialized in cultivating natural treasures. Finally, after the super first-class ferocious beast family that was shocked by the barren state began to send a strong person to investigate, this person and 2 dragons disappeared completely. Shenzhou on the other end is even more noisy. The Soul family was officially born, announced the world, and was officially wanted, Lin Chen in Lingzhou. If you can capture or kill him alive, you can bring his head to the Soul house to receive 1 high-grade purple rank top combat skill, 1 top-grade 7th grade weapon, and 1 top-grade 7th grade medicine pill. This reward shocked the entire Shenzhou continent. Every reward is enough to make the Battle Emperor above the 7th level, can't help but take action. On the 10th day of the Soul family incident, Danzhou, the backyard of Yang's house. Miss, go away. That Long Ao is going to bring someone. In the backyard, several personal maids hurriedly pulled Yang Qing'er, who was wearing a snow-white cloud robe, and flew out of the backyard. But, if I leave, what should Daddy and the others do? Yang Qing'er was in a hurry and said anxiously. That's what the Lord means. The Lord said that the lady already has a sweetheart, so why should you be wronged in the past? A maid who pulled Yang Qing'er away turned her head and said. Yang Qing'er's heart warmed, but it was precisely because her father felt sorry for her that she couldn't make her father embarrassed. This dragon proud, whose ancestors were the Zonglong clan from the barren state, he himself has the bloodline of the Zonglong, and is a top talent in Danzhou, but at the age of 7,000, he was already a 3-level war emperor. And he was one who was placed in the annals of history. Can record the famous Tianjiao. By chance, Long Ao fell in love with Yang Qing'er at first sight, and he had a tough attitude. He came to the door several times to propose a kiss, and now he was carrying the dragon sedan chair 8 times to take Yang Qing'er over. Not only is this person extremely talented, but the forces behind him are even more terrifying, not only from an ancient family, but also from a dragon family background. Even if the young residence is from an ancient aristocratic family, they would not dare to offend him easily. With a wave of Yang Qing'er's sleeve robe, she immediately released her maid's plain hand, turned around and flew back. The maid's expressions all changed slightly. What's the matter, Miss Qing'er? Suddenly, the boy's doubtful voice made Yang Qing'er look happy. When she looked back suddenly, Lin Chen sat on Long Kuan's dragon back and floated behind Yang Qing'er. As soon as she saw Lin Chen, Yang Qing'er seemed to have found the backbone. She was about to cry, and she was so pitiful. Young Master Lin Chen. Our young residence is in big trouble. Can you help us? Lin Chen's expression changed. Is the Yang residence in big trouble? Then how could he, Yang Ding, stand by and watch? It's okay, no matter how big the trouble is, leave it to me. Yang Mansion Hall, the faces of the senior executives of Yang Mansion are a little ugly. Stop talking nonsense. Either let Qing'er get on the dragon sedan chair today. I will greet her personally, or I will tear down your broken mansion. A rough and tumble young man with a tiger-backed waist waved his hand brutally and domineeringly, dressed in a dragon robe, with a sword on his waist, and his arrogance was monstrous. Its cultivation level is as high as the 3-level early-stage battle Emperor. The age is also extremely young in the territory of the War Emperor. It is that long AO. Everyone in the Yang family, the ancestors of the giant dragons behind us, also want to see the refining level of our granddaughter-in-law in the future. I hope everyone will also look forward to the beauty of adults, isn't it? At this time, the two black-robed old men laughed. The aura in their bodies was faintly revealed. They were two battle emperors at the early stage of the 6th level. Their tone did not hide the meaning of their non-compromise. Moreover, they have made it clear that the dragon ancestors behind them, the powerhouse of the dragon family. Although the Yang family's patriarch was not in a state of confusion, his expression was a bit of a dilemma. Hey, I didn't expect to encounter such a wonderful drama just after I came here and waited. This Yang family master is also a man who values love and righteousness. Like the ancient family, there are many people who marry together and easily marry their daughters for the sake of profit. He actually plans to save his daughter. The powerhouses of the dragon clan are not easy to provoke. Those guys are also a group of lunatics, second only to the madness of the Azura clan in the ancient times. Even if the Yang residence is a family of medicine refining in Danzhou, we must weigh it. In the corner of the hall, a group of figures calmly looked at the situation of Yang Mansion. Among them, some are 5th-layer war emperors, some are 6th-layer, and even 7th-layer war emperors. There are several. As for the two silent men in gray in the corners, the pressure from their breath is even more terrifying. It is several grades stronger than the 7th-layer battle emperor. However, they seem to have no intention of interfering in the matter. Lord Long Ao, except for the little girl, other women in my Yang residence can. Yang patriarch wanted to speak. Long Ao's eyes were like electricity, his aura was like a mad dragon going out to sea, and the phantoms of the blue dragon disappeared from his pupils, and he raised his hand like lightning and punched it violently. The top management of the Yang family was stunned. He never thought that this person would be so domineering and arrogant, and he would take action if he disagreed. Boom. Boom. A phantom image of a blue dragon surged out of his fist, and the dragon penetrated the sky, blasting the entire hall of Yang Mansion with one punch, breaking through the 9th floor and blasting a big hole. Grass. Shameless things for your face. Don't toast, don't eat, and punish you. In Yang's house. This young master will give you one last chance. Whether you pay or not, I will see Yang Qing'er. Women who want to lie under me can go to the Baron State from here. I have brought the dragon sedan chairs, and I want you all. The women of Yang's house, that's for your face. Don't be shameless. Long Ao spat in disdain. The elders of the Yang residence dared not to speak out, but the expression of the Yang family leader became more and more severe. No matter how bad they are an ancient family. This fist almost hit Him in front of the patriarch of the Yang family. What dignity is there? Seeing the change in Yang family master's expression, the war sovereign realm elder who accompanied Long Ao suddenly narrowed his eyes, and his fighting spirit was secretly running. Just when Patriarch Yang was about to get angry, two figures hurriedly rushed into the hall, and the young man in the lead waved anxiously. Patriarch Yang, I heard that the Yang family is in big trouble. What's going on? Do you want me, Lin, to help? Everyone looked at it. When Long Ao saw the figure of the beautiful woman, he was overjoyed at first, and then thunderous and furious, because he saw that the silver-robed boy was holding Yang Qing'er's jade hand? Was taken first? Damn, die. Without further ado, Long Ao's figure was crushed, like a raptor going out to sea. When he approached Lin Chen, meeting him was a punch. This time, he showed his true ability, and Long Xiao shook the world, and punched out all over the world. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen didn't even look at him, and while pushing Yang Qing'er away a little, he waved his hand, and the dark robbery engulfed Long Ao's fighting chi. Lin Chen grabbed his fist with one hand like lightning and turned it by, not only unleashing his pure strength, but also overturning his whole body. Everyone is shocked. Long Ao's punch, the four-layer battle emperor, can't be resolved in such an understatement. This son overturned Long Ao with a wave of his hand. Overturning Long Ao with one hand, Lin Chen slapped it directly. Pa! Boom! Long Ao vomited blood with a slap, and even smashed his dog's head into the ground. Then, Lin Chen was bland, didn't look at Long Ao the whole time, just raised his foot and stomped on his face. Pfft! Click! Click! Bone cracks exploded, teeth broke and bullets flew out. Hiss! The people of the Yang family in the audience took a deep breath. What the fuck? Flip it. One palm. One kick. Flowing clouds and water. What the hell is this immortal, who beat Long Ao of the Triple Battle Emperor to the point of vomiting blood in 2 or 3 strokes? Stepping Long Ao under his feet, a 10-good young man named Lin, who respects the old and loves the young, asked anxiously from the bottom of his heart. What's the trouble? Where's the big trouble? Yang family master, you talk. You are so anxious to kill me. Where's the big trouble in Yang's house? The corners of the strong men in the hall twitched wildly. Elder brother. Big brother. Big trouble is at your old feet. Teeth are flying. Yang Qing'er gently covered her red lips with her jade hand. From the last time she met, she knew that Lin Chen was in the Battle Emperor realm, but she never thought that he would be so strong. That is the Dragon Ao of the Triple Battle Emperor. He is also a body refining emperor, with the blood of the blue dragon, and his potential is extremely close to the descendant of gods of the same level. In their young residence, they are also top-notch powerhouses. Except for his father and some very old elders, few of them can stop him. Its real combat power is directly catching up with the 4th-layer war emperor, at least it can be compared to the late 3rd-layer stage. Even if Lin Chen is in the war emperor realm, he is only 21 years old, right? Could it be that at the age of 21, he is already above the triple battle emperor? Better than those powerhouses sitting in the dark, witnessing this scene, the corners of the mouth cannot help but twitch. This ruthless man. The shots are clean and neat, and there is no stagnation at all. This kind of combat experience is quite impressive in a high-level battle. Emperor. His pure power is above Long Ao. Suddenly, one of the 2 gray-clothed men sitting in the darkest corner said something hoarse. Why don't you all say anything? Can't you trust me, someone Lin? Lin Chen is even more anxious. He really didn't expect that what he was stepping on was what the Yang family called big trouble. Fighting all the way from the Sky Tower, Lin Chen didn't know how much he killed just the 4th and 5th Battle Emperors. In his eyes, the 3rd Battle Emperor in this area was really something that could be wiped out easily. What a big dog, dare to offend my Long family Tianjiao, and still don't let go of your dog legs. The 2 six-layer war emperors of the Long family were furious, and the 6 war emperors who followed suddenly stood up. Tear. The phantom flashed, and the elder Yang Fu, who had been lurking in the dark and did not show up, flashed out in an instant. The late 6th stage cultivation level swept out, blocking the 2 of the Long family, shocking the audience. Everyone, do you have to disregard the matter of these juniors? The Grand Elder with the crane-haired and childlike face chuckled casually. This Yang family Supreme Elder is naturally one of the high-level leaders who knew that Lin Chen issued the call. Although he can see that Lin Chen's pure power is superior to Long Ao, but the 6th-layer Battle Emperor is at 2 completely different levels from Long Ao. To protect Lin Chen, he does not hesitate to show up in person. Because of Lin Chen's potential, it's worth their bet. Hey, the old monster of Yang's house, but it's not your turn to call the shots today. The old man in yellow robe, who had been sitting beside the 2 war emperors, walked out slowly on crutches, seemingly weak, and when the crutches were dotted on the ground, the entire Yang residence was shaking. The Supreme Elder of the Yang residence lost his voice and was horrified. The 7th Battle Emperor? Everyone did not expect that the Long family had alerted the 7th Battle Emperor to come out because of Long Ao's proposal. The existence of such a series is almost an unborn powerhouse on weekdays. Boy, lift your dirty feet. The old man in yellow robe gave Lin Chen a grim look and flicked his fingers. Refers to the light like a ray, flashing into the void. Huh. The finger light ripped apart Lin Chen's figure and turned it into nothingness, an afterimage. 7th Battle Emperor, so you are the big trouble for the Yang family? Lin Chen flashed to Yang Qinger's side and smiled lightly. This speed of movement made the old man in yellow robe narrow his eyes and ask questions. Boy, who are you? Me? I live next door, and my surname is Yang. I have something to do with Lao. Yang at home. Specializing in infertility, massage and healthcare are all in one package, and the fee is only 998. Lin Chen raised his brows and didn't bother to pay attention to this old turtle. Young Master Lin Chen, they are the powerhouses of the Long family. Yang Qinger spit out Feng Lan in Lin Chen's ear. Her unique voice made Lin Chen's ears numb, and she simply told Lin Chen the reason for the matter. At this time, the facial features were almost distorted, the flesh and blood were blurred, and the face collapsed. Long Ao stood up angrily. So that's the case, Miss Qinger, it's not a good thing to have a good voice and a good-looking appearance. Lin Chen tugged at the beauty's blue silk, and laughed jokingly. Yang Qinger gave him a light-hearted look. Damn, what kind of thing are you, and you dare to kiss me and me with my Qinger? Long Ao cursed loudly, and someone Lin raised his brows. I've seen people who feel good about themselves, shameless people, and never seen such shameless people. When will this be your sunshine? What am I? What little speaker are you? Lin Chen smiled disdainfully, then he stretched out his hand and hugged the beautiful woman's slender waist. Hugging Yang Qinger, he said loudly. Don't change your name when you go down, don't change your surname when you sit down, pretend to be a one-stop road, people on the road say that you have Lost your ambition, and there is a big black gun in the waves, and the marksmanship is the most handsome Lin Chen in Lingzhou. What the hell is this name? When I heard the last word of Lingzhou Lin Chen, all the powerhouses present suddenly changed dramatically. Not to mention the powerhouses of the Long family, but the group of emperors who are sitting on the side can't sit still. Stand up. Is this son Lin Chen from Lingzhou? Are you Lin Chen? The old man in the yellow robe was slightly pumping his air. This name, in the current Kyushu continent, has almost reached a point where no one knows it, and no one knows it. Nonsense. Is it possible that there are still people who dare to pretend to be me? The most difficult person in the world to impersonate is someone Lin. Polish your dog's eyes, and see clearly. With this handsome face, you can see. Who can pretend? Lin Chen patted his face and smiled shamelessly. Then, his expression turned, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, overflowing with arrogance. Yang Qing'er is my woman. No matter what kind of dragon family you are, I only have one sentence: go to you. Go as far as you can. Lin Chen waved his hand domineeringly, and the beautiful woman in his arms trembled. Yang Qing'er raised her head, her white teeth bit her cherry lips lightly, and her beautiful eyes stared at the young man's profile in confusion, her heart throbbing. He actually said that, I am his woman. Although this is not true, it is very likely to divert the attention of the Long family to him, but the moment he said it, he would be so shaken. Die. Before the old man in yellow robe could react, Long Ao suddenly drew his sword. The seventh order sword Huang Lung in his hand is like a round of blazing sun, hanging high, disillusioning countless blue dragons roaring, and the entire Yangfu shakes. A knife slashed to the top of Lin Chen's head. The power of this knife is chasing the four-layer war emperor. Clang. Boom. The crisp and hard crashing sound of gold and iron sounded, and the ground under Lin Chen's feet was cracked inch by inch, and the cracks continued to extend, like a giant python swinging. The afterimage of the violent war cheat Songlong smashed the space crystal wall and turned into a hurricane that swept the hall. When this terrifying wind pressure was about to overturn the entire Yang Mansion Hall, 100 Zhonghai Warqi water curtain rose up all around. The violent dragon's strength and the aftermath of the war that shattered the space swayed on the water curtain, causing layers of ripples, and all the power was absorbed and swallowed by it. When the water curtain disappeared, I saw Long Ao at the center of the water curtain, holding a knife in both hands and slashing towards Lin Chen. His blade was still 3 feet away from Lin Chen's face, and he didn't move at all. Because what stood in front of him was Lin Chen's right index finger, which was raised in an understatement. Its fingertips are against the blade, flashing a faint golden light. One finger. Take Long Ao's full-strength knife with just one finger? When all the powerhouses looked at them intently, their hearts trembled and twitched a few times. How strong is this Mima? That is a knife that goes straight to the four-layer war emperor. No matter how bad it is not weak to this point. He blocked it with just one finger? I don't know who is breathing in the air and muttering to himself. How tough is he? My mother. He's so tough. You are so rude. A single finger to block a knife that is chasing the fourth-layer war emperor. At least, requires more than the strength of the sixth-layer war emperor. A 21-year-old boy can be compared to the sixth-layer war emperor? If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, I'm afraid no one would believe it. The flexed fingers rebounded, and the fingertips shook Long Ao's blade, and the pure force of the fierce and domineering shocked his sword to fly away. Long Ao stepped back, his expression was frightened, as if he had seen a ghost. Lin Chen is now in the middle stage of the third level, and his cultivation has already surpassed Long Ao. Not to mention that he himself is a monster level strength that leaps and bounds. The cultivation level in the middle stage of the triple stage and the intermediate level gold energy of more than 100,000 points have made his golden robbery battle body an invincible state, but in terms of hardness, Lin Chen, who motivated the golden robbery battle body, is the most invincible. Hard, quite a 7th order low-level weapon. Not to mention that his pure power has reached 5.05 million dragon power. It is rude to say that Lin Chen can kill Long Ao with one finger. Lin Chen put one arm around the beautiful woman's slender waist and threw a fist with his hand. The force that cut off Jiang, he smashed the space crystal wall into a vacuum. Clang. Boom. A pitch-black crutch stood between the two, blocking Lin Chen's punch, and the water curtain continued to absorb the impact, so that the hall did not collapse. The elder of the 7th Battle Emperor of the Long family stood not far in front of Lin Chen. Lin Chen raised his brows, and without fear, took a step forward. This step represents Lin Chen's position. This son, he is so domineering. If the punch is real, the young master has to explain it here. The yellow-robed old man's eyes narrowed, his vigorous and powerful palms slightly bent, and the red gold fighting spirit was like a rock spreading his wings, and his might was monstrous. Just a mere triple battle emperor, what a big-tail wolf. If you can't do it, you can call it an old man? Well, I, Lin, have never been afraid of fighting in groups. No matter the old or the young, I will clean up together today. Lin Chen pulled Yang Qinger to stand behind him, stretched out his fingers, pointed at the two six-tiered battle emperors of the Long family and all the battle emperors of the Long family, and said disdainfully, just one is not enough for me to fight, all of them will be given to the mother. I will stand up. Anyone who refuses to accept it will be carried away from the Yang residence today. Boom. As soon as the words fell, 4 divine lights descended from the sky, and the 4 avatars came out in unison, standing in the 4 directions of Lin Chen. Seeing this scene, the old man in yellow robe, who had planned to forcibly suppress Lin Chen, suddenly felt his scalp tingle. 4 clones? And the sense of oppression of each one is not inferior to the main body. This kind of magic is unheard of. Even Long Ao, who wanted to rely on the power of his family to suppress Lin Chen, felt horrified. His punch just now was solid, and he must have died. 4 more now? The elders, who are stronger than the dragon family, may not be able to protect him here. This time, it was the Long family's turn to be angry and not dare to speak. They can see Lin Chen's strength clearly. 1 is already too strong, and 4 more? That's a fart. The elder Yang Fu, who rushed out to protect Lin Chen at the beginning, couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. Save your ass. This kid is stronger than him. This little guy is about the same as their young residents. Grass, fight or not. Give me a nice word, I'm up to hundreds of millions per second, and I don't have time to waste time with you guys. Lin Chen's shoulders shook, and the power further suppressed everyone in the Long family. There are talented people in the country, Lin Chen in Lingzhou really deserves his reputation. The old man in the yellow robe didn't smile, his palms turned, and a burst of energy pushed them towards the 2 6th-level elders. It was my Long family who disturbed me today. I didn't expect to see the legendary little friend Lin Chen, and I was willing to bow down. The second old man quickly protected Long Ao, for fear that something would happen to this little ancestor. The old man in yellow robe waved his hand. Let's go, today's matter, Count my Long family disturbing Yang's house. Fuck you. Lin Chen punched him again. The old man in yellow robe stretched out his hand and slapped it out, and the fists and palms collided and stirred. What do you want to do, kid? Emotion thinks that my Long family is easy to bully? The old man in yellow robe was furious. What's wrong with me bullying you? You didn't bully Yang's house just now? Someone from Lin dared to bully even the pseudo-soul family of Shenzhou. I can't handle your mother's dragon family? Grass. What do you think of this place? Go to the kiln or go to the restaurant, and leave after pretending to be forced? Lin Chen sneered, holding it with one hand. The five-colored dragon energy turned, and he stood proudly with a gun. Leave me all of your appellation rings as an apology for the young residents. And the shabby pen over there that lost his teeth and bleeds. Yes, what are you looking at? It's you. Apologize to the young residents, and be sure to say it loudly. Talk until I hear it. As soon as this request came out, the expressions of Long Ao and the strong man of the Long family changed. Leave their nailing rings behind? This fucking is a blatant robbery. Roar. The roar of the dragon shook the sky, and the 2,000 young giant dragons swept across the sky. The purple phoenix wings, the green dragon body, and the for wings spread high, the Yinglong tail is like a blue sword, domineering and majestic. The pupils of the old man in yellow robe shrank. It turned out to be two dragons above the 7th order intermediate level. The most terrifying thing is that the Qinglong, who has not broken through the 7th order advanced, has purple phoenix wings and Yinglong wings on its back, which is extremely strange. I actually smelled a dangerous smell from it. Even the group emperors who were sitting in the dark on the edge were secretly frightened. They have been across the Kyushu for tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years, and have seen many strange things, but this is the first time they have seen this kind of beast with more than 2 bloodlines at the same time. And it's more terrifying than the other. I always convince people with virtue. People who don't obey are basically dead people. How about it? Do you want to try it? The 4 clones spread out and surrounded the people of the Long family. If there is a disagreement, it will start a fight. Damn, how many trump cards does this kid hide? The old man in yellow robe was furious, and with these 2 blue dragons, he didn't have the confidence to protect his young master. Maybe, even his 7th level early battle emperor would have to lose a few pieces of meat. Here. No wonder. No wonder this sun was able to turn Shenzhou upside down, and the core energy of the past few days was blasted to Danzhou. It must have been a shocking change in Shenzhou. Their Long family prefers not to provoke them. How could they provoke this? Lunatic. Even if you have a dragon background, you can't provoke it. Even the legendary family of the gods and the soul family were turned upside down by him. Is he still afraid of a dragon background? We pay. The old man in yellow robe gritted his teeth and shouted. The war emperors of the Long family looked at each other in dismay, and in the end they were extremely unwilling to hand over their own rings. No idea. If you don't pay it, your life will be in danger. Who hasn't heard of Lin Chen's name today? The uncle who punched the true god mountain, put the core energy as fireworks. And even put the core fireworks in the legend of the entire Kyushu. continent, what else he dared not do. If you don't pay, there are only a handful of people who can walk out alive. The old man in yellow robe had an angry look on his face, and threw a bunch of rings to Lin Chen. Lin Chen gestured and glanced at the blood-stained Long Ao. He was trembling with anger. He personally faced the collective executives of the Yang family and bowed with difficulty. Long Ao gritted his teeth. Yes, sorry. Boom. Lin Chen kicked with a kick, and the strong wind kicked towards his jubu area. It made him scream in pain. I didn't eat, damn it. I'll send you to eat shit later if I'm not full. Speak louder. If you don't show some sincerity, I'll break your dog's legs with the next punch and drag you to Xingdan City to apologize 100 times. Lin Chen was old-fashioned and taught Long Ao a lesson, and countless people felt their scalps go numb. Brutal. Cruel to the extreme. The hundreds of Yang family members present seemed like a dream. Long Ao, who had shouted a moment ago that the woman who married the Yang family should look down on your Yang family, is now being hammered to the ground like a pug. In terms of madness and domineering, this Long Ao is nothing in front of this Uncle Lin Chen. Long Ao covered his butt, the corners of his mouth trembled, stood up and shouted loudly. I, Long Ao, apologize to everyone in the Yang family and Miss Yang Qinger. I'm sorry. Finally, the old man in yellow robe helped Long Ao up. Lin Chen gave them a sentence in an understatement. If you dare to fight the Yang family's idea again, I, Lin, will go to your family next time or go to the dragon family. I just haven't played enough recently, so I will set off the nuclear fireworks a few times. The body of the old man in yellow robe trembled slightly. When the last group of Long family left, everyone was still in a trance, as if they were in a dream. There are many young Tianjiao in the Yang family who are looking forward to it, and their blood is boiling. What is madness, what is strong, what is happiness and enmity? All of these are vividly performed by Lin Chen. Any trouble? Lin Chen leaned over with a wicked smile and asked everyone in the Yang family. The Yang family leader laughed out loud for the first time. Ha ha ha, no more. Really no more. Thank you Lin Chen's little friend for your righteousness, my Yang family is very grateful, and the little girl owes you a favor. It's all right. If there is such trouble in the future, remember to call me. I like to solve troubles for others the most. Hey, there is no way, there are really not many good young people like me in Kyushu. The most important thing is to return him. Mom looks so handsome. Lin Chen played with the pile of na ring in his hand and sighed solemnly. The corners of everyone's mouth twitched. This is a very righteous thing to say. How can it make people want to hit him so much? Against a group of war emperors from the Long family, if it is a normal situation, Lin Chen is naturally not afraid. But this is the central area of Yang Mansion. If there is a large-scale battle, Lin Chen can protect Yang Qinger, but not the entire Yang Mansion. Therefore, it is the best result to be able to make them pay the price and leave. When Patriarch Yang saw his precious daughter staring at Lin Chen, he was no longer limited to his previous secret feelings, but his expression was full of affection, and he couldn't help but sigh. The female university is not to be left behind. By the way, little friend Lin Chen, we have already called all the masters you want to call. Moreover, there is an unexpected joy. Patriarch Yang said with a long smile, and then he clenched his fists at the corners of the hall. Everyone, little friend Lin Chen has arrived, everyone can show up. As soon as Lin Chen turned his head, from just now, his spiritual power had been faintly detecting the position in the corner of the hall, with a deep and powerful space enchantment. Even his perception was partially blocked. The space barrier trembled, and after it was gradually lifted, many figures inside were revealed. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Outside Kyushu, in the endless starry sky, there are 5 faint stars, connected together. In the void between the stars, the voice transmission of the conversation revolved. The sacred heart of the old soul of the soul has been broken, and the believers he has cultivated are stronger than every one of our families. It is still broken by that kid. What should we do? The sacred monument in the town boundary of Kyushu has not been completely removed, and there is still a sky tower. If we completely invade it, it is completely unknown. However, if we don't take action now, I'm afraid it won't take too long for this child to threaten our sacred heart of energy. At that time, it will not be so simple to heal the injury. Maybe it's just that the hundreds of thousands of years of painstaking efforts have fallen short. Those guys from the demon race will not make a second shot. Our holy body has only recovered less than 40%, damn holy prison. If this state comes to Kyushu, it may not be able to withstand the bombardment of those sacred monuments in the town boundary. That's it. Absorb it. All of us join forces to absorb as much energy as the sacred heart has accumulated, and as much as it can recover. But now that the sacred heart is refined, it will take countless years to create an altar that extracts core energy next time. Otherwise, are we waiting for that kid to mess with our sacred heart? Even Old Soul's family of believers has been infiltrated by him. How can our family be spared? Refining the sacred heart. You can restore as much as you can. Then, modify the plan. You don't need to reach the 80% state and then come, you don't need to sweep the Kyushu in one breath, you just need to come to a big state first. And I will wait for the holy body to personally extract the land. Nuclear energy refining, double the efficiency. Oh? You mean, take it gradually? Start with one big state? That's right, since the appearance of this sun has changed our plan, let's abandon the original plan and focus on attacking a large state first. That's Lingzhou. This sun is also born in Lingzhou. We will attack Lingzhou. Lingzhou has the fewest number of holy monuments in the town boundary, and we can't stop all of us. In this case, it's time to kill these ants. After refining the energy of the sacred heart, let's start from Lingzhou. This seat also agrees to attack Lingzhou. Yang Mansion, in the hall. Lin Chen sat in the first place, looked around the 39 strong people present, nodded from time to time and looked very satisfied. Experts are like clouds. Among them, 30 strong people were attracted by Lin Chen's call, and the news from the refining family of Danzhou was sent by the Secret Intelligence Network, not an open announcement. Those who can receive the news are all people who have a certain level of character, strength, and fame, and they are also first-class powerhouses at the same level. The powerhouses attracted by the call order this time are at least the 5th layer midterm battle emperor. The tallest, there are 2 people, far surpassing the 7th battle emperor. These 2 people, the lowest level is also the early stage of the 8th layer, maybe it is still above it. Even Lin Chen can't see through it, it's terrifying. The most terrifying thing is that one of these 2 people is the Sword Emperor. And the other is the Sword Emperor. The combat power is far beyond the same. Level. The other 9 people are a bit special. The highest of them is the 4th level. Late stage battle emperor, and the lowest is only the 3rd level late stage. However, their background is very strong. And they came to Lin Chen spontaneously. Because these 9 people are all super geniuses who have been inherited by the town's holy monument. It is the last hope of the Kyushu continent to fight against the false gods. Of course, it's not just them who got the inheritance of the sacred monument of the town, but the others who were not attracted, or were not informed, or were in retreat, etc. These 9 people are also very strong. Ha ha ha, little friend Lin Chen, we're afraid we missed a good show. The old man saw it very clearly just now. Those guys in the Long family also have a day when they are shriveled, ha ha ha. It's so happy. At this moment, the figures of the 3 old men appeared like ghosts. It was the 3 alchemy giants who presided over the Peak Pill Club before. The young geniuses of the Yang residence looked at these 3 people with shock and admiration. These 3 are the authoritative existences at the peak of Danzhou's medicine refining. At the same time, some young Tianjiao from Yang's residence looked at Lin Chen in surprise, and some young female Tianjiao were even more deeply in love. Being able to have the 3 medicine refining authorities in Danzhou greet them in person shows the weight of this young man. I have seen you seniors. Lin Chen smiled, neither humble nor arrogant. The 3 of them waved their hands indifferently and found a place to sit down. When the 3 of them looked at the 9 youngest people in the hall except Lin Chen, their eyes flashed with surprise and admiration. The inheritor of the sacred monument of the town world, this is a rare existence than the descendants of false gods. It's better to meet you if you are famous. Your Excellency Lin Chen is well deserved. When I see you today, I am convinced. At this time, a gentleman in a white shirt, holding a white jade fan in his hand, clenched his fists towards Lin Chen sincerely and convincingly. Ha ha ha. I like this kid. He stepped on Long Ao's face just now, and it made me very happy. The tiger-backed youth with the red giant axe laughed heartily and gave Lin Chen a thumbs up. A young man with a single sword in his arms, with a stern face and a cold expression, said in a ruthless manner, I admire it with affection and justice. It is really fortunate to have young Master Lin Chen in Kyushu. 2 glamorous beauties, who were full of autumn water, stood up, nodded slightly, bowed their heads, and bowed. This scene attracted a lot of surprises from the super genius. When did these arrogant twin sisters face a man and show such a small sight of a woman? They had seen Lin Chen's means and bearing, and only then did they really know how powerful this young man was. From breaking the mountain, to breaking into the family of false gods, to bursting out the nuclear energy of false gods, as inheritors, everyone knows that the difficulty of each of these things is almost impossible to complete alone. The Tianjiao who can obtain the sacred monument of the town are all in 1,000,000,000,000 existences. How can they not see what information Lin Chen's behavior reveals? In the face of the enemy, he was decisive and merciless. As for his friends, he is frank and sincere, and he takes the initiative to take up the affairs of the Long family. It is better to meet him when he is famous. Now, when he meets him, all doubts are dispelled, only admiration from the heart. You're welcome. I didn't expect you to take the initiative to asking to help me, Lin, this time. I am very grateful. I am not someone who likes to owe favors. As long as you contribute, the reward is the same as the rest of the people here. I, Lin Chen, will provide it for free once Opportunity to refine. Medicine. Lin Chen cupped his hands, and everyone smiled at each other. A seventh order. Senior pharmacist, they will naturally not refuse. Boy, are you really a seventh order senior pharmacist? Suddenly, a hoarse voice asked. Lin Chen responded and looked. It was the Sword Emperor in gray with one of the most terrifying breaths. Why, Feng Ling, you still don't believe us? Han Ming in the three medicine refining giants snorted coldly as if displeased. Lin Chen was fine. He raised his hand, indicating that Han Ming didn't need to be angry. If it's a replacement, except for the seventh order top-level medicinal pills, there should be no pills below the seventh order top level that can hardly hold me. Lin Chen's chuckle was mixed with mental vibrations, and the mental fluctuations caused ripples in the void, and all the emperors of war were shocked. Heavenly spiritual power. Moreover, among the pharmacists they have seen, there are no more than 5 people whose spiritual power can be compared with this child. Some battle emperors are even seen for the first time. The 3 medicine refining giants were also surprised. Compared with the last time, Lin Chen's spiritual power was more condensed and several times stronger, far exceeding the ordinary Tong Tian realm initial mental power. His growth rate is simply abnormal. Those who got the inheritance of the holy monument are even more amazing. Monster. Truly a humanoid monster. How can there be such an enchanting character in this world? The 21-year-old Triple Battle Emperor is still a body refining emperor, comparable to the 5th Battle Emperor. In addition, he also possesses the spiritual power of the heaven-reaching realm. Especially a 7th order senior pharmacist. Can't compare. One is afraid of being pissed off. These monstrous arrogances, who have never really served anyone of their age. Only Lin Chen is serving it this time. Well, we have no doubts. Another gray-clothed knife emperor nodded slightly, and his stern face squeezed out a stiff smile, as if he hadn't smiled for a long time. The senior members of the Yang family shook their heads in amazement. Those who can suppress so many strong men in a proper manner, even those super evildoers who are legendary to have inherited the mantle and mantle of saints, are submissive. This is not just about alchemy. Only when the strong face the strong can they always respect each other. Not much to say, let's go straight to the topic. We all know our goal this time, to fight against all ancient families in Lingzhou, and to pacify the civil unrest in our Lingzhou. In terms of combat, you must listen to my dispatch and do not act lightly. I will cancel the partnership between the 2 parties. Lin Chen stretched out his fingers, and everyone nodded seriously. Lin Chen's strength and background were enough to make them look ahead to him. Because our enemies on this trip may not only be the ancient families on the bright side of Lingzhou, so if there are special circumstances that require everyone to work hard, I allow everyone to withdraw, but the reward will be cancelled. Of course, if you gamble your life for me, I am willing to double the reward. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions changed again. Double pay? Wouldn't it be possible to refine medicinal pills twice for free? This reward temptation is strong enough. Enough to make most of the strong go all out. You don't have to worry about the skills and background of refining medicine. I believe that everyone has heard about my performance in the Peak Pill Club and the Xiaodan Club. Not only can I refine medicine myself, but my clone also has the same ability as me. The level of refining medicine. As soon as this statement came out, everyone present was first surprised, then puzzled, and finally showed an unprecedented look of horror. The same goes for the two strongest swords and swords kings. The seniors and elders of the Yang residents are also very thoughtful. Yes. Thinking back to his performance at the Xiaodan Club, he used 9 pill furnaces to refine medicine in one breath, and he was astonished and brilliant, breaking history. Lin Chen's clone has the same level of refining medicine as him. If he now has the level of a 7th-order senior pharmacist, wouldn't that be? For the first time, the 3 medicine refining giants showed their faces twitching. Isn't this special, counting his 4 clones, plus himself, 5 7th-order senior pharmacists? Grass. The 3 medicine refining giants couldn't help but scolded at the same time. 5 7th-order senior pharmacists, apart from Danzhou, no other big state can come up with this lineup alone. This is not the same as that Lin Chen alone is comparable to all the top alchemy giants in any major state in Kyushu except Danzhou. Still have it? Grass. Not human. This kid is definitely not human. This Nima is not something a human can do at all. Han Ming, who was about to drink a cup of hot tea, was trembling in his hand, holding the teacup. For the first time in more than 100,000 years, his hand holding the teacup kept shaking, and the tea spilled directly onto his crotch. Like the waves in his heart, it spread all over the Sahara Desert. There is only doubt left in life. Unable to drink tea, he couldn't help raising his hand and instructing the Yang family's maid, tremblingly. Here, bring me an orange. No, I'll bring one for little friend Lin Chen too. The 9 inheritors of the sacred steel have wonderful expressions. Even with talents as strong as theirs, it is extremely difficult to meet a 7th-order high-level medicine refining giant. I haven't heard of any 7th-order high-level medicine refining giants that can exist at the top of the 5. Lin Chen's news, this is no longer a shock level, this Nima is a terrifying news. This is not a level that humans can reach. Those powerhouses who came for the summoning order were full of shock and ecstasy. This also shows in disguise that Lin Chen has no shortage of manpower to refine medicine. It took a long time for the 3 refining giants to recover, covering their hearts and smiling wryly. At this age, they really couldn't stand this kind of stimulation. 5 7th-order senior pharmacists, if given enough time, can expand the current team several times. It's just that Lin Chen doesn't have time to wait any longer. This also gave those war emperors the idea of making up their minds secretly. This time, they probably had to do their best. Being able to invite the 7th-order high-level medicine refining giant to refine medicine twice is a unique opportunity. We old guys, it's really time to retire. Han Ming sighed from the bottom of his heart, and the other 2 elders sighed deeply. As expected of the person who can turn the Soul family upside down, he is indeed a legend. The beautiful woman wearing a purple veil spoke slowly, she was also a sacred steel inheritor. Then, the powerhouses who came to the call stood up one after another, clasped their fists in salute, and signed up. And the 2 sword emperors above the 8th level of the battle emperors. Sword emperor are Fong Ling. The king of swords is Jingyu. Even the 3 medicine refining giants introduced a few words for Lin Chen. These 2 were the very early battle emperors on the Kyushu continent. The 2 were originally opponents, but from the moment they met, they were each other's opponents. In the battle along the way, let the 2 become enemies and friends. At critical moments, they will join forces. When they join forces, the 9 layer War Emperor and below will be invincible. Even Lin Chen was surprised, this is too amazing. After 50,000 years of fighting, there is no victory or defeat. This has to be a fate that has been cultivated over several lifetimes. And there are only two reasons why they came. The two of them themselves are extremely disdainful of the actions of the pseudo-gods, and they have offended the famous pseudo-god families Dragon Family and Soul Family. Therefore, when the news that Lin Chen smashed the Soul Family Jinshan mountain came out, they were moved. On the other hand, they did have their medicinal pills that Lin Chen needed to refine, and their appreciation and demand led them to find Lin Chen. Not only a 7th-level pharmacist can invite a high-level war emperor, there are strict corresponding levels. The 7th-order primary pills are suitable for the 1st to 3rd levels of the Battle Emperor realm. If the strength of the user increases, the effect will gradually weaken or even become ineffective. 7th-order intermediate, suitable for the 4th to 5th level of the Battle Emperor. 7th-order advanced, ranging from 6th to 7th. Above the 8th layer War Emperor, it is the top of the 7th order. It is estimated that there are no more than 5 pharmacists of this level in Kyushu today. It seems that I can get the help of the two of you. Lin's luck is pretty good, Lin Chen said with a smile, and Fong Ling nodded coldly. You're welcome. With your strength, it's only a matter of time before we reach our level. Besides, we want to ask you for a cooperative relationship. Okay, since the conditions are almost negotiated, if you have no problem, then let's go. His eyes were as sharp as swords, and Lin Chen's expression became particularly cold. 7 days later, Tianzhou, Longming City. Behind Longming City is Lingyun Mountain, where Tianga Academy opened its branch. On this day, many students of the academy traveled in and out of the branch. Sigh. Boom. The power sweeping the sky shocked the sky, and many top battle emperors in Tianzhou suddenly opened their eyes with unprecedented solemn expressions. There are a large number of strong people coming to Tianzhou. What's going on? Above Lingyun Mountain, the academy's war sovereign elder suddenly woke up, flashed from the secret room, and swept out of the outside world. Above the high altitude of the academy, it was shrouded in layers of dark clouds, and powerful space enchantments spread all over the sky. A group of people slowly stepped out of the sky, and the pupils of the college elders stationed in Tianzhou shrank. Among those dozens of figures, each of them is far stronger than the elders stationed in the branch. Lu Yunxing, the elder of the Shatian Song Academy, dare to ask all of you to come here. What are you doing? The elder of the academy, who was walking in the air, Lu Yunxing, folded his fist and asked, cautiously. The opponent's strength and lineup are too terrifying. In addition, there are so many students here, I have no chance to protect the students at all. The large protective formation set up is useless in front of these people. A mere triple battle emperor, you are not qualified to know what I am waiting for. Get out. The headed old man in the cloak sneered with a wave of his sleeves, without any fluctuations in his fighting spirit, but Elder Lu Yunxing was suddenly struck by lightning and flew hundreds of miles away with a bang. Countless students were stunned. This is one of the top elders in charge of the Tianzhou branch. How could he be so vulnerable? What is the origin of these people? Next, the name I clicked will be listed immediately. Otherwise, everyone will die. The cloaked old man said indifferently, as if he were judging the fate of everyone. Yun Manqing, Ling Yueqi. Who is it? Stand up. As soon as these two names appeared, the expressions of everyone in class 66 suddenly changed. Especially Bai Juanhao, as if he realized something. With 3 orders, everyone will be killed without saying a word. The hoarse voice of the cloaked old man was like an announcement from the 9. Serenity's hell, without a trace of emotion, and the expressions of the students became extremely frightened. It's me. The 2 clear voices returned, and the exquisite and graceful figures stood in the air, each with its own merits, the country and the city, and the appearance and temperament surpassed countless women in the mortal world. It was Ling Yueqi and Yun Manqing. If they don't show up again, the entire academy will be buried with them. No choice. Cannot go out. Bai Juanhao exclaimed, and the cloaked old man swept towards him with a sharp look. Pfft. Bai Juanhao flew upside down, vomited a few mouthfuls of blood, and kept rolling his eyes. Half of the meridians and bones in his body were instantly broken. Oh? As expected of the woman who fell in love with that kid, she really has some qualifications. Another old man in white sneered, and the old man in the cloak moved with killing intent. A palm sticks out from under the robe and grabs the 2 girls from the air. Sigh. Boom. A muffled sound broke out from the delicate body of the 2 girls, and her expression showed a bit of despair. The blood stained her dress, and she fainted. Humph. With these 2 women, the old man can't do it. That kid will continue to be a tortoise. The old man in the cloak sneered sullenly, turned his palms over, and attracted the 2 girls. Tear. Laugh. Boom. Sun Tianhe's battle energy spread across the sky, smashing the outer space barrier, and a beautiful shadow flashed out, saving the 2 girls. Let the cloaked old man be furious. I saw that dozens of silhouettes like lightning flashed in the void at high speed, and their breath was as strong as that of the cloaked old man. Who is coming, dare to commit my Tianzhou? The blue-haired old man at the head was filled with thunderous thunder, roaring like thunder, and came out with a cold drink. Tianzhou, don't ask for trouble. I'm waiting for someone from the Soul family of Shenzhou. 3 figures flashed around the cloaked old man, and the sense of oppression was extremely tyrannical, almost standing on the top of the Kyushu continent. Soul home. It was them. With the background of the Soul family, it is easy to investigate Lin Chen's background. In a very short period of time, he found some interpersonal relationships around Lin Chen, and went straight to Ling Yueqi and Yun Manqing. Obviously, he came prepared. The old man, Lei Fa frowned, quickly glanced at the situation of Tianga Academy, and a domineering arc was drawn on the corner of his mouth. What about the Soul family of Shenzhou, those who dare to offend Tianzhou? I don't mind declaring war with the entire Shenzhou, let alone you are a Soul family. The cloaked old man was angry and shouted, Your Excellency, are you asking for trouble? It's you who are asking for trouble. Call me if you want, do you really think I'm a mess from Tianzhou? 2 figures flashed beside the old man Lei Fa, and the strong men did not show any signs of timidity. Tianzhou is the most united state on the continent of Kyushu. Most of its ancient families have spontaneously formed alliances, so in the face of any foreign forces, they will not easily give in. What's more, most of their forces owed the president of Tianga Academy a favor, so how could they easily abandon his students? The Shenzhou Soul family has never been threatened like this. The cloaked old man was about to act, and another ancestor stood in front of him. Your Excellency, we are here just for personal grievances. Why don't you hand over the two girls to us, and we will naturally leave. Right now, it's not the time when their soul family is wasting their time here. By consuming their combat power. No, just talk with your fist if you want. Unexpectedly, the people and the two daughters of Lei Fei's death insurance Academy would not give in at all. You fucking. The top of the soul family is furious. The old ancestor stopped again, and his eyes met. If the other party insists on protecting Tiange Academy, it will not benefit their soul family much if they fight now. Hee, what a Tianzhou alliance, very domineering. I hope you can continue to maintain this domineering in the future. The cloaked old man smiled and led a group of people to slowly evacuate. The Tianzhou powerhouse did not pursue him. Thank you seniors in Tianzhou. Lu Yunxing flew up injured and clasped his fists at everyone. This is our responsibility, not to mention that we owe your powerful DNA favor, but how did you provoke such a terrifying opponent? The old man, Lei Fei, frowned. Lu Yunxing smiled wryly. How did he know? What happened to the injured students? Suddenly, an old man in green robe asked, and the beautiful woman in Cheongsam, holding the two women, slowly shook her head. It's miserable. The Dantian was abolished directly. The battle Qi Yuanfu was shattered, and the meridians of the whole body were broken by 90%. The beautiful woman in Cheongsam frowned, and the other party didn't hurt their internal organs, so it was obvious that he had other uses. What is the situation of Tiange Academy, to provoke such a terrifying enemy? The only thing they can think of is the legendary Orange Honor student. The students at high altitude were in shock. A day later, on the top of Lingyun Mountain, the space fluctuated, and a large number of terrifying and powerful breaths came. Elder Lu Yunxing, who was recuperating from his injuries, suddenly opened his eyes. Could it be that the other party also killed a carbine? The powerhouse of the Tianzhou alliance also flashed to the sky of Tiange Academy for the first time, and both sides heard the boys' laughter at the same time. Everyone, long time no see. When the familiar laughter sounded, the Lan Sun level Lu Ying and other students who had intersected with him were all surprised. The silver-robed boy walked into the air with a group of people. Lin Chen? The many mentors and elders of the college exclaimed one after another. Lin Chen had a smile on his face, and when he flew to the elders, he suddenly found that there was something wrong with the atmosphere. His golden eye twins was activated, and the murderous intentions and bad luck nearby had not completely dissipated. What happened? A bad premonition emerged in Lin Chen's heart. His expression became serious for a moment, and he asked several elders. They glanced at each other with wry smiles, and took Lin Chen to the secret room specially prepared by the academy. In the two high-level secret rooms, Lin Chen's expression was extremely gloomy. The atmosphere was strangely quiet, and everyone could feel the monstrous anger that this young man harbored. Lin Chen released a ray of spiritual power to sneak into the two girls lying on the sapphire ice bed, and by Juanhao next to him. A moment later, when Lin Chen opened his eyes, he looked crazy. What a vicious method! Abandoning the cultivation base, breaking the meridian, breaking the Dantian, breaking the Yuanfu. In this life and this life, neither Sister Yuichi nor Manqing can cultivate. Fierce killing intent flashed in his pupils. Lin Chen roared like a furious mad beast, soul family, Lao Tzu, and you are immortal. Suddenly, two pairs of jade hands held his palms, and the beautiful woman, one on the left and one on the right, accompanied Lin Chen, the sisters Su Lan. Lin Chen, now is not the time to run wild. You are the only hope of the academy. If you give up on yourself, we will have no chance. The elder sister Su Lan said softly, and the younger sister, Su Lan, grasped his palm tightly and did not dare to let go. Yes, squad leader, the strength of those people is too terrifying. You are not their opponent yet. Lin said worriedly, they are still silent in the horror of the soul. Family that day, even elder Lu Yunxing is not their enemy. Lin Chen. Shangguan Bihan clenched his teeth lightly. She knew that Lin Chen was not the kind of person who swallowed his breath and cultivated slowly. Everyone in class 66 is full of anger, but there is nothing they can do. Now. They are not even the Emperor of War, and they are not qualified to interfere. In this situation, Lin Chen calmed down his breathing and said seriously, I will leave the next thing to me to handle. This little guy is Lingzhou Lin Chen? What does he do with 3 pill furnaces? For refining medicine, it seems that only 1 pill furnace is needed, right? No. Don't underestimate this son, his mental power is the first time this old man has seen it. Compared with some old monsters in Danzhou and those old things in our Tianzhou, it is even stronger. Many members of the Tianzhou alliance stepped into the sky and overlooked Lin Chen on the top of the mountain below. Boom! The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is vast and surging, and countless 7th-order medicinal materials and 6th-order medicinal materials emerge. Lin Chen's shoulders shook, and 4 clones flashed out. A vortex of spiritual energy was formed, and countless 6th-order and 7th-order medicinal materials quickly merged into the pill furnace, and instantly melted into the essence along with the display of the alchemy. Handprint. This is the method of absorbing spirits from heaven and earth? Hey! What a terrible medicine refining skill, his clone can actually display the same level of medicine refining skills as him? The powerhouses in Tianzhou were horrified when they saw that Lin Chen used the method of absorbing the spirit of heaven and earth with ease. The main body uses the method of absorbing the spirit, and the clone is refined with medicinal materials step by step. Even the powerhouses who follow Lin Chen's call are amazing. Heart is full of shock. 5 7th-order senior pharmacists assist each other, cooperate with each other, and they are natural, like one. Between the formation of the alchemy handprints of flowing clouds and flowing water, there was not even a single failure to refine the medicine. In just one day, the 3 alchemy furnaces burst into a dazzling red rainbow. The number of pill rainbows in the 3 pills is 5, all of which are 7th-order intermediate pills. The 7th-order intermediate-level medicinal herbs came at hand, causing all the witnesses to numb their scalps. Refining a 7th-order intermediate medicine pill is like playing. How long has it been since this little guy, what level has he advanced to? Yuan Lao in the group of elders shook his head in amazement. The current Lin Chen is not at the level he can see through. Thinking back to the past, Lin Chen was just a kid in the heavenly astral realm when he was admitted to the hospital. But now, that little guy who has only been admitted to the hospital for less than 2 years is now at the pinnacle powerhouse level in the Kyushu continent. After the medicinal pill was released, Lin Chen hurriedly took it for the 3 injured people. Although it is a 7th-order intermediate pill, Lin Chen has slightly improved many details of the pill recipe. In addition, the 3 pills themselves are mild in medicinal power, and they will only continue to volatilize in the body of the 3 of them, even if the 3 of them do not take the initiative to refine them. There will be no impact. Jun Hao has been rescued. I also added my Qinglong bloodline to the medicinal pill. It is estimated that his strength will rise again after breaking through its sister Yueqi and Manqing. I'm afraid they basically want to become Tiangang realm in the future. It's as hard as going to the sky. Regarding this result, Lin Chen gritted his teeth, and with his current level of refining medicine, he can only achieve this level. If you want to recover the second daughter, unless you have the level of an 8th order alchemist. This kind of alchemist, the entire Kyushu may have long since disappeared. Soul family, I didn't expect your hands and feet to be so fast. It seems that this time we are going to fight to the death. Lin Chen suppressed the anger and killing intent in his heart, at least, not at the most desperate moment. As long as the person is still alive, Lin Chen believes that it is not too far away to be promoted to the 8th order pharmacist with the system. Lin Chen turned around, clasped his fists at the Tianzhou Alliance powerhouses, who were still stunned in the void, and said seriously, "Thank you for your help this time. The seniors have to go back to Lingzhou. I also hope that the seniors will take more care of Tianga Academy. In terms of remuneration, wait for me to solve the matter in Lingzhou, and I will pay you back." The powerhouses of the Tianzhou Alliance burst into ecstasy, and hurriedly promised Lin Chen a courtesy. They have seen Lin Chen's medicine refining background with their own eyes. This medicine refining foundation alone is enough for them to admire. If you can get along well with him, that would be great. Squad leader, do you want to return to Lingzhou? Everyone from class 66 rushed up and asked anxiously. Yes, this account, I'm going to settle it with those guys in person. Everyone looked at each other and wanted to return to Lingzhou with Lin Chen. With their strength, going back was just a burden. Trust the squad leader. I also believe in brother Lin Chen. After setting up the 2 daughters and Bai Juanhao, Lin Chen hurriedly left, rose into the air, and waved to everyone in the academy. Everyone, I promise you that it won't be long before we all return to Lingzhou together. The cold wind was like a knife. Lin Chen led all the strong men and rushed into the space channel to the Lingzhou continent. 2 days later. Lingzhou, 1 year and 3 months have passed since the civil war broke out in the ancient family. Within a year, Lingzhou was completely divided into 2 major forces. One was an alliance formed by all the ancient families in Lingzhou. There were 23 ancient families, and the other was a union formed by the Yan family and Tianga Academy. A large number of forces in Lingzhou have joined the Noble Family Alliance, headed by the Bai family. In this year's war, both sides have won and lost. But neither side has launched a decisive battle of life and death. With only a small amount of strength, he chose to join Tianga Academy to jointly defend Lingzhou, and he did not intend to turn his sectarian heritage into a stepping stone for an ancient family. The 2 sides tacitly understood that they did not intervene in the border areas of Lingzhou during the war. The reason was very simple. Neither side wanted to destroy Lingzhou. The Bai family and others wanted to seize the dominance of Lingzhou. Unify Lingzhou. The Tianga Academy, which has always remained neutral, has become the main force to contend with this war. The reason for the long-term battle is that the countless high-end students and powerful elders accumulated by Tianga Academy have returned from the traveled Kyushu. In addition, because of Lin Chen at the beginning, there was no rebellion and civil strife in the academy, and the other party did not successfully cooperate with each other. In addition, there was a Yan family who predicted the war in advance and planned for a rainy day. In the Lingzhou battle, there is one thing that has been ignored by almost all the top powerhouses, and that is that 90% of the lakes and oceans in Lingzhou have fallen into a dry state. This matter, for 3 months, did not get the attention of any warrior in the Battle Emperor realm, and everyone's eyes were all on the war. Tianga Academy, Yunkong Palace. The deputy dean in a white dress looked a little tired. In the hall, many strong men of the academy gathered. It has been nearly half a month since the core energy of Soul Home exploded. From Lingzhou. This month, the academy and the Bai family have triggered 3 more battles. At the Battle Emperor level. This time after the battle from the Blood Soul Mountains, we will start. From. Before he could finish speaking, the deputy dean who was sitting in the first place suddenly became very sharp. Who is coming? The vice president scolded coldly. Tear. The sword light slashed vertically, opening a crack in the space, from which a figure in gray clothes with a sword appeared. Jian Huang? The powerhouses in the academy were shocked. This person's aura is one of the few top powerhouses in Lingzhou continent, let alone a sword emperor. I am a friend rather than an enemy. Your Excellency, accept the invitation. The sword emperor in gray is Fang Ling. He threw a piece of letterhead, and the vice president grabbed it and opened it to read. Before 2 breaths had passed, the deputy dean's expression was truly wonderful. There have even been fluctuations unprecedented for tens of thousands of years. As expected of the little guy who can hit the core energy to Lingzhou, it's really scary. When he came back, he was so crazy, and he directly put the life and death of the entire Lingzhou on the line. The vice president's hand trembled slightly, and the letter on his hand came from Lin Chen. This letter is not for discussion, but to inform everyone in the academy. Vice President, is this? A man with tiger eyes and knife eyebrows stepped out. He was wearing a thunder and lightning spear, and his whole body released terrifying fluctuations of fighting spirit. Even Fang Ling couldn't help showing a trace of solemnity when he saw him. Director Xing, this is the only Orange Honor student in our school that you and I mentioned, Lin Chen. This is his letter. When the deputy dean chuckled, he handed the letter to Director Xing, and the Strong Yan family and the Strong Academy were all shocked. Lin Chen. This name has become the only legendary existence in Lingzhou. That Xingzhan, Director Xing. He is a strong man who has only recently returned to support the academy, so he knows very little about Lin Chen, but he is second only to the dean and vice dean of the Tianga Academy. When he took Lin Chen's letter and read it carefully, his expression changed. Well, is this kid crazy? He is going to gamble the life and death of the entire Lingzhou. Director Xing's scalp was numb, and he lost his voice. Everyone was curious, what exactly was written on the letterhead? The deputy dean chuckled, Director Xing, that's what this son is like. No one in the world can guess his behavior. I'm afraid the big battle will be ahead of schedule. Pass my order, all the strong in the academy, take away the useful resources. In the academy, take away the resources that can be taken away quickly, move all, and station in Wanling High. Lingzhou, a dim void, 2 sky attics side by side. In the attic, the space barrier is shrouded like a barrier, and there are more than a dozen figures sitting in the hall of the secret room, and the atmosphere is extremely terrifying. Oh? Your Shenzhou Soul family wants to work with me again? The beautiful woman in the white dress like snow, sitting in the hall, playing with her slender jade fingers, said indifferently. The cloaked old man on the opposite side laughed hoarsely. You can see the strength of our soul clan. There are many backgrounds of Tianga Academy. With your lineup, it will take at least 100 years for you to win them. With our help, we can definitely shorten this time countless times. Divine Soul Home. Their minions have actually penetrated into the area of Lingzhou. The beauty of the white dress slightly lifted the corners of her lips, even if she sneered, her curvature was still extremely beautiful, she said lightly. Then you should also know, I can't trust you. Since the outbreak of the civil war in Lingzhou, no outside forces have intervened. Why? The reason is because there are too many unknowns who will intervene in such a large-scale war. No one knows whether the other party will fight back, or whether they know the details of the other party. Whether it is for the Bai family or Tiange Academy, it is difficult to carry out any cooperation with the outside world. Without absolute certainty, any external force is an unstable factor. It is possible to make their own camp suffer huge losses. Cuckoo. The thin man next to the cloaked old man smiled grimly. Don't worry, Your Excellency, this time our Soul Clan is sincerely cooperating. As long as there is any war, the strength of my Soul Clan will take the lead. If we do anything on the battlefield, if something threatens your faction, you can also counterattack against our Soul family. Oh, that means the previous cooperation was not sincere? The beautiful woman smiled, the atmosphere became weird, and the two of them laughed strangely. After a moment of silence, the snow-white jade legs were raised, and the lady in the white dress waved. State your purpose. The cloaked old man's eyes froze, and his murderous aura suddenly appeared. We only need one person, Lin Chen. This son is a student of Tiange Academy. And he is the sure killer of my soul family. Lin Chen? The beauty of the white dress's heart throbbed a few times, she showed doubts. For the first time, and then said indifferently. It doesn't matter, this person has nothing to do with my big plans. My position is only one, cooperation is fine, but I won't take action myself. Because I can't trust you. Of course, everyone on my side can be dispatched. Except me. The cloaked old man and the thin man looked at each other and smiled sternly. Then wish us a happy cooperation in advance. Lingzhou, the top of a cloud-filled mountain peak. On the top of the mountain stands a giant gate of space, and there is a layer of war emperors guarding the left and right sides, which is heavily guarded. Behind the giant space gate is the Bai family headquarters. Today's Bai family is not what it used to be. It has become the joint stronghold of all ancient families. Boom! The earth-shattering vibration shook the entire mountain top, and the two first-tier battle emperors were blown away by an invisible and violent force. A beam of moonlight traveled like a god, rushing into the giant gate of space. Inside the giant gate is a space plane created by a number of powerful war emperors, which is connected to Lingzhou. At this time, many powerhouses were still gathered in the Bai family hall. Bang! Ka-ka! The tremor shook like a thunderbolt, alarming the hundreds of war emperors in the Bai family headquarters. Among them, there is even the 8th battle emperor. Hefeng Xiaoxiao, dare to violate my Bai family headquarters? When Chuan's anger resounded through the sky, a beam of moonlight fell from the sky and smashed through the main hall of the Bai family. The sudden momentum shocked all the war emperors to retreat. Bang! The moonlight fell, the young man dressed in a silver robe stood at the head of the main hall, his clothes rolled up, and a cynical smile hung from the corner of his mouth, and he appeared in the main hall of the Bai family headquarters. The whole battle emperor was shocked. Where did this kid come from? How dare you break into their Bai family headquarters? It's you? Lin Chen. In the hall, there was a shocking exclamation. It was Lin Chen's first opponent to activate the Godslayer talent, the father of Bai family Bai Tianqi, Bai Yuxing. Seeing each other after more than a year, Bai Yuxing not only could no longer see through Lin Chen's cultivation, but also felt a deep-rooted fear and tremor when facing him. This kind of feeling, he only has the oppressive feeling that he can only face the Battle Emperor, who is above the 5th level of cultivation. Oh? So it's your old dog. Lin Chen jokingly smiled, and looked around the audience without any hesitation. Is he Lin Chen? Many war emperors in the headquarters hall looked at him in amazement. The former Lin Chen was only in the Yuan Zuanjing realm. He started the first battle in the Battle Emperor realm with his Godslayer talent, but many battle emperors of the Bai family did not pay much attention to this. They used to even despise Bai Yuxing, but they were defeated by a younger generation. Now that they see it, they can't see through this mysterious young man. The most unbelievable thing is that this kid actually broke into their Bai family headquarters openly and above board. The old man has probed, and there is no abnormality in the outside world. This child really broke in alone. A linen-clad old man in the early 7th stage sneered. The old monsters from various ancient families couldn't help shaking their heads and laughing. The young people today are really more mad than each generation. It's simply incomprehensible. Breaking into Bai's headquarters alone? Only the vice president of Tianga Academy, Shen Lianyun, can do this kind of thing. Moreover, it is only possible for their great master and the strongest high-end combat power. If the top combat power gathers together, even Shen Lianyun would not dare to enter the Bai family headquarters alone. There is no doubt that he is courting death. He, you are Lin Chen? Young man, you are very brave, aren't you afraid of death? 2 old men in yellow robes appeared ghostly in front of Lin Chen and asked with a smile. I'm afraid of death, so I won't come. Lin Chen smiled casually and jumped to the top of the hall, wanting to sit on the Phoenix golden chair. Everyone's expressions changed slightly. That's where their master can sit. When the emperors wanted to act, the yellow-robed old man at the head raised his hand, and the people behind stopped. Sitting on the golden chair, Lin Chen crossed Erlang's legs and glanced at everyone present while touching his chin. The 2 elders looked at each other, shook their heads, and laughed. The 2 of them really want to see what tricks this kid wants to play now. Not to mention that there are more than 100 war emperors in the Bai family headquarters, and even the 2 of them are in the early 8th stage of cultivation. It only takes one breath to suppress him. Boy, what is your purpose? Could it be that you want to lead your academy to attack in one fell swoop? The first old man in yellow robe asked with a smile. If he really led the academy to attack, then this Lin Chen is really killing him. Why did the war take so long, and neither side had a deadly battle? It was because of the remnants of each other's ancient families. The reason why the ancient family in the Kyushu continent has been based on the mainland for tens of thousands, 100,000 years or even more is because of the various amazing people who have emerged in their family, as well as those families that have existed in the Holy Realm since ancient times. They all have the last means of life-saving in their own families. Some are ancient secret formations, some are the life-saving heritage left to future generations by the Holy Realm, or there are very few families with 8th order holy artifacts. These trump cards are often in the main family of an ancient family, and only when the entire family is alive and dead can they be passively triggered. With the means of later generations, it is almost impossible to control it. independently. This is also the reason why the ancient family in Kyushu often broke out the battle of the emperor level, but the two forces rarely launched a life and death battle, because everyone is basically in their own family, leaving the last big killer. Tiange Academy also has the last weapon, the Tianling Battle Tower, that measures combat power during the Tianling ranking conference. If Lin Chen intends to lead the academy to attack their by-family headquarters, they can't ask for it. My purpose is to come over for tea. By the way, I'll snap my fingers later and give you a big gift. Lin Chen jokingly smiled and said, when you walk through the door, you're a guest. You've been here for so long, and you haven't seen tea yet? You're still drinking tea. Later, the seniors will let you eat enough shit. Bai Yunxing had a grim smile on his face. He was defeated by Lin Chen a year ago. He was simply disgraced in the alliance, and the resources he obtained were not even as good as some first-tier battle emperors. Now, he seems to see that Lin Chen is about to be abused later. The dog of the Bai family really stinks. The ability to bark wildly hasn't changed at all. Why, isn't your master of the Bai family not here today? Someone from Lin arrived at your headquarters in person, don't you give me any face? Lin Chen smiled disdainfully, and turned to the second elder in yellow robe. Only you are not qualified to see our lord. The two elders sneered. Lin Chen's pupils twirled the light of the golden eye. Twins, and as expected, he penetrated most of the situation in the war. Emperor's body, all of which were the burning will of the holy fire, all of which were reduced to puppets. The only strange thing is that as long as it belongs to the battle emperor of the Bai family, the burning light of the sacred fire will is somewhat different. At this time, another battle emperor from the Ling family stepped out and sneered. What? Didn't your excellency say you want to give us a big gift? Did you just come to our headquarters to talk about it? I just don't know if your bones will be tougher or your mouth will be tougher. Ha 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 ha. Lin Chen looked up to the sky and laughed, suddenly got up from the golden chair, and then kicked the entire phoenix golden chair with one kick, making the expressions of the war emperors in the scene become particularly cold. I'm tough everywhere. You are all afraid of being tough. I, Mr. Lin, came here today to give you a gauntlet. Lin Chen stepped on it violently, and the earth robbery and fighting spirit burst out of the ground, forming 100 zhong stone monument standing in front of the emperors. On the steel, there is an impressive engraving. 3 days later, the battle of Wanlinghai will be fought. A battle is divided, and a battle will determine life and death. Is it the next decisive battle book? Ridiculous. What kind of thing are you? You are also qualified to write the battle book? It's almost the same for your vice president, Shen Lianyun. The old man in yellow robe sneered, his palms disillusioned. It's just my snap of my fingers. Lin Chen stood proudly on the battle book steel and stretched his hand over his head. It should be almost. Lin Chen smiled. Pa. The crisp snap of fingers suddenly echoed in the hall, and many war emperors released their fighting spirit, and found that there was nothing abnormal in the Bai family headquarters or the outside world. Bluff? The next moment, unprecedented momentum resounded inside and outside the Baijia headquarters. Boom. The space is distorted, the earth veins are split, the mountains and rivers are twisted, and the airflow collapses, and countless air waves burst open. What's the situation? Is it an enemy attack? Could it be that the army of Tiange Academy is really here? I can't ask for it. Go out and see. The various war emperors were shocked and angry, and they rushed out of the hall one after another. They found out that at this time, the entire spatial plane of the Bai family headquarters was beginning to tilt. What? Space is tilting. Is there a strong outsider suppressing our space plane? Then at least, you can do it if you have to be above the 9th layer battle. Emperor. In Tianga Academy, I am afraid that only Director Xing and Vice President Shen Lianyun? It seems that they are really attacking. Everyone is ready to fight. The battle emperors of the Bai family were preparing to fight, but their expressions gradually solidified, because they found that there was no powerhouse in the outside world attacking their space enchantment. There seems to be something wrong. The yellow-robed old man at the head frowned and his figure flashed. The war emperors from all walks of life followed closely behind, escaping into the void and heading to the outside world. On the top of the mountain, more than a dozen war emperors walked in the air. And when they looked around, there was not a single creature that could threaten their Bai family headquarters. But what is extremely strange is that the space of Bai's headquarters is still tilted, overturned, collapsed and cracked, and continues to collapse. What exactly is going on? The war emperors from all walks of life were collectively dumbfounded. No one launched an attack, and their space barrier was good. How could such a strange situation occur? Suddenly, the pupils of the yellow-robed old man of the 8th battle emperor shrank suddenly. As far as he could see, everything began to change. The mountain peaks gradually rolled down and collapsed, and the ley lines continued to burst into giant python-like cracks, which continued to spread. One after another lava was squeezed and thrown from the depths of the ground. And the fire began to spread outside the Bai family headquarters. No. No, no, no. The expression of the old man in yellow robe changed from suspicion to panic. And finally to the corners of his mouth trembling. The war emperor who stepped into the air to the outside world looked at him. One after another, and the old man in yellow robe, whose palms were trembling, sighed in shock, word by word. It's not a trick like attacking the space enchantment, nor is it a small trick like subverting the space plane of the Bai family. It's the space of the entire western region. No. The old man in yellow robe looked up at the sky, his pupils trembled. At this time, the entire sky began to slowly tilt. It's the entire Lingzhou. Now the entire continental plate has begun to tilt. He has tilted the entire Lingzhou. The words of the old man in yellow robe made everyone's scalp explode in an instant. The entire Lingzhou continent is tilting in one direction? Even the ancient saints of Kyushu cannot do it. How did he do it? I don't know. All in all, the Lingzhou continent is dumping in one direction. Go back to the main hall, there will be a shocking change in Lingzhou. Inside the main hall of the Bai family headquarters, all the war emperors stared at Lin Chen standing on the battle book stone tablet like a ghost. This kid snapped his fingers and made the entire Lingzhou continent collapse? What is this Nima snapping fingers? Is he a saint? But this is the continental plate of the entire Lingzhou. It's not a mountain. Or two. He snapped his fingers and fell over? This is absolutely impossible. Even the ancient sacred realm cannot shake the entire continental plate of Lingzhou. Someone Lin smiled slightly, very annoyed. He peeled an orange very calmly, put it in his mouth, and smiled casually. How high is the sky, how coquettish is Chen. Boom. Soul Family and other powerhouses, who had just talked about stable cooperation, felt a turbulence in the space. What's the situation? The space is tilting? Does anyone dare to attack us? Go out and see. In the sea of 10,000 spirits, the emperors gathered together. At this time, the Wanlinghai has no drop of water. It is like a vast and bright plain, as far as the eye can see. Boom. The space gradually distorted, opening several cracks from time to time. 40 people, including Yang Qinger, stared blankly at the vertical black line at the end of the plane. The black line is vertical from the sky to the plane, like a gap in the horizontal plane, and it seems to be the latitude and longitude of heaven and earth. When you look at it from a distance, it is as thin as a hairspring, and when you look closely, it is about the size of your thumb, and the space near the black line is in a kind of concave and curved vacuum zone. At the end of the black line, everything is crushed, including space. The power of the entire Lingzhou continent's tilt comes from this black line. Yang Qinger gently covered her lips with her jade hand, and the shock in her heart was indescribable. In the end, how good do you want to be? Lin Chen had promised Yang Qinger that he would show her a scenery that only Lingzhou could have. Now, he has fulfilled his promise. A landscape that only Lingzhou can have. The big state is tilted, the heaven and the earth are twisted. Just ask Kyushu Wangu, who can have such a handwriting? Who can see this scene? Everyone present was as shocked as Yang Qinger, and almost everyone's mind fell into a blank. I'm fucked. I'm convinced. How the hell does his brain grow, my mother? Is there such an operation? The 9 inheritors of the sacred monument present were convinced and amazed. We are simply witnessing history, witnessing the rise of a legend. Several of the few 7th-layer war emperors exclaimed from their hearts. Is this fucking human? From making a fuss about the Soul House, to one person who can support 5 people's medicine refining giant, to shaking the entire Lingzhou continent. Everything, let alone the world, even the powerhouses of their level, dare not think about it. But it blooms again and again in his hands. Although Lin Chen is not a saint, he is better than a saint. On the continent of Kyushu, those Xeon beings lurking in the dark or other small space planes suddenly opened their eyes, and cast their gazes at Lingzhou in shock and curiosity. Strange, the spatial latitude and longitude of Lingzhou mainland is leaving Kyushu? Could it be an extraterrestrial disaster? Or is there the arrival of the Holy Land? Even if the Kyushu continent is less than 1/10 of the size of the ancient times, it is still a medium-sized and above continental plate. How can it move so easily? Without the breath of the Holy Land, what happened in Lingzhou? Song Pagoda, number 10 main city, a secret pavilion. The tower owner was dealing with many matters, his eyes suddenly condensed. And he turned to the direction of Lingzhou. What are you kidding me? Lingzhou is collapsing. Could it be someone from the Holy Realm? Why is there no omen? The tower master once again flashed away from the sky tower. When he urged the war to cover his eyes, when he saw the Lingzhou continent through the endless void, he was stunned in place. It turned out that it was that kid Lin Chen. The tower owner's scalp was numb for a moment, and there was a shock that had not appeared in 100,000 years, and even cursed. Damn, this is too crazy. He set up the entire Lingzhou continent. White House headquarters. Grass. How did this kid do it? Could it be that he invited the saint? The saint can't move Lingzhou. Your many war emperors in the headquarters are in a mess, and the only old man in yellow robe can't help but scold. Are you fucking crazy? What's the benefit of doing it like this? Why does everyone in Lingzhou have to die? If Lingzhou is separated from the mainland of Kyushu, it will become a floating object under the starry sky. Many disasters and energy torrents in the outer starry sky will destroy Lingzhou. At that time, the entire Lingzhou life will be terrified. Even the Holy Land cannot shelter such a huge continental plate under the stars. The only possibility is to escape outside of Lingzhou, before this time is too late. But if the Battle Emperor realm can escape, the Yuanzun realm and the Heavenly Gang realm may not be able to be completely transferred. Moreover, the Lingzhou continent still has the background of their 23 ancient families. It is impossible to evacuate in such a short period of time. Once they escape to other big states, they will lose the ancient heritage left by their ancestors, and it will be difficult for them to regain their brilliance, not to mention that there are other strong people who will stare at them. Because of the loss of the heritage of the ancient family, it is not so difficult to destroy them. If you die, you will die. If Lingzhou falls under your rule, it would be better for all of them to die. Lin Chen sneered, as Vice President Shen Lianyun said, "This is an unprecedented gamble. Bet on the gamble of the entire Lingzhou." He wants to force everyone in the Bai family alliance to fight for life and death, not relying on the ancient family background of both sides, and only rely on their existing strength to speak. I'll give you 3 days. After 3 days, Wanlinghai will fight, and life and death will depend on your ability. Lin Chen suddenly sighed. In fact, he was also walking on the tip of the knife. If the Bai family alliance really chooses to withdraw, then there will be no winners in this confrontation. In order to adjust Lingzhou from its collapsed state to its original state, Lin Chen needs a large number of battle emperors to join forces. During this period, it is impossible to fight. If the opponent does not fight, then the final result will be both losers. Then kill you first. The old man in yellow robe slammed into his hand, his palm like a dragon, turning his palm into claws, crushing it all around Lin Chen, cracking into claw marks and destroying it. Boom! Lin Chen's whole figure burst into a wisp of smoke and disappeared, and many strong people were stunned in place. The old man in yellow robe gritted his teeth. Damn, it's just a clone? A cloned old man didn't even see through it. This child is so weird. A day later, in a certain mountain gorge, Lin Chen, who continued to maintain the blue dragon's shadow, opened his eyes and frowned. What's the matter? I have searched many places, but there is no sign of Sister Ruoyan. Could it be that she is no longer in the Lingzhou continent? Or should I say? Thinking of a certain possibility, a killing intent emerged in Lin Chen's heart. At the moment, I can't wait to continue searching. Even if I have the twins. With golden eyes and the eyes of 9 robbers, finding someone in Lingzhou is nothing but a needle in a haystack. Let's meet everyone first. If Sister Ruoyan has contact with everyone in the academy, maybe there is still a chance to find a clue. Lin Chen stepped in the air for a flash and disappeared. Wanlinghai, the academy gathered together. When they saw the vertical black line, they couldn't help but be stunned. Is that black line a space boundary point? Vice President Shen Lianyun's Jero was shocked. She didn't expect that Lin Chen would be so crazy. Vice President, what is the space boundary? Some of the elders of the War Sovereign Realm and Tianjia students who are still inexperienced asked, curiously. Shen Lianyun's expression was solemn, revealing the color of thinking. The boundary point of space is derived from the space between heaven and earth, a boundary point where a space is compressed to the extreme. It is said that only in the very center of the extremely strong energy explosion can the vacuum be completely exploded, resulting in the compression of space to the extreme and the creation of space boundary points. In ancient times, the location of the Wanling Sea erupted in the Holy Land. The fierce confrontation between them left the space boundary. This space boundary point was originally located at the height of Wanlinghai. Because this place is the junction area between Lingzhou and Tianzhou, and the resources here are scarce and uninhabited. Secondly, the space boundary is extremely dangerous. If it is too close to being sucked into it, even the Battle Emperor realm will die. This kind of thing, almost no one will approach, because the interior is an infinitely distorted space that is compressed to the extreme, and its interior space is unimaginably large. At the same time, due to the power generated by the distortion of the huge space, even the Battle Emperor realm can be easily torn like thin paper. Unexpectedly, this little guy would use this to shake the Lingzhou continent. But where does the power to shake the continent come from? Although this space boundary point can crush the space plane, it has not yet reached the point of overturning the continent. Otherwise, the Lingzhou continent has long ceased to exist since ancient times. Shen Lianyun was both amazed and puzzled, and Director Xing next to him suddenly spoke up. It's because of the sea. The elders also discovered this anomaly. Wanlinghai is now dry, and it may be sucked into the space boundary point. But the weight of the sea water in Wanlinghai alone is not enough, and the sea level can't reach the position of the original space boundary at all. Shen Lianyun questioned that this vision, she had discovered long ago, was just really difficult to have a connection with the Lingzhou continent. Suddenly, Yan Fanhai, the head of the Yan family, turned around and asked Shen Lianyun seriously. Dean Lianyun, what if it were the entire Lingzhou Sea? As soon as these words came out, all the war emperors were struck by lightning. Shen Lianyun froze in place. Boom. The sonic boom sounded, and everyone in the academy took action and flew into the distance. Yan Fanhai said very seriously while leading the crowd to fly. When you reach the peak of the heavenly astral realm, you can completely an idiot, and you no longer need to eat or rely on water sources to replenish water. You only need to use the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth as energy supplements. Even low-level psychic warriors can also absorb spiritual crystals to replenish energy, so it is absolutely necessary to replenish energy. Most people don't notice that the water sources in the entire Lingzhou have completely dried up. Even if you know, in this Lingzhou, where the melee is constantly fighting, there are hardly many strong people who will understand the reason for the dry water. Yan Fanhai's tone even trembled. It's no wonder that when I returned, the water source of the entire Lingzhou was nearly 60% less, and it has been draining all the time. I once thought it was because of the war. It turned out that all the rivers, and seas in Lingzhou, they all flow to the Wanling Sea, and are eventually absorbed by the space boundary. Sure enough, the emperors in the academy flew within 100,000 miles. And as far as they could see, all the rivers were cut off, and they all converged to one route, that is, the direction of the sea leading to the Wanling Sea. When everyone returned to the area of Wanlinghai again, they stared at the vertical black line derived from the space boundary point, and they were shocked. Yes, you don't need a lot of power, you just need the seawater to pour in a steady stream, and it will continue to be absorbed by the space boundary, and the weight will continue to increase, and the seawater can fully withstand the twisting force generated inside the space boundary, because of the shape of the water. It's not fixed, it's flowing. Maybe it's the only thing that can be dumped inside the space boundary except for the energy of war. Yan Fanhai looked up at the vertical black line, and his mind was full of stormy waves. Inside that thumb-sized black line is the water source of the entire Lingzhou. In addition to the more than 800,000 years of existing records, the history of Lingzhou is actually much longer, dating back millions of years. Even after the ancient Hundred Saints War, there are still countless water sources in the continent, and 5% of the entire continent. 18 is seawater. In addition, there is also a powerful core energy in Lingzhou continent. The deeper you go into the ground, the hardness of space and rocks increases by 100 times the value, and its firmness is difficult to completely destroy. Even the Holy Land. This is why the pseudo-gods have tried their best to invade the Kyushu continent. Extracting powerful core energy can heal their wounds, but the price in return is that once the continent of Kyushu loses more core energy, will become extremely fragile. Nowadays, more than 50% of the water sources are all included in the space boundary, and the pressure and power generated are not comparable to those of the ancient Holy Realm. But it still can't penetrate the continental plates that have been blessed by the core energy. Therefore, when the out-of-specification hardness encounters the out-of-specification weight at one point, as a result, the continental plate of the entire Lingzhou will be tilted to one side. This sun is truly a genius, there is no one before, and no one since. How on earth did he come up with this method? I seem to hear someone behind me saying I'm handsome. Yan Fanhai had just finished marveling, and the boys' laughter echoed between heaven and earth. Everyone turned to look away in response. Lin Chen stepped into the air, and emerged behind everyone. Shen Lianyun smiled. Finally home. Fortunately, I didn't lose my life. The battle book has been issued. There are less than 3 days. This is the place of decisive battle. Lin Chen clenched his fists. Those seniors and sisters who went out from Tiange Academy and achieved the Battle Emperor realm all looked at the only Orange Honor Junior in the history of the Academy with curiosity. You are junior brother Lin Chen? Hey! His breath seems to be much stronger than ours. Speaking of which, he won't really be airborne to the Bai family headquarters to go to the gauntlet, right? Everyone in the academy was discussing around Lin Chen, and Xing Zhan came over with a serious face. Little guy, I admit that your talent is unparalleled, but this method is too risky. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. Senior, it is obvious that if this continues, the war will last for decades, and we have no time to fight a protracted war. We must fight to determine the outcome, isn't it? Since the trouble with the Soul family, Lin Chen can guess that the pseudo-god of the Soul family will not let him go, and it is absolutely not difficult to investigate his origin by their means. From the last time the Soul family came directly to Tianzhou, it can be inferred that they have a high possibility of entering Lingzhou. If the Soul family intervenes, or even another pseudo-god family intervenes in the current war in Lingzhou, then breaking the Tiange Academy will no longer be a problem. Lingzhou will completely become the world of the Bai family alliance, and become the puppet of the master behind the alliance. Okay, it's all my own. Now that the battle book has been issued, there is no need to argue too much about this issue. It's okay to decide the outcome in one battle. But Lin Chen, you can restore the space boundary with certainty. You must know, if you don't have the confidence to restore it, it means nothing if we win the war. Shen Lianyun asked solemnly, everyone calmed down immediately. Yes, this is the most important question. A Lingzhou continent floating in the outer starry sky has no chance of survival at all, and it will not take too long to be annihilated in the endless natural disasters of the universe. Facing everyone's eyes, Lin Chen nodded solemnly. There is a 100% certainty, everyone can rest assured. Our goal is to defeat the opponent. Hearing this sentence, everyone felt reassured. In fact, Lin Chen didn't tell all the situation. If the other party refused to fight, the 100% certainty would be 0. By the way, what about those people you brought? Shen Lianyun asked again. Lin Chen smiled and said, I let them hide, show the enemy is weak, and catch the opponent by surprise, one step to the stomach. Everyone shook their heads and laughed, but this kid still hasn't changed. After talking for a while, Lin Chen sat cross-legged in the void and turned on the system. I want to learn 3-inch tribulation. Learning the purple level, high level, low level combat skill, 3-inch tribulation is expected to consume 2.65 million points of intermediate level martial arts spirit. Is the host sure to learn it? The 2 advanced purple level combat skills that Lin Chen mastered were inherited from the strong. This was the first time he had learned advanced purple level combat skills from scratch. This attribute value made the corners of his mouth twitch a few times. If it weren't for the robbery of a wave of the Soul family, all my martial arts spirits would not be able to learn a high-level purple level combat skill. It's so terrifying. System, I'm sure. I muttered in my heart, and after I issued the order, a huge amount of memory of the exercises poured into the spiritual bridge. There may be a great battle next, and if Lin Chen can improve his strength by 1 more point, he will improve by 1 more point. It is urgent. By family headquarters, many top war emperors looked at the war declaration stone tablet, both shocked and furious. This son dares to parachute into there by family headquarters to declare war. It's so fucking arrogant. However, what made their scalps tingle even more was the fact that the Lingzhou continent had begun to fall. The shock of this incident was so terrifying that they were barely able to recover from it now. I didn't expect this kid to come back so soon. It seems that we came right this time. The dozens of powerhouses of the Soul clan looked gloomy and violent, and murderous intent was brewing. And the intrigued beauty in the white dress showed a cold smile. Interesting, it seems that I should meet him for a while. She is by Ruoyan, the chief figure who started the civil war in Lingzhou. Let's all go down and prepare. 2 days later, go to Wanlinghai, and the victory will be determined in one battle. Bai Ruoyan waved his hand, and all the powerhouses took orders. People from the Soul family, follow the original plan. This son belongs to you, and I only need Lingzhou. If you dare to go against the water, I will show you my cards. Bai Ruoyan glanced at the people in the Soul family, who had a cold face, and smiled gloomily. Naturally, it's a pleasure to work with. 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. During this time, the powerhouses of the academy either adjusted their status or prepared some trump cards in advance. Everyone was waiting for this battle in their hearts. If it can be the final battle to end the long melee, all the better. If this continues, Lingzhou will sooner or later be wiped out. Lin Chen suddenly opened his eyes, and there was a smear of war in his eyes. This 3-inch tribulation was officially completed, and it will become his next powerful trump card. 3 inches of robbery, there are 3 layers of defense, just need a thought to activate. Lin Chen glanced at the meridian war chi crystals in his body, like layers of Gorgeous and exquisite coatings, with just one thought, his strongest defense, can be revealed in an instant. Extreme return. With a faint purple brilliance circulating throughout his body, Lin Chen directly activated his ultimate return to replenish his fighting spirit, to create an inch of robbery defense. He turned his head and looked to the other side of the void, a million miles of void, filled with the Heavenly Song Academy and the Yan family's war. Emperor Realm. All the Yuan Zuanjing of Tiange Academy has been evacuated, and the Yuan Zuanjing may be called the first-class powerhouse in Lingzhou. But this is a battle that decides the fate of the entire Lingzhou. Below the Battle Emperor Realm, you are not even qualified to participate in the battle. The total number of war emperors in the Yan family is 33, most of them are below the 5th layer of war emperors, and 7 are above the 5th layer of war emperors. The strongest, the 8-layer war emperor in the early stage, has only one ancestor. Because the Yan family is an aristocratic family of mathematicians, they often occupy the heavenly secrets. Most of the war emperors of their family are mathematicians, and their lifespans are shorter than that of ordinary war emperors. Because Tianji is by no means easy to spy on, it has to pay a price, and most of the mathematicians usually have a shorter lifespan. Secondly, that is the lineup of Tiange Academy, 91 people, 10 people in the 7th Battle Emperor, 4 people in the 8th Battle Emperor, and only Shen Lianyun and Xing Zhan in the 9th Battle Emperor. Lin Chen's brows were furrowed. His clone had come to the Bai family headquarters in person, and he had already figured out the details of them. There were at least 200 war emperors. And at that time, the opponent's top combat power hadn't fully arrived. The lineup on this side of the academy is actually a few chips worse than the Bai family alliance. No matter how strong the Tiange Academy is, it is difficult to resist the alliance of all the ancient families in Lingzhou. The reason why she was able to persevere in such a long war is largely related to Shen Lianyun. Judging from Lin Chen's current vision, the vice president Shen Lianyun is already the pinnacle of the Battle Emperor realm, the cultivation of the 9-level pinnacle. It is precisely because of her existence that most of the opponent's high-end combat power will be involved by her alone. Otherwise, with her cultivation level, as long as the opponent's battle shows major flaws, she only needs to kill the 8th layer and below in a blink of an eye. The King of War is extremely simple. It seems that the battle is still very difficult. It depends on how far my Godslayer talent can grow. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. He once asked the system for the calculation method of Godslayer talent. For example, Lin Chen's spiritual power increased by 10 times, his combat aura cultivation base increased by 10 times, and his pure strength increased by 10 times. Converted to the calculation of the system, the comprehensive combat power increased by 30 times. And so on. Lin Chen's fingertips unconsciously touched a receiving ring, and in this receiving ring, there is his only 8th order holy weapon, the azure blue bright moon. If the Godslayer is not enough, perhaps he should use its power. In this battle, he has no way back, and if he loses, he will die. The current self can single-handedly take on the Battle Emperor in the early stage of the 7th stage. In the middle stage of the 7th stage, he still needs to borrow the power of the clone, and he can be besieged by the clone in the later stage of the 7th stage. As for the 8th layer Battle Emperor or above, any one person can threaten him. This time, I might have to borrow the power of the 8th order sword. Little guy, we're all betting on your decision this time. The Yan family's ancestor of the Eightfold War Emperor turned his head and sighed at Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded. Senior of the Yan family, rest assured. I, Lin Chen, will not easily do things that are unsure. As if remembering something, Lin Chen took out a picture scroll from his arms, handed it to Shen Lianyun, and asked her, Vice President, I have been looking for an old friend for a long time, but I haven't seen him. I wonder if you have an impression, or let the college, let everyone see if there is any news about her. Shen Lianyun took the scroll and smiled sweetly. Old friend? Why haven't I heard you mention it? Is it important to you? At the moment when the scroll was unfolded, the beautiful woman in the white dress like smoke was depicted in the scroll, which was extraordinary and beautiful, like a fairy in a painting. But seeing this woman, Shen Lianyun suddenly froze in place. That absolutely beautiful face, with her brows like the temperament of a fairy, falling into the mortal world, can't be wrong, it's her. The culprit who started the war. Is she actually the old man of this little guy? Well, very important. Lin Chen nodded seriously. Shen Lianyun's face was a little ugly. She turned to look at Lin Chen, and said incredulously, Are you sure you are looking for her? Yes, I've been preparing this painting for several days. It should be 8 points similar in temperament and appearance. There should be not many women like this in Lingzhou, and her strength is Yuan Zuanjing. If you see the elders after passing her, it should have some impression. Seeing Lin Chen's increasingly solemn expression, Shen Lianyun smiled bitterly. In her heart, she is not Yuan Zuanjing. She is teamed up with many war emperors, but she can fight me head-on. Shen Lianyun frowned. What is your relationship with her? A very important relationship. Have you met the vice president? Lin Chen was suddenly excited. Shen Lianyun trembled in her heart. Whether this kid really doesn't know or is fake, no one in Lingzhou today doesn't know about her. What's more, didn't he just go to Bai's headquarters to get the gauntlet? Didn't he meet him? She just started this. Bang! The sky shattered, the ground shook. The sea of clouds above the sky tore apart 1,000 zhang space crack. And the silhouettes of the sky stepped out, as many as 236 people. They are all warriors of the Emperor realm. Boom! The 10,000 zhang void within a radius of 5 million miles is constantly shaking, and the trend of space cracking continues to accelerate. The breath of the group of people at the head made the expressions of the emperors of Tiange Academy terrified. What's the situation? Why do they have 32 more war emperors? All of them are above the 5th layer battle emperor. Where is this powerhouse? The powerhouses of the Yan family and the academy are all shaken to varying degrees, and the opponent's lineup is enough to change the balance of the battle. Don't panic, we also have reinforcements, but they haven't come out yet. Shen Lianyun secretly transmitted his voice and temporarily stabilized everyone. Once the fighting spirit collapsed, the fight would be one-sided. Soul family. The lackeys of false gods. Lin Chen flew into the sky and blocked in front of everyone in the academy. With awe-inspiring killing intent. They did come. It's you? Lin Chen, very good. The old man thought you didn't dare to come back. In this world, no one can live in this world who dares to offend the true God. Ha ha ha, I wanted to grab your concubine and force you to show your face, but I didn't expect you to come to the door yourself. It seems that it would be unnecessary to abolish those 2 women. Even the gods can't save you today. When the war emperors of the Soul family saw Lin Chen, the thunder was furious. Enemies meet, especially jealous. Sure enough, you old dogs. Lin Chen's expression gradually became indifferent, but the killing intent in his eyes became stronger and stronger. Dare to take action against the people around me, I promise, I will make you regret coming into this world. As Lin Chen's killing intent surged, he grabbed the first two nine-layered war emperors directly to Lin Chen, and the fighting spirit surged with his fingertips. 10 red wild dragons fluttered and swooped around Lin Chen. Boom! The red savage dragon turned into broken awns all over the sky, and a beautiful shadow appeared beside Lin Chen. It was Vice President Shen Lianyun. The pupil of the second old man trembled, and the cloaked old man snorted coldly, as expected of the Vice President of Tianga Academy. He really has some skills. I didn't expect that in this barbarian land of Lingzhou, there is still the legendary 9th level peak battle emperor. As soon as Shen Lianyun made her move, she shocked the audience, and even Lin Chen felt lingering fears from the aura of the war emperor at the peak of the 9th level. Heh, Shen Lianyun. Let's see how many of us you can stop this time. Another 2 9th level battle emperors stepped into the air, and Shen Lianyun frowned. Counting the second elders of the Soul clan, and the current Bai clan alliance, there are only 6 of the 9 war sovereigns. 3 mid-level 9s, for early 9s. 4 or so opponents can stop Shen Lianyun. Any deviation of the 9-layer war emperor is enough to make a great reversal of the battle situation. How did the spatial boundary of Wanlinghai become like this? Hey! What's going on in this space boundary point? It turned into a line. Arriving in the void beyond the Wanling Sea, many war emperors were horrified when they saw the black line vaguely. It seems that the reason why Lingzhou continent began to tilt is because of this. A 9th level battle emperor in the Bai family alliance frowned. He looked at the cloaked old man, and the latter nodded after hesitating for a while. As long as you take this child for my soul family, we can help you solve the problem of the space boundary after the event. If it doesn't work, then I can ask the true God to take action. The words of the cloaked old man made the people of the Bai family alliance popular. A group of things that treat false gods as dogs. Today is just right. Counting the shares of Manqing and Sister Yueqi, I will kill them all. Lin Chen suddenly shouted, and the 7 kinds of heavenly robbery battle aura burst out with pure killing aura, like Shura coming into the world. 7 changes. Boom. The fighting spirit broke through the sky, and Lin Chen's 7 types of calamity battle bodies turned into infinite energy bursts, and finally incorporated into himself. There is only one step left before the 5th level of cultivation. The late 4th stage? Ha ha ha. Don't you put your hope on this late stage. 4th stage waste? Many powerhouses in the Bai family alliance can't help but sneer. What can the battle emperor in the late 4th stage do? With this little strength, you still expect to turn the tide? Only that Bai Yuxing has a creepy fear in his heart. Thinking back more than a year ago, this kid was still in the Yuanzun realm. At that time, although he was able to fight against himself, he obviously used some trump cards. But now, in just over a year, he has far surpassed himself at the time and has reached the late 4th stage? Doesn't this mean that it took him just over a year to go from the 5th level Yuanzun level to the cultivation level above the 3rd level war emperor? This talent is simply a monster. Staring at the frantic smile at the corner of Lin Chen's mouth, Bai Yuxing suddenly felt a sense of unease in his heart. That's not right. This technique to increase strength is not the one he used at the time. That super killer move that can cross the realm of Yuanzun and the Emperor of War? For a moment, Bai Yunxing thought deeply and was extremely terrified. This kid is not a loser. How could he rush back to Lingzhou without even reaching the foundation of the fifth battle emperor? If he was able to bridge the gap between Yuanzun and the Emperor of War, he was able to use it again. Don't worry, it's not over yet, this time, you will never be disappointed. Lin Chen laughed wildly, and when he showed his murderous intention, he connected to the system with a single thought. System, unleash the Godslayer talent. The system has received that it has detected 236 enemies who are hostile to the host. All of them are in the Battle Emperor realm, and the 9 battle emperors are 7 people. A powerful golden sky pattern flashed above Lin Chen's head, and his breath suddenly exploded in a 10,000th of an instant. No. Spread out. The ancestor of the Soul family, headed by him, drank in awe. Boom. Boom. The earth-shattering fluctuations of war energy burst out with Lin Chen as the center, and even Shen Lianyun was shocked away. A strong breath that burst the universe and shattered the space plane shot straight into the sky, rising from Lin Chen's body like a flash. His short hair fluttered, and thousands of scarlet rays of light flowed all over his body, and the vast battle aura like a galaxy of energy spun around his body. Its pupils revolve like the sun and the moon, and the 9-color battle chi life will in the body skyrockets wildly. A spiritual bridge spanning 100,000 feet of void entrenched above Lin Chen's head, and countless spiritual storms were disillusioned in his eyes. Feeling the divine essence in Lin Chen's body that dominates the heavens and the world, Bai Yunxing secretly snorted in his heart. It really is that super killer move. Coming. Using this trick at the beginning, with his cultivation level less than the 5th level of Yuanzuanjing, he can compete with himself in the 2nd stage of the Battle Emperor. Now, he is the cultivation base of the 4th stage of the Battle Emperor. So, what level does it have to be? Bai Yunxing even had a sign that the soles of his feet were softening, and he unconsciously retreated to the back of the team. He would never forget the fear that went deep into his soul. The spiritual bridge that climbed above Lin Chen's head finally transformed into 3 spiritual virtual images, reaching a height of more than 100,000 feet. The spiritual virtual images were permeated with the sound of annihilation sung by the ancients, and a slight spiritual fluctuation could shatter the space plane. Every spiritual fluctuation that emerges from the side is straight to Shaohan, like a vast galaxy, shining for eternity. In the end, the spiritual virtual image was incorporated into his spiritual consciousness. If he did not move, the universe would collapse. The power of the roaring dragon is like a dragon that destroys the world. It wanders in the sky and continues to burst out from Lin Chen's body. Each of his meridians seems to contain the power of tens of thousands of real dragons. The power has skyrocketed. Lin Chen's strength is 10 times, 50 times, 100 times, 200 times, 500 times, and finally, with a power that exceeds 1,000 times, he goes straight to the sky. This is not 1,000 times the growth of Yuanzuanjing, but 1,000 times that of War Emperor realm. What is the concept of Lin Chen's power that has increased more than 1,000 times in the 4th stage of the Battle Emperor realm? Lin Chen's pure strength, spiritual power, and battle spirit cultivation base have all undergone a skydifying growth and transformation. Compared with the Godslayer talent used in Yuanzuanjing, it is several times stronger. Because this time, there are 236 war emperors. There are even a lot of battle emperors in the 9th layer, and the strength and specifications are simply Not comparable to the last time the 31 low-level battle emperors in the sky tower and more than 1,000 yuan Zuanjing realm. What trick is this? What a terrifying fluctuation of war energy. This kid's cultivation level has gone from the 4th layer war emperor to the 7th layer war emperor in an instant. The brows of the strong men from all walks of life jumped wildly, and the corners of their mouths twitched. In the territory of the war emperor, 4 major realms have been broken in a row. There is no such exercise in this world. Thinking that the 7 transformations of Lin Chen's Azura Jiuhuang transformation can improve the 4 small realms and 1 large realm in the War Emperor's territory, it is already the sky. Looking at the Kyushu, there should be no second kind, and it belongs to the level of price and no market in the Sky Tower. The promotion of the 4 great realms is only in a dream. From mental strength to pure strength, to combat chi cultivation, the comprehensive combat power has soared 1,129 times. Lin Chen closed his eyes a little intoxicated, and a smashing finger was tens of thousands of zhang vast, and he was born out of the sky, crushing Lin Chen and breaking the sky. Sigh. A light blue spiritual beam of light collided without warning, pierced through the energy finger, and shattered directly. Sneak attack? With a sneer at the corner of his mouth, Lin Chen swept out a mental wave at the sneak attacker in a single thought. Boom! The dry palm swooped down like an eagle, shattering Lin Chen's mental fluctuations. Don't take it lightly. This one is not that simple. The cloaked old man scolded abruptly, and the old man in the middle 8 layers who wanted to sneak attack showed a lingering look. All the war emperors here in the academy are ecstatic. The current Lin Chen is a bit perverted with a terrifying breath. The sense of oppression he gave everyone was second only to Vice President Shen Lianyun. Even Xingzhan has a feeling of being inferior to him. The people of the Soul family feel more and more in their hearts that they have exhausted 70% of the powerhouses of the Soul family this time, and it will be the most correct decision to kill Lin Chen here. The potential of this son really makes people feel lingering fears. If he is given a period of time, what heights can he reach? Unimaginable. It seems that the 1,129-fold increase in God-Killer talent is still based on my most basic triple midterm cultivation and 3.95 million dragon power increase. For example, Lin Chen's comprehensive combat power is 1,000, and after launching the 7th transformation, it is 1,500. The God-Killer talent is increased by 1129 times, that is 1,000 times 1129 plus 1,500, not 1,500 by 1129. 8th level midterm cultivation base, peak spiritual power in the midterm. Tongtian realm, 8.99 million dragon power. Lin Chen's expression was intoxicated. In the later stage of the battle, Emperor realm, he could still break through the 4 major realms in a row. And only the God-Killer talent could do it. The feeling of becoming 100 times stronger in an instant is really addictive. The 8.99 million dragon power does not seem to have a big numerical gap with the original 5 million dragon power, but in fact, there are several grades of destructive power in the middle. If Lin Chen with 5 million dragon power can crush 10 small mountain ranges with one punch, then 8.99 million dragon power can crush more than 20 small mountain ranges with just one finger. Between the two, there are 2 completely different levels of destructive power. The ultimate moment, clone, come out. Lin Chen's shoulders shuddered, and his whole body was full of azure brilliance. The 4 avatars appeared, and everyone's brows jumped wildly. When they saw that Lin Chen's clone was only in the late 4th stage, they breathed a sigh of relief. If his avatar was also the 8th level war Emperor, it would be a fart. Godslayer talent is useless for clones, but at least it can be better than for 7th layer war emperors. As long as they don't encounter the late 7th layer, they have the power to fight. As soon as he grasped the imperial spear of the 5 Dragons dynasty, Lin Chen pointed at the Soul Clan and the Bai Clan alliance from afar. The atmosphere of the audience instantly became tense. Vice President, 7 9th layer war emperors, I will pack 3, no problem. Madness. As soon as the statement came out, both the Bai family alliance and the Soul family powerhouses were burning with anger. This son was simply defiant. Don't force it, the other party still has strong people. Shen Lianyun said seriously. Lin Chen nodded with a smile. The two of them instantly turned into a stream of light, and the powerhouses of the Soul Clan and Bai Clan alliance slammed violently. All the Soul family, fight. No matter what the cost, take Lin Chen's life. Boom. Zunti Hidi's war chi fluctuations bloomed in the whole world, and the crossing silhouettes collided instantly, and the already tilted continental plates began to shake a little bit. The scene was extremely chaotic, the melee of over 300 war emperors, within millions of miles, turned the world upside down. Although the powerhouses of Tiange Academy were all higher than the Bai family alliance, their fists were no match for 4 hands, and the number of war emperors on the opposite side was nearly twice that of the academy. Xingzhan stared in the direction of Lin Chen and Shen Lianyun, frowned, and stepped out to support the two. Tear. A shadow knife gang cut across the sky. Then the 2000 zhang. Palm storms were brutal and ferocious, like a poisonous eagle biting, vicious. And vicious. Roar. The thunder gun was pulled out. Xingzhan pulled the gun body. The shadow of the gun was heavy, and it shot out like lightning, turning into hundreds of thunder snakes, smashing the 3-way attack, and suddenly shocked. Xiao Xiaojia, get out. Hee. As expected of the Tiange Academy, the powerhouses are like clouds. Let our Soul family come to experience it today. Be careful, this person's marksmanship is extremely sharp. The 3 figures stand on one side, and they appear in the air. They are the 2 supreme elders of the Soul family and a top powerhouse of the Bai family alliance. 2 in the late 8th stage and 1 in the middle stage of the 8th stage. Just want to stop me from the punishment battle? Look at the gun. The 2 sides fought together suddenly, and the high-end combat power of the academy was instantly involved. In one face-to-face, the academy fell into a disadvantage, and was suppressed by the opponent's number of people. The most important thing was the opponent's mid to high-end combat power, and the 2 sides were even. With the addition of the Soul Clan, the number of 5-layer war emperors has increased by more than 10. If it weren't for the addition of Lin Chen's 4 clones, the mid to high-end battle situation would be extremely unbalanced. The opponent's 2 8-layer war emperors add up to 12, and the academy's side is only 4. Xingzhan alone fought 3 top-level 8-layer war emperors, and the remaining 9 besieged the academy's 4 8-layer war emperors, and the top battle situation was only barely parrying. But according to the current situation, it won't take too long before there will be casualties in the academy. The main battle circle on the other end is even more terrifying. Shen Lianyun blocked 4 with 1. The 2 mid-9th level ancestors of the Soul Clan, and the 2 early-level 9th level ancestors of the Bai family alliance, could only compete with her to be evenly matched. And Lin Chen is one person alone to block the three ancestors of the soul. Family. Sai boom. A palm slapped, fist and palm collided, the dark dragon pattern twisted and twisted on the arm, and the cloaked old man stepped back and shouted, "Be careful, this child's attack can penetrate the battle gas defense." Shaking his slightly bloodied arm, the wood spirit essence moved, and Lin Chen frowned. As expected of the Emperor of War in the midnight stage, there will still be injuries if you face it head-on. In the later stage of the War Emperor realm, every realm is extremely terrifying. Lin Chen in the middle stage of the 8th layer and the Emperor of War in the middle stage of the 9th layer will be even more injured than if he is a body-refining Emperor with 8.99 million dragon power. In the past, Lin Chen's capital for leapfrog battles lost most of his advantages, movement speed, weapon rank, and pure strength blessings in front of the 9-layer War Emperor. Because of these advantages, they also exist for the 9-layer War Emperor. Little devil, the old man is only one step away from the late stage of the 9 stages. Except for your vice president, the number of people present is the strongest. Otherwise, how can I let me deal with you? No one can save you. Today. Die. The eyes of the cloaked old man met, and the two next to him flanked Lin Chen. In an instant. Then see who can't stand it. In Lin Chen's eyes, a fierce light is revealed. The cultivation level in the middle stage of the 8th layer can completely allow him to perform the last 20 moves of the 100 spear fighting Emperor. Type 87 dragon shakes the sky. Lin Chen pulled the golden battle spear, and amid the growth of the 5 colored dragon energy, a world-destroying giant disillusioned from the tip of the spear, and swept across the galaxy one by one. What? The two of them were startled, waved their warhammers, shattered the world destruction golem, worshipped in the sky, and slammed it out. The other person pulled out a sword, stabbed dozens of swords in an instant, and condensed into a tornado sword light and swayed away. Sigh. Boom. The spear flashed and shone bright for eternity. The attacks of both sides tore through the sky for thousands of miles. The characteristics of penetrating runes made this strike more powerful, and the two early stage 9 battle emperors were knocked back. The purple phoenix wing slapped, and a flash stabbed the chest of the white clothed old man in the middle of it. Boom. Like an icy ghost hand, the old palm penetrated Lin Chen's throat sharply, killing him with one hit. Go away. Thunder shouted, and the spiritual power of the midterm Tongtian realm turned into a blue fist, and violently punched out. The withered palm was just a meal, and it tore Lin Chen's spiritual fist. Lin Chen swept a shot back, and it exploded with a bang, the space crystal wall shattered. Lin Chen retreated 1,000 steps, and the blood in his body was churning. The ghostly figure appeared behind Lin Chen again. He gritted his teeth fiercely, holding the gun in both hands. The pure power in his body was like the eruption of hundreds of millions of volcanoes accumulating in his arms. The next moment, Lin Chen's fire robbery body was activated, and he stabbed away violently. The rolling fire robbery war gas condensed into 10,000 fires and burst out. Type 88, brilliant, destroys the world. Tear. The icy cold air appeared in the sky, and it slammed the fire robbery gun in Lin Chen with a palm, setting off a cloud and sky explosion. The dignified Lin Chen clenched his teeth. Suddenly, the figure shrouded in cold light rushed towards him. Lin Chen waved his spear again. Boom. 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 The two sides were strangling and colliding together, like two divine lights. Fighting from high altitude to land, from land to the void, wherever they passed, the airflow was smashed, and the airborne crystal wall was easily broken like a tofu block. The ancestors of the soul family are like dragon eagles, from tearing to capture, from capture to attack, to Lin Chen's ears, heart, eyes, and lower abdomen, all of them are deadly murderous. Lin Chen, who had retreated sharply, swung his battle spear violently, stabbed 4 spears in a row, turned around and swept away, blocking the opponent's claws, and at the same time, pure power, like an 8 barbaric dragon, slammed into the head of the cloaked old man. The old palm protruded like an eagle, and actually grabbed Lin Chen's punch. That shook the stars, and his palm flashed and rotated, removing 80% of Lin Chen's power. This technique is so weird. However, Lin Chen's every move has penetrating characteristics, and the power of this punch still penetrates 25% into his body and explodes violently. Boom! At the moment when the power of the penetrating characteristic exploded, both sides retreated sharply, and the corners of Lin Chen's mouth bleed. With these few breaths, he had already fought the opponent for more than 100 rounds. The Devil's Finger. Huang Quan rode. The sword pointed at the sky, and attacked Lin Chen directly. Wherever he passed, it turned into a faint yellow spring, and the aura of death was overflowing. At the intersection of Huang Quan, there is that deep and cold sword light. Next to Huang Quan, there is a finger of energy with a mighty devilish energy, covering the sky and the sun, like the finger of the devil descending. Huang destroys the world. The gun swept the galaxy in all directions, and it was another 88 style brilliance. The purple phoenix wings flapped, and the moonlight flashed when Lin Chen stepped on it. The revolving gun in his palm slammed down on the head of the white-robed old man. The opponent responded very quickly. The war gun spun at an extreme speed, and when the sword body was shaken, Lin Chen stabbed violently. Type 86 Sure Fury. 10,000 Anger Lei Jun's shot of dark robbery, thunder robbery, and Gengjin's energy is vertical and horizontal, sharp, and when it is unstoppable, it is mixed with the rage that devours all things. This shot shocked the old man in white, and when the sword edge counterattacked, he activated his defensive combat skills. Sigh. Boom. Boom. Half of the spear light was blasted away by the sword light, and the remaining power blasted through the rotating shield of ice, and fire on the old man in white, penetrated his defensive armor, and penetrated his body. Blast him thousands of miles away. Deadly Bloodthirsty was successfully launched, consuming 6,950 talent points, and has received 25% of the healing from the damage. Almost at the same time, 2 ghostly figures appeared behind Lin Chen, facing him with a lore fighting skill. Wan Yu destroying Heavenly Hand. 7-star Finger. Lin Chen gritted his teeth sharply, squeezing out all the fighting spirit, and spinning the gun body extremely fast to form a rotating gun wind, showing 5 colors of light. Type 89 Hua Wan Song. Boom. The explosion of Zunti and Hidi shook the entire cloud sky. 100 Spear. Do Wang's 89 type combat skill is a defensive combat skill. Although its attainments are extremely high, it is not in the field of rechargeable rune blessings. Because it is not an attacking combat skill, it is lacking many times the power. Sigh. The 5-color gunwheel was broken, and the corners of Lin Chen's mouth bleed, violently urging the splendid energy hidden in the meridians. 3-inch Tribulation. Lin Chen's whole body was instantly covered with 3 layers of extremely light coating energy, and was immediately hit by the aftermath of the attack. Boom! The aftermath of the war exploded from Lin Chen's body, and his whole body was blown away in one move, like a meteor falling to the ground. Boom! Lin Chen, who fell to the ground, shattered the ley lines and lifted up the ground slabs on both sides. Shocking. Damn, I almost died, and I couldn't stand up if I was hit just now. Lin Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up from the ground, his expression extremely solemn. This is the first time he has been suppressed by the enemy since he used the God Slayer talent. In the past 2 times, each time he suppressed the opponent, but this time it was completely different. His opponents are 3 full 9 battle emperors. An opponent of this level does not even leave Lin Chen a gap in the battle. As long as there is a chance, the opponent will kill him with all his strength. Even if there is a prediction from the Jin Tong twins, it may not be able to react. The characters who can become the 9-layered War Emperor, each one has a sky-defying chance, a super talent, an extraordinary mind, and all the aptitudes are at the top level in the mainland. Not to mention that they are still old monsters who have lived for an unknown number of years. Throughout the Kyushu continent, the number of 9 war emperors is extremely rare, and each of them stands at the pinnacle of the continent. If Lin Chen hadn't offended the false gods of the Soul Clan, these ancestors of the Soul Clan would all be in seclusion or performing the most confidential tasks of the Soul Clan, and it would be impossible to see them. Lin Chen fought with the 3 at the same time, only barely parrying. It is extremely difficult to kill them. The most terrifying thing is that 2 of the 3 9-layered war emperors are the ancestors of the Soul family, and they want to kill Lin Chen at all costs. The 2 9-layer war emperors who are desperate to kill themselves are more terrifying than the powerhouses of the same level. Godslayer talent alone is not enough, I have to take it to the next level. In Lin Chen's eyes, there is a mad turmoil flashing. Being pressed and beaten like this, I decided that there is no chance to counterattack. This kid's combat experience is not inferior to many old monsters we have fought against. Another white-clothed battle emperor came back from the air. Although he was hit by Lin Chen and was slightly injured, he still had the strength to fight. I'll attack with all my strength later, don't give him a chance to breathe. His secret technique won't last long, I don't believe he can always maintain his best condition. The 3 stood side by side, the cloaked old man said solemnly, for Lin Chen. They are bound to win this trip. If she shoots, we will definitely be able to win this child in a very short time. The cloaked old man glanced in a certain direction, and sighed in his heart. The other party still couldn't believe their soul family, and always beware of their rebellion. Boom. At this moment, a terrifying momentum spread from the southeast side, and a group of figures and the Qinglong flapping the purple phoenix wings on both ends broke into the battle aggressively. What? The cloaked old man was shocked and lost his voice. With his cultivation, he could sense that these 39 people who came suddenly had extremely good strength, enough to affect the entire battle situation. Damn it, you guys are too slow. Why are you only here now? If it doesn't happen, the people on my side will stop eating. Lin Chen smiled heartily, and the battle aura was transmitted, which shook the sky. Your Excellency Lin Chen, your request has been completed, and all the people in the area around Lingzhou have been transferred safely. The 7th-layer late battle emperor in front of the team laughed loudly. What? What a strong breath. This child is really shocked. The eyes of Sword Emperor Fangling and Sword Emperor Jingyu suddenly focused on Lin Chen. They could feel that the current Lin Chen was more than a few levels more terrifying than before. As expected of daring to kill Ling Zhou to control the whole battle situation, he really still has a whole card. From the eyes of the two, it is natural to see that the current Lin Chen is not weaker than them just because of his fighting spirit, not to mention his body training strength, comparable to the later stage of the 8th layer. They have seen Lin Chen's combat power, which is far beyond the same level. With his current overall strength, he can at least fight against the 9-layer Battle Emperor. Even the two of them may not be rivals when they join forces. Ha ha ha. Just let me wait and see how strong the emperors and Ling Zhou are. Many warriors in the Battle Emperor realm laughed with pride and turned into a streamer, joining different battle situations, and the war emperors of the Yan family and academy were even more ecstatic. They didn't expect Lin Chen to bring back so many strong men. There are 10 5th-layer war emperors, 10 6th-layer war emperors, 8 7th-layer war emperors, and 8th-layer war emperors, and they are extremely powerful. And those young inheritors of the sacred monument, their combat power is also good. Everyone's combat power is chasing the 5th Battle Emperor. Jingyu and Fangling seem to have a heart-to-heart connection. The two and Lin Chen were separated by millions of miles, and it was only a look of eye contact. The expressions of the 8-layer war emperors of the Soul family and Bai family alliance suddenly changed. Fangling? Jingyu. It's you two lifeless guys. There was a supreme elder in the Soul family who recognized the two emperors who had always been indifferent, but at this moment broke out in an unparalleled and exhilarating laughter. The lackey of the Soul family? Ha ha ha. Good time. I didn't expect this trip to have an unexpected harvest. It turned out to be you false gods. It's good. Today I want to see if you have any skills to interfere with the situation of Ling Zhou. Take the sword. Choke. The sword is unsheathed, the dragon roars and roars. 2 sword emperors and sword emperors in the middle of the 8th layer joined the battle circle of the two sides of the 8th war emperor, and the battle changed dramatically in an instant. The 9 8-layer war emperors from the Soul family and the White family alliance had to split 5 people to deal with them in an instant, and the battle situation stabilized in an instant. The 4 8-layer war emperors from the Academy and the Yan family gave them a grateful glance. Now it's back to 4-on-4. Instead, the Academy has the upper hand. Fangling and Jingyu, as old rivals who have fought for countless years, are not only the best opponents, but also the best partners. The combination of the two swordsmanship and swordsmanship seems to be seamless and seamless. In addition, the Sword Emperor and the Sword Emperor themselves are better than the powerhouses of the same level, and the top 8 Battle Emperors have all blocked the punishment battle. Among the 5 people who blocked the 2, only 2 of them were in the middle of the 8 layers. This battle has set off an earth-shattering momentum. The Battle of Swords and Swords has become the most terrifying battle after the 3 major battles. The situation was reversed in an instant, from the initial suppression of the Bai family alliance to the current situation of even-handed rivalry, and there was even a faint trend of a school to suppress the Soul family and the Bai family alliance. There are 236 war emperors on one side and 124 war emperors on the other, but now with the powerhouses called by Lin Chen, there are 163 war emperors. The most important thing is that these 39 war emperors are all elites among the elites, and each of them can defeat the 5-layer War Emperor. Moreover, there are Long Kuan and Lin Chen's Dragon Emperor, plus his 4 avatars. Each of its clones is extremely strong. After the reinforcements join, the pressure on the clones drops sharply, and you can try to help those Academy War Emperors who are suppressed by the number of people. Counting Long Kuan, Dragon Emperor and the 4 avatars, there are 169 War Emperors here in the Academy. Damn it. I didn't expect this kid to have such a hand. The Tsingy Patriarch of the Bifamily Alliance was furious. He was about to take action, and the Soul Patriarch sighed in awe. Wait a minute. Don't be distracted. Although this sun's reinforcements are strong, they won't overwhelm us. The current situation is only balanced. As long as we help us win this sun, any of the 3 of us can turn the tide of the battle. After hearing the words, the ancestor of Qingyi calmed down and turned his eyes to Lin Chen. The old man in white swallowed an elixir, and his injuries gradually recovered. The cloaked old man lifted off his black cloak, his face was thin, and there were still scars like centipedes on his left face. Boy, I didn't expect you to keep such a hand. The old man should pay a price to force you down. Those who have seen my soul burial stunts are all dead, and today, you are no exception. Soul Burial gave a wicked laugh. Lin Chen smiled indifferently, and said sternly, "Don't worry, from now on, let's see who falls first." Lin Chen clenched the Wulong Dynasty Imperial Spear suddenly, and continued to launch the ultimate moment and extreme return to Yuan. His shoulders shook, and the pure terrifying killing momentum shook the surrounding space, as if shaking the sun and the moon. The 3 of them suddenly dispersed. Lin Chen swung the spear directly. The dragon force was flying like thousands of giant dragons, and a roaring dragon force energy roared out from between his arms. The light robbery fighting spirit galloped to condense the spear tip, and slashed down. Type 90 Shura, slashing the sun and moon. Thunder lingering around, fire robbery like a dragon, and finally condensed. Above the light robbery war, the 5-colored dragon spear slashed the pure 100,000 Zhang dragon pattern Tianhe, and attacked the 3. The 5-colored dragon spear slashed the pure 100,000 Zhang dragon pattern Tianhe, twisting the endless spear light, dominating the world, and the fighting spirit galloping for thousands of miles. Beijian slash. The 10,000 Zhang energy sword was condensed, and the whole body was burning with rolling flames of war. All living beings, bury the golem. The handprints changed suddenly, and soul burial heaven was wrapped in endless chains, transformed into a golem, standing in the heaven and earth, flicking his fingers faintly. Mental fluctuations and majestic fighting spirit condensed into a purple beam of light across the sky. Dark wolf bite. The blood wolf swallowing the sky slaughtered and attacked Lin Chen at an extremely fast speed, and slammed into Lin Chen's spear beam. The full bombardment of the 3 major 9-layer war emperors, even if Lin Chen was in the state of Godslayer and the ultimate moment, launched 2 major attack runes, he was still bombarded and retreated. The attack of the 3 tore apart Lin Chen's spear, and they attacked Lin Chen with more energy. The advanced combat skills of the purple rank are also available to the 9-layer war emperor, even if it is far inferior to Lin Chen's high-grade purple ranked 100 guns fighting emperor. Its power cannot be underestimated. This is the tricky existence of this series, and their background is not inferior to Lin Chen. 1 move is not enough, 2 moves. Lin Chen's 9 Tribulations battle chi evolved from the 9 Tribulations battle form is already ready to go. Before the previous three types of Heavenly Tribulation battle chi had slowed down, he immediately used the other 3. Type 91 Blood Shura. Lin Chen's chi and blood ignited violently, and the pure power of ferocious annihilation, like a barbarian dragon, condensed in his hand, ready to explode. This 91 style is a short-term super powerful blow that burns blood. Raise the spear and slash furiously, the spear edge sweeps the 8 wastes, splits a piece of blood, and the whole body condenses the water robbery and battle gas like a mad dragon going out to sea, when the flow of Gengjing flows. It is invincible. The blood on center also released the dark robbery that devoured everything. And wherever it went, the space was distorted and everything was drained. Bang! The blood light smashed the aftermath of the attack of the 3-3. 9-layered war emperors, making the 3 men soar to the sky. Blood moon kills the emperor. The 13 swords in the sky. Evil dragon hell. Extreme return. 92 style Shura 9-fold kill. 9 spears swiftly turned into 9 heavens, 1 shot is 1 heaven. Sen Lua 1 star mirror. The star-shimmering ancient mirror illuminates the heaven and the earth for eternity, like a beam of light that annihilates the world between turns. 10 dragons, point star dragon. The Sunlong decorated with stars all over the body is lifelike and powerful. Ice breath cold moon arrow. The bow of the half moon, the arrow of the ice sky, when the bowstring was fully stretched and shot out, it froze thousands of miles of mountains and rivers and blasted towards Lin Chen. Type 93, sky slash the sky. Lin Chen descended like an azure god of war, covered in blood, and wielded 10 spears in a row with the 5 Dragon Dynasty Emperor spear in his hand. Head on to kill the 3-9-layer war emperors. Even so, Lin Chen's offensive was still broken. In his eyes, hysterical madness and turmoil flickered, an endless monstrous fighting spirit emerged. If 1 move is not enough, then 2 moves, 3 moves. 10 tricks. War. 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 The boundless fighting intent that shook Jiuxia turned into killing intent, climbing rapidly from Lin Chen's body, so frightened that the surrounding powerhouses retreated again and again. This is pure killing intent belonging to the Shura family. How could it appear on Lin Chen? Type 94 Shura destroys the world. Motivated by the 9 tribulations, the GoldenEye twins found the weakest point of attack. Lin Chen shot out like a dragon, with endless killing intent, anger, and fighting intent. The attack that pierced the 3 major 9-layer war emperors violently. Huoluo Gaixingchen. Eternal Night 3000 swords. The Demon King controls the world. Type 95, brilliant and quiet. Boom. 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 Sigh. Tear. An unprecedented world-shattering war broke out from the 4-person battle. Circle. Unstoppable, unstoppable. The 4 of them fought from the sky to the continental plate, the sky cracked, the earth collapsed, and countless abysses were torn apart. Lin Chen's momentum was mad, and the ultimate Guiyuan repeatedly displayed. And the mad attack kept on, and the killing momentum cultivated from the Shura 100 Emperor Hall climbed to the extreme at this time. In a radius of 1 million miles, everyone fled like crazy, even the battle between Shenlianyun, the highest battle circle, and the 4 9-layer battle emperors were affected, and the battle stopped for a while. Whether it is the 9th level battle emperor or the 1st level battle emperor, they all look at the 4 people in horror at this time. This is simply desperate. Not to mention that Xingyi patriarch of the Bi-family alliance, the 2 patriarchs of the Soul family, are definitely working hard. They have no intention of holding back Lin Chen's fate, and they are all murderous. Lin Chen is also fighting for his life, even more than that. This kid is so strong? Even Soul Burial has taken out his trump card? The pupils of the two Soul Clan ancestors in the middle stage of the 9th level who had previously delayed Shen Lianyun's eyes trembled, and their expressions were shocked. Soul Burial is the existence of the 4 ancestors of their soul family, second only to the ancestors of Qishao, the first powerhouse under the late stage of the 9 layers. Not only was Lin Chen able to fight him to such an extent, but he was also able to force out the other two's cards one by one. This level of combat power far exceeded all of them expectations. What a terrifying strength. His strength far exceeds the two of us. The battle between Fong Ling and Jingyu was once affected by Lin Chen's battle, and they were forcibly dispersed, with unprecedented shock in their eyes. Both sides are shocked by Lin Chen's combat power. This young man is the first monster in the history of Kyushu. Crazy. All crazy. Whether it's Lin Chen or the 3 9-tiered war emperors, they are all doing their best, and all the cards are out. It can be described as a world-shattering war, fighting to the point of madness. Master Lin Chen is really lucky for me in Kyushu. If he is a descendant of a false god, I can't imagine that we have to face such an opponent. With a wave of his sleeves, the white-robed young man knocked back a 4-layered battle emperor. When he stared into the void that was millions of miles away, he was both horrified and fearful. Damn it, I thought I could fight him with cultivation at the beginning, but now it seems that I can't fight. He can kill me with just one finger. The Red Axe youth who entangled the 2 quadruple battle emperors couldn't help but burst out in shock. One-on-one battles against 3 9-tiered battle emperors, and they were turned upside down, which is not of the same order of magnitude as them. The younger generation of Kyushu, no one can surpass him. The indifferent, black-clothed swordsman commented on Lin Chen's words like gold, without concealing the shock in his eyes. I don't know how many rounds they fought, but the two sides met each other and quickly separated, each according to one side. All 3 were injured, but the souls were only slightly injured, and the most serious ancestor in white was only a broken arm. Compared with the 3 of them, Lin Chen's injury is a bit terrifying. He was covered in blood, his eyes were icy and cold, blood was dripping from the right arm holding the gun, 3 sword marks on his right leg, and a claw mark on his chest. There are several shocking blood holes on its left shoulder. The blood of the War Emperor is constantly flowing down the top of the head, and the purple phoenix wings behind it are cracked by dozens of cracks, covered with blood. If it weren't for the talent of deadly bloodthirsty, Lin Chen's injury would have been even more serious. No way. Compared with the injuries of the 3 people, Lin Chen's state has really been driven to a dead end. No one can help him in front of him. Lin Chen can only break through this predicament by himself. It is extremely difficult to fight a war of attrition with 3 9-tiered war emperors. Even if he has the extreme return, his body does not have the capital to allow him to keep fighting. On the other hand, Soul Burial and the shock of the other 2 are equally as high. In the confrontation between them and Lin Chen, the 3 of them used a total of 8 types of mid-level purple-level best combat skills and 3 types of high-level low-level purple-level combat skills, but they still couldn't win. This child. They have never seen such a terrifying mid-game emperor. To be able to fight with them to this point. It even counterattacked and caused some minor injuries to the 3 of them. What a monstrous boy! If you let you grow up wantonly, you will be the enemy of my soul family in time. If it weren't for the help of the soul family, this kid would have turned the tide today. The old man alone can't stop this lunatic. Old ancestor Tsingy and soul burial have their own ghosts, but their goals are still the same. Lin Chen was panting, and the killing intent in his eyes diminished a little. The gap in cultivation is too big. Even if there are 2 major attack runes. And the advantages of the ultimate moment of blessing the mind and practice. Plus the help of spiritual power and pure power, the burden of 1 dozen and 3 is still too big. If this goes on, I was consumed to death. In the previous battle, Lin Chen did not use the level 5 slowness rune in the whole process. If he wanted to seal the action of the 9-layer War Emperor, the rune energy needed was too terrifying. Lin Chen didn't dare to use it easily. Because it is a 1-on-3, even if 1 can be sealed, the other 2 can also support. Hit all the rune energy in 1 go, and seal the 3 9-layer War Emperors? Lin Chen didn't dare to gamble. If Lin Chen exhausted the rune energy because of this, and could not kill more than 2 opponents, without the blessing of charging and penetrating the 2 attacking runes, he could only face a 9-layer War Emperor at most. By then, it will really be the end of the road. If the rune of slowness is not used, it is necessary to kill the enemy as soon as it is used. Shen Lianyun dodged and turned into a streamer jumping into space, wanting to help Lin Chen. Boom! The sword light slashed vertically, divided the world, and cut it to the space near Shen Lianyun. She nibbled her silver teeth and flipped her jade hand over, shattering the sword light, but her own actions were delayed. Beistein of Tianga Academy, you have no chance. Of course, if you want to break through with us, maybe you can still do it. The 2 ancestors of the Soul clan said with a gloomy smile, surrounded him on the left and the right, and the 2 early ancestors of the Bai clan alliance also stood behind her. Shen Lianyun didn't make a mess of herself. Right now, she was the only one who could hold back the opponent's 4 top combat powers. If he loses his mind and tries his best to break through the siege and gets injured because of it, the battle in the future will be extremely difficult. And it is even possible that he will lose because of it. Little guy, I can only rely on you. Lin Chen glanced at the system. There was still 5.75 million of rune energy left. He sighed a little repressed, and put away the imperial spear of the 5 Dragons dynasty. Seeing this move, the 3 great war emperors were ready for battle, and they quickly guarded the surrounding area. Before Lin Chen cuts off his vitality, they will never relax. If you don't even use the last 20 moves of the 100 guns fighting emperor, then you can only trade your life for your life. Boom! A bright moon shone with a faint blue light, and the brilliance rushed to Shaohan, and the world was chaotic, and the powerhouses in the audience were shocked. Choke! I saw Lin Chen holding an ancient bronze knife case. When the knife case was flipped open, a azure blue war knife was born, and the blade was inlaid with a bright moon, reflecting the glorious holy power. 7th order top grade? No. It's not that simple. Soul Burial looked horrified, and they retreated one after another. Even he had never seen a 7th order top quality weapon. There are not many in the entire Kyushu. However, the azure blue knife that was born at this moment gave him a taste of destruction. Only those super geniuses who have accepted the inheritance of the town's holy monument, their pupils shrank suddenly. Among them, there are a few who have truly experienced the power of the holy artifact. What a joke, is he going to use that knife? Impossible. Even if he is the 8th layer war emperor, that knife is not something that mortals can control. All the super geniuses sucked in the air, but the woman in the purple veil stared at Lin Chen tightly. The blade is blue and the moon shines brightly. It is the saber of the sage. Li Chongqing, the sage of the sword, the blue and bright moon. It turns out that young master Lin Chen got the inheritance of the sword. The woman whispered, and under the eyes of all the people, Lin Chen grabbed the azure blue bright moon. The blade groaned softly, and with a low voice, it turned out a wave of blade waves, and fell straight down. With a bang, it split the earth veins into an abyss of 100,000 zhang, dividing the earth. Hiss. Zhongqiang took a deep breath. Is there a blow that is not inferior to the battle emperor in the early stage of the 8th layer with a casual knife? What kind of knife is this? Lao Yu, what do you think? Fong Ling suddenly transmitted a voice. Jingyu glanced at Lin Chen with cold eyes, and said in a serious tone. It should be a knife that surpasses the 7th order, and has the power of a saint. However, although the body of the knife is not damaged, the rhythm of the knife is damaged. This knife should have been severely damaged. It should be a damaged 8th order knife. However, even if it is an 8th order sword, even I can't control it. This kind of rank has exceeded the scope that the War Emperor realm can hold. Jingyu said with certainty that a trace of worry emerged in his heart. This kind of knife, no one can control it. Lin Chen held the knife, and the blue and bright moon trembled violently, constantly roaring with the mighty and invincible knife, as if it might slash at Lin Chen at any time. Quiet, quiet. I'm just borrowing your power, I have no ill will towards you. In one thought, Lin Chen communicated the imprint of his own blood essence in the azure blue bright moon knife. In the end, Zhanlan Mingyue no longer resisted Lin Chen. Guang Huayu turned introverted, and completely turned into a simple and unpretentious Zhanlan sword. But it still has a bit of repulsion. The 8th order holy artifact has begun to take shape. Even if it is damaged, it still does not completely surrender to Lin Chen, making Lin Chen unable to control it perfectly. Lin Chen's heart was uncontrollable with ecstasy. Although this knife did not completely surrender to himself, its flowing sharpness slashed out a little bit, and even he felt fear deep into his bones. Controlled? The emperors gasped suddenly. With this holy weapon, the difficulty of this child has skyrocketed. Calm down, don't mess around. It's just an incomplete holy weapon. What's more, it can't be controlled by the emperor realm. Even if he uses it reluctantly, he won't be able to hold on for too long, and sooner or later it will backfire on himself. Soul Burial's words stabilized the two around him, and he smiled sternly. As long as he can't hold on, he will no longer have the strength to fight. We just need to consume him to death. Old dogs of the Soul family, try this. Holding the azure blue bright moon, the moment when the water robbery battle body was activated, Lin Chen ran a specific meridian route, and the blue bright moon suddenly throbbed with a soft cry. This feeling is so familiar. Its master used this technique to slay all the heroes in the world, slaughter the infinite beasts, and slay all the devils in the sky. Incarnate as the bright moon, shining for eternity. The silence that has passed through countless years, and now, it will be radiated with the same light again. At this moment, Zhanlan Mingyue no longer rejects Lin Chen, as if it is one with him. Mirror bright moon, mirror of attack. Lin Chen held the Zhanglan Mingyue in both hands, and at the moment when the knife was fired, Zhanglan Mingyue no longer rejected himself. The horizontal knife was slashed out, and the blade cut through the snowflakes that were as transparent as a mirror, and the faint water robbery in battle. Air flowed above the knife light. Attack mirror. With the blessing of the knife and the mirror of water robbery, this knife cut out by the blue and bright moon can be called a seamless and perfect one. Looking at it from a distance, it seems like a round of moon-shaped water. Mirrors is flying and slashing, attacking the three. Don't be afraid, hit hard. Soul Burial suddenly sighed, and with a lightning-like probe, tens of thousands of battle gas chains condensed into a giant palm of energy. Thousands of acres in size, and hit the bright moon water mirror head-on. The white-robed ancestor and the green-robed old man gritted their teeth. Their fighting energy condensed into a tens of thousands of Zhang Tianhe, they pointed out, and the sword stabbed. Boom. Boom. The moon mirror vibrated, and the water robbery knife overflowed with energy. Under the rotating cutting, it was just a breath. The offensive of the three people rebounded away, and the moon water mirror continued to slash to the soul. What kind of combat skill is this? Defend. The infinite battle gas turned into a chain of battle gas, which shot out from the body of Soul Burial, and finally condensed into a skeleton armor, which was shot by his own energy giant palm, and then slashed to the bottom by the Mingyue water mirror. Burst open. The other two suddenly retreated, and they were forced to retreat by their own attacks. Their eyes were shocked. They had never seen or heard of such a mysterious combat skill. Mirror Moon is not an invincible skill. In the face of attacks of the same level and high level, the mirror of attack can only reflect a part of its power, but cannot fully rebound, and will consume the energy of the mirror of attack itself. Pfft. Soul Buried vomited blood, and the embarrassed figure fell from the sky. A large number of attribute light balls rolled out, but all of them were non-growth attributes. The fatal bloodthirsty talent has been successfully activated, and 26% of the damage treatment has been obtained from the actual damage caused. Lin Chen's injury recovered a little, depriving part of the vitality of Soul Burial. Lin Chen is ecstatic. He did not expect this knife to be so perfect, and Zhanglan Mingyue cooperated with him at the last moment. Makes the power of the mirror of attack tend to be his most perfect attack at this stage. Come again. Attack Ximing. Lin Chen slashed at the soul again, and a very faint moon pattern suddenly flew out. The two dodged one by one, blocked the face of Soul Burial, and slammed their fists into the void. The old man in white raised his sword and slashed down. Then cut across the waist, and the swordsmanship was like a wave. Sigh. Boom. Boom. A series of energy explosions rolled up an energy storm that covered thousands of miles, and the aftermath ripped apart the space crystal wall within. Thousands of miles. The two were blasted away by Lin Chen. Lin Chen chased after the victory, stepped on his toes, and the broken purple phoenix wings flashed past the other end. When the Jin Tong twins urged, the sword Ruoxinghe reversed, facing the two of them with a crosscut and explosive slash, and slashed past. Moon of speed. The world seems to be shrouded in moonlight for a moment, and it seems to disappear in an instant, leaving no surprises, but bringing death and death. Only the few powerhouses above the 8th level who are present can understand the horror of this knife, and look at Lin Chen's direction with horrified eyes. From time to time, Those war emperors who didn't know what was going on didn't even have the qualifications to know about this move, Moon of Speed. However, the two did not fall. At this time, standing in front of them was Soul Burial. His old palm was against a green snake staff. The whole body of the snake stick is green and black, and the azure blue. Moon facing Lin Chen reveals a snake letter, like a creature. Magic snake wand. I didn't expect Soul Burial to even be forced out of this. Trump card. The other two ancestors of the Soul family were slightly gasping for air. This is one of the few top-level low-grade weapons of their Soul clan of the 7th rank, and only the Soul clan strongmen present at the scene possess this rank of weapons. Little devil, I didn't expect you to be forced to this point. Holding the magic snake stick in his hand, Soul Burial tapped lightly. The strength seemed small, but more than a dozen ripples spread like ripples, attacking Lin Chen. With a wave of the azure blue moon in Lin Chen's hand, a water robbery sword slashed the black ripples into nothingness. The face of the Soul Burial became hysterical and hideous. The magic snake wand is forcing the old man to use it. You can die in the right place. Boom. The weapon was so dark that it was as dark as a deep abyss, and a dozen black snakes emerged from the magic snake wand and surrounded Lin Chen like lightning, rushing towards him. Lin Chen's expression changed slightly, and under the peeping of the golden pupil twins, these black snakes carry huge toxins, and scratches will be poisoned. Mirror bright moon, mirror of guarding. The heavy blue sword shadows in the sky are swirling and listed, all over Lin Chen's side, forming countless bright moon water mirrors to resist the swept of the black snake, and then bounce them back to fly. There were two black snakes biting out a crack, and then condensed into one. Out of thin air, breaking into the gap between Lin Chen's offensive, he violently urged the 3-inch tribulation, and the colorful energy coating covered Lin Chen's whole body. The black snake opened its mouth and bit Lin Chen fiercely, its poisonous fangs penetrated most of the defenses of the 3-inch tribulation, and Lin Chen turned and slashed sharply. Knife chi smashes the black snake. Boom. Boom. Tear. Boom. The two sides fought fiercely for dozens of rounds, and then the old man in green robe and the ancestor in white joined the battle circle, and the battle intensified. Lin Chen is completely unilateral to fight fast. From launching the Godslayer talent to now, Lin Chen has used the ultimate return 56 times. Because it is an 8th level cultivation base, each extreme return will consume about 100,000 talent points. With talent points alone, Lin Chen only has more than 3 million points left. Moon of Speed. Mirror of Speed. Fast brightness. The last knife slashed the sky, the vast and majestic moonlight slashed the furious offensive, and it was extinguished in a flash. The three of them retreated again, all of them were injured to varying degrees. The white clothed ancestor of the Soul family was almost seriously injured. And the magic snake rod that was buried in the soul trembled several times. And its brilliance faded away. Obviously, under the repeated attacks of the azure blue bright moon, the 7th order top-level low-level weapons are about to be unable to hold on. Lin Chen's fighting spirit was soaring to the sky, and he wanted to take advantage of the victory and chase after him. Pfft! Lin Chen swayed, spitting out a large piece of blood without warning. His face was as pale as paper, 2 bloodstains flowed from his nose, and his eyes were a little dazed. Lin Chen's body has been cut into serious internal injuries by the aftermath of the sharp knife. Your Excellency Lin Chen. You can't use that knife anymore. If you use it Any longer, you will die. Suddenly, the Knife Emperor Jingyu suddenly shouted the sound transmission. And it rang in Lin Chen's ear. Absolutely not. If you stop the knife now, no one can stop these three old bastards. Lin Chen gritted his teeth fiercely, and continued to clench the azure blue bright moon. His blade chirped slightly, as if touched. However, although Lin Chen is crazy, he is not stupid. Now that he insists on going his own way, he doesn't know if the enemy can kill him or not, and he will destroy it himself. Damn, you bastards forced me. In Lin Chen's eyes, there is a mad fighting intent to fight for 9 days, and 10 places. System, activate the life and death talent. The strongest one-on-one talent born. Ultimate moment plus God Killer, plus Desperate Life and Death plus 8th Order Sword. Weapon Blue Moon. Unprecedented firepower. Best match ever? Desperate Life and Death talent. This strongest dual talent is Lin Chen's last bottom line. If he hadn't reached a dead end, he would never have touched it. Burning vitality to fight, who knows what will happen in this process. If you fail to defeat the target within the limited time, there is only death. The 3 9th-level battle emperors joined forces, intending to delay time to kill him, Lin Chen. He simply couldn't kill 3 people on the opposite side at the same time. Under the cover of each other, it would be very difficult to kill one. Please choose the target to activate the life and death talent. A lockbox pops up in the system, and Lin Chen needs to choose a target. Then the one on the left. Lin Chen chose the white-clothed ancestor of the Soul family. His injury was the most serious, and his strength was in the early stage of the 9th level. He was Lin Chen's most likely target to kill. Successful selection of the target will consume 500,000 talent points, and the life and death talent will start to activate. Cooldown, 15 days. According to the calculation of the host's current strength, launching a life and death attack will increase the comprehensive strength by 100 times, and every 30 seconds, the comprehensive combat strength will increase by 20 times. The upgrade base is still calculated based on the host's basic combat power, which can be added to the Godslayer talent. Boom. Boom. Like waves on the sea exploding, streaks of orange light suddenly burst out from Lin Chen's body, dominating all beings, like a tyrant going on an expedition, surpassing life and death. All the injuries in Lin Chen's body recovered as before, but what followed was an orange flame that instantly ignited all of Lin Chen's power. Lin Chen's cultivation level suddenly rose a lot, and his mighty power shocked the audience, breaking through the shackles of the middle stage of the 8th stage and stepping into the later stage of the 8th stage. His dragon power has increased by a few points, but it still has not reached the level of 9 million dragon power. The spiritual realm is about to break through the late stage of the sky-reaching realm. The short hair fluttered, and Lin Chen's eyes turned into a pair of orange brilliance flowing pupils, a touch of paleness, and began to flow on his black hair. This is? Xingzhan and Shen Lianyun cast shocking glances. Lin Chen's vitality is burning fast. The 9-layer war emperor present also realized Lin Chen's mutation, and a monstrous wave was set off in his heart. This son, he can even go to a higher level. The system pops up a light screen. System tip, this talent cannot be cancelled. The life of the host will continue to come to an end with the activation of the life and death talent. The only way to remove it is to kill and lock the target. Bang! Lin Chen shattered hundreds of miles of void with one foot, and burst into a beam of moonlight, rushing towards the three of them at a flash speed. Not good. Soul Burial was horrified, shaking the magic snake wand, Wan Daoqi Lian. Black snake burst out, Lin Chen raised his hand and slashed down. Tear. Boom. With a single knife, the mirror of speed, the water mirror of the bright moon rotates at an extremely high speed, and smashes thousands of black snakes. With one knife. The 25% penetrating power makes the rotating water mirror split the soul-dead magic snake rod into a shocking crack. Soul Burial hurriedly put away his magic snake rod. This is a top-level low grade weapon of the 7th rank. It is rare in Kyushu. If it is damaged here, it is equivalent to missing a life-saving trump card. Boom. The terrifying pure power rolled and roared, driving violently from Lin Chen's arm, and the airwave exploded, sweeping across the 8 wastes. Another horizontal slash, directly on Soul Buried's body. He turned a red barrier with one hand and was torn and cut by the blade. Lin Chen's figure is like a revolving dragon, holding the knife in both hands and slashing down. The Soul Burial fist style is ferocious, screaming like a thousand snakes, and a punch pierces the knife's light. Lin Chen fired 3 more knives, slashing across and slashing, turning back and forth with extremely fast and changing lightning. The final 4th blade of the moon of speed slammed the soul into the air. The ball of attribute light that rolls into the sky. Tongyue finger. Barbarian dragon twist. A piece of vast fingerprints slammed into Lin Chen, and the vast and majestic knife chi swirled away, like a savage dragon twisting. Lin Chen held the knife in one hand, swung his arm swiftly, and 2 moons of speed shot up into the sky, splitting the attack of the two. Well, the 25% penetration power caused a sullen sound from their throats. Their breath was weak, their bodies quickly retreated, and their eyes were horrified. Today's Lin Chen is more brutal, more terrifying, and more domineering than before. The figure moved suddenly, and a bunch of purple flames of the moonlight flashed at an extremely fast speed, rushing straight towards the white-robed ancestor. His eyes were full of crazy killing intent. When the white-clothed ancestor saw him attacking, his expression changed greatly, and he suddenly blocked with his sword. Clang! 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 Boom! Sigh! The sword light flashed, the sword shadow touched back and forth, and between the sword light and sword shadow slaughtered, the sword shadow and knife scars left in the sky, like the afterglow of moonlight, sprinkled all over the sky. The white-cloaked patriarch retreated steadily and kept vomiting blood. At first, he still had the strength to parry, but after only 100 rounds, he was completely suppressed and beaten by Lin Chen. Hurry up, hurry up! Die for me! Lin Chen's heart was burning with urgency, and he was filled with violent and murderous killing intent every time he used the knife. The white-clothed ancestor almost tried his best, and the countless life-saving cards accumulated for 100,000 years were revealed one after another. Whether it's medicinal pills, treasures, secret techniques, or forbidden exercises, all of them are greeted by Lin Chen, but they still can't stop him. And Lin Chen's ultimate return to Yuan has been used again and again, and he has no flaws in taking into account how many talent points he has. If you don't kill the other party, he will be the one who will die. This is Lin Chen's closest time to death. He can clearly feel that the vitality of his heart's exhaustion and the energy overflowing from the battle. Qi and life will are making him surpass the limit of strength again and again. At the same time, it is gradually moving towards annihilation and collapse. This kind of feeling of exchanging life for power, there is absolutely no fun. And invincibility that is activated when the Godslayer talent is activated. Only the burning anxiety and the almost mad killing impulse. Boom. Bang. A black beam of light suddenly burst into the direction of Lin Chen, forcing him to forcibly run the Guardian Realm and the 3-inch tribulation, to resist. He was still blasted thousands of miles, fell to the ground, and vomited blood violently. Click. Snapped. The golden silk and silver imperial armor was officially broken, and Lin Chen slammed into the void and jumped into the sky. Whether it is the powerhouse of the Academy or the Bi-Family Alliance, when they look at Lin Chen at this time, there is a shock that cannot be concealed. His breath is already quite close to the 9-layer Battle Emperor. Pure power has already exceeded 9 million dragon power. The mental fluctuations revealed have a palpitation that shatters all things. However, at this time, Lin Chen was full of white hair. Although it is a youthful face, it is already a youthful white head. This is a side effect of the talent of desperate life and death. Only by killing the target can it be restored. Otherwise, it will continue to burn vitality, and eventually life will come to an end. As far as the eye can see, in the distant void, the dark aura of war continues to permeate, forming a phantom of war aura of tens of thousands of feet, with countless afterimages flying around the whole body. The ancestors in Xing Yi and the white-clothed ancestors of the Soul family were suspended beside the black mist phantom. The flying black snake shadow burst out a dangerous roar, and in the shadow of the black abyss, it seemed that endless black snakes were breeding. Quack, Lin Chen, you are proud of being able to force the old man to make this move. This is the holy body of myriad snakes, given to the old man by the Supreme True God of the Soul family, a miracle that only the True God can accomplish. The soul burial in the holy body of 10,000 snakes laughed loudly, and the laughter was extremely permeating. Countless strong people suddenly felt their scalps go numb. What a horrible breath. The current soul burial is almost equal to Shen Lianyun. It turned out to be the holy body of 10,000 snakes, and the ancestors of the funeral have even performed this trick. Our soul family, at present, only the ancestors of Qishao and the ancestors who died have been favored by the great Lord True God. The high-level war emperors of the soul family all cast envious eyes on the vast and huge sacred body of 10,000 snakes. This so-called holy body is nothing more than the prototype of the holy body, nourished by a ray of holy energy, but with the background of the Kyushu continent. It is difficult to give birth to the existence of this series. Reason. But the burden of urging this holy body of 10,000 snakes is enormous. And it will fall into a long period of weakness after that. Lin Chen's expression flashed to trance, and then he gritted his teeth. No matter what the opponent's trump card is today, even if the Holy Land comes, there is only one battle. As long as I kill the white-clothed ancestor first, I will be able to lift the desperate life and death, and there is still a chance. Lin Chen grabbed the knife sharply, the blade slashed vertically, and the azure blue bright moon throbbed with a soft moan, and the world fell into a dim reincarnation for a moment. The majestic dragon power that shattered the star roared and burst, and 9 million dragon power was poured into one blow, and Lin Chen slashed vertically with a knife. This knife, I will bet my everything. Jingyue God. The moment the sword was split out, a touch of moonlight turned into a bright mirror hanging high, and the bright mirror turned into a horizontal line like slashing light in the blink of an eye. Like a mirror, like the moonlight, it glows with a sharp edge that breaks through the sky. Many high-level Soul Clan's expressions are horrified. Is this the sword technique that sword sage Li Changxing used when he repelled the false god with his forearm? Mirror Moon Edict. It is the strongest sword move of Jing Mingyue from Senior Li Changxing, Jingyue Edict. The super geniuses of the inheritors of the sacred monument cheered and shouted. The moment Lin Chen took out the knife, the spiritual storm of the void above his head roared, and a spiritual phantom standing 100,000 meters high flashed out, and suddenly burst out with a spiritual roar that ripped apart the universe. A spiritual shock that swept through the heavens, and the earth devastated and attacked. Lin Chen used almost all his trump cards, talents, runes, pure power, spiritual power, and robbery battle body, all of them. All the attacks rushed towards the white-robed ancestor. Soul burial was dignified. Lin Chen's last blow of his desperate explosion, even he had to deal with it with all his strength. Don't hold back, take action. His vitality is coming to an end, drain him to death. Soul burial Shen shouted sound transmission, the majestic and vast black abyss. Like Tianhe, spurted out like 10,000 black snakes, and the endless black snakes turned into thousands of acres of huge killing ghost hands, suddenly grabbing towards Lin Chen's mirror moon god. The ancestors of Xingyi once again condensed the vast golden light of war and slammed into the void with one punch. The old man in white robe of the Soul family relied on his severely injured body, and his swordsmanship resumed. He struck out with a sword, and the light of the sword was like a giant dragon falling into the world. Slow rune. When all the attacks were about to collide, Lin Chen's last remaining 3.49 million points of rune energy were all released. The gray-white talisman exploded out of thin air, freezing the space where the three were. Sigh. Boom. The terrifying attack slammed into the face, and the destructive storm rolled up tens of thousands of miles in a radius. The earth shook, and where the aftermath of the energy spread, everything turned into powder. Many strong people seemed to know in advance, retreating again and again. Retreating crazily. This is completely the battle of the late 9-layer battle emperor. Although the power of the battle gas explosion was extremely strong, Lin Chen's mirror moon edict and spiritual shock were only for a moment. After smashing through the three men's offensive, the spiritual shock dissipated, and 25% of the penetrating power would destroy the last one. The energy aftertaste is gone. Jingyue Zhanmeng, who has spare strength, slashed at the white-robed ancestor with a knife. At this time, he was still trapped in the shackles of the slow rune, and his fighting spirit was running like a turtle, and he had almost no power to escape. Just when Lin Chen thought he had succeeded, the space shattered violently. A icy aura broke through the shackles of the slow rune, and the rolling 10,000 snakes were condensed into an energy arm that struck Lin Chen's mirror moon god. On top. Tear. The Emperor Jingyue cut off the energy arm, and the soul buried in the holy body of the snake vomited blood and was injured, but it reduced a lot of power. The white-robed ancestor had just broken free from a part of the slow rune restraint, and his figure slanted. Sigh. Puff. The faint slashing aftertaste split open his arm, blood surged, and the attribute light ball rolled down. Although he was seriously injured, he did not die. Oops. Lin Chen's heart fell to the bottom. If the other party does not die, then it is his turn to die. The battle situation can be said to be changing rapidly, and the system light screen popped up without warning, which made Lin Chen's injuries recover a little. Deadly Bloodthirsty was successfully launched, consuming 16,500 talent points. And 30% of the healing effect has been obtained from the actual damage. The host triggers the talent combination skill to start, and can use the talent combination skill, ultra-dimensional teleportation, king of the world. From struggling to grasping a glimmer of hope, Lin Chen took less than 1/5 of his breath, and shouted furiously. Talent combination ultra-dimensional teleportation. OM. With a flash of light in the space, Lin Chen's figure almost flashed for tens of thousands of miles, directly behind the white-robed ancestor. Die. In the eyes with orange pupils turning, Lin Chen slashed his knife and slashed straight to the white-robed ancestor. Sigh. The space was cracked, a sword light pierced through, and there was a clang. It suddenly blocked Lin Chen's azure blue moon. Is it the Tsingy ancestor of the Bai family alliance? Boom. The 7th order high-level sword in his hand was smashed into pieces by Zhang Lan Mingyue's knife, and it was scattered into the sky. Lin Chen's pupils shrank sharply. The soles of the feet kicked the void, turned into purple flames, and moonlight, jumped like a star pill, chased after the victory, and almost madly killed the two. Boom. The barbs slammed with the mighty momentum like the sun and the sky. And the other energy fist of the holy body of 10,000 snakes slammed to find Lin Chen's direction. As soon as Lin Chen gritted his teeth, the water robbery and the chi revolved. The shadow of the sword was like the moon, and he opened a water mirror. Punch. Flying thousands of miles. I knew for a long time that your kid has a strange and unpredictable space jumping secret skill. This information has been spread to everyone. Do you think my soul family will not be prepared? Soul Burial's mouth bleeds and smirks. They even count Lin Chen's super dimensional teleportation. These old foxes who have lived for endless years are hard bones. Lin Chen was blown away by a punch, and the corner of his mouth was bleeding. At this time, Lin Chen's breath became more and more tyrannical, but an orange brilliance began to flow from the flesh and blood of his whole body, and his body slowly disappeared. Lin Chen's whole person is disappearing. The longer the life and death talent lasts, the stronger it becomes, but it also gets closer to death. Running out of time. Everyone. All retreat. Lin Chen suddenly shouted the sound transmission to the ears of every strong man in the academy, and even the strong man who accepted the call. They were stunned at first, then gritted their teeth fiercely, and quickly retreated. Dare to take action on Sister Yueqi and Manqing. Fuck, even if I blow myself up today, I will pull this group of old men. The anger was overwhelming. Lin Chen's killing intent was rampant. The purple phoenix wings flapped, and swept away at the death of the soul. At this time, the light screen popped up by the system was like a basin of cold water poured on Lin Chen, who had almost lost his mind. Talent combination skill, rule the world. Ask the host whether to use it. Lin Chen was startled. He has yet to reach a dead end, he still has another move. System, activate the rule of the world. The system receives it, activates the talent combination skill, King's Landing, and begins to enter the talent accumulation energy state, 0 points. Boom. The terrifying sonic boom slammed into the void, and Lin Chen's figure suddenly turned a corner. He gave up the burial of the soul, and instead attacked many high levels of the soul family. All retreat. Lin Chen roared again, disregarding the damage caused by the backlash of the azure blue moon. The orange brilliance flowed continuously throughout his body, and almost every second, Lin Chen became stronger. But every second, he began to enter the gate of death. Oops. What the hell did this kid come up with? Soul Burial screamed badly, and swept away suddenly towards Lin Chen. When the elders of the academy were evacuating, the battle emperors of the Bai family alliance and the Soul family wanted to pursue their victory, but Lin Chen, like a mad dragon, slammed at them all. The faces of the emperors changed in shock. By time for Lin Chen. As if seeing through some of Lin Chen's thoughts, Shen Lianyun made a sound. Transmission, Jingyu, Feng Ling and even Xing Zhan immediately understood. Delaying the opponent. Die. With a swift swing of his arm, the dragon's power exploded, and the sword qi that was as bright as snowflakes flew out. Lin Chen frantically performed extreme return to Yuan, and continued to use Moon of Speed. The ultimate attack speed and the ultimate strength, one after another bright. Moon cut across the battlefield, slaughter. One-sided slaughter of all the powerhouses of the Soul family. With Lin Chen's current strength, even below the 8th layer battle emperor, he is not qualified to take his attack, let alone the Moon of Speed that he uses with all his strength. In almost 3 breaths, the battle emperors, below the 8th level of the Soul family all fell. None are alive. The system light screen pops up frantically, accumulating energy. The talent of ruler of the world is constantly accumulating energy. In addition, when Lin Chen's 4 avatars acted on the main body, he had a good heart, and slammed into the Bai family battle emperors who were closest to the avatars. The powerhouses such as Bai Yunxing appeared desperate, and before they had time to retreat, they were smashed into slag by a sword beam. The Dragon Emperor cooperated with the clone to attack together, and the Bai family suffered an unprecedented hit. As long as it's not the 5th layer battle emperor, basically there is no move out of the clone's hands. With one punch, the space exploded, and Lin Chen, who didn't hit Lin Chen's soul, couldn't help but yelled furiously. Damn it, it's still getting stronger. It's faster than before. After killing the battle emperors below the 8th level, Lin Chen slammed into the 3 opponents in the punishment battle. All 3 of them were the 8th level battle emperors, 2 in the late stage and 1 in the middle stage. Moon of Speed. Lin Chen slashed with a knife, and the speed of the knife was extremely fast. Even in the early stage of the 9-layer punishment battle, you can only vaguely see a moonlight flashing by. Not good. The 3 people retreated sharply. Lin Chen fired 5 knives in a row, and Ultimate Guiyuan used it twice. The moonlight flashed in succession, and when the 2 Soul Clan 8th level Battle Royal Qi died, they were directly smashed to pieces, and only one Morong family's 8th level late ancestor successfully retreated. Lin Chen's whole body was covered with orange brilliance, and his legs began to become transparent. Time is running out. Lin Chen turned around abruptly, and instead rushed in the direction of the white-robed ancestor. Seeing Lin Chen attacking aggressively, the ancestors of the Bai family alliance and Xingyi quickly retreated. The seriously injured white-robed ancestor didn't have a chance to run away. Lin Chen was about to take out the knife, and with a click, the bones were broken. Lin Chen's expression twitched, looking a little painful. The bones and meridians of the right arm are completely broken. Lin Chen used this 8th order sword excessively, and was attacked by the blue and bright moon. Even if it is an incomplete 8th order holy weapon, Lin Chen can only try his best to be the envoy, and even its true power has not been exerted much. Since you can't use a knife, try this. Lightning put away the azure blue moon and returned to the knife box. Lin Chen spun with one hand, the 9 tribulations battle body was activated, and The source of the battle chi and life wheel was quickly lost. Boom. At this moment, Lin Chen's cultivation level suddenly broke through the critical point, temporarily stepping into the early stage of the 9th level. It is the talent of desperate life and death. From Lin Chen's launch to now, nearly 13 minutes have passed, and the continuous surge in cultivation has finally allowed him to break through that bottleneck. The 9 robbery war chi revolves and condenses into stars twinkling, and the palm of the hand overflows and destroys the world's war chi fluctuations. That is the taste of destroying the world. A black shadow suddenly split open in the space, and the vast, sacred body of 10,000 snakes of soul burial stood in front of the white-robed ancestor, and slammed into Lin Chen with a punch. Want to kill my soul family? Go die, Lin Chen. The talent of King's Landing has been activated, and 960,000 energy points will be converted, which will increase the host's next attack. Grash your uncle's ancestors. Damn it, you bunch of false god lackeys. The palm of his hand suddenly threw out the 9 tribulation star, turning into a 9-colored starlight that swept in the direction of the soul burial. Lin Chen yelled angrily. The moment the 9 tribulation star came out of his hand, its power skyrocketed countless times. 960,000 energy points. Compared to Lin Chen's last time with 180,000 energy points, this time the king of the world has risen to countless levels. And this time it was Lin Chen's unprecedented superposition of talents. The ultimate moment of purple rank plus orange rank God Killer plus quasi-orange rank Desperate Life and Death plus purple rank King of the World. In Lin Chen's past experience, there will be no attack that can match 1/10,000th of this time. All the battle emperors above the 8th level, millions of miles away, seemed to have seen a ghost. The energy of the 9 colored stars that fell into the continental plate made them feel the instinctive fear that went deep into the bone marrow. Escape. Whether it is the powerhouses of the Soul Family, the Bai Family Alliance, the Tiange Academy, or the powerhouses of the Calling Order. In everyone's heart, only this concept is left. Run like crazy. But Soul Burial and Bai Pao Ancestor, who are in front of the 9 Tribulation Star, have no chance to escape. And Lin Chen, no matter how strong his speed is, he can't escape the explosion range of this 9 Calamities Star. Fortunately, I still have one last hand. Lin Chen issued an order. System, start ultradimensional teleportation and teleport to the number 2 space. Orientation. Activate ultradimensional teleportation, consume 110,000 talent points, and teleport to the number 2 space orientation. The moment before the 9 Tribulation Star exploded, Lin Chen disappeared in a flash without warning. Bang! Boom! When the 9-color heavenly robbery was detonated, a vast and infinite mushroom cloud of energy shot straight into the sky. Lingzhou shakes. The entire continental plate is shaking violently. The space forms a continuous smashing vortex, the light is dim and distorted, and near the center of the explosion, even the light is absorbed and turned into nothingness. Boom! The explosion lifted off, and the heaven and earth seemed to be in chaos. A 9-color beam of light propped up the heaven and earth, and continued to rotate from the energy center of the explosion. Lin Chen's figure appeared outside the myriad spirit sea, and the body that had lost its orange brilliance was restored to its original state. The white hair returned to its original state, and the lost vitality was reintroduced into Lin Chen's body. He recovered as before, panting. The host kills and locks the target, and the life and death talent is successfully removed. Lin Chen's cultivation level has returned to the mid-8th level peak, maintained by the Godslayer talent state. When the 9-color beam of light standing between the heavens and the earth continued to rotate, the aura of destruction overflowing from the rotation made all the strong faces terrified. Hey, it's fortunate that you have the gift of superdimensional teleportation. The last talent of King's Landing has almost raised the power of the stars of the 9 tribulations by several grades. It's not a category that can be escaped by relying on body skills. Even Lin Chen himself felt a lingering fear, and after the energy explosion lasted for half an hour, it dissipated between heaven and earth. All the powerhouses cast their gazes in shock, only to see a bottomless abyss in the center of the blooming 9-color beam of light. Boom! 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 The faint core energy was ejected from the ground, and the lava burst into a stream of fire. There is absolutely no end in sight. The deep pit seems to have been hit by some world-annihilating disaster. It penetrates the ground, and even the core energy leaks out a little. The vast crater is only used for exploration, and its range is initially estimated to be more than 800,000 miles, and it may be far more than that. Countless strong people have numb scalps. When they looked at Lin Chen's eyes, they seemed to see the most terrifying and powerful demon king in the world. Okay, so fierce. Your Excellency Lin Chen is still hiding this hand, I can't imagine it. My God. This Nima is not an attack that can be performed at the battle Emperor level. When he was able to use the 8th order knife tool, I was already startled. But compared to this trick, using the 8th order knife tool is just like playing. Many super evildoers showed their magical powers, and when they saw the unprecedented deep pit, their hearts trembled a few times. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Chen had fought against the 3 at the beginning, the battle circle of the 4 would have been far away from the melee circle. In addition, all of them immediately obeyed Lin Chen's warning and evacuated in advance. I am afraid that with the people present, no one can escape the explosion range of the star. Even a little energy aftermath is enough to shatter them into nothingness. Just like the soul burial just now, there are no bones left, and there is no scum. Even the 8th level or above battle emperors present, including the remaining supreme elders of the soul family and the 2 ancestors, Shen, Lian Yun, if they were involved in the 9-color beam of light, I am afraid there is a very high chance that the entire army will be wiped out. The soul is buried like a dead body, and there are no bones left. How many secrets does this little guy have? It's only been more than a year, and his transformation has undergone such earth-shaking changes. Shen Lianyun's eyes trembled, and when she stared at Lin Chen on the other side, she was only amazed. Once, only a few low-level war emperors could make this high-spirited young man evacuate his homeland and leave his hometown. Now it's just a rush of spring, summer, autumn and winter, but he has returned strongly and stands on the top of Kyushu. Even I can only look up at his back. Throughout the past and present, no one can match him by January 10th, 000. Those powerhouses who came to accept the call order were even more admired. And they were both ecstatic and shocked. They thought that Lin Chen's rapidly draining vitality was already planning to give up his life. The whole of the opposing alliance was even more terrified. In fact, their losses were not large, but they were only missing 2 6th-level war emperors and a few low-level war emperors. The real losses are the Soul family and the Bai family. The Bai family lost more than half of the battle emperor, and the Soul family was wiped out except for a few high-level officials. The remaining high-level members of the Soul family were hesitant and struggling. This kid still hides this big killer. Do you want to retreat? This child's vitality was almost burned out just now. But now he seems to be nothing. The emaciated man in the lead suddenly had a sharp look in his eyes. He can't have a second time. This kind of attack can't come without any cost. This time we received a death order. Even if everyone died in battle, we must take this son. If we don't see his head, we will bury it in Lingzhou. I saw that the emaciated man turned his head suddenly and gave a deep drink. My soul family has paid the price of the lives of the two ancestors. Your Excellency has watched the show for so long. If you don't make a move, I am afraid that Lingzhou will have to give it up. As soon as the voice fell, a violent spatial ripple appeared in the void. Located tens of thousands of miles away from Lin Chen. Hearing this sentence, Lin Chen, who was about to take away the sky-shaped light ball, stunned, and the five-color dragon spear flashed in his hand. Ready to fight. His injury has fully recovered as before, but the rune energy has been completely exhausted. Its desperate life and death talent has also entered a cooling state. If there is another powerhouse comparable to soul burial, then everything is still unknown. Are you coming out, boss of the alliance? Lin Chen held his breath. Even Shen Lianyun showed a dignified meaning. Although that person's cultivation base is not very strong, she can control many strong people present, and even give them the energy to temporarily enhance their strength. Extremely powerful. As expected of the person your soul family wants, it really is full of variables. Konggu Yolan's elegant voice echoed in the sky, and Lin Chen's heart suddenly moved. Why is this voice so familiar? The woman's body is tender and affectionate, her lotus steps lightly point to the void, and her white dress is like snow, like fluttering clouds. Beauties are embellished with pearls on the tips of their hair, with lofty cloud buns, eyebrows like Choshan Qingyun, beautiful eyes with sparkling blue waves, red lips like cherry blossoms, white teeth and jade inside. The face of the world, as if all the scenery in the world is bleak. If there is an immortal in the world, it may be like this. In the beautiful eyes of the beautiful woman, a round of fire marks is turning, and there is a hidden immortal civilization that shines through the ages. Lin Chen was struck by lightning suddenly. Stuck in place. Miss Ruoyan? Lin Chen never dreamed that the person he cared about day and night would meet again in this way, in this scene and identity. Sister Ruoyan, are you alright? Lin Chen, who didn't react for a while, walked towards her subconsciously. Ruoyan frowned, and her jade hand lightly stamped in the void. Sigh. The white light as thin as a gossamer pierced through the void and slammed into Lin Chen's body. Clang. The spear edge blocked, almost Lin Chen's body instinctively made a defensive posture, but he was still pushed back more than 100 miles by a palm. When the corners of the mouth bleed, the eyes were full of disbelief. Isn't Sister Ruoyan from Yuanzuanjing? How could she be so powerful? What's the matter? What happened to Sister Ruoyan? Could it be that she doesn't recognize me? What's the situation? Since the Abyss Island parted, Sister Ruoyan's cultivation base should only be around the 3rd level of Yuanzuanjing. How long has it been since she was chasing the 9th level of the War Emperor? Countless questions flashed through Lin Chen's mind, and the look in his eyes towards Ruoyan was full of disbelief. Sister Ruoyan, it's me. Lin Chen. Don't you recognize me? What happened to you? Why did you start the battle in Lingzhou? Is it because of the Soul Clan? Or are they blackmailing you and threatening you? Lin Chen hurriedly drank, still unaware of what the situation was. Sister Ruoyan, whom he cared about day and night, what happened in her experience? Lin Chen, be careful. She is the master behind the Bai family alliance. She has been fighting with our academy for a year, don't admit the wrong person. Shen Lianyun let out a deep voice, and the strong men of the alliance and the ancestor of the Soul family immediately stood in front of Shen Lianyun, not daring to give her any chance to help Lin Chen. Shen Lianyun's heavy drinking made Lin Chen's heart sink suddenly. Is Sister Ruoyan the master behind the Bai family alliance? Still fighting with the academy for a year? No, brother Lin Chen. I do this for a reason. Suddenly, Bai Ruoyan pursed her cherry lips and said seriously. Lin Chen was startled. Bai Ruoyan whispered, Brother Lin Chen, trust me. As long as you come over to me, I will tell you the truth of everything and your friends. As long as they surrender, I promise not to hurt them all. Human life. Even if you want to. Bai Ruoyan's cheeks were dyed red, and she smiled sweetly. As long as you want, Sister can be your woman. Let you become the overlord of this Lingzhou. Let you dominate Lingzhou. As long as you pass the sisters, come over. As soon as this statement came out, the expressions of many strong people in the audience suddenly changed. How could this cold woman look like someone else? Lin Chen, who has always been a smart thinker, fell into struggle and hesitation for the first time this time. Sister, what are you doing what you do? Can you tell me, if I can help you, I will support you with all my strength. The faces of many elders in the academy were solemn, and some elders immediately shouted, Lin Chen student, don't believe this woman's nonsense. Little friend Lin Chen, you are Lingzhou's last hope. This old man has put the entire Yan family on you, don't be confused. If Lin Chen threw himself into the enemy camp, then Lingzhou would really be over. Stupid Lin Chen. What are you putting on in your head? At this moment, the coquettish voice of the woman's fighting spirit came from the horizon. Two beautiful figures stand on the horizon, one is Yang Qing'er, and the other is Shangguan Bihan. She didn't listen to Lin Chen's advice and ran back to Lingzhou alone. You've been all the way from the wasteland to the present, isn't your brain useless? Think about what choices you should make now. Don't forget that Teacher Ling Yueqi and Sister Manqing haven't woken up yet. Well, everyone from the academy, we are all waiting to come back to Lingzhou. Shangguan Bihan's scolding came again. Lin Chen's body was shocked, his eyes suddenly flashed past the fierce color. Sister Ruoyan, tell me the reason, and then surrender with your people. Lin Chen drank in awe. Brother Lin Chen, I beg you, don't force me. You only need to come over to my sister, and I promise not to hurt a single hair of yours, and your partner will not hurt their lives. Bai Ruoyan begged, but Lin Chen's voice shook like a dull thunder. Then why didn't you come out just now? Why do you hide during the war? Since you know it's me, why are you watching me on the verge of being cornered, and your life is about to die? You didn't show up. Why, you only show up now. Lin Chen's expression showed a touch of pain, his teeth bit his lips, and blood dripped down. You are not her. Walking out of the wasteland, Sister Ruoyan and herself have experienced life and death several times, and they have both life-saving grace and more than ordinary feelings. The two of them regarded each other as the most cherished person. If it was really Bai Ruoyan, when she used the talent of desperate life and death, it was impossible for her not to appear. With Lin Chen's brain, he could think it out in just a moment, but he refused. To accept the reality from the beginning. In the world, there is nothing more painful than facing the person you love as the enemy of life and death. Cut, didn't you induce it? The human race's emotions are really elusive. Thanks to me, I also scrutinized the expressions and emotions that this body once showed, so let's kill it. Bai Ruoyan put away all the expressions and became extremely indifferent and calm. Sure enough, it's not Sister Ruoyan, then let me see what you are. Lin Chen urged the golden eye twins like lightning, his eyes locked on Bai Ruoyan. In terms of breath, it is indeed Sister Ruoyan, but her cultivation base and spiritual essence have changed. Under the insight of golden-eyed twins, Lin Chen saw an immortal flame burning in Bai Ruoyan's body. This fire is powerful and domineering, and it has the energy to create or destroy everything in the world, such as the origin of all things, the beginning of the world. Holy fire seeds? No. It is countless times stronger than holy fire seeds. What kind of energy is this? Lin Chen slammed into the air. The energy in Bai Ruoyan's body was very similar to a holy fire, but it was countless times stronger than any kind of holy fire energy he had ever seen. Bai Ruoyan's eyes narrowed, and the ripple-like pressure suddenly shattered Lin Chen's investigation. The light in his pupils trembled, and Lin Chen stepped back several dozen steps. Your gaze makes me very uncomfortable. Moreover, your breath has a special influence on me. If you don't kill you, it will be very troublesome. You probably won't have the chance to use the trick just now. Come on. Bai Ruoyan showed a coldness, and with a simple move, thousands of firelights reflected the sky and cover the sky. The brilliance of the holy fire bathes every strong man of the Bai family alliance. The battle energy they had consumed before is constantly replenished, and more violent and violent holy fire energy emerges, and the strength is further improved by 3 points. Roar. The war emperors of countless alliances let out a furious low roar, shocking Yun Kong. Thank you, Lord, for the power. The powerhouses on the academy side were shocked, and all the battle emperors on the other side became even more difficult. This sudden change made the battle situation that was supposed to be a chance of victory change again, and Jingyu and others had to enter the battle situation again. The strength of the two ancestors in the early stage of the 9th layer that Shen Lianyun was facing soared, and the battle became extremely heated. Vice President, I'm here to help you. Xing Zhan swept into Shen Lianyun's battle circle. Previously, Lin Chen was at the last moment of life and death and killed the 2 8th-level battle emperors of the Soul family, so that he did not delay his opponent. As soon as Xing Zhan shot out, he immediately supported Shen Lianyun, and the battle of the 6 9-tiered battle emperors suddenly became the main core battlefield of the chaotic battle circle. It's the power of the holy fire. This increase in cultivation base once again allowed Lin Chen to confirm the thoughts in his heart. At the same time, he has realized that the current Bai Ruoyan is not his Sister Ruoyan. In a trance, Lin Chen's mind flashed the scene he deduced when he participated in the mathematician competition at the Tianlingbang conference. It turns out that the scene of that calculation turned out to be real. Lin Chen exhaled, his expression solemn. I originally planned to keep those guys from the Soul family, but I didn't expect you to kill them all alone. While Bai Ruoyan chuckled lightly, Qianying moved slightly, and shuttled in front of Lin Chen like a fire. This young body is more suitable for me than the current one, and I want to get him. A thought flashed through his mind, and Bai Ruoyan slapped his palm with a sneer. With 5 fingers clenched tightly, Lin Chen swept his gun and slammed it out. Clang! The jade hand lightly printed in front of the spear body, but the soft and boneless little white hand showed the energy that ran through the galaxy, and patted Lin Chen back again and again. Type 91 Blood Shura. Looking at the face that was familiar and beautiful, Lin Chen gritted his teeth and fought, condensed his blood, exploded with pure power, and stabbed a shot. At the same time, Lin Chen's 4 clones moved quickly. The various battle emperors who killed the Soul family before, dropped a large number of attribute light balls. Although they did not drop growth type attributes because of the Godslayer talent, they at least had a large number of talent points and rune energy. Right now, what he lacks the most is rune energy. Get 19,000 points of martial arts essence, 13,800 points of rune energy, 13,200 points of talent, 850 points of blank attributes, 14,850 points of rune energy, 15,000 points of Heavenly Dao. Open 13 amethyst treasure chests. The host will get 250,000 talent points, 300,000 points of intermediate rune energy, 100,000 points of heaven. When the system's light screen bounced wildly, 2 divine lights interweaved and flickered vertically. Boom! 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 The 2 fought fiercely together, and the sound of the fight was earth shattering. At first, Lin Chen was at a disadvantage. When the clone collected the attribute light ball, the 2 runes of penetration and charge were blessed, and Lin Chen instantly regained it. Take the initiative, wrestle in one piece. After a short fight, Lin Chen already knew that the current strength of Bai Ruoyan was between the early and middle stages of the 9th level. Clang! With one shot swept away by Ruoyan, Lin Chen's purple-gold eyes caught a gap, and while sweeping out a mental wave, after pulling by Ruoyan, he slammed a dark dragon palm towards her heart. However, at the moment when the dark dragon palm was about to touch, Lin Chen struggled, gritted his teeth and kept his palm away, and the palm bombarded her left shoulder. Lin Chen is reluctant to kill, but the other party may not be so. Left shoulder and palm, by Ruoyan flicked his fingers. Tear! A ray of white light shuttled and shot to Lin Chen's cheek. Even with the defense of 3-inch tribulation, a bloodstain was still wiped out. Huh? I clearly aimed at the neck, how could I? Bai Ruoyan frowned, and Lin Chen shot down again. The jade hand swayed lightly, the afterglow of the colorful, holy fire circulated, blocking it to the top of the head in a cross shape, when one took Lin Chen's spear, 25% of the power penetrated in, making her jade hand numb. Boom! The thunder-like roar ran through, and Lin Chen swept the top of Bai Ruoyan's head with a note of God Shadow Wind Demon Leg. But when he saw the beauty's profile, Lin Chen still couldn't get down to the killer, and on the side of his legs, he fluttered at close range. One leg smashed a mountain range in the space below. Go to hell. A faint milky white fire glowed in the green jade fingers. When Lin Chen hesitated, Bai Ruoyan had awe-inspiring killing intent, and his 2 fingers stabbed Lin Chen's heart sharply. Before the jade finger was about to penetrate Lin Chen's heart, a severe headache shook in his mind, and a faintly suppressed mental will emerged. Bai Ruoyan showed a look of pain, and with a pair of fingers, it penetrated Lin Chen's 3-inch tribulation defense and pierced his chest. But away from the heart. The corner of Lin Chen's mouth was bleeding, but at this moment, seeing the pain in the person in front of him, as well as the complexity and tenderness of the past when staring at himself, Lin Chen subconsciously called out, Sister Ruoyan. As if it was just a moment of confusion in time and space, Wang returned to his previous indifference, and slapped his palm again, killing. Intent awe-inspiring. Lin Chen blocked a shot, and this palm was the beginning of killing intent. But it was not released. Bang! The two of them retreated, and Lin Chen flapped his purple phoenix wings with another flash. The two sides are fighting again, but the fighting atmosphere is extremely strange. Not only Shen Lianyun, but also Xingzhan, Fang Ling, and other 8th battle emperors can clearly see that the battle between Lin Chen and Wang is full of flaws. It is completely full of flaws, and there is no sign of any real desperate fight. However, since it is full of flaws, there is no sign of desperately fighting. And the two are constantly injured, but neither can do anything about the other. Weird. Not to mention Lin Chen, everyone could clearly feel that Wang had complete murderous intent towards Lin Chen. But each of her attacks always misses the point at the most critical moment. This kind of extremely low-level mistake, it is impossible to be bothered by any Yuan Zuanjing, and it will appear on a 9th-level war emperor? Either, Wang didn't want to kill, or she was hesitating. But she, who has already moved to kill, can't be hesitating? Then why can't she kill Lin Chen? The fair and slender jade hand patted the gun body, and the two sides were shaken back again. At this time, Lin Chen was covered in blood, and his injuries were serious. Wang frowned slightly. Lin Chen's combat power actually continued to grow as the battle time went on. She raised her slightly trembling palm, her eyes full of doubts and confusion. What makes her unbelievable is that she has never killed Lin Chen? No. Every time I strike, I send it out with killing intent. It's the body itself that is refusing to kill him. Only facing this kid, this body is resisting killing him. Wang frowned and muttered to himself, I really can't understand. Human emotions, is this person so important to you? It's nothing more than just being together for a while. It's hard, you can still resist, I can't. That's it. Since the body itself is resisting to kill this person, then I will refine his body into my slave and become my next body. Wang's expression became more and more cold and indifferent. Lin Chen, whose golden-eyed twins were fully open, suddenly felt a terrifying crisis, and countless death fates surrounded him. He clearly saw that the endless power of the holy fire and the civilization created by the holy fire emerged from Wang's body. The situation has changed, hurry up. Boom. As soon as the words fell, dozens of milky white flame chains suddenly shot out from the void beside Wang, and the speed was extremely fast, like jumping into space, locking Lin Chen's whole body. When the mutation appeared, the top battle circles of the two sides stopped fighting each other and evacuated back suddenly, looking suspicious. The dragon power exploded. Lin Chen urged 8.99 million dragon power, and the golden robbery battle body slammed his fists violently, and the chi of Gengjin wrapped the strength of smashing the mountains and rivers, but did not shake the flame chain at all. Creak. The majestic and profound aura of the stalwart was transmitted from the endless void, and the milky white flame ignited to the sky, opening a quaint and vicissitudes of high gate from the sea of fire. The whole body burned with white flames, like an immortal holy relic. Seeing the vast gate, the expression of the strong man on the side of Tianga Academy changed greatly, and he was shocked and lost his voice. This is the gate of the Holy Fire Realm. The Holy Fire Realm is the secret realm of heaven and earth in Lingzhou. It will only be opened automatically within a specified time. No one can control it, not even a saint. Otherwise, in the history of Lingzhou, the holy fire realm has long been controlled by saints. But this woman can actually control the holy fire realm. Where is she holy? Lin Chen violently urged the nine tribulations battle body. His body spun violently in the air, and the gun wind was like a tornado, barely breaking a few flame chains. That's it, kid. I originally planned to keep it to prevent those guys from the Soul Clan, but I have to use it on you first. Bai Ruoyan sneered, and with her jade hand, she pulled Lin Chen into the gate of the holy fire realm, and she herself, transformed into a stream of light, was included in the gate of the holy fire. Do not. In the distance, Shangguan Bihan and Yang Qinger's pretty faces changed slightly, and Vice President Shen Lianyun's complexion suddenly sank. Entering the holy fire realm, whether it can come out again is still unknown. Besides, she knew that Lin Chen's real cultivation was only in the middle stage of the third battle emperor. Although he didn't know what means he used to temporarily improve his strength, it was only temporary after all. Once the strength increases, Lin Chen's true strength is not her opponent at all. Xingzhan, hurry up, break their offensive, and don't let Lin Chen have an accident in vain. Shen Lianyun's expression was extremely cold, and when she was speaking, her pupils turned a touch of golden brilliance, which made Xingzhan's body tremble. The expressions of the two ancestors of the Soul family changed, and her aura became even more terrifying. It's time to get rid of you. Holy fire. The familiar world came into view again. This is the holy fire realm that Lin Chen had reached when he was in the Heavenly Gang realm, and even the battle dragon platform was clearly visible. Lin Chen's expression was extremely solemn. There is only one possibility for Bai Ruoyan to open the holy fire realm. That is itself, the holy fire, with absolute control over the holy fire realm. This fact has completely confirmed the scene that Lin Chen had previously seen. With the golden-eyes twins, the source of the holy fire exists in Bai Ruoyan's body. The origin of the eternal holy fire is divided into 9 parts, which are stored in the Kyushu, and the seeds of the holy flame are all derived from the 9 holy fire origins. At this time in Bai Ruoyan's body, it is very likely that it is one of the 9 sources of holy fire. Clang! The gun wind spun, and Lin Chen smashed all the chains of flames that bound him. Stepping on the void, the figure in white clothes slowly emerged, and the indifferent light laughter echoed between heaven and earth. Here, even the late 9-layer war emperor will not be my opponent. Your body belongs to me. Boom. The cloud is broken. As she waved her sleeve robe lightly, a milky white flame palm fell from the sky, more than 100,000 feet in size, and suddenly slapped Lin Chen. Lin Chen's pupils shrank, and the purple phoenix wings flapped, turning into a flash of moonlight and retreating. Laugh. Laugh. The sound of breaking wind roared, like a series of sonic booms. And a burst of flame shot out. Lin Chen kept retreating. After his dragon power skyrocketed, the speed of Zihuang Wing also skyrocketed several times. With the help of GoldenEye twins and his movement speed, Lin Chen barely avoided the numerous attacks from Bai Ruoyan, but in the realm of the holy fire, the energy of heaven and earth is endless, and she can use it completely. Boom. Lin Chen smashed the void, turned his body sharply, and turned into a beam of moonlight rushing towards Bai Ruoyan. Hum. The white beam of light bloomed, opened the sky and the earth, and slammed down on Lin Chen's head. The world-destroying energy contained in it made even his face change, and it was another turning point, barely avoiding it. Boom! The beam of light exploded the earth veins, and the shocking abyss spread all the way, and Lin Chen was out of breath. If this continues, I will be consumed to death. The space barrier here has been completely blocked, and is controlled by Sister Ruoyan. It is extremely difficult to forcibly break it. Life and death have already fallen into a cooling state. Even if you risk your death, you are lucky enough, play the ruler of the world in the talent combo. There are not enough enemies here for me to accumulate energy, let alone use the second Godslayer talent. Once the time limit of the Godslayer talent has passed, he will become a real lamb to be slaughtered. Whether it is the 5th level slow rune, or the talent of King's Landing, or the talent of the second Godslayer, Lin Chen can't find a chance to turn around and defeat his opponent. Moreover, he himself may not be able to kill himself, even if it is controlled by the source of the holy flame. She is still Sister Ruoyan. Suddenly, there were sonic booms everywhere, and several blade-like milky white flames flashed past, and dozens of flame chains suddenly exploded in the void, locking them firmly towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen's expression changed, and when he was dodging and retreating, the war gun swept in around, stabbed dozens of shots in a row, just bounced off the flame chain, and the blade cut his legs and right arm across. Sigh. The blood surged, Lin Chen's meridians were broken, and the tendons of his hands and feet were cut off. The giant flame palm grabbed from the air and held Lin Chen. Your body is mine. When Bai Ruoyan sneered, an irresistible will was pervasive and directly invaded Lin Chen's mind. Not good. It's the will of the holy fire in the seeds of the holy fire of Lingzhou. Lin Chen secretly screamed in his heart that it was not good. The other party had to forcefully control himself. The will of the holy fire is like a sea of hell fire, burning in Lin Chen's spiritual mind in an instant, continuing to invade his spiritual bridge, trying to forcibly enslave him. Boom boom. The spiritual bridge continued to erupt with massive spiritual fluctuations, such as resisting the invasion of spiritual will. The spiritual power in the middle stage of the Tongtian realm is almost approaching the late stage of the Tongtian realm. What a tenacious will it is. Very difficult to enslave the spiritual realm, that's all. It's okay to enslave, and this seat will directly seize it. I saw that Bai Ruoyan hugged Lin Chen, and when the foreheads of the two touched, Lin Chen's spiritual consciousness was pulled into a brand new spiritual world. In this spiritual world, the empty space is full of milky white flames. Lin Chen's mental body clearly saw that every flame around him had the power of the origin of creation. But more importantly, with his spiritual realm, he can't last too long in this spiritual world. This is the spiritual world of the current Sister Ruoyan. Just when Lin Chen realized the world he was in, boom! A pillar of fire rose, and the indistinct flame figure stepped out from the pillar of fire, and the 10,000 fires in the spiritual world were roaring, and it was the only one that controlled it. When it saw Lin Chen, it slammed a punch at him, and the mental flame condensed into a fist storm and smashed away. Lin Chen's mental body was also not afraid, and he punched out in the opposite direction. Boom! The mental energy wave exploded, and Lin Chen and this blurred figure, with a face that could not be seen clearly, punched dozens of punches in a row. One after another mental fluctuation exploded from the center of the two. Lin Chen, who was on the side of the shock, was about to continue to charge for another battle when he suddenly froze in place. He found that just below the flame beam lay a white and naked figure quietly. The curve of its delicate body was like the perfect masterpiece of heaven. It was by rune. That snow-white and perfect naked body is the spiritual origin of by rune. Here was her spiritual world. I have learned how to control the cultivation base and body of the human race. In addition to your danger, I may not be able to suppress you, so your spiritual origin, I don't need it, die. The voice of the blurry figure was still by rune's voice, it was punching. Several times, Lin Chen blocked it with his backhand, and his mental body kept retreating. You are the holy fire? Lin Chen's eyes were fixed on the blurred figure, and he asked, coldly. And Lin Chen can probably guess that the fuzzy figure is the spiritual will of the source of the holy fire. This is Sister Ruoyan's spiritual world. Since it can exist here, maybe if it can be solved, Sister Ruoyan can still be saved. This seat used to be the holy fire, but it has been gathered for countless years. You will become the most perfect embellishment of this seat. After getting your body, this seat will be the most perfect creature in this world. Ha ha ha. Die. The spirit of holy fire did not erase by ruoyan's spirit and memory. Otherwise by ruoyan's spiritual consciousness would not fall asleep here, but completely disappeared. Because the holy fire spirit is the first time to gather spirits, it has no complete shape, and it does not know how to control the human body and control the fighting spirit. Therefore, it must use by ruoyan's mental power and memory to quickly familiarize itself with the human race's body and control its own fighting spirit. After it successfully gathered spirits, it has not yet possessed 7 emotions and 6 desires, and it has no concept of different genders, so it has never understood why by ruoyan's body would resist itself, because of Lin Chen, which is the reason why it has not fully formed. If by ruoyan's mental power is wiped out, apart from its original spiritual intelligence, other cognitions of the fighting spirit, body, and the world will be like a newborn baby, ignorant, and everything including the human body must rely on get familiar with it yourself. These steps will be very troublesome, and it may take more than 10 years to get familiar with it. Therefore, the spirit of holy fire did not obliterate by ruoyan's spirit and memory. On the contrary, it also used these to help itself become a more perfect human. It decided to integrate its own consciousness with by ruoyan's spiritual power. Instead of obliterating her spiritual power and forcibly taking her home. By ruoyan's spirit and consciousness still exist, but the energy of the holy fire spirit is too powerful, and she has been completely suppressed. But now it is different. The foundation it needs to master has been obtained from by ruoyan's spirit and memory. Facing Lin Chen, the method it will take is to kill. Completely kill. Capture Lin Chen's body. If you are in the outside world, I really can't help you, but if you dare to drag me into the spiritual world, you are courting death. Suddenly, Lin Chen Yangtian's mental body laughed wildly. The outside world is in the void of the sea of spirits, and in the chaotic battle circle, the Dragon Emperor has a consonant heart, and withdrew in the direction of the 4 clones. When all their weapons were taken away, the 4 clones suddenly exploded and turned into nothingness. Little friend Lin Chen's avatar has disappeared. Oops, he didn't have an accident, did he? If Your Excellency Lin Chen falls, wouldn't we run for nothing? No, he doesn't die so easily. Many powerhouses in the academy and the call order were shocked by the disappearance of Lin Chen's avatar, but among the inheritors of the sacred monument of the town, the pair of beautiful sisters were quite calm and firmly believed in Lin Chen. No matter what, we must break open the gate of the holy fire realm and rescue the little guy. If he dies, it will be useless for us to win. We have to let him solve this space boundary point. In the holy fire realm, Bairuoyan's delicate body and Lin Chen were stuck together, and rounds of milky white flames burned around the two of them, and the flames that burned their spiritual power continued to burn. At this moment, their foreheads were pressed against each other, their eyes were closed, and their spiritual consciousness fell into Bairuoyan's spiritual world. In the spiritual world, Lin Chen was suppressed again and again, and his mental exhaustion gradually weakened, almost overdraft. Is this the whole card you're talking about? Huh. Vulnerable, really. Vulnerable. The spirit of sacred fire laughed arrogantly, watching Lin Chen's mental power consumption become more and more serious, and his spiritual fluctuations showed a touch of humanized greed. I don't know what level this seat can reach after integrating your body. Only Lin Chen, who insisted so hard, had a very firm look in his eyes from beginning to end, without any wavering. Boom. The mental fluctuation exploded, and after being knocked back by another punch, Lin Chen's mental body became more and more illusory and transparent. Right now, die. The spirit of sacred fire rushed towards Lin Chen, bursting out a rare greedy grin. Boom boom boom. Lin Chen's mental body suddenly radiated a burst of purple brilliance, and his mental power returned to its peak in a short period of time. At this moment, Lin Chen violently punched again, and with one punch, he retreated the spirit of the holy fire, and he took dozens of steps back with a playful expression. However, the spirit of the holy fire has changed greatly. What's the situation? Lin Chen shook his fingers, and jokingly said, Eternal holy fire, you are just an incomplete guy, and you are a little bit worse than this handsome man. What Lin Chen used was naturally the extreme returning yuan talent. The fact that Lin Chen was pulled into the spiritual world does not mean that the system is not under his control. As long as Lin Chen is still alive, the system will always follow his consciousness, and all his system functions can still be activated. The ultimate return talent can instantly replenish Lin Chen's spiritual power. As long as the talent points are sufficient, it is a completely unrealistic problem for the spirit of the holy fire to obliterate Lin Chen's spiritual consciousness. However, this is just one of Lin Chen's strategies. Tear. A flash of spiritual light tore apart, and 4 spiritual beams of light descended at the same time, disillusioning 4 spiritual forms. It's Lin Chen's phantom rune. The avatar created by the phantom runes is not limited to the physical body. The spiritual conscious body is not a problem. However, Lin Chen's 4 avatars do not have the spiritual power of the peak of the middle stage of the sky, only the early stage of the sky. Because this level of spiritual power can only be possessed by Lin Chen's body, who is in the process of activating the Godslayer talent. The 5 spiritual forms, including Lin Chen, immediately rushed to the spirit of the holy fire. At this moment, the spirit of sacred fire finally realized the seriousness of the problem, and it hurriedly wanted to withdraw from the spiritual world. Not that simple. Lin Chen's body shot out with one palm, the gray-white talisman turned into a lightning-like lasing, and the rune energy dropped by 800,000 points. His level 5 slowness rune is still effective in the spiritual world. Sigh. The gray-white talisman burst open, and the spirit of the holy fire was bound in place. Being hit by the slow rune in the spiritual world means that the mental Consciousness becomes extremely slow, and it is extremely difficult to make a thought reaction. Extremely slow. Boom. Lin Chen's body punched through the spiritual body of the spirit of holy fire. With one punch, completely penetrating. I can't think of it. You still have this skill. I admit. You are better, but I won't let you succeed. This seat can still make the entire holy fire realm self-destruct and let you return to chaos. I saw that the spirit of the holy fire let out a long roar, and it was about to explode the holy fire realm. It will destroy Lin Chen's spiritual power together with his physical body. One piece. Rabbits even bite people in a hurry, not to mention the holy fire spirit that has been reunited for tens of thousands of years. Lin Chen forced it to a dead end, even at the risk of losing his mind. It would destroy Lin Chen. In the realm of the holy fire, it thought that it was in control of the overall situation, and it was not afraid of Lin Chen at all, and it still wanted to take away Lin Chen's body. But after entering the spiritual world, Lin Chen's layout and changes this time have completely turned around. It can't even quit the spiritual world. Now, if it doesn't work, it won't even be able to keep the existing body. This time, it admits that at this moment, it has lost. This time, I have not been able to fight against this young human race. However, it's not to be messed with either. It still has the last chance to explode the entire holy fire realm. After the spirit of sacred fire burst out with a long howl, Lin Chen actually smiled and punched through its body with another punch. Puff. The spiritual fist wind runs through, and the spiritual will of the holy fire spirit is damaged, with an unbelievable look on his face. Exploding. Exploding. Why is there no response? The spirit of sacred fire roared several times in a row, but the sacred fire realm outside the spiritual world did not respond at all. It's not under its control at all. Lin Chen swung his fists violently, attacking wildly, and laughing jokingly. Ha ha ha, you scream, you dance. You are skinny, weren't you very arrogant just now? Control the whole situation? Do you think you are handsome? You, what did you do? How could the holy fire realm of this seat be out of my control? Compared with the destruction of his spiritual consciousness, the spirit of sacred fire is more afraid of why he cannot control the sacred fire realm. Snapped. Lin Chen grabbed its spiritual consciousness and laughed jokingly. From now on, you will no longer be the master of the holy fire realm, let alone the eternal holy fire. If you don't believe it, turn around and take a look. After Lin Chen finished speaking, when the holy fire spirit looked back in disbelief, his emotions changed. The original holy fire beam has disappeared, and was directly cut off by Lin Chen's 4 spiritual clones. The endless light of holy fire was reintroduced into that white and perfect delicate body. That's right, Lin Chen launched the slow rune not only to prevent the spirit of sacred fire from self-detonating into the sacred fire realm, but the most important thing is to cut off by Ruweon's spiritual consciousness at one fell swoop when its attention is at its weakest. Ruweon's spiritual connection. This is the top priority, and this problem is the key to affecting the overall situation. From the beginning, this was Lin Chen's goal. It is also because he has been in danger of life and has not used the ultimate return, and has been showing weakness of the spirit of the holy fire. What he is waiting for is just an opportunity. Otherwise, defeating the spiritual will of the holy fire spirit and by Ruweon's spiritual world is of no use. If it finds that it can't erase its own will and lose its body, it will disarm the spiritual world as soon as possible and return to the realm of the holy fire. Lin Chen is still not its opponent. At that time it will no longer think about robbing itself, but really, destroying itself. Therefore, the chance to win is only for a moment. The moment that affects Lin Chen's fate, and the fate of the entire Lingzhou, depends on whether Lin Chen can remove the will of the holy fire spirit and controlled by Ruoyan's spirit. My holy fire. When the holy fire spirit muttered to himself, Lin Chen and his clone swarmed up, and countless spiritual fluctuations erupted like a landslide and tsunami, smashing its last spiritual will into slag. The spirit of holy fire completely disappeared in the world. Its intellect, thoughts, all vanished into ashes and ceased to exist. If it was in the past, maybe it would not disappear so completely. But this time, in this battle, it was fighting with Lin Chen's body to seize the house. It was going all out, not holding back, only hoping that after killing Lin Chen's spiritual will, he could directly take over him with his perfect spiritual will. Body of the spirit of the holy fire has disappeared, but for the eternal holy fire, it just lost the condensed wisdom, and the origin of the holy fire still exists. It's just no longer wise. Its most fatal mistake is carelessness. Thinking that he could take down Lin Chen, his mental will kept attacking Lin Chen, and the suppression of Bai Ruoyan was almost weak to an unprecedented level. It's really a life and death line. Lin Chen secretly wiped a cold sweat, released his mental avatar, and the entire spiritual world returned to peace. The spirit of the sacred fire disappears, and the eternal sacred fire will once again return to a state of no spiritual wisdom. When the spirit of the sacred fire had previously captured Bai Ruoyan, it had already refined its own origin into Bai Ruoyan's body and perfectly integrated with it. That's right. The current sacred fire realm and the owner of the eternal sacred fire are only Bai Ruoyan. In this game, Lin Chen seemed to be relaxed, but in fact he was completely walking on the tip of the knife. Outside the holy fire, none of his cards could threaten the spirit of the holy fire, so in the spiritual world, it was the only chance for a comeback. If any link goes wrong, he will surely die. Sigh. The spirit of the holy fire dissipated, and the endless spiritual afterglow rose like snowflakes, scattered in the spiritual world. Lin Chen hurriedly flew to Bai Ruoyan's side. After careful inspection, he breathed a sigh of relief. His spiritual origin and memory were not damaged in the slightest. At this moment, the perfect and exquisite snow-white body trembled slightly. And when he slowly opened his eyes, the beautiful blue waves flowed, and his eyes were blurred. Sister Ruoyan, you're awake. Before Lin Chen finished speaking, the beauty hugged him. Even in the spiritual world, Lin Chen could still feel the warmth and softness of the beauty, which made his mental consciousness tremble. Brother Lin Chen, the beauty whispered softly, her beautiful eyes blurred, and before Lin Chen could respond, her cherry lips had already covered the boy's lips. The holy fire burns, and the spiritual consciousness is stimulated to the most primitive desire. In the spiritual world, the void is the bed, and the holy fire is the quilt. Who would have guessed that one came out after another? The dragon was upside down, and the phoenix begged to eat. Missing and caring, closely fit, only wish not to separate. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Chen and Bai Ruoyan's foreheads were pressed together in the holy fire realm. Although they were burning firewood in the spiritual world, in reality, nothing happened to the two of them. Suddenly, the two's eyelashes trembled, and they opened their eyes almost at the same time. Their breaths were very close to each other's cheeks. The four eyes are facing each other, and the emotions in the eyes are very complicated. Worried, happy, concerned, shy. After all, in the spiritual world, the two have been completely frank with each other. Cough. Brother Lin Chen. Bai Ruoyan's cherry lips lightly opened, and she was the first to speak. Tear. Lin Chen's eyes were red, and while he was breathing heavily, he roughly tore off a strand of the beauty's sleeves, revealing Bai Ruoyan's snow-white and delicate arms. Yeah. Brother Lin Chen, wait a minute. Bai Ruoyan's face burned like a xia, she was ashamed and shocked. The white teeth nibbled between the red lips, and the blue eyes are dodging, like a fairy with a peerless youth falling into the world and falling in love, and the beauty is indescribable. Lin Chen hugged the beauty's slender waist, which was soft and boneless, and growled like a beast. We'll talk about it later. Treating each other frankly in the spiritual world, of course, exhausted Lin Chen's thoughts and concerns. But Mr. Liu said it well, as the saying goes, the rain and the dew are covered. The elder brother is full, and the younger brother has not eaten meat yet. Bai Ruoyan was ashamed and startled, just when someone Lin was about to push the beautiful woman down to the spot for FA rectification. Boom. Boom. The shocking shock shook the void, and I saw a space crack torn open in the holy fire territory, and a group of figures broke in. Boy Lin Chen, where are you? Just squeak before you die. Your Excellency Lin Chen, we are here to save you. Alliance demon girl, dare to take away my feng shui, what kind of skill do you have to bully a young man? Come to me if you have the skill. Powerhouses from all walks of life broke into the holy fire territory one after another, with Shen Lianyun taking the lead and guarding the surrounding area. Suddenly, when everyone saw the scene in front of them, they froze in place. Lin's eyes were red, and he hugged the behind-the-scenes commander of the Bai family alliance. Looking at his appearance, he was about to tear off the other party's clothes. Silence. Silence on the side of death. The atmosphere froze in silence, and the two sides stared at each other, dumbfounded. Awkward. So fucking embarrassing. Most of the people who broke into the sacred fire realm were the super geniuses inherited from Tiange Academy and Sacred Monument. They broke in with certain determination and belief. In the end, what happened to this Nima? They are fighting hard outside. This kid is holding a beauty in the holy fire realm and is ready to carry a gun? One output? Day. Then they work so hard outside. What? Today's weather is pretty good. I suddenly want to find a beautiful girl to hug, and it happens that there are only two of us in this sacred fire territory. As the saying goes, hugs are healthier, right? Someone Lin scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly. What can this brother Chen do? He hasn't opened meat yet. Day. Little guy, watch out for this woman. Vice President Shen Lianyun suddenly drank. Everyone in the surrounding area immediately stood by. This is the behind the scenes messenger of the Bai family alliance. If you don't kill her, there will be no peace in Lingzhou. Lin Chen hurriedly waved his hand and said, everyone, don't get excited, and let me finish. Lin Chen told the story of the future in a very simple way, from the origin of the holy fire to the fact that it killed the spirit of the holy fire. Everyone was stunned. They also suspected that Lin Chen was brainwashed by this woman. However, combined with the external situation, this credibility is extremely high. The reason why everyone was able to break in was because the outside Bai Family alliance, betrayed. No, to be precise, it should be to give up the attack and change the target. They did not continue to attack the powerhouses on the Tiange Academy side. All the powerhouses of the ancient aristocratic families turned to attack the remaining powerhouses of the Bai family and the Soul family. Only then did everyone use their hands to break the gate of the holy fire realm. That is to say, the spirit of the holy fire is dead, and the eternal holy fire of Lingzhou now exists in the body of Miss Bai Ruoyan. I didn't expect you two to be in such a situation. Everyone was amazed. This encounter is really amazing. Well, yes. In addition, because of the will of the holy fire seed, I can control all the powerhouses in the outside world, otherwise everyone will not have time. Bai Ruoyan smiled slightly, but in fact she hadn't said the whole thing yet. The reason why everyone was able to break in was because when Lin Chen hugged her, there was a panic in his heart, which gave everyone a chance. Under normal conditions, the Emperor of War in the late stage of the 9 stages cannot forcibly break through the gate of the holy fire realm. Countless powerhouses looked at Bai Ruoyan with incomparable admiration. That is one of the 9 sources of the eternal flame. It is already a great gift for ordinary people to get a holy fire seed, let alone monopolize the source of the eternal holy fire. This is equivalent to the continuous nourishment of the holy flame, which is an opportunity that is not qualified to enjoy in the entire Kyushu. The origin of the holy fire is too mysterious. Even if the legendary sage gets it, it cannot be forcibly refined. This kind of divine object is related to the secret of the birth of Kyushu, and contains infinite mysteries. Even in the era of the existence of ancient saints, no one can take it for yourself. But it happens that the holy fire gathers spirits, and the spiritual wisdom and will of the holy fire itself are integrated into the body of the human race. This kind of good thing may only happen once in history. There is no doubt that Bai Ruoyan, who has the eternal flame, is placed in the entire Kyushu continent, and her potential may be no less than Lin Chen. How can this not be envied? Such potential and opportunity, Kyushu alone has a share. On the other hand, Bai Ruoyan's heart was filled with endless tenderness and warmth. During the period of being suppressed by the will of the holy fire, the memories of both parties were completely shared. She also knew how hard Lin Chen worked for herself. This so-called chance might not be worth mentioning compared to the importance of this young man in her heart. Let's go out first and slaughter all the dogs of the false gods. In Lin Chen's eyes, a fierce light is revealed. Although the time limit for his Godslayer talent has ended, and his cultivation has recovered to the peak of the midterm triple battle emperor, it is not as good as before. With Bai Ruoyan here, all the ancient families in Lingzhou are now on Lin Chen's side. The rest of the Soul family are the bear commanders. How much to fight less? This is Lin Chen's favorite thing to do. No, it's fine here. Bai Ruoyan smiled lightly, waved his sleeve robe lightly. The door to the holy fire realm continued to open, and the milky white sea of fire spread across the sky, shining down within the scope of being burned by the sea of fire, whether it is the powerhouse of the Call, the Soul family, the White family, the Ancient family alliance. All living beings are all sent to the sacred flame. Boom! The holy light descended from the sky, and when those people entered the holy fire territory, many powerhouses on the college side were stunned. This is too scary. If this is suddenly transferred to the opponent's battle home during the battle, this is a deadly threat. Every mobilization of the holy fire realm consumes a lot of money. Otherwise, the holy fire spirit would have been used frequently, but for Bai Ruoyan, as Long as he can help Lin Chen, this so-called consumption is only fleeting. Because he is the most important. How is this going? What do you mean by this action? Could it be that you want to be the enemy of my soul family, and the first ancestor of my soul family's true god? The only 2 remaining 9-layer battle emperor ancestors and 3 Taisheng elders scolded by Wang coldly. Lord, what the hell is going on here? The Bai family's battle emperor was crying and howling, and he couldn't understand why he would be attacked by the master. Any strong person who is controlled by the will of the flame will remain absolutely loyal to the order of the eternal flame. Haha, your soul family is not as important as a single hair of his. Bai Ruoyan smiled lightly, the clouds were light and the wind was light, and it didn't matter. Hearing this, many strong men cast envious eyes on Lin Chen, and being favored by such an arrogant woman is simply a blessing from saving the world in a previous life. Someone Lin immediately raised his chest and raised his head, raised his collar, put his hands on his hips, and his face was very arrogant and arrogant. Seeing that everyone can't wait to beat this bitch. What are you looking at? Brother Chen's stomach is in good condition. Do you think I can't eat soft rice? Having a handsome face depends on strength and talent. Even if you eat soft rice, you will eat with your back. Both soft and hard can be eaten. Don't be obsessed with brother, being strong and handsome is just wayward and boring. Sister Ruoyan, fight. Lin Chen stood behind by Ruoyan, giving orders with a bully expression. See. Everyone's mouth twitching wildly. How much they admired Lin Chen a day ago, how much they want to beat him at this moment. Okay. Bai Ruoyan smiled sweetly. This scene was very similar to Bai Ruoyan sheltering Lin Chen, who had not yet grown up. Boom. Bai Ruoyan waved his sleeve robe lightly, his fingertips connected, and many milky white flames quickly condensed into countless energy fingers, falling from the sky. Xingzhan and the others quickly retreated, leaving Bai Ruoyan alone. The expressions of the 2 soul ancestors suddenly changed. Even Lin Chen couldn't help but marvel. This kind of offensive was stronger than the spirit of sacred fire at the beginning. It took about a year for the spirit of sacred fire to obtain the body, and he was only just learning about the manipulation of human beings, so he was not proficient. But for Bai Ruoyan, it is different. Even though her cultivation base has skyrocketed, she is an existence that can perfectly control her own power. Because she is the master of this body. Lock. The pillar of holy flame crossed the sky, turned into an endless chain of flames, and went away in an overwhelming cage, leaving the Soul Clan and other powerhouses with no chance to retreat, only to fight hard. What a powerful strength. I may still have a chance in the outside world, but in this holy fire realm, even I am not her opponent. Shen Lianyun shook her head in amazement. Only after more than 20 rounds, the top management of the Soul Clan collectively fell behind, and they were not opponents at all. The trend is over. The top of the Soul family gritted their teeth, and was about to tear a roll of space jade slips. Lin Chen's eyes froze suddenly. These guys want to run away. You have no chance. Bai Ruoyan seemed to have expected it long ago. With a flick of the green jade finger, a ray of white on tore through the void and shattered the space jade slip in an instant. Die. Bai Ruoyan pressed down again with a palm, and the energy situation in the holy fire changed suddenly, turning into a flame palm of hundreds of thousands of feet, and slammed down. Shen Lianyun's figure flashed like a split light, and when it flashed to both sides, she cooperated with Bai Ruoyan to shoot. The strongest two present at the scene joined forces, and there were two other Alliance ancestors from the early stage of the 9 layers and Xingzhan 3. To assist, and the top level of the Soul family was completely at a disadvantage. Before 200 rounds, the opponent was seriously injured. Damn, you forced the old man. Since he entered the enemy line, the old man has no intention of going out alive. A mid-9th level ancestor of the Soul clan slammed violently, the battle chi. Life will in the body turned extremely fast, the majestic and deep battle chi was churning like a sea of anger, shaking the space to shudder. The expressions of the emperors changed slightly, and they blew themselves up. The self-destruction of a mid-9th level war emperor, even the late 9th layer had to avoid the edge for a while. If it is affected, it will be injured and disabled in light, or fall in heavy. You have no chance, holy fire seal. Bai Ruoyan snorted coldly and held her jade hand lightly. Tens of thousands of white ons appeared out of thin air like needles, and the thorns shot into the souls of the 5 souls. Burn! The white on turned into a seal, outlining the fire pattern carved into the bodies of the 5 souls. After doing this, Bai Ruoyan's pretty face turned pale, and Lin Chen immediately rushed to her side to support her. Bai Ruoyan shook her head and smiled. It's just that the consumption is a little big, so don't worry. The rioting spirit of the ancestors of the Soul clan was instantly dissipated. And the 5 people couldn't believe that their combat spirit was sealed for 90%. Only in the sacred fire realm, when the energy of the eternal sacred fire is maximized, can Bai Ruoyan achieve such a level of sealing 2 mid-9th level and 3 8th level war emperors. Except for Bai Ruoyan, only saints can do this. Now as long as the 7th layer battle emperor, or above, can threaten the 5 of them. Sigh. The space was frozen. Shen Lianyun controlled the 5 people with one hand, and the space was blocked, so that they didn't even have a chance to explode. Don't worry, leave it to me next. Someone Lin smiled, and Bai Ruoyan nodded, standing quietly behind him. Seeing that the last 5 members of the Soul family were all captured, many of the Bai family's powerhouses suddenly turned horrified. They were surrounded by many, but they couldn't escape from the holy fire realm. Lin Chen stepped into the air, suspended in front of the 5 members of the Soul family, and when they saw this young man again, they were horrified. Someone doesn't do it and becomes a dog. Do you regret this ending now? Lin Chen's expression was cold and ruthless, and he questioned the 5. In every pseudo-god family, the top powerhouses were all powerhouses in Kyushu. They formed a family because of the pseudo-gods. In fact, they did not have any connection before forming the family. How can you be a boy in the realm of war emperors? How can you resist the Great Lord True God? Ha 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 ha. What if you kill me and so on? We failed. We have the layout of the True God. The will of the True God will come to Kyushu in the near future. And you, Lin Chen, are the first to die. The 2 ancestors of the Soul family laughed hysterically, not afraid of death. Then I'll wait for them. A group of criminals from the Holy Realm prison dare to call themselves true gods. They dare to come to Kyushu, and I, Mr. Lin, smashed their dog heads. And you, go to hell to make amends for the women who were made into objects by you. Go. Lin Chen slapped his palm angrily. Smash all the 5 people's heavenly lids. God-stealing omen talent is successfully activated, consumes 110,000 talent points, and obtains 800,000 talent points, 700,000 rune energy points, 500,000 points of martial arts essence, 10,000 points of fire energy, 10 million points of battle spirit essence. 5 people were killed with one palm, and Lin Chen also activated the talent of Omen of God stealing. The 5 people fell, and their bodies were suspended in the void. Even if the cultivation base was sealed, they were still the 9th and 8th battle emperors. With Lin Chen's current strength, it would be very difficult to break their bodies. However, Lin Chen directly called out Qinglong and swallowed the bodies of 5 war emperors. This is the body of the 8th and 9th war emperors, and there are not many in Kyushu. Seeing the fall of the last 5 members of the Soul family, everyone sighed. And sighed in their hearts. Who would have thought that the war that lasted so long in Lingzhou would end with such an ending? Around the 5 people, the infinite attribute light balls turned into one place, dazzling and splendid. There is also an orange beam of light and 9 amethyst treasure chests. This time, unlike before, Lin Chen, who activated the God Killer talent, was unable to obtain the growth-type attribute light ball. The only non-growth attributes that can be obtained are the spirit of the practice, rune energy, talent points, etc., and they have been weakened to a certain extent. However, growth attributes such as elemental attributes and essence of fighting spirit did not drop. But now that his Godslayer talent has been lifted, these dropped attribute light balls are all complete attributes dropped after the fall of the 9 and 8th war emperors. Lin Chen absorbed all of them, leaving none of them. Get 36 million points of fighting spirit, 15 million points of blood energy, 90,000 points of rune energy, 80,000 points of heaven, 80,000 points of talent, 50,000 points of martial arts essence, 1,500 points of wind energy, 980 points lightning point energy, 400 dark energy, 1,400 ignition energy, 490 mental energy, 500 blank attribute. Open 9 amethyst treasure chests to get. Open an orange crystal treasure chest and get talent combo box. This terrifying attribute value directly stunned Lin Chen, and the essence of the mid-level battle chi was transformed into infinite energy and injected into the battle chi life wheel. Lin Chen's cultivation began to soar. Lin Chen's cultivation is rising steadily. Unimpeded advance into the late triple stage. But it doesn't stop. Lin Chen, who has entered the late 3rd stage, has become more and more terrifying at the speed of his cultivation, and there is no momentum to stop at all. Boom! A radiant 9-colored light bloomed from Lin Chen's body. Lin Chen not only entered the late stage of the 3rd stage, but also stepped into the early stage of the 4th stage unstoppable. The war emperors who witnessed this moment were all gasping for air. Lin Chen actually broke through the boundary that requires hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation, or even longer, in the war emperors' territory. Lin Chen's fighting spirit cultivation base has steadily entered the middle stage of the 4th stage and the late stage of the 4th stage. Finally, stop in front of the gate of the 5th level cultivation base, and only the last line is left. In terms of pure power, Lin Chen stepped into the 4.8 million dragon power mark, and thanks to the blessing of the magic man talent, he stepped into the limit of 5.99 million dragon power. 4 levels in a row. Before Lin Chen, killing the Emperor of War was like killing a chicken. Without such a terrifying increase, even Lin Chen personally copied the old bottom of the Soul family, plus the 4th, 5th, and 6th battle emperors who killed a large number of Soul families. It is only the cultivation level from the late 2nd stage to the middle stage of the 3rd stage. Using the 7th layer transformation and full body parts now, you may be able to deal with the initial stage of the 8th layer for a while. There is only one step left before the 5th layer War Emperor, and then kill 1 or 2 8th layer War Emperors or more. Maybe I will step into the 5th layer. In one go rebuild it. Lin Chen is extremely excited. As long as he steps into the 5th level battle Emperor, facing the battle Emperor at the early stage of the 8th level and above, without resorting to talents such as God's layers, he also has the possibility of a battle. When Lin Chen turned around, everyone in the academy looked at Lin Chen as if they had seen a ghost. Lin Chen scratched his head, smiled embarrassingly but politely. Well, maybe. Handsome people don't have any bottlenecks in their cultivation, right? I also broke through accidentally. Nima. Is this still human? Accidentally broke through? Why did you go to heaven by accident? Brother Chen, be yourself. The middle stage of the 3rd stage has soared to the late stage of the 4th stage. This breakthrough is very terrifying. What kind of medicine did he take to have this improvement? But there must be a refining process to take medicine pills. This is the first time they have seen someone like Lin Chen who has risen to 4 realms in less than a quarter of an hour. As expected of the only Orange Honor Class Academy in our academy, what a monster. Xingzhan shook his head. This way of breaking through is too terrifying, and once you watch it, it will stimulate your heart once. Everyone looked at each other and smiled bitterly. This way of breaking through the cultivation base is simply mocking the result of their 10,000 years of retreat and cultivation. Bai Ruoyan covered her mouth and chuckled, her blue eyes turned with tenderness like water. She was more willing to see Lin Chen's growth than her own breakthrough in cultivation. So, what to do with these guys? Lin Chen turned to look at the Bai family and others. In the current Bai family, there are only 10 war emperors left. There is only 1 battle emperor left in the 8th layer, 2 battle emperors in the 7th layer, and the remaining 7 are the cultivation bases below the 5th layer battle emperor. Lord, our loyalty to you can be seen by the sun and the moon. The patriarch of the Bai family knelt down in front of Bai Ruoyan and burst into tears. You don't need to call me Lord, you know what you have in mind. My holy fire will has no influence on you, and you are not really under my control. Bai Ruoyan's face is frosty. She used to belong to the Bai family, but she has no feelings for this family that did not hesitate to kill her. If she hadn't met Lin Chen, Bai Ruoyan would only be a dying person in a Wanling city in the wasteland. The body of the ancestor of the Bai family suddenly shook, and his expression showed a bit of fear and panic. Lin Chen was puzzled. What's going on, Sister Ruoyan? The spirit of the sacred fire has long known about this problem, but it deliberately didn't tell the truth. All the powerhouses in the alliance have surrendered to me, but the people of the Bai family are just acting. Although the will of the sacred fire is in their bodies, it has no effect at all. They only surrendered to me on the surface, but in fact they had other plans. Bai Ruoyan smiled lightly, but when she looked at the people of the Bai family, her eyes became colder. There is no one in Lingzhou who can get rid of the will of the holy fire, of course, with the exception of your brother Lin Chen. Once, I was driven out by the Bai family because I read the secrets of the ancient family that colluded with other big states. Now it seems that the reason why the Bai family is not under the control of the will of the holy fire may be because of the assistance of other major states. Bai Ruoyan's words made everyone realize. Lin Chen clenched his fists, he smiled and said everyone of the Bai Family, I believe that you are all handsome men who know the current affairs. You should talk about it after I use the torture, or you should talk about it now. Remember, don't make the wrong choice. The patriarch of the Bai family twitched his face, sweating coldly. Ancestor, let's recognize it. The trend is over. Yeah, Ancestor. Under the current situation, it is impossible for us to run out, and we have no chance to self-destruct, recognize it. The remaining elders of the Bai family were crying. After struggling and thinking about it, the ancestor of the Bai family seemed to be several decades old, and finally spoke slowly and told the truth. As soon as the truth came out, everyone including Lin Chen was shocked in place, and at the same time a cold sweat broke out in their hearts. It turned out that the ancient family that colluded with other big states was none other than the Soul family of Shenzhou. The Shenzhou Soul family took the initiative to find the Bai family, and claimed that the eternal flame of Lingzhou in the Kyushu had already appeared. Extremely weak will and wisdom, and even the seeds of the flame were planted. With its will, the origin of the holy fire attempts to gather spirits and become a brand new, intelligent life. The news was first known to the Soul family, and the Soul family took the initiative to join forces with the extremely ambitious Bai family. The Soul family can help everyone in the Bai family not be controlled by the will and the seeds of the holy fire, and let the Bai family take the initiative to find the trace of the holy fire, and help the holy fire to condense the wisdom and become a new life form. The Soul clan is very clear that it is impossible to take a big state with a heart attack. Unless the true God behind it comes, it will not be able to shake the heritage of many ancient families in Lingzhou. They know that if the holy fire is born, it will definitely bring devastating disasters to Lingzhou. The most important thing is that the will of the holy fire can control all the powerhouses who have absorbed the seeds of the holy fire in the entire Lingzhou. This is equivalent to controlling the holy fire, that is, controlling all the ancient families in the entire Lingzhou. So from the very beginning, it was the Soul family who was secretly playing tricks, using the Bai family as their minions, fueling the flames in the entire Lingzhou, and stirring up the entire dojo with the spirit of the holy fire. Originally, according to the original plan, the current Lingzhou has fallen into a world controlled by the holy fire, but Lin Chen, an anomaly, appeared. His 9 tribulations of creation can eliminate the will of the holy fire, resulting in the most critical and most difficult Tiange Academy and the Yan family not taking it down. This accident has instead caused Tiange Academy to call out the graduate students scattered in Kyushu in battles after battle. Those Tianjiao students who once went out of the academy have all returned and turned into the strength of the academy, forming a force of reluctance against the mighty power of the alliance. Originally, after the holy fire took control of Lingzhou, the Soul clan collectively dispatched to suppress the eternal holy fire and take over Lingzhou. But Lin Chen's existence has become the only variable in this major disaster. After learning about the ins and outs, many experts from the academy gave Lin Chen a grateful look. If it weren't for this son, I'm afraid that Lingzhou might have become a puppet of a family of pseudogods. Even Lin Chen himself felt scared for a while, and his expression was extremely solemn. Unexpectedly, the Soul family was laid out from the beginning. It is no wonder that none of these powerful ancestors are in the Soul family headquarters. It turns out that they have been receiving instructions from the Soul family false gods, hiding in Kyushu, and have not let go of any possibility. The possibility of eroding Kyushu. Just one step away. The Soul family is really only one step away from taking over the entire Lingzhou. Who would have guessed that this was the most critical step, meeting a Lin Chen who was born out of nowhere. Once they take over Lingzhou, the speed of those false gods attacking Kyushu will be greatly improved. An unprecedented sense of crisis came to his heart, and Lin Chen felt the danger lurking in the dark in Kyushu, far beyond his imagination. Lingzhou alone is already so dangerous, and no one knows how much they have done during the years when the pseudo-gods coveted Kyushu, and how many dangerous chess pieces have been laid to erode Kyushu in the dark. How many Kyushu strongmen have become the minions of false gods? These threats lurking in the dark are all unknown. By the way, speaking of it, why did the eternal holy flame come to you, Sister Ruoyan? Suddenly, Lin Chen turned to Bai Ruoyan curiously. She smiled sweetly. Actually, this was completely unexpected by the Bai family. I saw the confidential information of the Bai family, and I happened to know where the holy fire was born, but I didn't know the Bai family's plan. After I parted ways with you on Abyss Island that day, I just went to investigate the relic of the birth of the holy fire, and the spirit of the holy fire judged my aptitude at a glance, as if I thought I had not absorbed the seeds of the holy fire and could be able to do so in a very short period of time. After I cultivated to the realm of Yuanzun, I was dragged into the realm of holy fire, my will was suppressed, and my memory was taken over. Thinking back to this point, Bai Ruoyan could still show some lingering fears. At that time, she really thought she was doomed. We have explained what we should have explained, and we are also part of Lingzhou. Killing us will not do you much good. The body of the ancestor of the Bai family trembled, and when he begged for mercy, he was full of fear, but the moment he lowered his head, he showed madness. As long as I can leave the holy fire realm, I will still have a chance. When the Soul family gathers strength and regroups, my Bai family still has a chance. Suddenly, Bai Ruoyan sneered. Although the will of the holy fire is useless in your body, I can still feel your killing intent. Ancestor, if you have no chance, give up. Of course, I will not kill you, but I will let you truly become a part of Lingzhou. Bai Ruoyan flicked his sleeves, and the sky slowly lowered an altar with milky white holy fire burning all over it. White flames fluttered, and above the altar, an endless chain of flames burst out and pierced through everyone in the Bai family. Sigh. Sigh. The white mist is rising, the holy fire is burning, and the powerhouses of the Bai family are terrified. No, do not want. The miserable screams of the ancestors of the Bai family echoed in the holy fire territory, and the holy fire will in their bodies was expanded countless times, and in an instant it enveloped their spirit and battle chi life wheel. In less than a quarter of an hour, the remaining 10 battle emperors of the official Bai family all knelt down on one knee. Kill the Lord. The will of the holy fire, this time has been expanded countless times, completely replacing their reasoning. From now on, they, like other aristocratic families in Lingzhou, completely obey Bai Ruoyan. All of their actions will be based on Bai Ruoyan's beliefs. This kind of behavior is more terrifying than the brainwashing of the false gods of the Soul family, and there will be no hesitation in letting them die. But if it is normal, they are the same as usual, but in terms of action concept, they will completely obey Bai Ruoyan. In the holy fire realm, the power of the holy fire can be maximized, and it is very simple to strengthen the control. Bai Ruoyan smiled sweetly, and Lin Chen sighed a little. The eternal sacred fire is really amazing. This chance, even my own has no chance. Apart from the holy fire being fused into the body in person, there is no way to force it to be used by any living being. Bai Ruoyan's future is full of infinite possibilities. Maybe it can surpass the ancient 100 saints. Everyone sighed. The Lingzhou war is finally over. It's just this result, they don't even dare to think about it. This is comparable to the casualties and results they originally planned, and it is completely incomparable. In this battle, the damage to the academy was very small, only 37 people were injured, and only one person died. Only 3 war emperors fell on the alliance side, and the high-end combat power also did not have any deaths. The only senior Taisheng in the middle of the 8th layer, who stopped the punishment war, avoided the killing of Lin Chen at the last moment of his talent of desperate life and death. High-end combat power, those who fell are the powerhouses of the Soul family. Only one of the alliance's ancestors in Xingyi, who belonged to the Murong family, participated in the battle to besiege Lin Chen at the beginning, and was seriously injured. Even if Bai Ruoyan stepped in to help, he might have to rest for 10 or more years. But on the whole, Lingzhou's ancient family's combat power has not lost much. The people who died were all from the Bai family and the Soul family, as well as the war emperors who stood up to resist when the holy fire controlled the major families. I really never dreamed of such a result. After Shen Lianyun left the sacred fire realm, she sighed from the bottom of her heart. All the strong people in the academy were already mentally prepared. Shen Lianyun even thought that there might not even be half of those who could survive. In the outside world, the powerhouses of the Call Order saw that one moment ago they were enemies fighting for life and death, but the next moment they became partners who shook hands and made peace. This must not make them a little wrong. However, being able to solve it is naturally the best. Lin Chen, who left the Holy Fire Realm and returned to the Wanling Sea, urged Qinglong to take away all the attribute light balls scattered in the void with the body of the Qinglong. This is the attribute light that fell from killing the enemy when he activated the Godslayer talent ball. Although there is no growth attribute, and the dropped attribute light balls are also weakened, the number is still huge, and Lin Chen's attribute value has ushered in another wave of hurricanes. Everyone. Now is not the time to sigh. At the same time as the attributes were soaring, Lin Chen shook his head and laughed. At this moment, a shadowy figure slammed into Lin Chen's arms, with nephrite jade in his arms, when the beautiful woman raised her head and stared at him. She was about to cry, her blue eyes flickering. In the future, don't put yourself in danger again. Shangguan Bihan, who has always been reserved and gentle, took the initiative to hug Lin Chen for the first time, sobbing in his arms. Well, it's guaranteed to be the last time. Lin Chen stroked her soft hair, soothing her emotions. My heart is complicated, and it is the most difficult thing in the world to accept the grace of a beautiful woman. After a long time, Shangguan Bihan was shy and let go of Lin Chen's waist. The powerful people around him looked at Lin with I understand eyes, his face flushed, and he coughed lightly. Then, Lin Chen pointed to the vertical black line in the void, and said with a smile, this thing has to wait for us to solve it. Only then did everyone come back to their senses from the dreamlike ending. And their expressions became solemn again. How are you going to solve it? Shen Lianyun spoke first, and Lin Chen nodded. Hit hard, everyone's attacks are concentrated at one point, and the entrance to the space boundary point is bombarded first. Everyone was stunned. Beat? How can this be played? Shenzhou, in a quaint pavilion. The old man with a pair of red eyebrows stepped out majestically from the sky, overlooking the Ning family below, and said indifferently, "People, bring it here." The blue-robed middle-aged man at the head clasped his fists and respectfully said, "Report to the ancestor of Qishao, it has been brought." Well, half a month later, I will send it to the Soul House to participate in the ceremony of the blessing of the true God. Hearing this sentence, all the senior members of the Ning family were shocked and bowed respectfully and clasped their fists in thanks. "Thank you for your appreciation. Thank you for the blessing of the true God." At the moment when the red-browed old man left, in the figure in front of the building, an elegant and expressionless woman was like a dusty snow lotus, without a trace of mud, just standing quietly behind everyone. With her strength at the 4th level of Yuan Zuanjing, she could not escape the control of those present. A day later, the extreme eastern region of China. In the special void plane, there are several figures sitting in the dark secret room. "Qi Shao, can you bring the Ning Qingxian you mentioned?" "That's right, our Lord True God has given a death order. This son is the enemy of all our True God family. It cannot be vague. Oh, everything has been laid out. Now it has been announced to the world. After half a month, the ceremony of the True God's blessing will be held. Again. Isn't this kid a friendship? I want to see if he dares to come." The figure of the old man suddenly became gloomy and chilling. "The battle spirit cards of soul burial and the others are all broken, and no one has come back alive. This child is already full of wings. It must be obliterated now. If he dares to come to the extreme eastern region of Shenzhou again, I will let him learn what cruelty is. This is the first time that our 6 great families have joined forces. If we can't win even a young man, it will be really embarrassing. Hey, your sword family has a face? If someone can hit the soul family, they can also hit your sword family. Be careful of the sewer and capsize." "Old man Lei, what are you mad at?" "Huh? It's alright, it's alright. I haven't started to deal with the enemy. I'm here to join forces today, not to quarrel." The ancestors of the pseudo-god family, who were rarely seen in the past 10,000 years, all gathered together today. The extreme eastern region of Shenzhou is already a dragon pool and tiger's den, and the situation has changed drastically. Lingzhou Wanlinghai a day ago. Boom. 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 Zuntian's fighting spirit galloped up and down, madly blasting into the entrance of the space boundary, and the infinite sea water began to overflow into the void due to the strong attack of energy. It turned into a tornado of water across the sky and fell into the earth. There's simply not enough time to fight like this. Yes, what is Lin Chen thinking? Although our offensive is strong, according to this rhythm, it will take at least 3 months of non-stop attacks to force the sea water out. 3 months, Lingzhou has long since left Kyushu. Zhongcheng was puzzled and couldn't see what Lin Chen was thinking. Could this be what he said? The water is not enough, continue. Lin Chen snorted loudly, and the powerhouses from the Alliance, the Academy, and the Calling Order all took action. More than 300 elite battle emperors joined forces brazenly. Such a momentum, it is not an exaggeration to call it destroying the world. Boom. Boom. Accompanied by 2 earth-shattering vibrations, the attack of the emperors was like the Milky Way hanging upside down. When they crashed into the space boundary, they finally erupted a vast sea of water, and the momentum was dozens of times stronger than before. It's now. Yinglong Yuhai. When Lin Chen's eyes lit up, he shouted suddenly. The blue dragon around him spread his wings and flew high, turning into a vast dragon of tens of thousands of feet long. Xiao shocked the void and shot thousands of azure beams of light. After refining the body of the high-level soul family, Qinglong has already opened the 750,000th dragon vein to reach 7.5 million dragon power, and only pure power can match the 7th layer midterm battle emperor. The real combat power is catching up with the peak of the 7th level. The azure light beam turned into an overwhelming net, and when it wrapped the endless sea water and rolled over, it was suddenly pulled out. The sea water fell into the sky like a waterfall, crashing into the Wanling sea. Brush. 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 The trend of sea water flowing back from the space boundary is extremely fast. And it began to continuously pour out from the space boundary, constantly filling it back into the Wanling Sea, and the Wanli Sea, which has been dry for a long time, began to emerge again and again. This time, the sea water did not shrink back, but continued to flow backwards, shocking everyone. It's like turning on the switch of the faucet. At this time, the space boundary point, because of the entanglement of the blue dragon breath, constantly throws and sprays the seawater hidden inside. Is this dragon clan the king of the water system in the dragon clan, Tianyu Yinglong? That's not right. Tianyu Yinglong doesn't look like this, isn't this Qinglong? But, you can't go wrong. Only Yinglong, the king of water, can control such a large area of the ocean. Everyone was ecstatic. It turned out that Lin Chen was going to use their massive battle emperor realm attacks to blast the sea water inside the space boundary point, and then use Yinglong's supernatural power to control the seawater drainage in person. The seawater has already begun to drain, and it won't take long to fill the Wanling Sea. Everyone, when the time comes, we will proceed according to the original plan. Lin Chen's expression is solemn. Things are not that simple. From now on, the frequency of the energy erupting from this space boundary point will continue to increase, and the current Qinglong alone cannot fully control it. After all, this is more than 90% of the seawater in Lingzhou gathered. Everyone nodded and scattered away. More than 300 war emperors turned into endless streamers and began to withdraw in all directions of Lingzhou mainland. This time even the 9th-level war emperors like Shen Lianyun and Bai Ruoyan must act in person. Next, the seawater in Lingzhou will be returned to its original position, otherwise all the seawater will pour out of one area, and it will still be a major disaster for Lingzhou. Young Master Lin Chen, let's help too. At this time, two beautiful women standing by Lin Chen's side are the arrogance of the inheritance of the town's holy monument. Those beautiful sisters. They pointed a little, and the blue light was shining, condensing into two vast moon-like energy roulettes. When they revolved in the sky, they shared the pressure of Qinglong every time and controlled the ocean currents to be more balanced. Lin Chen is overjoyed. Unexpectedly, there is such a surprise. My sister and I both practiced the Milan softening water technique, which is very convenient to control the energy of the water system, which is quite different from the ability of Tianyu Yinglong. The younger sister Shui Yueling smiled slightly, and Lin Chen thanked him earnestly. Thank you, two girls. I, Lin, don't like to owe favors, and your original remuneration is doubled. Thank you too for your help. The two women smiled at each other and focused on assisting Qinglong. A day later, Wanlinghai was completely filled and began to pour out continuously. Qinglong, break. Lin Chen drank, the blue dragon let out a long roar, and the big blue net bound the boundless sea water to the other side of the sky. Boom! A transparent space enchantment channel began to appear from the void, and the ocean began to perfuse from the void. I saw that countless sea water formed a water column across the sky, and under the space barrier laid by the warriors of the Battle Emperor realm, they led to the original ocean position of each Lingzhou in an orderly manner. This is Lin Chen's plan to control the ocean with the Tian Yuing Hai supernatural power, and then use a large number of war emperors to set up fixed space enchantments from the void to divert the flow, and finally return the ocean in Lingzhou to its original position, so as to maximize the reduced troubles and disasters. With the diversion of Qinglong, the inclination of Lingzhou continent began to slowly recover a little bit. Phew. No problem. Next, as long as you follow the steps and control the diversion of the seawater, there should be no problem. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Next, the momentum of the seawater erupting from the space boundary will become more and more rapid, but as long as it is controlled, there is basically no problem, not to mention that there are two super talented assistants who are good at manipulating the energy of the water system. It's time to refine the medicine pill reward. Lin Chen turned to look at the powerhouses who were called by the crowd, and smiled lightly. Everyone, hand in all the pills and medicinal materials you need to refine. Lin Chen's words made many strong people fall into ecstasy. However, they both love and hate, because this time Lin Chen didn't give them the chance to go all out. Their role, at most, was to cover the retreat of the civilians in Lingzhou and a group of mid to high-end war emperors who were involved in the other side. It is Lin Chen who really kills the enemy and controls the overall situation. The 30 war emperors handed over the pill recipes and medicinal materials prepared by Lin Chen in advance. Of the 9 super geniuses, only 5 of them needed Lin Chen's reward in the end. After 2 people finished fighting, they left after saying a word, no compensation. They do what they want. Some geniuses come here to help Lin Chen. They are just interested in him, not for medicinal pills. Most of these super geniuses have temperaments that ordinary people can't figure out. They would rather let Lin Chen owe this favor than let him refine the medicine. Maybe there will be a chance to use it in the future. In this regard, Lin Chen only shook his head and laughed. Little friend Lin Chen, the refining is completed, and it can be placed in the Yang residence. We are not in a hurry. All of you are not ignorant people. Naturally, they will not urge Lin Chen. Refining high-level medicinal pills is not overnight, their life essence is strong. It is still possible to wait for a few years. Lin Chen shook his head and laughed, but he didn't say anything. After these strong men clasped their fists to say goodbye, they left. Next, Lin Chen started the system at once. System, I want to learn these pill recipes. Target 35 volumes of Danfeng, including 7th order intermediate low grade to 7th order high grade, all learning. It will consume 2.95 million points of Kung Fu essence. Ask the alchemist to refine the medicinal pills, and the medicinal herbs are all provided by the other party. This time, Lin Chen is equivalent to directly harvesting 35 medicinal pills with different effects. And the medicinal materials they prepare are generally between the 2 to 3 sets required by the alchemy recipe. When it comes to medicinal materials, Lin Chen is not in a hurry. As long as it is not a leapfrog refining, his refining skills can guarantee a success rate of over 70%. Within 2 days, Lin Chen learned all the 35 volumes of pill recipes, and officially opened the furnace to refine medicine. The main body plus 4 avatars, in the process of refining medicine, is like a duck to water. However, the unexpected situation started on the 5th day of Lin Chen's medicine refining. Your Excellency Lin Chen, I finally found you. A heroic figure rushed to the vicinity of Wanlinghai, panting and pale. This beautiful figure is Luo Qingyu's sister, Luo Weier, whom she hadn't seen for a long time. Miss Weier, why are you here? Lin Chen was curious, and the main body took the lead to stop refining the medicine and let the clone take over. Something happened. Miss Yan Qianyun found her sister, and then specially asked someone to send me to Lingzhou as quickly as possible, and let me tell you the news. Luo Weier handed a letter to Lin Chen, and when he opened it, his expression suddenly changed. The content is very simple. The blessing ceremony of the true God in the extreme eastern region of Shenzhou is about to resume, and the object of blessing is Ning Qingxian of the Ning family in Lingzhou. Long before Lin Chen returned to Lingzhou, Ning Qingxian was taken away by the Ning family in advance. And it was all the high-level transfers. This is also the reason why after Lin Chen returned to Lingzhou, he broke into the Ning family but found no trace. But before the battle, Lin Chen didn't have time to look for Ning Qingxian. But he didn't expect to hear the news of Ning Qingxian right after the battle. Brother Lin Chen, are you sure you want to go? Luo Weier said worriedly, the news from our Luofu's overnight investigation. It is said that in the extreme eastern region of Shenzhou, the Soul family was born, and the 5 major families of the True God family have all joined forces. This blessing ceremony seems to be a deliberately set up a situation for you to throw yourself into the net. Hearing this, the expressions of those super geniuses who stayed behind suddenly changed. Set up. That's right, this blessing ceremony is used to attract Lin Chen to show up. As long as he dares to appear in China, the powerhouses he will face will be all the families of false gods. Even if there are other ancient worlds in Shenzhou, they would never dare to interfere in this matter. This is a dead end. Lin Chen appeared and died. Your Excellency Lin Chen, don't go. This is no trivial matter. The white-clothed son stopped Lin Chen immediately, and even the indifferent gray-clothed swordsman said, the combined top combat power of the 6 pseudo-god families will be comparable to any major state. The masked woman in purple veil turned to look at Lin Chen with a solemn expression. Go, that would be death. In the face of everyone's obstruction, Lin Chen resolutely said in a deep voice, I, Lin Chen, do what I do, what I don't do, and what I want to do will never change easily. Since I promised her, I will definitely pick her up from the Ning family. No matter if it's a sea of swords or flames, I will also go through at once. In Lin Chen's eyes, the fighting spirit is soaring. He is by no means a person who swallows his voice, let alone how cruel and dehumanizing that true God's blessing ceremony is. He is very clear. Young Master Lin Chen, this is not a joke. No matter how strong your potential is now, it is impossible to shake the 6 pseudo-god families. A battle of that level is even better than your battle in Lingzhou. The white-clothed son persuaded him with good words, and Lin Chen shook his head. Master Lin Chen, do you want to bring your seniors and Sister Ruoyan? Yang Qing'er stepped forward and asked worriedly. Lin Chen frowned. No, now is the most critical moment, the more people the better. Lingzhou has not fully recovered yet. If everyone evacuates at this time, the degree of inclination has not been fully adjusted. Once Lingzhou Leaves if I go to Kyushu, the consequences are unimaginable, and I can't take risks with the possibility of the entire Lingzhou. In this battle, Lin Chen has no choice. He can only enter the extreme eastern region of China alone. Hearing this, the expressions of the three super geniuses are truly wonderful. Going into the extreme eastern region of China alone and fighting against 6 pseudo-god families? Is this guy crazy? Looking at Shangguan Bihan's eyes, Lin Chen was a little apologetic. In her worried eyes, apart from the anger, there was more helplessness. Godslayer talent is the last time left, and, with the cooperation of the 6 major pseudo-god families, I can perfect the Godslayer talent to an unprecedented height. I alone may not have no chance. After making up his mind, Lin Chen thanked Luo Weier. Thank you for coming to inform me. Luo Weier shook her head. These are all trivial matters, but are you really going? Lin Chen nodded and turned to look at Yang Qing'er. Miss Qing'er, please bring the medicinal pills refined by my clone back to Yang's house. Yang Qing'er looked complicated and nodded seriously. Well, I will. The purple phoenix wings flapped, and Lin Chen pulled Luo Weier into a stream of light in the sky, disappearing from everyone's sight. Young Master Bai and others wanted to stop him, but they were helpless, so they could only watch Lin Chen leave, feeling both shocked and regretful in their hearts. After this, I'm afraid it will be difficult for Lin Chen to come back. The heritage of the 6 great families far exceeds the specifications of the civil war in Lingzhou, not to mention that Lin Chen is only one person. Could it be that the ray of hope that Kyushu finally gave birth to is about to disappear here? The purple-shaded woman muttered to herself, and the next moment she urged the arithmetic. She shook her head and smiled bitterly. I can't see through, this person's fate is still nothing. It seems that his fate does not exist for this number of days. Lin Chen launched the ultimate moment +5 changes, and led Luo Weier on the road at full speed. In less than 2 hours, it will cross from Lingzhou to Tianzhou. Arriving in Tianzhou, Luo Weier led the way and found the top space passage to Shenzhou for Lin Chen. In the spaceship, in the secret room, Lin Chen and Luo Weier lived alone in a room. Even though he was anxious and worried about Ning Qingxian, Lin Chen still forced himself to calm down. Counting the time, I should be able to catch up. I want to seize the time to improve my strength. In a flash, Lin Chen turned on the system. Tiandao Pickup System version 5.0. Host, Lin Chen. Cultivation base, late stage of the 4th level of the Battle Emperor realm. Intermediate battle chi essence, 395.83 million points. Ultimate strength, 4.8 million dragon power, blessed by divine powers, 5.99 million. Intermediate chi and blood energy, 268.5 million points. Intermediate mental power, 50,950 points, the early stage of Tongtian realm. Intermediate cultivation technique essence, 12.65 million points. Intermediate rune energy, 17.66 million points. Heavenly Dao value, 15.58 million points. Talent points, 18.55 million points. Intermediate element energy, fire 180,000, earth 150,000, wood 160,000, gold 180,000, water 210,000, 150,000 points of thunder, 140,000 points of wind, 100,000 points of light, and 120,000 points of darkness. Exercise status bar, open or not, bloodline status bar, open or not. Passive talents, blue rank, steel bone 100%, blue rank, double cultivation. Acacia, blue rank, life increase 200%, blue rank, divine power 100%, blue rank, Emperor Destroyer. Active talents, blue rank, omen of stealing, blue rank, ultradimensional. Teleportation, blue rank, deadly bloodthirst, purple rank, ultimate moment. Purple rank, ultimate return, purple rank, king of the world, cooldown, 14 days, orange rank 1 time, god killer, times 1, 1/3 of the fragments, quasi. Orange rank, desperate life and death, 7 days. Characteristic rune, slowness level 5, penetration level 5, charge level 5. Phantom level 5, talent combination skills, deadly bloodthirsty ultra. Dimensional teleportation, king of the world. Holds blank attribute, 19,660 points, can be converted into any attribute value. At will. Treasures in possession. System, I want to use the latest talent box to register the talent for life and death. When he killed the ancestor of the Soul family, Lin Chen got an orange crystal treasure chest and opened a new talent combo box. Now, he wants to register the desperate life and death. Registration is completed. The host's talent combination skills are deadly, bloodthirsty, ultradimensional teleportation, King's Landing, desperate, life and death. In this talent registration, you can clearly see Lin Chen's attitude. The next battle will be more difficult than any other time. If you want to maximize your strength, you can only rely on the talent of desperate life and death. System, fuse all the exercises I have now. In addition, add 3 million points of intermediate exercises and fuse them together. The host currently holds 54 kinds of low-grade and super purple exercises, 29 kinds of middle-grade purple and above, 4 kinds of high-grade low-grade purple, 1 kind of high-grade middle-grade purple. All fusion will consume 560,000 Tiandao value. Start fusion. Lin Chen hoped in his heart that he would not let go of any opportunity to improve his strength. These exercises, or the spoils of war from the dead soul family powerhouses, the fallen by family powerhouses, and the exercises obtained from the falling power technique attribute light balls, are all concentrated in one fusion. Boom. Ding. The system fusion furnace is beating. Lin Chen is looking forward to it. Any kind of combat skills above the advanced purple rank can improve his combat power. The advanced purple level combat skills he has integrated are almost all attacking combat skills. The fusion is successful, and the host obtains the high grade and top grade purple level combat skills, infinite dark step, 1 step dark, 1 step shuttle, infinite darkening, infinite shuttle. Lin Chen was suddenly stunned in the secret room. A high-class body technique of the purple level? Lin Chen's heart trembled. The purple level intermediate body technique, placed in Kyushu, is completely unstoppable. Purple rank intermediate level best, perhaps only a few families still have 1 or 2 collections. The purple level high level low level body technique may only exist in the inheritance of the town's holy monument, and the purple level high level best? This level of movement is simply impossible. If it weren't for Lin Chen's collection of so many purple level exercises, all of which are top quality products, and with the addition of 3 million points of martial arts essence, perhaps they wouldn't be able to integrate such top quality body techniques. The strongest movement technique. There is no doubt that this is the strongest movement technique in the Kyushu continent. Lin Chen, who was so excited that he almost jumped up, hurriedly issued an order. System, I want to learn infinite dark step. Hint, according to the host's existing intermediate level exercises, you can only learn infinite dark step to a proficiency level of 30%. Are you sure? You want to learn it? Hiss. Lin Chen took a breath. He still has more than 9 million intermediate level martial arts spirits. Only enough to learn 30%? The purple level high-end top grade is really amazing. Okay, learn all of infinite dark steps. The command was issued, the memories merged, and Lin Chen fell into a closed state with all his heart. Looking at Lin Chen's profile, Luo Weier in the secret room was absent minded, and her heart throbbed slightly. He really did not hesitate to go to the 6 real god families alone. How daring this is. In today's Kyushu, under the holy realm, I am afraid that no one can do it. No one dares to do it. This is gone, or it will never return. I really envy that young lady named Ning Qingxian. Can make you so persistent. Luo Weier whispered softly, stretched out her jade hand, and gently stroked Lin Chen's side face. Her blue eyes dimmed, she stepped aside, not daring to disturb. Time flies. After Lin Chen integrated the learning and memory of infinite dark step, his heart was extremely amazed and shocked. Infinite dark step, the best operation with dark fighting spirit, has the characteristic of distorting space. Use this characteristic to achieve the ultimate speed across space. At the same time, using the characteristics of the dark element of war, each step of the movement can distort the space around you like a vortex, and any close creatures will fall into the distorted space, thus affecting the battle situation. What a terrifying movement technique. If you use this movement technique to fight in close quarters, the opponent is simply impossible to guard against. Moreover, in terms of speed, it is only 30% proficiency. More than twice. Lin Chen couldn't imagine at all how fast his own speed could be when his cultivation was 100% successful. However, the more powerful the movement, the more terrifying the consumption. This infinite dark step is only suitable for use at critical moments. With this movement technique, Lin Chen became even more powerful, and his combat power was truly multiplied. One of the 9 states, the Nether State. Above the lifeless giant gate, a figure in black robe stood proudly. The black-robed figure's gaze retracted from the endless void, muttering to himself. Lin Chen from Lingzhou, in less than a year, he could step into the war Emperor realm from the Yuanzun realm and kill the war Emperor 9th layer. This person is worth cultivating and becoming the inheritor of our clan. The black robe figure rarely showed a hint of laughter, the sleeve robe waved lightly, and the door of death that no one had dared to break through for 100,000 years burst open. Who is it that dares to break into the holy place of my hell? This is the place where the holy saint lives. No. The breath on your body is the demon race. When 2 stalwart and vast figures appeared, their expressions suddenly changed. The merely small nether saint, dare to be presumptuous in front of this seat, Ning sage, hand over the head of the demon clan's Tanyu, and spare you not to die. The black-robed man snorted coldly, shaking the entire gate of dead silence. The space collapsed, and the light distorted and cracked. 7 days later, the divine region, the extreme east region, the soul family territory. Countless people of God were cheering. After more than a month, the true God mountain was repaired, and the great true God's favor came to China again. And today, another beautiful woman was fortunate enough to receive the blessings of the true God, offering blessings and praying for all sentient beings. These events have attracted countless powerhouses to gather in the extreme eastern region of China again. The powerhouse gathered this time is far more than the last time. Because most of the powerhouses have received dark line news, this time the layout is aimed at the legendary enchanting Lin Chen. If he dares to come, he is courting death. Although the possibility of him coming is not high, I heard that this son had previously split the mountain, destroyed the ceremony, and went straight to the headquarters of the Soul family. No one wants to miss the shocking drama that may happen, so apart from the pseudo-god family, many top powerhouses in China are paying attention to this event. In the restaurant, many Chinese hidden world powerhouses gathered. It's disgusting fun that this so-called ritual is still going on after so many years. A charming lady sitting in the center of the restaurant did not hide her disgust for this true God's blessing ceremony. Shoo, Sister Fox, be careful what you say. Be careful. The old lady hopes that the little guy will make trouble again. If he doesn't come, the old lady will look down on him. How can people's integrity be like you who are shriveled turtles all day long, who dare to hack at a young age? This broken mountain, if the old lady were tens of thousands of years younger, she would have to pursue this kid. The charming lady cast a few glances at the old men and middle-aged men beside her, without concealing the disgust in her eyes. The latter only showed a wry smile. At the same time, another white-haired old man, sitting on the inner edge of the restaurant, was amazed. Haha, I didn't expect to see this lineup when I came to this Shenzhou for the first time. With his cultivation base, there are at least dozens of breaths that caught his attention. And one is stronger than the other. All of them are the top powerhouses of the pseudo-god family. Signorine, do you think that kid will come? Several young talents in front of the white-haired old man asked, curiously. Before the white-haired old man could answer, a disdainful young sneer immediately sounded. He dares to be a fart. If he dares to come, I will eat the whole table, stool, and chair on the spot. The speaker was Mo Zixiao, who was beaten up by Lin Chen and was about to be maimed. The two geniuses in front of the white-haired old man immediately frowned and stood up abruptly with angry expressions on their faces. What? I'm not convinced. I'm from the Mo family. How dare you try to touch me? Mo Zixiao said with a wicked smile. The white-haired old man raised his hand to signal the two of them to stay calm, and turned to look at Mo Zixiao calmly. Young man, needless to say too much, no one can say about this kind of thing. The last word fixed seemed to be transformed into an endless spiritual storm, slamming into Mo Zixiao, and he froze in place, foaming at the mouth in less than 2 breaths. Master Zixiao. An old servant of the battle emperor hurried over to help Mo Zixiao, and when he was about to reprimand, his pupils suddenly trembled. The strength of this white-haired old man is terrifying. Extreme horror. Perhaps only the ancestors of their Mo family can be compared. Those two young talents are also extremely evil. Life fluctuations that are not more than 2,000 years old, but it is already the realm of war. Emperors. You, who are you? The old servant swallowed and said, shivering. The white-haired old man took a sip of tea leisurely, his fingers pointing upwards. We, from above. At the top of the 2 attics, a group of figures stood proudly. These figures are male and female, some are young and beautiful, some are handsome and extraordinary, like immortals living in the palace. Some are like the coming of a monarch, not angry and arrogant, with their own wisdom and temperament to guide the country. Some are extraordinary and beautiful, and some people have only one eye, and the pupils flow with brilliance that penetrates time and space. Is this the Kyushu continent? I didn't expect it to be so ruined. The youth in the green shirt is holding a sword, and he is charming, but he can't help shaking his head and laughing. I didn't expect even your Tianjin palace to come. The purple gauze is picturesque and the beauties are slim and graceful, better than the clear water and autumn cold, like a breeze in the late autumn. This is a genius who has disturbed the holy realm. Maybe his talent is far beyond me. The young master with a fan chuckled lightly, but there was an arrogance that surpassed all living beings between his eyebrows. The girl in Singy with Erlang's legs crossed on the side muttered playfully. Cut, how many more than you? How can it be so simple? It's just that you want to use the name of the sect messenger and want to play in the lower world. Several holy prison criminals even dare to make a fortune in the mortal world, and dare to call themselves true gods? The middle-aged man with a knife on his waist sneered, and the boy Fa glanced at him and said indifferently. Don't make trouble, don't forget the purpose of our action this time, don't disturb them. Everyone can recruit that genius according to their ability, and if they can't recruit, don't make extra efforts. These guys have an affair with the demon race, and if you get into trouble with them, maybe the sects behind us will cause trouble. These people with extraordinary weather, like a dragon and a phoenix among people, are the messengers sent by the Holy World sect that was disturbed by Lin Chen when he was crowned emperor. They originally came to Shenzhou, and they didn't know who they were looking for, but Lin Chen's legends became more terrifying one after another, which completely made them completely locked in their target. The genius they were looking for was the sun. But now, they don't want Lin Chen to go to Shenzhou, because the orders they received are not to interfere in the power struggle in Kyushu, let alone offend the criminals who ran out of the holy prison. Because behind them, they are inextricably linked with the demon race. Once upon a time, there was a demon race powerhouse whose strength was unmatched in the world, sneaked into the 19th holy prison of the holy world, and attacked the holy prison. The demon race powerhouse selected the most vicious, brutal, and powerful prisoners from the holy prison and took them away, and released countless criminals from the holy prison. To this day, the holy realm is still afraid of what happened that day, as well as the demon race powerhouse who sneaked into the holy prison. The blessing ceremony has begun. The purple-shaded beauty frowned slightly, obviously, she was quite repulsive to this ceremony. The so-called true God's favor is just to satisfy the personal hobbies of these holy prison criminals. Where does the blessing of the true God come from? They are all fooling the world. A palace sedan emerged from the void and carried it all the way to the restored True God Mountain. Wow! The audience was boiling, and hundreds of millions of false God believers cheered and shouted in the crowd. Inside the palace sedan chair, Ning Qingxian was wearing a long yunsha dress. A star crown, embellished with pearls and jade, elegant and refined, and her expression was flat, as if she had already anticipated her own ending. Being able to meet you, I have seen the dawn in my short life, Lin Chen, you must not come. Ning Qingxian slowly closed her blue eyes, and 2 lines of clear tears fell silently from the corners of her eyes. She knew very well how many powerful lineups the Soul family and others had laid out here. No matter how strong Lin Chen is, he is only a boy of the same age who is a few years younger than me. How could he break through this day and night? Ning Qingxian even prayed, Lin Chen must not come. But deep down in her heart, Ning Qingxian had the last glimmer of hope. This kind of self-contradictory emotion and thought, even she herself did not understand. Outside the palace sedan chair, on an ancient bridge, the girl was chasing her sister, but was stopped. Let go of me. You let me go. The girl in Xing Yi resisted stubbornly, tears flashing from the corners of her eyes. Miss Ning Qingxue, the head of the family has an order, you can't cross the line. The two Ning clan elders stopped her expressionlessly, and even released a wisp of war to suppress Ning Qingxue. You. Why, you are all crazy, all crazy. What kind of blessing ceremony is this? This is obviously to kill my sister. There were tears in Ning Qingxue's eyes, and she kept shouting. The expressions on the faces of the two elders were indifferent. Miss Qingxue, you are still young, you don't understand some things. This is the blessing ceremony of the true God. Miss Qingxian can be favored by the true God. That is the blessing that my Ning family has cultivated. The two elders only knew that this was the order of the head of the family. And after completing this matter, they all went up and down the Ning family and raised the chicken and dog to the sky. Ning Qingxueqian's eyes were red and her voice was hoarse. I don't understand? I only know that you are all lackeys. Hearing this, those pseudo-god believers near Ning Qingxue turned their heads to look at Ning Qingxue. Their eyes were very gloomy and low, and the two elders were shocked. Forget it, there are some things about Miss Qingxue that you are too young to understand, so you are offended. One of the elders, without saying a word, kidnapped Ning Qingxue and forcibly took her away. On the top of a mountain, a man in Xing Yi from the Battle Emperor realm clenched his hands into fists and roared at the patriarch of the Ning family. Why are you doing this to my daughter? We don't have a choice, do we? We did our best for the Ning family. Why did we get such an effect? You didn't promise us, as long as you make enough contributions for the Ning family, Qingxian can choose by herself, right? The beautiful woman in a plain skirt stood beside the man in Xing Yi, her silver teeth nibbled, and she questioned the head of the Ning family, Ning Yuntian. Choice? Our Ning family doesn't need to choose. The choice you're talking about is not that kid in Lingzhou? Ning Yuntian sneered at the corner of his mouth and turned to look at the two of them. You really think that little devil can resist the great Lord true God, and besides, if your daughter is blessed by the true God, she will also thank the true God from the bottom of her heart. Thank you for your sighs. Ning Yuntian, are you still a person? Can't you see how my daughter cried before? Can you see how happy she is now? The man in Xing Yi picked up Ning Yuntian's clothes, his eyes were red, and he pointed at the palace sedan's hoarse roar. Our whole family has made great contributions to the Ning family since they were born. Why doesn't our daughter even have the freedom that the Ning family should have? Ning Yuntian, this is how you are the head of the family. Boom. Ning Yuntian released his cultivation base at once, but instead suppressed the man in Xing Yi. Several elders behind Ning Yuntian fell down with their palms, and the husband and wife were suppressed to the ground. Ning Yuntian, being a dog will not end well. The man in Xing Yi roared and roared. Being a dog to God is better than being a man. Ning Yuntian lifted his collar and sneered. Two shameless people escort me down, and then directly destroy their cultivation base, so as to save any threat to my Ning family in the future. After today, my Ning family will usher in a brand new change. Ning Yuntian flicked his sleeves, and the beautiful woman in a plain skirt sobbed softly. Qingxian, mother, I'm sorry for you. In the endless void, several figures stood in the air. Humph. There's no movement now. It seems that this kid is also a good person. He intends to let this little girl die. We have such a large lineup, and the news spreads like wildfire, so naturally He dare not come. Let's join forces, any one or even two of the late 9-layer war emperors. Will fall here, let alone a young boy. Look at the end, if the kid doesn't show up after this woman dies, we have to plan how to attack Lingzhou. In front of the True God Mountain, the palace sedan stopped. The elegant and beautiful woman in Yunxia's long dress walked out slowly, surprising many servants of the pseudo-god. In the past, the women who accepted the blessing ceremony were either apprehensive, fled and resisted, or burst into tears, but it was the first time they saw a woman as calm as her. When the creepy iron coffin was launched, the audience cheered. A man in yellow robe, who belonged to the servant of the pseudo-god, slowly stood up and announced to the people in front of the crowded Shinshan Square. Everyone, today, the blessing of Lord True God is about to come to the world. Let us sincerely bless this lucky man. The boiling crowd suddenly quieted down. Everyone looked sincere, put their hands together, and sincerely prayed for the true God. Didn't he come? Ning Qingxian looked around subconsciously, seeing that the vision did not appear. A big stone in her heart was immediately put down, but for some reason, another sad sense of loss emerged in her heart. Outside the Shinshan Square, the expressions of the envoys of the Holy Realm sect who stood proudly on the top of the pavilion suddenly changed drastically. His eyes were fixed on the true divine mountain. In front of the true God mountain, the moment the prayer ceremony ended, hundreds of millions of false gods opened their eyes. What caught everyone's eyes was a silver robe that was rolled and blown, and appeared in front of the ceremony stage without warning. Ning Qingxian looked back abruptly. The familiar young man walked towards her. With the same smile on his face as before, she was stunned in place. Who are you? How dare you offend the great god's blessing ceremony? The servants of the false gods burst out with anger, and the desire to turn the war to win the boy. The boy's loud laughter, like thunder, resounded through the sky of the entire Seoul home area. What are you doing in Xiaolinchin? The sectarian messengers of the holy world could not help but be moved, their expressions horrified. How is that possible? How can this child escape our detection and enter here without a trace? Could it be the technique of space jumping? The 21-year-old quadruple battle emperor? It really is him. Lingzhou Lin Chen. He is the boy we are looking for on this trip. He actually came. No one thought that this child would appear in this way. At the ceremony stage of the True God Mountain, many people of the pseudo-god were stunned, but it was this Lin Chen again. With a wave of his hand, Ning Qingshuan's seal of war was lifted, and Lin Chen smiled casually. At this moment, the elegant and indifferent Ning Qingxian could no longer suppress the emotions in her heart. She took off the star crown and rushed towards Lin Chen desperately. She burst into tears, but she couldn't hide her joy. You are so stupid. Why are you here? Do you know how many people here want your life? There are too many people who want my life. There is no shortage of these guys, but Miss Ning Qingxian only has one, isn't she? Between turning his hands, he smashed the servant of the pseudo-god who, attacked by the desire for fame, Lin Chen patted Ning Qingshuan's fragrant shoulder. Don't worry, I will do what I say. No matter how many people there are in his pseudo-god family today, I will said to let you return to freedom. I will definitely take you away. Ning Qingxian cried with joy and nodded happily. As long as she can live and die with Lin Chen at this moment, everything doesn't matter. It's Lin Chen. He's really here. He's here to pick up Sister Qingxian. Ning Qingxue, who was taken away, was shocked. Her pretty face burst into ecstasy, and she shouted desperately, Brother Lin Chen, come on. Boom. The 6 auras covering the sky and shaking the earth appeared on the edge of the sky, and the 6 battle chi and blood arrows shot in the direction of Lin Chen instantly. 7 changes, the ultimate moment. Lin Chen's breath suddenly soared, and he briefly stepped into the middle stage of the 6th level. The purple phoenix wings unfolded behind him, embraced Ning Qingxian in his arms, and in the flow of the dark robbery, the pace of continuous strides was like stepping on a gang, twisting the time and space. Brush. 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 Lin Chen's figure flashed across the void, his every step was extremely fast, and a dark vortex was spinning under his feet. The battle chi and blood arrow followed closely, and kept tracking, completely locking Lin Chen's spiritual aura. 8 desolate fingers. 8 desolate fingers. Lin Chen's fingertips connected, 2 attack runes were activated, the dragon force poured into the dragon-shaped energy, and the 8 kinds of prehistoric energies penetrated through the void, converging into energy fingers, and instantly blasted the arrows of war energy and blood that came after them. Sigh. Boom. 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 A series of explosions resounded through the sky, 5 blood arrows shattered. But another burst into the sky, piercing through Lin Chen's left leg, blood rushing wildly. Lin Chen frowned and started the wood spirit essence treatment. Something's wrong, this blood arrow is melting into my body. Lin Chen's expression condensed, and the arrow of war chi and blood melted into his whole body, and even his spiritual aura was tightly imprisoned and locked up. Consumes 300,000 talent points, and is accelerating the recovery of ultra-dimensional teleportation cooling time, estimated time, 25 minutes. The moment the system light screen popped up, the overwhelming aura of the high-level War Emperor swept the sky, and a massive figure of the War Emperor emerged, more than 400. It's such a subtle and mysterious movement technique, and even if it is placed in our sword palace, it also belongs to the first-class movement technique level. His mentality is very strong. With a little operation, there is a tendency for 9 kinds of heavenly tribulation battle energy to transform into heavenly robbery battle body. Even our sect has never held this kind of mentality. From the late 4th stage to the middle stage of the 6th stage, the best secret technique. This child is full of secrets, it's amazing. The messengers of the various holy world sects couldn't help but marvel. Their background was not comparable to that of the battle emperor of Kyushu. At a glance, they could see a lot of Lin Chen's background. What should we do? Do we want to take action and secretly save this kid? This kid is only in the middle stage of the 6th level after using the secret technique. There are a lot of 7th level and 8th level battle emperors here. Even the little guys from our sect can't handle it. Not to mention that there are nearly 29-layer war emperors. Let's wait and see. This son's level is definitely not comparable to the little guy in our sect. If not, we won't come personally to see what cards he has. You can't do it secretly. Have you forgotten the instructions in the palace? When these holy world sect messengers were arguing, 6 figures in the void appeared in the air. The Wang family, the ancestor of Wang Wushuang. Jian family, Jianin patriarch. Mo family, ancestor Mo Ling. Long family, ancestor Long Can. Lei family, Lei Xiao patriarch. Sol family, Sol Chi Xiao patriarch. They are the ancestors of the 6 great pseudo-god families. They are all true late-stage 9-layer powerhouses, almost invincible. Characters, old monsters who have been immortal for 10,000 years. Countless people of false gods place their hopes on the 6 of them. They are directly under the orders of the ancestors of the great true gods. If he takes action, this sinner who offends the true gods will surely die. Lin Chen, I didn't expect you to really dare to come. The red-browed old man, Sol Qishao sneered, his eyes locked on Lin Chen, who was tens of thousands of miles away. This son has been hit by our bloody arrow of war, and he can't escape. Let him fall in Shenzhou this time. A one-armed old man said with a sneer, the ancestor of the sword family, Jian. The green sword behind him is unsheathed and moves the sky. A 7th order. Top-level low-grade sword, the Qingyun heaven-shattering sword. Lei's family, surround this son, this person is the person named by our Lei. Family's true god to be judged, and kill him at all costs. The ancestor of the Lei family, Lei Xiao suddenly shouted, his voice was like a thunderous roar, shocking thousands of miles. Behind the 6 great ancestors, 2 to 3 figures stepped out, all of them were the supreme elders of the pseudo-god family, 1 mid-9th level, and 1 or 2 early 9-level battle emperors. Even if it damages soul burial and others, the soul family's strength is still the strongest in the audience. Looking at it in this way, there are 15 people in the 9-layer battle emperor present. A lineup that would make anyone despair. Not to mention the large number of 7th-layer war emperors and dozens of 8-layer war emperors, this is a real outpouring. There is only one death order for the 6 great families of false gods, no matter what the cost, kill Lin Chen. They knew that Lin Chen had a strange space teleportation technique, so at the beginning, the 6 of them teamed up to send out a soul-locking blood arrow. Lin Chen now has their mark on his body. No matter where he fled to Kyushu, he would be attacked by false gods. Discovered by the family. Lin Chen faced the powerhouses in the audience without fear and looked directly at the 6 great ancestors, holding the beautiful woman in his arms. He urged Sansu and Jia's energy to pour into her body, protecting her tightly. The sense of oppression is terrifying. If you don't have the talent of a god killer, you can threaten Lin Chen with 1 or 2 8-layer war emperors. Let alone 15 9-layer war emperors. This lineup is really scary. You are indeed strong enough, but I am leaving today, and no one can stop me. Lin Chen smiled sternly, and his mind sent orders to the system one after another. System, activate the God Killer talent. In the areas where the Godslayer talent can be detected, there are those who are hostile to the host, 413 people in the Battle Emperor realm, 15 people in the 9-layer Battle Emperor, and the Godslayer talent starts to activate. Boom. Boom. The battle aura swept across the sky, and millions of miles of sky were torn apart by the 9-color battle aura that flew into the sky, and an unprecedented aura exploded from Lin Chen's body. His pure power transforms into an infinite dragon-shaped energy and roams the void, like a billion dragons flying in the sky, roaring for 9 days. His spiritual power, leaning on the sky and covering the earth, overlooking the 8 wastelands, can move mountains and seas and smash stars in one thought. Like a vast and deep galaxy hanging upside down, it shook the hearts of the strong people in the audience, and the fighting spirit collapsed. His fighting spirit turned into 9 heavenly robbery beams and turned into a roulette. His energy surged to the sky, and every time the 9-colored warfare roulette turned, a majestic heavenly calamity descended, like a world-destroying natural disaster, coming to China. 10 times, 100 times, 300 times, 500 times, 1,000 times, 2,000 times. Lin Chen's power, like a mad dragon soaring into the sky, soared in a straight line. Sluggish. The powerhouses in the audience all opened their mouths wide, stunned in place. The scene in front of them completely subverted their cognition. Even the messengers of the Holy Realm sect are no exception. He has broken through the boundaries of the 9-layer War Emperor. In the mid-6th stage, I rushed to the 9th level Battle Emperor. My god. What the hell is this technique? I don't know, I didn't see any traces of him running the exercises. It seems that a mighty unprovoked force suddenly surged out of his body. Difficult, is he the son of God? The envoys of the Holy Realm sects were suffocating and completely messed up. Bang! The aftermath of the war released a little, directly shattered the earth. Veins cracked the abyss, and swept away a spiritual aftermath, shattering the true divine mountain. The dragon-shaped vigor, such as the transparent dragon, is even more shocking to the heroes, and it can avoid countless battle emperors just by virtue of its vigor. Lin Chen hugged Ning Qingshan with one hand, slammed into the void, and activated the 8 desolate fingers, 3 8-colored energy fingers. Pierced through the sky, majestic and shocking, pointing directly at the 6 great ancestors. Not good. Sol Qixiao's expression changed, and he pointed his backhand suddenly, and the huge flame finger burned with red flames and rolled over. Sigh. Boom. The 8-colored flood energy exploded, the fighting spirit overflowed, and the red flame soared into the sky. The two sides stepped back a few steps in a row. When confronted with a young junior, it turned out that the people on their side retreated. When Lin Chen stood still in the void, his eyes were excited. From the cultivation base to pure power, spiritual power, the comprehensive combat power has increased by 2,103 times. An unprecedented increase in pure power of 9.3 million dragon power, the early stage of the 9-layer war. Emperor cultivation base, and the spiritual power of the Tongtian realm. The talent of the Godslayer this time is even stronger than the last time he was in Lingzhou. At the last moment of urging the talent of desperate life and death, Lin Chen stepped into the early stage of the 9th level, but it was only for a few seconds, but now, the whole process of the Godslayer talent lasts as the early stage of the 9th level. Not to mention the spiritual power and the dragon power of more than 9 million. In the Tongtian realm, the spiritual power of the Tongtian realm has reached this realm, and there may be no more than 10 people in the entire Kyushu. The 3 combined, the perfect one. Don't worry, I'll take you away. Lin Chen smiled at Ning Qingshan. The two of them had a good heart and held hands tightly. Shoot, don't let this kid run away. Mo Ling of the Mo family drank coldly, and the sword edge, from his waist, stabbed with a sharp sword. The swirling sword light is flying like snowflakes, splendid and blurred, and there is a deadly white light penetrating through the beauty. Choke. The knife roars like a dragon. A swirl of water and moon mirrors revolved in the bright blue blade. The sword light from the bright mirror shone, and the sword light in the sky not only shattered, but also bounced all the afterglow of the sword light and scattered to Mo Ling's direction. What? Mo Ling blocked with his sword, and countless sword lights were scattered. When the 5 ancestors flicked their sleeves and annihilated the sword light, they stared at the knife in Lin Chen's hand with a solemn expression. The 8th order knife weapon, the Blue Moon. Even if it is not a complete holy weapon, its power is enough to completely threaten them, even if it is only 1,000th. This kid still holds a holy weapon? Today, the old man wants to learn how much of the power of the holy artifact he can exert. Jianyin laughed in anger, his whole body was full of fighting spirit, and he struck out with a sword of Qiyu. An inch of light spans the sky, and the sword light is like a dragon shooting. Fast moon. Die. The light of the sword flashed, and it turned into a mysterious light of the bright moon. The ancestors of all parties were shocked, and they quickly flashed their bodies, showing their magical powers, and took Lin Chen's sword. Lin Chen stepped back quickly, and the infinite dark stepped out suddenly, and his figure retreated violently. The two mid-battle emperors of the 8th layer roared in the wind, and the soul-grabbing hook in their hands slammed into Lin Chen's direction. Boy, it's not like you, a 6th layer war emperor, can tear. The faint moonlight descended, the dragon force strangled and strangled, the sword light flashed, and the soul-snatching hook shattered. I'm not the 6th layer war emperor. Lin Chen smiled coldly, and the two senior elders in the middle stage of the 8th layer looked unbelievable. The body of the battle emperor, which was swept by the sword light, collapsed and fell apart. There was no suspense at all. If it weren't for the talent of the Godslayer, the two of you could completely stop me. Lin Chen sneered casually, and swept away all the non-growth attribute light balls like lightning. All the war emperors of the pseudo-god family who wanted to attack froze in place for a while, their scalps tingling. The corners of the mouth can't help but suck in the cold air. Instant kill. A real instant kill. The current Lin Chen, just by pure strength, is already at the level of the 9-layer war emperor, and his cultivation and spiritual power are all at the level of the peak of the Kyushu. Not to mention the blessing of the two major attack runes and the ultimate moment talent, and even the knife in his hand is a genuine 8th order holy weapon. Godslayer talent, full firepower. At this moment, there is no cultivation base above the 9-layer war emperor. Standing in front of Lin Chen is courting death. Whoever stops me will die. Lin Chen let out a deep cry, and slammed into the war emperors of the major families. Grass. The war emperors from all walks of life couldn't help but curse. We didn't stop you. It's you who rushed over by yourself. The light of the sword flickered, and countless war emperors retreated quickly, as if they had seen a ghost, and they did not dare to confront Lin Chen head on. This is a fart. Below the 9-layer war sovereign, as long as you go up, it's a slash, and even he can't stop it. How can you stop it? Countless pseudo-gods in the audience were harmed by Qiyu. Lin Chen had no taboos and went on a rampage. If the raptors were born, the places they passed were completely one-sided killings. Lin Chen rushed to the outside of the soul home area while rushing to kill. With every burst of sword light, a battle emperor above the 6th level has fallen. Lin Chen is like a ferocious tiger entering the flock, with a knife in his hand. He is invincible. Unstoppable, unstoppable. All the false god believers stared blankly at the silhouettes that flashed tens of thousands of miles in the void, as if the gods descended to the earth, and no one could stop them. Even the 8th order sword can be controlled. This son is really a monster. Wizard. In my sect, it is definitely the top true inheritance level. The voices of several Holy World sect messengers trembled. If they could borrow the power of the 8th order sword, maybe Lin Chen alone would be able to break out of the siege. Hey, that's not right. The charm of this sword is damaged. It is not a complete 8th order holy weapon. The outcome is hard to say. The white-haired old man narrowed his eyes and muttered in a low voice. And a few more Holy World sect messengers crossed a greedy and cruel killing intent from the depths of their pupils. The 8th order holy artifact is also a rare treasure for them. Even 100 pieces of the 7th order top-grade treasures would not be able to touch 1/10 of the value of the 8th order holy artifact. Hurry up and stop this sun, and then start the big formation. This sun is evil, can't keep it anymore. Use all resources to kill him. Soul Scarlet Sky roars. He finally knew why Soul Burial and the others were dead but not alive, and did not come back from Lingzhou. It was all because of this sun. With such terrifying strength, any of the 6 great ancestors present, no one can stop him in a heads-up match. The continent of Kyushu is surging. At the moment when Lin Chen detonated the talent of God Killer in the extreme eastern region of Shenzhou, Mingzhou ushered in a big change. Mingzhou, the capital of 1000 Ming dynasty. All the residents and the strong looked up at the sky in shock. The dragons dance wildly, and the 10,000 dragons cover the sky. The vast earth dragon, the red lotus flame dragon, the shadow pterosaur, the Wanzai Shanqing dragon, etc., countless dragon races are gathered in the capital of Mingzhou, because today is the Divine Calculation Conference in Mingzhou, the highest standard in the entire Kyushu conference site. Located in the venue of the conference, wearing a black dress as beautiful as a rose blooming in the dark night, the beauty is Peerless. Dare to break in during the conference. I am afraid that this group of dragons is not good. The Peerless beauty, it is Yin Qianyun. She left from the Sky Tower specially to participate in this Divine Calculation Conference, but unexpectedly encountered the arrival of the Dragon Clan head-on. Dragon Clan of the Barren State, what are you doing to come to my Mingzhou Divine Calculation Conference? As the first 2 old men in green robes, they walked in the air, and a rare sternness flashed across the eyes of the late dusk. The mathematician is good at deducing the secrets, so he is prepared for a rainy day, but none of the top mathematicians of the Dragon Clan had expected this action. There must be a problem in this. The head of a red lotus flame dragon suspends in the air. It takes the form of a half-human, with a dragon head and a human body. Its dragon scales are like lava volcanoes, and it always exudes a scorching dragon breath. The red lotus flame dragon smiled playfully. We want 100 mathematicians. Of course, it would be better if they were women. As soon as these words came out, all the mathematicians in the scene suddenly got up angrily. What do you mean by this? Humph. The Dragon Clan with wolf ambitions, if you want to find trouble, we in Mingzhou are not afraid of you. There are quite a few old monsters present, and these guys are obviously not good people, and they have no intention of talking sincerely. It looks like we don't have to talk. In the void, an old man in red with a long horn on his forehead slowly stepped out, and the pupils of many strong mathematicians present suddenly shrank. In the Kyushu continent, every beast that can completely transform into a human form is basically a real old monster. Survived from ancient times to the present day. Unexpectedly, the other party dispatched such a strong man. But the problem is, no one knows why the dragons want so many mathematicians. Suddenly, a red lotus flame dragon stared at Yin Qianyun in the venue. Father, haha, this woman can, I want her. When the flame dragon laughed and roared, the atmosphere in the audience was about to explode. A war that is no less than that of the extreme eastern region of China will start from Mingzhou. The extreme eastern region of Shenzhou, the territory of the Soul family. High in the sky, several figures staggered back and forth, and a thunderous explosion rang out. Boom! Boom! The 6 ancestors turned into 6 beams of light and flashed away, and Lin Chen was instantly blocked. The 8 desolate fingers. The mirror of attack. The fingertips are connected, and the 8 colored prehistoric energy fingers are pierced and decorated, and the swordsmanship is like a fish and a dragon. And the horizontal slash cuts out the bright moon water mirror. 7 thorns and plum blossoms exhibition. Thunder tiger cracks. Fierce sky slash. The thunder tiger exploded, the fiery sword gang straddled the sky, and the sword beams shuttled like an inch of light, stabbing with a single sword. Unfolding a faint plum blossom sword mark. Mirror of guarding, moon of guarding. The moonlight is bright, surrounded by the shadow of the sword, turning to the bright mirror of the water robbery and the chi rotation, after the rebound. Attack, a sliver of the bright moon splits the sky. Between the flashes of the sword light, Lin Chen's mirror moon was full of firepower. While Lin Chen was fighting, he wanted to protect Ming Qingxian, who was hugging around his waist. But fortunately, Ming Qingxian didn't panic at all, and Lin Chen always protected her with 3-inch tribulation. It's amazing, why do I have no sense of crisis, so reassuring. With her eyes tightly closed, Ming Qingxian couldn't help but hold her tighter, as if as long as she was by Lin Chen's side, she would have an endless sense of security. Nowhere in the world was safer than being by his side. Not a moment later, when even and gentle breathing came out, Ming Qingxian fell asleep peacefully. In this fate dominated by false gods, since she became the heavenly astral realm, very few of Ming Qingxian can really rest in spirit. It can be said that she may have not received real rest for several years. But now in the vortex of battle, Lin Chen's opponent is the 6 peak powerhouses in the Kyushu continent. How could she fall asleep peacefully in such a short time? In the same way, we can also see how much burden this girl who should have lost her life in her youth has endured during this period of time. Have a good night's sleep. After waking up, it's time for me to fulfill my promise to you. Lin Chen, who was retreating quickly in the fierce battle, flashed a tender smile on his face in the fierce killing, and then a more fierce fighting spirit emerged, and he slashed violently, and the charge penetration rune continued to activate. Lin Chen's combat power was so strong that the audience was stunned. Fighting the 6 great ancestors alone? These are the 6 peak powerhouses, who can fight against them at the same time without falling behind. In today's Kyushu, under the Holy Realm, perhaps no one can do it. Boom. 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 The 2 ancestors, Wang Wuxuan and Lei Xiao, were smashed back with a knife. And a crooked thunderbolt like the moon smashed into the sky, and the fists of red flame smashed in anger. Lin Chen slashed across with a slash, and Jingjing's katana cut off the offensive. This was sent by the Supreme Elders from the early and middle stages of the 9th level. Obviously, they also started to join the melee. Although this kind of offensive could not completely threaten Lin Chen, it could delay his offensive. For the 6 great ancestors. Sigh. The space cracked open, the old palm protruded like eagle claws, and the 5 fingers flowed the billowing red flames that burned the mountains and boiled the sea, tearing to the back of Lin Chen's neck. He stepped in the air and twisted, and the infinite dark step was used, and the opponent's figure was suddenly trapped in the twisted space. When Lin Chen moved tens of thousands of miles, the ancestor of Qi Shao gritted his teeth fiercely, and his body was mobilized with all his strength. Like Huameng's shuttle, chasing after him. Lin Chen immediately turned around and swam, and slashed the mirror of attack with a sharp knife, slashing the opponent's palm and 5 fingers with blood. Qilong comes into the world. The 10 Wonders of Yun Song. The emptied and mighty sword beams are slashed from all directions, the fighting spirit Qilong is crushed from the beginning, and the dragon breaks through the sky. Thousands of meters of golden light shone, and they merged into a giant of fighting spirit, slamming their golden fists violently at Lin Chen. The cone-shaped finger light rotates and stabs, and clicked to the right of Lin Chen. The fighting spirit flashed like a thunderbolt, turning into a thunderous rock and slaughtering it. The Taisheng elders in the early and middle stages of the 9-layered layer cooperated with the ancestors to show their magical powers, blocking Lin Chen's various retreats. Unprecedented offensive shakes the world. The radius of 1,000,000 miles is like a disaster that will destroy the world. The light is dim, the sky is dark. All offensives are formed in an instant. The 8 desolate fingers. The brightness of attack. The 8 colored energy fingers are connected at an extremely fast speed, and with a move of Gong Jiming, it splits the sky, and then the blade turns around, and the mirror of attack slashes out in a row. Boom. 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 The sky is dark and the earth is dark. Lin Chen kills the extreme eastern area of Shenzhou with a single knife. Even though his 2 fists lost to 4 hands, the offensive did not weaken at all, but intensified. He was covered in blood, and the azure blue sword flashed and slashed all the way, like a bright moon spinning. Lin Chen is like the return of Shura, fighting a dozen or so war emperors alone. The beautiful woman in his arms, but fell asleep peacefully, without the slightest damage, like a flower from the other side of hell. At the same time, a figure in a white robe, quietly hidden in the dark, moved. In an instant. When Ning Qingxue was kidnapped, the 2 elders of the battle emperor were smashed to pieces by his palm. At the cloud bridge position, Ning Jia, Ning Yuntian, and others were still watching the fiercely fighting Yun Kong. Damn, how long does this little Lin Chen want to hinder my Ning family? This son dares to anger Shunwei and court death. The 2 supreme elders of the Ning family couldn't help but scolded angrily. But Ning Yuntian was the only one who fell into an unprecedented contemplation. What kind of person was Ning Yuntian? The Tianjiao of the same generation was overwhelmed by him. In terms of mind, potential, and strength, he was the pinnacle of his generation, and it was precisely because of this that he could become the most famous person in the history of the Ning family. Young homeowner. But at this moment, Ning Yuntian completely fell into an extremely solemn contemplation. Seriously terrified. Really thoughtful. Thinking back then, when the Ning family parted, Lin Chen was only a yuan Zuanjing, so he dared to come to their Ning family, to ask for someone, straight to Ning Qingxian talent. But at that time, Ning Yuntian still felt that he was very far away from the legendary, true God family. But now, just over a year later, he has not only broken through from the 3rd level of the Yuan Zun realm to the Battle Emperor realm, but also the 4th stage of the late stage of the Battle Emperor. In terms of cultivation, it is not inferior to himself at all. On the combat power is far beyond. That is a realm that can take years and thousands of years to improve. It was so easily crossed by him that common sense seemed to not apply to him at all. Terrifyingly strong, terrifying against the sky. Not to mention the high-level combat power of the sun alone against the entire 6 true God families. In the 100,000-year history of Kyushu, this kind of record can only be achieved by one person. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, no one would have believed it. He's just a teenager in his early 20s. Is this something a teenager can do? What if you give this child another 10 years? No, 5 years. In 5 years, what realm will he step into? Cannot imagine. Ning Yuntian didn't dare to think further. The only thing he knew was that this time, all the senior members of the Ning family might have made an unprecedented wrong decision. That is, standing on the opposite side of this child. If he falls here, it will be the best. If this son does not die, I am afraid that I will have to live in his shadow in the future when I wait for the Ning family. While Ning Yuntian was contemplating the possibility of the Ning family's future, the eyes of the elders who were suppressing Ning Qingshuan's parents flashed a flash of fire. A few of them quietly took Ning Qingxian away, without disturbing Ning Yuntian. And others. Boom! The sky was torn apart, and Lin Chen quickly retreated, urging Zi Jintong to narrow his eyes. If this goes on, they will be consumed to death, and those guys secretly don't know what weapons they are preparing. All the war emperors below the 9th level have to disappear, and they have to work hard to kill them. The alternate attacks of more than a dozen 9-layer war emperors, coupled with the offensive of assisting the 6 great ancestors, are too terrifying. If Lin Chen hadn't learned infinite dark steps, his body skills and the speed of the purple phoenix wings would not have been able to withstand such a swift and violent offensive by the previous speed alone. In addition, the sword chi of the backlash from the blue moon has gradually expanded the hidden danger in the body. This is the second time that Lin Chen has used this sword, and he will still be hurt. Boom! At this time, 6 distinct breaths, like billions of volcanic eruptions, shocked the entire Far East region. The 6 stalwart and vast bodies of fighting spirit are like the sun and the sky, or the sword currents are circulating, cutting the void, or rolling red flames, burning mountains and boiling the sea, or thundering, countless. Thunder and lightning are included in the body like a world of thunder. The 6 great ancestors used the holy body given to them by their true God. Just like the holy body of 10,000 snakes. Boy, I will wait for 6 people to launch the holy body to deal with you at the same time. You are also the number 1 person in this Kyushu, die. Between the sneering sneer of the ancestor of Qishao, the fiery wave of war spread like a sonic boom to all directions. The top powerhouses watching the battle are either solemn or unbelievable. It turned out to be the legendary holy body? It's no wonder that the old ghost of Qishao disappeared in Kyushu, and when he reappeared, he was the ancestor of Qishao of the Soul family. It turned out that the old ghost was heading for this holy body. I said that at the end of the ancient times, several powerful true God families were suddenly created in the night, so it was because of this. Those beings are able to create the holy body. It seems that you have to think clearly. This opportunity is unique. While all the powerhouses were amazed, the messengers from the holy realm sects twitched their lips in disdain. What kind of bullshit holy body is nothing more than a physique contaminated with a little saint's breath, with a trace of heaven and earth holy aura, even the lowest level prototype holy body can't compare to 1000% of the garbage. It's just a short period of time from the late stage of Jiuzhong to have the strength of a war emperor of a catastrophe. 1 calamity battle emperor, this is the division of the holy realm. Above the late stage of 9th layer, it takes 5 calamities to be qualified to attack the holy realm. The holy realm captures the creation of heaven and earth, defying the sky and changing fate, infinitely close to the boundary of life and death, creating life, and possessing the power to create civilization. In order to break through the boundary of the late 9-layer war emperor, it is necessary to incorporate the sacred energy of heaven and earth, and after the 9-layer and 5 calamities, it can be broken and become holy. Since the ancient 100 Sacred War, the Kyushu has broken apart and lost countless territories, and the holy energy of heaven and earth is even rarer, even almost extinct. For such a long time, Kyushu has not been able to reproduce the holy realm. Not even the First and Second Robbery War emperors. Boom! Sol Qishao, who launched the holy body, swelled with flames all over his body, and punched him violently. The fist wind revolved like a million fire dragons straddling the sky. Lin Chen's face changed, the blue moon in his hand was spinning, the water robbery was flowing like a river of water, and a mirror of guarding of the bright moon water was cut open. Boom! When the mirror of guard was shattered, and the fist wind shook Lin Chen back, his eyes narrowed, and a mental wave that destroyed the mountains and rivers was swept away in a single thought, and the sword light that slashed and strangled it collided and collapsed. Lin Chen in the void stepped continuously, and turned to a twisted black vortex under his feet. Between the flashes of his figure at an extreme speed, the blue and bright moon swept out. The 6 great ancestors urged the holy body to attack, pressing step by step. The extreme return to Yuan talent is motivated again and again, and the talent points are extremely consumed. Blood spilled from the corner of Lin Chen's mouth, and he gritted his teeth. There are still about 10 minutes before I can use the superdimensional teleportation again, based on my last state. My vitality can only be maintained in less than 9 minutes, and it will burn to the end. I must kill the locked one at the 7th minute. Target. When he made up his mind, Lin Chen swung his blade, retreated, and turned on the system. The pupils that turned the purple gold rays of light suddenly flashed a touch of madness. System, activate the life and death talent, the target is locked. Lin Chen directly selected the opponent in the early stage of the first stage of the 9th stage as the target. He was a supreme elder of the Wang family, and he was the easiest to kill among the dozen 9th stage battle emperors present. Although he didn't trigger the talent combo, the cooldown time of the death to death talent has passed, and Lin Chen can activate this talent again. The selection of the target is successful, 700,000 talent points are consumed, and the life and death talent starts to activate, cooling time, 15 days. According to the calculation of the host's current strength, launching a life and death attack will increase the comprehensive strength by 100 times. And every 30 seconds, the comprehensive combat strength will increase by 18 times. The upgrade base is still calculated based on the host's basic combat power, which can be added to the Godslayer talent. The Battle Emperor in the early stage of the 9-layer stage, who was locked by Lin Chen as the target of life and death, suddenly jumped in his heart, like falling into an ice cellar, and his heart passed an instant coldness. This kid locked me? It doesn't seem to be. Sigh. The air burst, and Lin Chen's whole body was filled with orange brilliance, and he hugged Ning Qingxian tightly with one hand. His pure power is close to 9.39 million, and his battle spirit cultivation base is close to the peak of the initial stage. This is Lin Chen's second launch of death to death. Unlike before, he already has a certain understanding of this talent. 6 minutes to decide the outcome. 2 minutes to kill the target. In Lin Chen's eyes, there was a flash of fighting intent that burned the world. The knife protrudes like a dragon and dances across the sky. Moon of speed. The light of heaven and earth turned into a flash of the bright moon, and with A single sword, it avoided the infinite thunder light. The light of the Wanjun thunder body of Lei Zhao's ancestors was dim, and he couldn't help but look horrified. Can this son's strength be further improved? How many cards does he have? The 6 great ancestors formed a group, and the void of 1,000,000 miles collapsed into one piece. Lin Chen stepped like a fright, swiftly flashing. And his steps were like a twist in the dark vortex, and the blue and bright moon shot out again and again. Sigh. Boom. The arrow shuttled, pointed at the meteor, and fell to Lin Chen's side, almost disrupting his fighting rhythm. Even in the current battle situation, the other 9 supreme elders of the pseudo-god family still do not intend to give Lin Chen any clearance. They have to cooperate with the 6 great ancestors who used the holy body to forcibly suppress themselves. As strong as the god-killer talent plus death to death, Lin Chen is still barely under the siege of the top fighting power of the 6 major pseudo-god families, because this is the entire Kyushu continent, which is enough to match the entirety of any major state combat power. It is equivalent to this. This is Lin Chen's single-handed combat power in the entire dojo. Countless hidden old monsters of the older generation were stunned. They asked themselves, if they were to face such a lineup in person, they would not be able to get out even 10 rounds. Not to mention that he continued to fight for such a long time like Lin Chen. The 6 great ancestors even sacrificed the holy body, but Lin Chen is still invincible. His life, fighting spirit, all turned into orange brilliance and continued to pass, but there was no panic in his eyes, like a cheetah in a fight, secretly waiting for a deadly opportunity to fight back. The shocking battle only lasted until the 4th minute, and an orange halo exploded from Lin Chen's body. Roar. The power of the dragon transforms into the howl of the dragon, and the fighting spirit is transformed into 9 calamities. Shine for eternity, and traverse Kyushu. Lin Chen, temporarily promoted to the 9th level midterm cultivation base. Dark Step Dozhuan. Like a dragon turning around, Lin Chen hugged Ning Qingxian tightly with his left hand, stepped behind him, and the dark robbery fighting spirit was like a dark light moving from the stars, and with the flash of the purple phoenix wings, it avoided the bombardment of the 3 great ancestors. Really meteorite fingers. The patriarch of the Wang family, Wang Wushuang's 10,000-foot holy body, circulated in the red refined Xingxia, stepping out of the smashing mountains and rivers in one step, standing like a galaxy, condensing endless stars with one finger, spiraling to the top of Lin Chen's head. Blood sacrifice to Long Yu. Jianin threw both hands, sacrificing the sword with blood, and a green sword flew out, like a faint dragon and snake, stabbing straight, breaking the sky. Huang destroys the world. The face of the ancestor of Qishao was a little pale, and the holy body of 10,000 fires condensed by his battle chi life will spread out too. Flowing red flames, turning into a fire phoenix and rushing to Lin Chen. The other 9 Taishang elders still did not intend to let Lin Chen go, and cooperated with the attack of the 6 great ancestors to block Lin Chen's retreat. You have been attacking all the time, it's my turn. With the help of the talent of desperate life and death, after Lin Chen temporarily broke through the middle stage of the 9th level, he was full of confidence, and there was a sneer on the corner of his mouth. Turn the offensive. The blood-stained arm violently swung a knife, the mirror turned into the moon, and it went straight to the sky. Mirror of speed. Moon of speed. The 2 swords that flashed at an extremely fast speed retreated, and there were many attacks. The arm with exposed blue veins exploded the dragon force. That destroyed the galaxy, and the sword was pulled out suddenly, and the ultimate return was activated again. The azure blue moon glows brightly like a crescent moon, illuminating the entire eastern region. Mirror Moon Edict. Sigh. Huh. A beam of moonlight slashing out from the edge of the blade, where it passed. The heaven and earth were reversed, dividing the heaven and the earth. Slashing and slashing all the obstacles, and instantly destroyed the holy body. Offensive of the 6 great ancestors. He looked terrified, and when he was about to retreat, he had already lost the opportunity. The strongest form of Mirror Moon God. The unstoppable moonlight disappeared in a flash, and the extreme eastern region withered in brilliance. The 25% penetration power split the battle gas defense of the 6 great ancestors, and 3 people vomited blood and were injured. There was even an elder in the early and middle stages of the 9th level who was affected by the sword energy, dying and disabled. Floating a lot of attribute light balls. Click. Click. Boom. The earth veins split open one after another, and everyone was horrified when a rift abyss gap that was thousands of miles long appeared. Those Taishang elders who were not affected by the aftermath of the sword energy all showed a look of fear for the rest of their lives. Just the aftertaste of the sword is so terrifying. If this sword falls in the Soul family area, I am afraid that tens of millions of true God people will become the dead souls under the sword. Lin Chen took away the attribute light balls of the fallen 2 9-tiered war emperors, and was about to kill the target locked by his desperate life and death talent, when the mutation resurfaced. Boom. 6 rounds of great formations rose from the sky of 10,000 feet, and some swords were strong, and 10,000 swords were fired at once. Some thunder shadows are like dragons, roaring in the sky, turning into infinite thunder snakes, thunder dragons, and thunder dragons across the void. Some of the golden light, the stars are shot indiscriminately, and the star map is listed, like a galaxy hanging upside down. Some blazing flames rolled over, and the flames shot straight into the sky, like a pillar of fire standing in the world. The 6 rounds of the Great Formation were pushed forward, and in the center of the Great Formation stood many war emperors from the pseudo-god family. Hey! It's an aristocratic formation. These lunatics are really dying. Even this big killer has been brought out. Many top battle emperors couldn't help but take a deep breath. The battle emperors of the 6 pseudo-god families had previously evacuated the battlefield to prepare their own clan protection formations, and they wanted to fight for life and death with Lin Chen here. The 9 Taishang elders returned to their family protection formation one after another, and when they returned to the formation, the light was brilliant. Laugh. Lin Chen's arm was bleeding, his face was pale, and the orange brilliance was fading faster. No way, Zhanlan Mingyue is an 8th order sword weapon. If I use it again, I should be maimed by backlash. Putting away the azure blue bright moon, Lin Chen launched Extreme Return to the original, swept away his spiritual power. The 6 great ancestors were injured by the miracle moon god and could not move for a while. This was his only chance. As long as the big formation is broken, the accelerated cooling of super dimensional teleportation is almost the same, and the outcome will be decided by one move. Lin Chen's palm is running endless calamity, and the 9-color energy vortex rotates like a roulette wheel, forming a group of 9-color stars, gorgeous, psychedelic, and colorful, like the brightest star in the sky. The palm slammed angrily, and the 9-colored stars left their hands, turning into a 9-colored aurora and falling toward the 6-round great formation that was blocked in front of them. A wisp of destruction emanating from the 9-color aurora is enough to shatter the universe, making any 9-layer war emperor have lingering fears. 9 robbery stars. Lin Chen was on his way to Shenzhou, and the source of his fighting spirit had recovered just right. Although the stars of the 9 tribulations this time did not have the blessing of journey to the world, Lin Chen's cultivation base had temporarily entered the midnight stage. This 9 tribulation stars will be second only to the one that was detonated in Lingzhou last time. Sigh. Boom. The moment the stars of 9 tribulations fell into the great formation, they burst open, and a huge wave of tens of thousands of meters of energy surged across the sky, and a 9-color beam of light spun in the center, tearing apart all the great formations of protectors. When the aftermath of the energy was in full bloom, countless false god believers screamed and fled, and were knocked over by the blast of air. Many of the top battle emperors who came here to watch the battle are also seeing a ghost at this time and fleeing madly. This power is even more perverted than the knife just now. Bang! The energy fluctuations that overturned the heavens and the earth went straight into the sky. The 9-color beams of light continued to rotate and bloom, and the energy that spilled out was enough to make the scalp of any war emperor under 5 calamities go numb. The space is broken, the airflow is drained, and the energy fluctuations continuously lift the surface of the earth, cracking into pieces of the geology plate as high as a green mountain, and the Seoul home area continues to collapse. All the buildings and towns, like tofu blocks, were destroyed in an instant and turned into ashes. Seoul home area, destroyed. The envoys of the Holy Realm sects, who watched the battle from all walks of life, showed their magical powers, protected themselves, and resisted the aftermath of the energy. Where did this kid come from? So many trump cards, Xingyan's broken 8th order sword weapon, and the cultivation base of the middle stage of the 9th layer can explode a blow comparable to the 2nd tribulation war emperor. This move is even more splendid. Its power is close to the peak of the 2nd tribulation war emperor. TSK, 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 if I guessed correctly, this sounds true. Strength should be less than the 5th layer war emperor, right? The eyes of the powerhouses from all walks of life became more and more hot. And they also fell into hesitation. If this son can be recruited into their sect, he must be a top true disciple. Helping him is equivalent to standing on the opposite side of that group of people. The host has killed the life and death talent to lock the target, and the talent state is released. The Supreme Elder, who was locked by the innate talent for life and death, fell directly under the 9 calamities star. No bones left. The orange brilliance flowing all over his body disappeared. Lin Chen's cultivation level temporarily returned to the early stage of the 9th level, and his dragon power declined. The clan protection formation of the 6 great pseudo-god families has been broken, and hundreds of war emperors have fallen. Among them, more than 40 people died in the battle emperors below the 5th level, while 34 people died in the 5th level battle emperors, 20 people in the 6th level battle emperors, 12 people in the 7th level battle emperors, and 9 people died in the 8th level battle emperors. In the early stage of the 9-layer war emperor, 3 people fell. In the mid-9th stage, 1 person died. Injured, countless. Lin Chen launched the 9 tribulation stars with the mid-9th level cultivation base. Under the blessing of charging and penetrating runes, the Formidable power has completely exceeded the attack range of the 9th level. War Emperor. Lin Chen walked like a dark vortex. With a few turns, he took away all the attribute light balls. The host gets 35,000 rune energy points, 28,500 talent points, 29,000 points of martial arts essence, and 20,000 points of heaven. Get 9 amethyst treasure chests, get 20 rune evolution stones, 150,000 talent points, 200,000 points of heaven, 200,000 points of rune energy, 2,000 points of blank attributes, purple level active talent, one time, super full. Fight back. In the center, an orange beam of light bloomed, and Lin Chen grabbed the orange crystal treasure chest inside. Open the orange crystal treasure chest and get Tianyin rune fragment, 1/3. Heavenly hidden rune. You can enter the heavenly hidden state within a specified period of time. You can completely eliminate the host's body's aura. And any attacks issued can be turned into a heavenly hidden state and cannot be detected. Has a cooldown. The higher the level, the lower the cooldown, the higher the level can be applied to. The brand new attribute light screen made Lin Chen's eyes shine. At this time, the 6 great ancestors gradually recovered some of their injuries and stood up again. Lin Chenzi turned his golden pupils and stared into the distance, thinking. 1,000th of a breath, a sound of battle energy entered the ear. Lin Chen's expression was shocked. Brother Lin Chen, hurry up. As if he had a consonance in his heart, the light and elegant sound transmission made Lin Chen turn around and leave. The infinite dark steps strode across the void, and the purple phoenix wings flapped. Don't think about leaving. The air exploded, and the distance was 100 feet away. Sol Qishao stretched out an old palm and grabbed Lin Chen violently. Qi Yan rolled, like the claws of a fire dragon, and slammed into the two of them. Lin Chen pointed at the 8 desolate fingers with a backhand, and the sky was shattered, and the 6 great ancestors began to gradually recover their combat power. System, start ultradimensional teleportation and teleport to coordinate no. 2. The system received, the number of hosts carried, 1, the consumption of talent points is doubled, a total of 1.2 million talent points, and the teleportation starts. Sigh. A space beam of light broke from the top of Lin Chen's head and shone down. And with a slight flash, Lin Chen and Ning Qingxian in his arms disappeared quietly and turned transparent. This scene made all the powerhouses stunned in place, and even the envoys of the Holy Realm sects were stunned. Those true God believers were even more stunned in place like dementia. The 6 true God families made a move, but none of them left this sun? This is enough to match the top combat power of the entire big state. A 20-year-old boy singled out the battle strength of the entire dojo, not only killed many battle emperors, seriously injured 6 great ancestors, but also successfully retreated? In the end, how strong is he? It's not over yet, Lin Chen, you ruined my soul home for 100,000 years. Between us, it's not over yet. The wrath of the true God will definitely make you get the punishment you deserve. Sol Qishao's hoarse roar resounded through the sky. The grand ancestors looked solemn, and the potential of this son penetrated into their hearts. If he is not completely wiped out, the future will be the #1 enemy that threatens their survival. That kid was shot by our blood arrow. He is still within the scope of China, regrouping and fighting to the death. I don't believe how long his temporary explosive power can last. Sol Qishao has a shrewd eye. If this son's power is not restricted, he should pursue the victory just now, rather than run away. When he is weak, what he will face is the life and death pursuit of 6 Aristocratic families must die. Shenzhou is to the southeast, near the edge of the barren state, the southern country. The sense of space subversion of superdimensional teleportation made Ning Qingxian wake up from Lin Chen's arms. When she opened her eyes, a fresh breath blew across her cheeks, and she was already in the vast world. There is absolutely no previous killing and fighting atmosphere. Did we really escape? Ning Qingxian subconsciously turned her head and asked Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded with a smile. Well, it's safe. Suddenly, Ning Qingxian seemed to remember something, and her pretty face changed slightly. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Chen smiled casually. Don't worry, your family has left safely, they are here, you can see them later. This sentence made Ning Qingxuan's heart finally let go. Then, Lin Chen took Ning Qingxuan's jade hand and flew down into the air, and said with a smile, look below, what is this place? Ning Qingxian. What catches the eye is a sea of pink flowers. This is. The beautiful eyes and blue waves flowed, and Ning Qingxian lightly covered her red lips with her hands. The sea of flowers covers thousands of miles, pink and beautiful, and the swaying floral fragrance is light and floating. Every time the breeze blows, there are countless flowers swaying, like dancing elves, waving to welcome the guests from afar. This is the Sea of Flowers in the southern kingdom of Shenzhou. It blooms every 10 years on July 7th. It's one of the places you most want to see. Right? Lin Chen smiled, and with his right hand, he raised the jade slip he found in the Ning's house, which was left in the Ning's house when Ning Qingxian was taken away. Inside the jade slip, she recorded the scenery she most expected to visit in her lifetime. Ning Qingxian was stunned for a moment, then looked at Lin Chen's injury, let the thousands of beautiful scenery not appreciate it, and said anxiously, the injury on your body. Haha. It doesn't matter, it's just a minor injury. It's not enough to be able to fulfill my promise to you. Lin Chen let go of Ning Qingxuan's palm, turned his back to the ground, and jumped into the sea of flowers, facing Ning Qingxian in the sky with open arms and a proud laugh. Miss Ning Qingxian, congratulations, the gift of coming of age forced by Lin Chen Shui. From today onwards, you are a real mortal. An unrestrained, flesh and blood mortal. The boy's cry caused a burst of pink petals to float in the sea of flowers. Like a whirlwind, splendid and blurred, like a pink tornado blowing around Ning Qingxian. A very happy and innocent smile hung on the beautiful woman's cherry lips, her tears flashed, and her smile shouted at Lin Chen. Really? Can I stop following other people's arrangements? I really can go wherever I want. I really can go out of Lingzhou and go to any place I want to go. At the end of the speech, 2 lines of clear tears fell from the corners of Ning Qingxuan's eyes, and the beautiful woman smiled with tears, like a ray of late summer in the autumn wind, and finally ushered in the light. Lin Chen shouted with a smile. Of course. Starting today, you don't need to obey anyone's arrangements, you don't need to take into account anyone's thoughts, Ning Qingxian, you are free. The young man fell into the sea of flowers, and there were pink ripples on the surface of the sea of flowers. The beautiful woman wept with joy, fell from the sky, and hugged him. Only at this moment did Ning Qingxian feel that she was truly alive. Lin Chen, the thing I don't regret the most is that I ran away from home and went to the wasteland that day and met you. Ning Qingxian murmured in Lin Chen's arms. Lin Chen grinned. Suddenly, there was a throbbing pain in his body, and someone Lin rolled his eyes. Oh my god, the pretense is too much, and the wood spirit essence has been forgotten to use. The injury is getting worse. Lin Chen twitched all over, and fell into a coma in the sea of flowers. When he closed his eyes, it was Ning Qingshuan's worried pretty face. I don't know, for a long time, there seems to be a warm current injected into Lin Chen's body, adjusting and recovering his injury. After that, Lin Chen woke up. I don't know who has replaced him with a brand new silver robe. He was lying in the sea of flowers, and the breeze, blowing with the faint fragrance of flowers, made him very useful. He pillowed on the delicate knee pillow of the beauty, and the fragrance of virgins mixed with the fragrance of flowers, making someone Lin look comfortable. If you don't want to wake up again, I'll kiss you. Iran chuckled lightly, and Lin closed his eyes and said with a smug smile on his face that he enjoyed very much. Come on, just treat me as a loss, don't pity me, because I'm the most handsome in Kyushu. Suddenly, someone Lin felt something was wrong. Why did something hard hit the back of your head? I rely on. Shocked, someone Lin turned pale in shock, and immediately stood up, the corners of his mouth trembling. Qing Xian, are you a cute girl with a handle? Huh? Why do I seem more excited? More excited? So you really like men? The beautiful woman giggled and chuckled, the flowers trembled, and the radiant between the brows raised her smile, like a fairy who fell into the mortal world. Someone Lin took a closer look, and the beautiful woman in the white dress in front of him was not Ning Qingxian, but his sister Ruoyan. She placed a jade slip between the lap pillows. It was the big baby who was staring at the back of Lin's head just now, and almost developed his perversion. It scared me to death, so it was you, Sister Ruoyan. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Mom, if Qingxian was carrying the handle, wouldn't it be more exciting? Hey. Why, it's not your sister Qingxian, are you unhappy? The eyebrows were raised lightly, Bai Ruoyan seemed to be smiling, but not a smile. The corner of Lin's mouth twitched, and then he smirked. How come, if it's Sister Ruoyan, I can't ask for anything? Come, I was interrupted last time. This time we continue what we did last time. What step did we go to last time? Oh. Tear off the clothes, come. Eh? Sister Ruoyan, don't run. It's a big deal, I'll suffer a bit, it's not fair if I let you tear my clothes. You know what's wrong, do you think your sister can't cure you? After the two played for a while, they just lay comfortably in the sea of flowers. With Lin Chen's mental strength, they could find Ning Qingshuan's position in a single thought. At this time, she was reuniting with her family in a pavilion thousands of miles away, embracing each other and crying, and the family was finally reunited. When Lin Chen broke the great formation of the 6 great families of pseudo gods, he just knew that Ning Qingxian had sneaked into the Seoul home area of Shenzhou and rescued Ning Qingshuan's parents and sister Ning Qingxue on his behalf. Sound yourself. In fact, since Bai Ruoyan found out that Lin Chen had left Lingzhou, he followed him immediately, and didn't stop at Lingzhou to help everyone divert the vast seawater at the boundary of space. Lin Chen's expression was condensed, and he asked seriously, Sister Ruoyan, don't do such dangerous things alone in the future, okay? Instead, Bai Ruoyan returned to calm, staring at Lin Chen indifferently. Why, let you do it? You leave Lingzhou without saying hello. I finally meet you again, and I finally hold your hand, and I won't let go. She smiled sweetly, beautiful enough to make people forget everything in the world. The life and death of Lingzhou has nothing to do with me. Nothing in the world is more important than your life. Even if you die, I will die with you. Lin Chen was stunned on the spot. He was usually tongue-tied, but he couldn't say a word at this moment, as if this Sister Ruoyan was his natural nemesis. The old-faced Lin Xia coughed lightly, pretending to be serious. Cough, what was the situation in Lingzhou when you left, Sister Ruoyan? With the vice president here, I should be able to barely support it, right? I was like someone when I ran out. I didn't care about anything. I only thought about one person, but he was thinking about his sister Qingxian, I think. About him. Bai Ruoyan learned from Lin Chen's previous appearance, with a playful wink. Lin Chen's mouth twitched. Hey, I'm so angry, this immortal royal sister is still trying to pass the level. No, I have to pull a game back. Lin Chen's face was serious. Sister Ruoyan, have you ever seen a fairy? Bai Ruoyan chuckled and shook her head. Then, Lin Chen stretched out his hand into his arms. Bai Ruoyan stretched out her jade hand and put it on his wrist, and said with a smile. If you're taking out the mirror, you'll be spared. Next time, find a place with only the two of us to take out the gun. Lin Chen took a deep breath of cold air. I am mother. Fairies can drive, who can resist this? It seemed that he liked seeing Lin Chen deflated, and Bai Ruoyan smiled. However, if there is a vice president in Lingzhou, if there is only one war emperor in the early stage of the 9th level, it should be able to barely complete the diversion of all seawater. Because Bai Ruoyan only had the strength to surpass the late stage of the 9th level when she was in the Holy Fire realm, and if she was outside, her strength was only close to the middle stage of the 9th level. By the way, I almost forgot to remind you that you still have the breath of blood arrows in your body, and the people from the 6 great families should be able to lock your position. At this moment, Bai Ruoyan pointed to Lin Chen's injured calf, and he frowned. How could he forget about this? The state of the Godslayer talent has been lifted in a coma, and now I have used up the 2 Godslayer talents I saved before. If I encounter the 6 great families again, I will definitely die. A mid-battle emperor of the 8th level can hang and beat someone from Talon. Not to mention the 6 great ancestors. At that time, with the background of the 6 great families, even if there is Bai Ruoyan, it is impossible to completely block it. After Lin Chen ran his mind for a while, he opened his eyes with a solemn expression. This thing is terrifying, it can't even get rid of my mind. The breath under the blood arrow brand is completely attached to Lin Chen's body, like the maggots of the Tarsus. Even the 9 tribulations of creation cannot be destroyed. I am afraid it is not a method that can be found in Kyushu to find enemies. Perhaps, it was the pseudo-god behind the pseudo-god family who passed it on to those ancestors. When he turned to look at Bai Ruoyan, the immortal royal sister held Shuabai's chin in her jade hand and stared at him with a smile on her face. Lin Chen was a little speechless. Sister Ruoyan, what kind of expression do you have? Anyway, we are now being targeted by the 6 great families of pseudo-gods that are comparable to the entire big state. Isn't there a sense of crisis? But my sister is very happy, she thinks it doesn't matter. Happy? Are you still happy with the knife hanging over my head? It's a pleasure to be with you. Lin Chen, Bai Ruoyan covered her mouth and chuckled, being able to live and die with you, there is nothing to worry about. Lin Chen is sweating wildly, Sister Ruoyan really sees it. Anyway, let's find an opportunity to leave first. This is the largest country in the southern kingdom of China. Maybe there is an advanced space transmission channel. Lin Chen got up and flashed, followed by Ruoyan. Thousands of miles away, the Flower Sea Pavilion. Ning Qingxian and his family are gathered here, and there are 6 elders of the Ning family. When Lin Chen saw the elder of the Ning family, his eyes narrowed, but Ruoyan said through a voice transmission. Don't worry, they are the ones who have absorbed the seeds of the holy fire. And they have been controlled by me. Lin Chen suddenly realized that it is no wonder that Sister Ruoyan was able to rescue Ning Qingshuan's second old man without revealing it. My dear Ning Xingling, I have met my benefactor, young Master Lin. When Ning Qingshuan's father Ning Xingling and mother Yun Qingru saw Lin Chen, they wanted to kneel down and thank him directly. Lin Chen waved his hand, shook his head and smiled. Uncle and aunt are too heavy. This is my promise to Qingxian, what I should do, but I came a little late. The second old man was full of gratitude, his expression was excited, and the meeting of his eyes was full of relief. They saw the great battle that day with their own eyes. In order to save his daughter, Lin Chen fought the 6 great families of true gods head-on, which was equivalent to one-on-one fighting against the entire dojo. This is not a promise that can be taken lightly. Such a man, where is Lingzhou, where is Kyushu? Our daughter can find a man like you, and it's a lifelong sacrifice. Yun Qingru wiped her tears again, and Ning Qingxian felt distressed. Mother, it will all pass, so let's not think about it. He, I knew brother Lin Chen would keep his promise. Who made him the most handsome in Kyushu? Ning Qingxue smiled playfully, and someone Lin gave a thumbs up. I like honest children. Little Nizi's pretty face turned a faint crimson, for no reason. Ruoyan laughed when she saw the admiration and shyness hidden in the little girl's sly eyes. This little brother of Lin Chen is really charming. Lin Chen's eyes turned, and when he stared at the sky, a shock resounded through the sky. Who are you who dare to break into the sea of flowers? This is the territory of our southern country. How can you let others be presumptuous? For breaths descended from the sky, the woman's long dress at the head was like a cloud, the girl's appearance was like a fish or a geese, and a pair of autumn water and blue eyes moved people's hearts, but the cold arrogance between the eyebrows had a kind of indifference that refused to be thousands of miles away. The 3 people behind her are all at the Battle Emperor realm, the highest being at the 4th level of the Battle Emperor realm. Lin Chen and by Ruoyan's breath, the others 3 Battle Emperors were not detected, and in Ning Qingshuan's family, only 2 parents were the 2nd level of Battle Emperor. You dare to trespass into the Sea of Flowers in my southern country, do you have a pass? If you don't have a pass, you can only do things according to the rules. The 2 gray-robed old men gave a cold warning, and Lin Chen stood up with a smile. 2 people, looking at this handsome and earth-shattering appearance, and how to sell this handsome to force a face. We are just here to go sightseeing. There is no malicious intent. Lin Chen Gang handed out a jade bottle containing a 7th-order medicinal pill. After all, he might still have to rely on the news from the southern country to find a space channel, so it would be best to win over him. But when Lin Chen planned to value peace, the glamorous woman across from him couldn't help but speak coldly. Just like you dare to call yourself handsome? What's the use of having a good-looking face alone? A truly attractive person is someone who dares to declare war on the sky, question history, and reverse fate, just like the charismatic Lin Chen. The same as the sun. Speaking of this name, Mu Qianqiu, the princess of the southern kingdom, showed an air of admiration and worship. Lin Chen is happy. The notorious character of emotion, there is actually a fangirl in Shenzhou? Lin Chen was very interested, and smiled casually. Why, maybe I'm even more handsome than him. You? Mu Qianqiu glanced at Lin Chen disdainfully. Because the pseudo-god family tried their best to block the news, and the previous incident location was full of pseudo-god believers. In fact, the portrait of Lin Chen's true face circulating in China did not exist. On the contrary, there are many business groups that sell fake portraits, fake news, and fake portraits. Those who have not reached a certain level of basic strength have no qualifications to know Lin Chen's true face at all. Even the wanted order issued by the Soul family to Lin Chen before was only circulated in the circle of the top powerhouses, because it was lower than the strength of the 7th Battle Emperor. He was not qualified to hunt Lin Chen at all. Therefore, this Princess Mu Qianqiu did not know the true face of Lin Chen. Mu Qianqiu looked at Lin Chen with contempt. With a little white face like you, how dare you compare yourself to Mr. Lin Chen? If you go back to practice for hundreds of years and strive to be the first to be promoted to the Emperor of War within 2,000 years, maybe you might be able to touch Mr. Lin Chen's heel a little. Puff. Lin Chen couldn't help laughing. Mu Qianqiu frowned. What are you laughing at? Lin Chen took a deep breath and stopped laughing, and said seriously. I remember happy things. Mu Qianqiu, what a happy thing. I was promoted to Battle King a few months ago. Puff. The beautiful woman burst into a smile. It was Bai Ruoyan. Mu Qianqiu glanced at Bai Ruoyan with some amazement. The other parties' temperament, appearance and figure are far superior to him. Isn't this little white face beautiful? She questioned Bai Ruoyan again. What are you laughing at? Bai Ruoyan pursed her lips and chuckled. I've also been promoted to Battle Emperor. She looked at Lin Chen and the two and couldn't help sneering. Are you sure? You're not kidding me? Although it is impossible to detect the depth of their cultivation, the life fluctuations of this man and woman may not add up to 100 years old. Can this age achieve the Battle Emperor realm? It's a fantasy. Ning Qingxian gave Lin Chen a helpless glance, while Ning Qingxue frantically covered her mouth and laughed. Lin Chen quickly waved his hand. No, we're not joking, let's get down to business. This Lin Chen you said, is he handsome? He's not just a question of whether he's handsome or not, he's really that kind of one of a kind. There was a rare look of admiration in Mu Qianqiu's eyes, very sincere. His background is very mysterious. It is said that he came from Lingzhou. He dared to challenge many false gods who cover up history, destroy sacred mountains, destroy rituals, and even turn the legendary Soul family upside down. There is such a man in this world, and there is no one in Kyushu I can compare. Unfortunately, I was not in Shenzhou that day, and I was not able to see his true face in person. Puff. Lin Chen laughed again. Mu Qianqiu's eyes glared angrily. You are too deceiving. Boom. The southern country shook, and a wave of sound came rolling in. At this moment, the faces of the 3 war emperors around Mu Qianqiu changed slightly. Oops, that guy is coming. This old king bullied our national teacher and the old king to go to the ruins and did not return, and specially came to make things difficult for the princess. Receiving the wounded voice transmission from their subordinates, the 2 gray-robed old men gritted their teeth and turned to look at the void on the other side. Ha ha ha, the old man went to the southern country. Isn't there a decent person to come out to receive him? There are some crooked melons and jujubes. This southern country seems to be nothing more than that. There is only a sea of flowers left for people to appreciate. The golden flame swelled and burned into a sea of fire, and a yellow-robed figure stepped out from the sea of fire, with a tiger's back and a waist, as if possessed by a dragon and tiger, majestic. Last time the old man's proposal, how did you think about it, Qian Qianzi? Being my woman, I can't lose you. The middle-aged man looked down and looked at Mu Qianqiu, he couldn't help sticking out his scarlet tongue and licking his mouth, causing goosebumps to fall. Wang Bahu, you really deceive me in the southern country. Mu Qianqiu stood up proudly, and his eyes were cold eyebrows revealing the determination that he would rather die than bend over. This Wang Bahu has become more and more arrogant and domineering since he joined the pseudo-god family and became the guest of the Wang family, and now he is bullying them, asking a girl of the granddaughter's generation like Mu Qianqiu to be his woman. This time he came, I am afraid that the comers are not good. With his strength in the late 6th stage of the battle emperor, no one could stop him except the national teacher and her father emperor. Don't drink toast, drink fine. However, I like this stubbornness, and it looks more refreshing when I get to bed. When Wang Bahe touched his chin and laughed lewdly, the three people beside Mu Qianqiu were sternly waiting, and their expressions were solemn. Today, I am afraid to fight to the death. Wang Bahe's eyes turned, and when he discovered Ning Qingxian and Bai Ruoyan, it was like an alcoholic who discovered 1,000-year-old wine. Bright eyes. These two women, one is fresh and refined, as elegant as a lotus. An immortal. Descended into the world, and the youth is peerless. The latter is much better than Mu Qianqiu. Such a woman, the world is geometric. Ha ha ha. This trip actually allowed me to meet two such superb women, earning. Just as Wang Bahu was ecstatic, when he saw the silver-robed boy with his arms folded over his chest and a cynical smile on his mouth, he was struck by lightning. The silver-robed boy laughed jokingly. It's another thing that treats false gods as dogs. Are you going to get out of your own way and come from the ruined cultivation base, or am I slapped to death? Amazing speech. Mu Qianqiu and the three war emperors were stunned in place. Wang Bahu is a late 6th level war emperor. This is not Chinese cabbage. Looking at any major state in Kyushu, those above the 5th battle emperor are all well-known powerhouses. Not to mention the late 6th level battle emperor, placed anywhere in Kyushu. Any aristocratic family is definitely a high-end combat power, close to the powerhouse at the top of the pyramid. How dare this kid dare to slap him to death? Even the 7th layer war emperor would not dare to say such cruel words. But Wang Bahe shivered, and his expression was like a ghost. This tone, this feature can't be wrong. It's that man. Although he is the elder Keqing who guards the border area in the Wang family, he has seen Lin Chen's true face in the internal news circulation. This kid is that Lin Chen. The monster that turned the Soul family upside down, even the true god of the Soul family dared to offend. Damn, why did I meet this ancestor here? Without further ado, Wang Bahu suddenly escaped into the void while secretly screaming in his heart, Miss Ruoyan. Lin Chen chuckled, Bai Ruoyan lightly tapped the void with her hand, and the milky white flames condensed into a net of fire, like the latitude and longitude of the heavens and the earth, covering the heavens, forcing Wang Bahu, who had sneaked thousands of miles into the void, to reveal his true body. Tear. Lin Chen's figure flashed and turned into a purple flame of moonlight. And 8-colored energy fingers slammed out. Boom. A record of the 8 wilderness fingers flattened the mountains and rivers, causing Wang Bahu to be seriously injured. Lin Chen strode like a shooting star, turned into moonlight, and punched like a dragon. He slammed down Wang Bahu's face like a violent storm, and his mental power turned into a raging spiritual storm of Shura, which was ravaging. And ravaging. The chi of Bingjin, flowing in the Jin Jia battle body, attached to the fist, and slammed into Wang Bahu's abdomen, face, chest, and a dozen punches severely injured Wang Bahu. Laugh. The air was split, Lin Chen's dragon force exploded, and the god shadow wind demon leg turned into a whip leg, urging the penetrating rune, sweeping and blasting out with one leg, shattering Wang Bahu's lifewheel. It was so painful that the screams like killing pigs broke out. Get 19850 rune energy, 590 ignition energy, 650 wind energy, 80 spiritual energy, 100 blank attributes, 12,500 talent points, 98500 battle spirit essence, 11,000 Heavenly Dao value. Open the amethyst treasure chest and get 50,000 talent points. Lin Chen took away all the attribute light balls he dropped, and the late 6th stage cultivation level, the attributes dropped are quite considerable. The next moment, Wang Bahu was picked up by Lin Chen and thrown in front of the stunned 4 people like a dead chicken. Even if he doesn't use Zura Zhouhuang transformation, Lin Chen is now the 4th level peak battle emperor. With pure strength and spiritual power, he can capture the next 6th level late stage, which is completely no longer a problem. Non-7th layer war emperors, casual war emperors, Lin Chen can unilaterally drop the hammer. It's up to you, but I want to use the space channel near your southern country. Suddenly, the gray-robed old man seemed to remember something. His shocked expression became more cautious, and he respectfully clasped his fists. Dare to ask who the son is? Lin Chen patted his shoulder and said lightly, I can't change my name, I can't change my surname, the most handsome Longli. Black Dragon in Kyushu is known as Lin Chen in Lingzhou, who has lost his mind. Boom. This name exploded in the minds of the 4 of them like a bomb, especially Mu Qianqiu, who has always been glamorous and arrogant. Her expression is very funny at this moment. It is both stunned, unbelievable, and ecstatic. The living legend that he admired so much actually appeared in front of him? It may be unbelievable, but the scene just now is enough to explain everything. When Lin Chen made his move, his cultivation had already revealed a little, and he was a 4-layer war emperor. Moreover, his age is really like the legend, only a teenager in his 20s. You, the son is Lin Chen? Mu Qianqiu's heart trembled, and Lin Chen jokingly said, Why, don't believe it? I believe that in the extreme eastern region where false god believers are everywhere, no one should dare to impersonate me easily. Open your mouth and dare to speak bluntly about the believers of false gods. It is him, it must be him. No, I don't dare. The sun is coming, and the little girl is terrified. Mu Qianqiu's attitude was completely changed by 180 degrees. Ying bowed her body and nodded slightly, and she looked like the little maid who saw the master. When she stared at Lin Chen's eyes again, she didn't have the cold and glamorous meaning of the iceberg before. Her eyes were all glittering with small stars, full of admiration and ecstasy. A living legend. This is a true living legend. The legendary boy who dared to challenge false gods and shook the history of Kyushu. Mu Qianqiu is one of the few people who knows the truth of the 100 Saints' War. She has always been full of doubts about the history of sacred creation of Kyushu. When she learned the truth, she only hated her own lack of strength, and only hoped for someone who would dare to challenge history. Challenge the existence of false gods. This person is Lingzhou Lin Chen, who was born out of nowhere. Brother Lin Chen is so charming. Ning Qingxue laughed quizzically. Lin Chen lifted his collar and coughed. Lightly low-key, as a person, the only advantage of me is that I like to be low-key. Mu Qianqiu's cheeks were blushing, and the 3 war emperors next to him were in cold sweat again, and they couldn't help but sigh. This legendary figure actually went to their southern country, and they almost offended this great god. It was really a journey on the tip of the knife. Impossible. Lin Chen, why did you appear here? The 6 true god families are not in the Soul family area. It's just right to kill you completely. How can you appear here safe and sound? Wang Bahu, whose cultivation base had been abolished by 90%, roared unwillingly, his eyes full of madness and killing intent. Hee, you can ask such a stupid question. Naturally, they were overturned by me, and they also gave me a big gift. Not to mention 6 pseudo-god families. Even 12 can't stop them. I am someone. Lin Chen chuckled. If he has the talent of God Killer, the stronger the opponent and the larger the number of people, the stronger he will be. If there are 12 pseudo-god families, they may not be able to stop him. Lin Chen. Hiss. The 4 of Mu Qianqiu took a sigh of relief. The 6 great families joined forces and didn't even stop him? That is at least able to match the combat power of a large state. How strong is he? Brother Lin Chen, I have already sensed that those guys are coming here. At this time, by Ruoyan whispered a voice transmission. Lin Chen's cynical expression was put away, and he turned to Mu Qianqiu. This lackey will be handed over to you. By the way, I will use the space channel near your southern country. Seeing Lin Chen's serious eyes, Mu Qianqiu quickly said respectfully, no problem, there is a space passage in my southern country that leads to Danzhou. Thank you so much then. Lin Chen solemnly clenched his fists. Mu Qianqiu led the way, and everyone followed. Along the way, Mu Qianqiu couldn't help but curiously asked Lin Chen about his deeds, and surrounded Lin Chen's interview like a little fangirl, causing someone Lin's bad habits to come out again, blowing wildly. Hearing that, Sister Ning Qingxian covered her mouth and snickered. The southern country, Longyuan Valley, at the entrance of the huge space passage of thousands of feet. After releasing the space barrier, Lin Chen and his party arrived. Young Master Lin Chen, you have offended all the pseudo-god families. You must be more careful along the way. Mu Qianqiu said worriedly. Lin Chen looked at her with a smile. It's okay, I will naturally. Before the words were finished, Lin Chen's eyes were sharp and sharp. The golden eye twins turned golden brilliance. Lin Chen blocked Mu Qianqiu's back, and his eyes stared at a black shadow in the void. Things that hide their heads and show their tails, get out. Lin Chen drank it coldly, and everyone was shocked. Even Bai Ruoyan was a little surprised, but he didn't feel the breath of life approaching. Goo goo goo, as expected of a strange talent who can alert me to the arrival, he really has some ability. In the darkness, 2 illusory figures stepped out, one old and one young, in black robes and bloody clothes, and it was cold. The leading old man leaned on a cane, showing a yellowed tooth, and smiled at Lin Chen. The blood-robed boy beside him was expressionless, but his eyes showed the vicissitudes of seeing through the red dust in the world. Occasionally, when he looked at Lin Chen, there would be a few rays of blood passing by. You are not from China? No, not from Kyushu. Lin Chen suddenly said. He felt an extraordinary sense of oppression and murderous intent on these people. This sense of oppression is a bit stronger than the 6th grade ancestors. Good eyesight, I'm waiting from above. The blood-clothed youth spoke indifferently, pointing his finger to the sky. Everyone was shocked and suspicious. Above? Could it be that? A terrifying thought emerged from the bottom of everyone's heart, and what they said was only one possibility. Bai Ruoyan suddenly blocked in front of Lin Chen with a calm expression. Oh? This girl seems a little different. Hee, Elder Ling, stop talking nonsense. We're not here to recruit him this time, no matter what kind of talent he has. The blood-clothed youth smiled coldly, chillingly, staring at Lin Chen. Sharply, he said word by word. Boy, hand over your 8th order, holy artifact and mind art, and I'll spare you. Of course, if you can still perform the stunt that can make you soar to the 9th level War Emperor, we too will retreat now. Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, the other party came for this. The 8th order knife weapon really can't see the light easily. This kind of thing, the current Lin Chen is not qualified to protect. Unless the previous Godslayer talent is not lifted, the current Lin Chen alone is far from being the opponent of these two. If you fight head-on, you might not be able to last even 2 rounds. Goo, it looks like it's gone. Boy, hand it over. The old man with crutches stepped in front of the tower, and with a sinister laugh, the surrounding space suddenly solidified, blocking everyone's retreat. Just when Bai Ruoyan was about to take the risk of playing the holy fire realm and Lin Chen was going to make a desperate attempt to use the level 5 slowness rune, the mutation happened again. Sigh. Bang. When the cracking sound rang out, the space barrier suddenly shattered. The expressions of the two changed drastically, and with a bang without warning, the two suddenly fell to the ground. Lin Chen's pupils trembled, and his golden pupil twins vaguely saw that the space near the two of them was folded and curved into an extremely incredible arc. It's like twisting a straight piece of steel into a circle in an instant and tying a knot, and it won't break. Such power is unheard of. Even Lin Chen, who is in the state of God-killer talent, is far from being able to do it. I saw the space behind the two, and slowly stepped out a thin black robe cloak. Figure. Is her. Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. This person was the mysterious person who he first encountered in the heavenly spirit ranking that day, and then he encountered for the second time in the Sky Tower. Even the eternal holy flame in Bai Ruoyan's body couldn't help but throb slightly, as if he was afraid of this mysterious person, as if he felt the aura of some heaven and earth. Bai Ruoyan had never felt this kind of fear from the eternal flame. The two envoys of the Holy Realm sect who were forced to kneel were even more like seeing a ghost. When they saw the mysterious man, they seemed to think of something, and their terrified eyes revealed despair. Yes, it is the powerhouse of the demon race. Damn, this Kyushu mortal world also has strong demons. If I had known that, I would not come. When the two of them secretly screamed badly, the mysterious man walked straight to Lin Chen. You performed well before. I decided to return to the demon race with me. You are the most suitable person to be my right-hand man. The mysterious man spoke coldly. Impossible. Lin Chen categorically refused. Shen shouted. If you dare to take me by force, I promise, you won't even get my body. As soon as the words fell, Lin Chen's whole body's fighting spirit and spiritual power, and even the pure power of the flesh shell was instantly imprisoned by an invisible force. Don't move at all. You want to blow yourself up? You are not qualified to blow yourself up in front of me. The mysterious man's voice is indifferent, as if he was born without emotion. Blow yourself up? Someone Lin, don't play this trick, I want to die, you can't stop me. Lin Chen sneered, he knew that the opponent's goal was himself, and now there is only one possibility to gamble. Try it? The mysterious man's voice was disdainful, as if he was sneering. Ha ha ha. Come on then. Sister rune, don't move here, I'll play with her. Lin Chen's laughter contained a trace of madness. If you can't keep up later, you can only get my body. No choice. Lin Chen is very aware of this person's strength. Whether he is in the Yuanzun realm or the Battle Emperor realm, he is like an ant in front of her. This person must have the strength above the holy realm. Since her goal is herself, she can only gamble her life. System, upgrade my superdimensional teleportation talent. The system receives it, consumes 3.5 million talent points to upgrade the Blue Order active talent, ultradimensional teleportation. The talent is upgraded to the purple level, and the fixed point space orientation can be increased to 6. The cooldown is reduced, and the talent points consumed when activated are reduced. The moment the system light screen popped up, Lin Chen issued an order again. System, start ultradimensional teleportation and teleport to space. Orientation number 1. Above Lin Chen's head, a space beam of light broke open without warning. With a flash of light, Lin Chen disappeared directly. What? This time, the mysterious person, who has always been indifferent, finally showed a little emotional fluctuation and was a little surprised. The mysterious figure flashed and disappeared abruptly, leaving only the people where they were. She was only interested in Lin Chen. The 2 Holy Realm sect messengers were still subdued and kneeled on the ground. Ning Qingxian was anxious, and Bai Ruoyan was even more anxious. This crisis might be more terrifying than the combined trap of Lingzhou and the family of pseudo-gods. Outside the Soul Home area, a group of figures were flying for tens of thousands of miles, and suddenly, the leader of the Soul Qishao suddenly froze. Hey! Strange, that kid's breath has returned to our Soul Home area again? Is this kid coming back to find death? Anyway, kill him. Desperate, kill him. The war emperors of the 6 major pseudo-god families turned around again and swept to the Soul family area. On the other side, the expressions of many holy world messengers still in action suddenly changed slightly. That boy Lin Chen's breath seems to have changed again? Soul Home, the location of True God Mountain. After the previous war, this place is in ruins. Brush. The light of the space broke through the void, and a silver-robed figure descended here. It was Lin Chen. This is the spatial orientation that he had previously fixed. Activate the superdimensional teleportation and escape directly here. Upgrading to the ultradimensional teleportation of the purple level, the cooling time has been reduced by 12 times. It only takes an hour and I can perform it again. If you use talent points to speed up the cooling time. When many believers of false gods felt that Lin Chen's breath appeared near the True God Mountain again, they couldn't help being stunned. My God, this sinful guy is back. What does he want to do? Does he still want to continue to sully the true God? Here? This unparalleled devil. He came back to kill. Many false god believers were shocked and angry, but no one dared to take the initiative to approach Lin Chen. At this moment, Lin Chen's cultivation base is still sealed, no matter his spiritual power, flesh shell strength or fighting spirit, any second level of the Battle Emperor realm can kill him. But Lin Chen just wants to gamble. What he wants to bet is that the pseudo-god family will kill him, or that Mysterious man will stop the pseudo-god family in order to take him away. This opponent is far beyond the common sense. Lin Chen can only try to take a slanted sword. Brush. In just a few breaths, a red light broke through the sky, and it was the ancestor of Qishao who arrived first. Behind him, there are the other 5 ancestors, and the mighty army of the pseudo-god family is coming. Lin Chen. How dare you come back? Boy, since you want to court death, then we will fulfill you. No matter what tricks you have, today, you will surely die. The 6 great ancestors roared angrily, and when they met, they directly acted. With murderous intentions, raised their hands and leaned their palms, to suppress them, and the fighting spirit that covered the sky and the sun slammed into Lin Chen. Boom! A stream of light suddenly rushed from the sky like a sonic boom, writhing a terrifying air wave, destroying the cloud wave, and suddenly rushed to Lin Chen's side. It was the mysterious man. She flicked her fingers away in an instant, the space was distorted, and the attacks of the 6 great ancestors burst into countless battles. What? This? Who is this? Is it the helper that kid invited? The ancestors of the pseudo-god family and many powerhouses looked horrified and doubtful. Unexpectedly, you still have such means. The mysterious man who didn't take the 6 great families seriously at all turned to look at Lin Chen, and said somewhat unexpectedly, "What other means do you have? Just use them." The mysterious man's words made Lin Chen smile sternly. "In that case, as you wish." Sigh. A gray-white talisman suddenly fell from the sky and exploded on top of the mysterious person's head, solidifying the space around her so hard that the airflow became particularly slow. For this slow rune, Lin Chen directly consumed 1,000,000 points of intermediate rune energy. Lin Chen strode into the shooting star, and smashed his fist into the mysterious man's face violently. Even though his whole body was sealed, Lin Chen still didn't plan to sit still. No matter what kind of shit you are, fight it and talk about it. Boom. The aura was astonishing, like the aura of the abyss of hell emerging from her body, shattering Lin Chen's slow rune bondage, grabbing Lin Chen's fist out of thin air, and the mysterious man shook his head in amazement. So mysterious energy, not fighting energy, not holy energy, but it can stop space and even affect the flow of time. Is it possible that given you a certain amount of time, you can stop time with this move? Lin Chen's performance exceeded her expectations by too much. She wants to get Lin Chen more and more. If your goal is to commit suicide, then you look down on me too much. The mysterious man laughed coldly, with disdain in his laughter. Lin Chen grinned. If you think I just want these guys to kill me, then you look down on me. Someone Lin, have you forgotten that I used the stunt of burning vitality in battle? You think it is to seal my cultivation base. Can you stop my technique? Lin Chen's warning actually made the mysterious man truly silent. That's right, although she was not present in the battle between Lin Chen and the 6 great families of pseudo-gods, she saw through China from a distance, from another big state, and witnessed almost the whole process. She also witnessed the talent of desperate life and death that Lin Chen used. Pass. Like the means of space teleportation and freezing space that he used before, those stunts don't seem to be able to prevent them from being activated by sealing the cultivation base. Even, with his move, it can temporarily increase infinite power, so that his 4th layer War Emperor can also have the same technique as that of the late 9th layer War Emperor. It is precisely because of these kinds of things that she pays attention to Lin Chen, but in the same way, these trump cards are not at the level that she can suppress by controlling Lin Chen herself. Even if Lin Chen is blocked from all aspects of his cultivation, he can still use these trump cards. Taking it away forcibly may really not be able to keep his body. What's more, why are you obsessed with me? Instead of forcing both sides to have a hard time, it's better to say your intentions. Wouldn't it be better for both of us to sit down and negotiate calmly? Seeing that the other party was silent, Lin Chen tapped from the side. You want to tell me about my origins? The mysterious man went straight in and asked in a cold voice. Lin Chen smiled casually and said, part of the reason is that I don't beat around the bush. It's pointless to play these small tricks with you. Suddenly, the aura that shattered the sky was violently shaken in the void. And the 6 great ancestors launched the holy body again. Judging from the previous hand, the opponent is at least above the strength of any of them. Regardless of whether this is the support invited by Lin Chen. They must fight today. Fly, get out. The mysterious man flicked his sleeves, and the 6 great holy bodies in the void burst violently, and the 6 great ancestors vomited blood and retreated with a horrified expression. The powerhouses of the pseudo-god family are stunned. What power is this? The fuck didn't quite see when it was shot. The 6 great ancestors are defeated? He is not from Kyushu. Could it be that it is the legendary Holy Realm? For the first time, the 6 ancestors with weak breath appeared panic. True. Horror. It's like the ant suddenly realizes the stalwart of the giant dragon and realizes its own insignificance, and it is impossible to shake the giant dragon. They can't see through the cultivation of this mysterious man at all, and they can't even see the traces of the opponent's shot. Lock. In an understatement, the space blockade covers the entire Soul family area. And all the powerhouses of the pseudo-god family are blocked into the space. Enchantment. Everyone finally realized what a terrifying existence this mysterious man was. As I said last time, I am the demon race. My race now needs enough power to wage war. I traveled many worlds just to find these creatures, and you are the right person for one of them. Just follow me, you will gain endless power. And become the peak powerhouse in this world. The mysterious man opened his mouth slowly, Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, and his mind started to think like lightning. Pies fall from the sky? Bullshit. Lin Chen definitely didn't believe it. Back then, when the ancient 100 saints of Kyushu fought against the demon race, it was because of the false gods that the demon race powerhouses were attracted. Lin Chen didn't know the details of this race, but he didn't think the other party would be kind enough to give the power of his own race to the race. I'm afraid there are some requirements and costs in this. I won't leave with you, but if you let me go, I owe you a favor. If I can step into the Holy Land, I will take the initiative to go to the demon race with you to find out. How about it? Lin Chen tried to make a request. Seriously, in this situation, he didn't have a clue in his heart. Negotiating a matter is entirely based on the premise of equality between the two parties. He is now completely different from this mysterious man. If the other party wants to fuck someone Lin, he just waved his hands. It is nothing more than holding the premise that the other party wants him and forcibly negotiating conditions. I don't agree, but I don't refuse. I've decided to observe you for a while. Because I'm staying here and there's one more thing left to do. The mysterious man waved his hand, and while the space barrier was lifted, he also lifted the seal of Lin Chen's cultivation. Escape. All the ancestors of the pseudo-god family have only one thought at this Moment, run. Facing a powerhouse suspected of being in the Holy Land, there is no way to fight. This was the most turbulent and divided day in the history of the pseudo-god family. Seeing the ancestors escaped, everyone followed, and the powerful pseudo-god families who fled in all directions made countless pseudo-god believers stunned. I'll watch with you for a while, before making a decision. When the mysterious man spoke, he waved his hand, and the blood arrow aura locked by the pseudo-god family in Lin Chen's body was eliminated. Hearing her words, Lin Chen frowned wildly. Damn, you have to carry such a super time bomb by your side? Is my life saved for the time being? Even if she changes her mind tomorrow, I'll have to take a break. Lin Chen smiled bitterly in his heart, although he threatened her with the side effects of his death-to-death talent, and barely managed to save his life. The result is still unknown. System, speed up the cooling time of the superdimensional teleportation talent. Lin Chen issued an order to consume 800,000 talent points, and within a few minutes, the ultradimensional teleportation can be used again. Teleport back to the number 2 space orientation. When Lin Chen issued the order, a beam of light broke open above his head, and he suddenly transformed into a streamer of space, completely ignoring the mysterious person. Interesting. The mysterious man stepped lightly, and the figure disappeared in an instant, turning into an afterimage. In the southern country, a space light broke through the void, and Lin Chen came to the Sea of Flowers. Lin Chen fled directly in the direction of the space passage, and when he returned again, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But before everyone could relax, Lin Chen smiled wryly. That boss doesn't seem to plan to let me go, she probably will arrive later. As soon as these words came out, everyone's heartstrings were tense again. It's not my style, Lin Chen, to sit still and wait. Since there is an opportunity to become stronger, I naturally won't let it go. Lin Chen smiled and looked at the 2 Holy World sect messengers, with those eyes. It was like a pervert who hadn't touched a woman for decades when he met a stunning beauty. The corners of their mouths twitched slightly. Damn, why is this kid's eyes so penetrating? The most important thing is that their cultivation base is now suppressed. It was even more suppressed by that demon race powerhouse. Lin Chen patted the 2 of them on the shoulders. The host consumes 40,000 talent points and successfully activates the omen of God-stealing talent, and obtains 1 Tianyin rune fragment, February 3, 1.5 million talent points. A few twitches in my heart. Mom, these 2 big men from above have such high attribute values that they have stolen from them, and they deserve to be characters who are suspected to be from the Holy Realm. What do you want to do, kid? The blood-clothed boy pretended to be calm, and scolded Lin Chen sternly. Little guy, don't think too much about us, the power of the holy world is far from what you can imagine in the mortal world. The old man even opened his mouth to threaten. Lin Chen smiled, and broke the fingers of the 2. Directly snatch the high-level nailing ring in their hands. Ah! The shrill screams sounded, and they who had their fighting spirit sealed could not even operate the fighting spirit to suppress their injuries, and the huge pain was intensely stimulating. What are you pretending to be, a big-tailed wolf? You're still pretending to be on your Grandpa Lin's head. I'm too hard all over my body, so you're giving me hard ones? Don't you know if I eat soft or hard? Lin Chen decisively pulled out Mingyue Tianqing, and the expressions of the 2 of them finally changed. No, boy, you can't kill us. We are the Holy Realm. Lin Chen held the knife in both hands, and cut across it with one knife. 2. Messengers from the holy world died. It is impossible for him to be soft-handed when dealing with the enemy. Still want to rob your brother Chen, but don't cut you and keep it for the new year? Boom. The orange beams are blooming. The bodies of the two rolled down a large number of attribute light balls, and there were also 2 beams of light that were in full bloom, which were 2 orange crystal treasure chests. If it wasn't for their all aspects being sealed, Lin Chen's sword might not be able to kill the 2 of them. I grabbed the 2 orange crystal treasure chests, and the system light screen listed them. Open 2 orange crystal treasure chests, the host gets 1 Tianyin rune fragment, 3/3, 1-time orange level talent fragment, Sun God, 1/3. This time, the treasures from these 2 orange crystal treasure chests completely left Lin Chen dumbfounded. Orange rank talent fragment. His second orange talent? What is the Sun God talent fragment? Lin Chen was excited. Although desperate life and death had a quasi-orange rank, he still did not reach the orange rank in the strict sense. In the face of hundreds of millions of talent points to upgrade this talent, Lin Chen is not qualified to upgrade this talent now. Therefore, Lin Chen's orange level talent is actually only the God Killer. The system answers the host. The Sun God is a 1-time orange level talent, which can absorb the power of the sun to fight and become the Sun God for 60 seconds. Within 60 seconds, the stronger the sunlight, the stronger the combat power. It is best used at noon. The closer to the sun, the stronger the talent. Friendly reminder, if the host can stand above the sun and use this talent, he can perfectly control the power of the sun for his own use, surpass the holy realm and become the sun god. Hiss. Lin Chen took a deep breath. Orange level talent is a fucking pervert. As long as the enemy's strength is strong enough, and there are enough enemies, the Godslayer has the potential to kill the gods. The sun god, who is also an orange level talent, if he can stand on the sun and use it, he can have the possibility of surpassing the holy realm. Unfortunately, my strength is not enough to leave Kyushu, go to the outer starry sky, and get close to the sun. Lin Chen sighed, the sun here is no better than the sun of the earth. According to Lin Chenjin's observation after entering the imperial realm, the sun above Kyushu is at least dozens of times larger than the sun of the earth. Its temperature and the energy it contains are unimaginable. Lin Chen wants to get close to it, at least there is a possibility after the holy realm. No matter what, there are still 2 fragments. I can start with another one. A super trump card. Excited, Lin Chen turned to Tianyin rune again. Level 1 Heavenly Hidden Rune, eliminates the host's aura, eliminates the host's aura of any energy, and makes all attacks transparent. Cooldown, 3 minutes, duration, 1 second. This rune seems to be weak, but Lin Chen is keen to capture its main point. It can dispel the breath of its own burst attack. This is a sneak attack. Skill. Lin Chen licked his tongue and glanced at his rune evolution stones. There were just 28 left. System, upgrade the Heavenly Hidden Rune for me. Go straight to full. The system receives it, consumes 25 rune evolution stones, and will upgrade the Tianyin rune from level 1 to level 5. When the system bar is opened again, the annotation of Tianyin rune becomes Level 5 Heavenly Hidden Rune, eliminates the host's aura, eliminates the host's aura of any energy, and makes all attacks transparent. Cooldown, 40 seconds, duration, 3 seconds. Lin Chen, this time, another big trump card. Just how strong the hidden rune is today will only be known in actual combat. Then, Lin Chen took away all the attribute light balls on the ground, and more. Then 200 attribute light balls were continuously absorbed, and Lin Chen's attribute value was soaring. This is the attribute value dropped by the late 9-layer battle emperor from the Holy Realm. The most important thing is that Lin Chen still killed them. Without the side effects of the Godslayer talent, and the attribute values dropped without any weakening. Acquired 28.6 million battle spirit essence, 33.5 million battle spirit essence, 1850 mental power, 9,000 ignition energy, 90,000 martial art essence, 90,000 talent points, 80,000 heavenly Dao value, 90,000 rune energy, 1,500 points. Blank attribute, 3,500 points of blood energy. The terrifying attribute value soared in a straight line, the space was twisted and turbulent, and the mysterious man appeared like a ghost to the entrance of the space passage, making everyone take 2 steps back. However, just after the mysterious man arrived, a roar of chi burst out from Lin Chen's body, and the 9-color light reflected. Lin Chen broke through to the 5th battle emperor on the spot. This scene made the Ning family and the others and Mu Qianqiu and others froze in place. This is the 5th-layer battle emperor cultivation base. How did this little guy break through? By touching the ground for a while? More than that. When Lin Chen stepped into the 5th-level battle emperor, his battle chi cultivation base was still soaring. At the last moment, he broke through the boundary of the 5th level early stage and stepped into the 5th level mid level. The pure power exceeded 5 million, and under the blessing of the divine power, it broke through to 6.5 million dragon power. Even the mysterious man showed surprise for the first time. Even though the battle emperor realm was like an ant in front of her, the cultivation of this realm was not so easy to improve. Even if she has a lot of knowledge and has seen countless arrogant and evil people, such as Lin Chen, who broke through only a moment after she left, this is the first time she has seen it. Suddenly, the mysterious man asked, "What kind of exercises are you practicing?" Lin Chen, who had just finished breaking through, let out a long sigh of relief and said with a smile, "It's nothing, the top of the purple rank. For a big man like you, it will definitely not be in your eyes." The mysterious man asked again, "Where did it come from?" Lin Chen, "I picked it up." Mystery man, ignoring the follow of the mysterious person, stepping into the space passage with everyone, and disappearing under Mu Qianqiu's reluctant eyes. Along the way, Bai Ruoyan held Lin Chen's palm all the time, worried that he would be taken away by the mysterious person. Lin Chen signaled her not to worry. After arriving in Danzhou, everyone carried a new space channel and returned to Lingzhou in just 7 days. When returning to Lingzhou, the current Lingzhou has been completely restored to its original position. 90% of the seawater has returned to its original position, and the threat of continental plate tilt has been completely eliminated. And the space boundary point, once again returned to its original state, only the size of a thumb, but this time, the Academy specially sent a specific powerhouse to guard the Wanlinghai, and prevent other creatures from easily approaching the Wanlinghai. The civil war in Lingzhou has really come to an end, and many refugee forces have finally returned to their territory. Those forces hiding in the fringes of the 24 domains have sprung up like mushrooms after a rain. And all the ancient families, including the war emperors of the Academy, also began to help external forces to re-establish the sectarian area. This war was recorded in the history books. The college side and the alliance side claimed that it was a reconciliation between the two sides, and a reconciliation Inside the academy, a sky island. When I heard that Lin Chen went to the extreme eastern region of Shenzhou alone to fight against the 6 great families of pseudo-gods, in the hall, countless air-conditioned voices sounded up and down. However, Xing Zhan and Shen Lianyun in the hall stared at the mysterious black-robed man beside Lin Chen, their eyes throbbing and fearful. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen went out this time and turned the entire Shenzhou extreme eastern region upside down. He also provoked back such a terrifying existence. And Yang Qing'er returned to Danzhou with Lin Chen's reward for agreeing to the call. Lin Chen was also able to lift the phantom clone. After calming down, Vice President Shen Lianyun stared at Lin Chen seriously. Lin Chen, now is the time for you to see the dean. Lin Chen's pupils are locked. The dean of Tianga Academy?